What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku died and sent to Helltaker. Izuku's life had been going great recently. The school of his dreams, an incredible mentor, actual friends. He couldn't ask for more. So, naturally, he woke up to find himself dead. In hell. Headed for the deepest pits imaginable for an eternity of suffering. Actually, maybe it could have been going better. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author CDRClueless for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Today was supposed to be a great day for Izuku. Not only was it another day that he got to attend the world's greatest hero school, not only was his class scheduled to have their first hero class, a class taught by the man who'd been his role model and idol since the day he so much as knew the word hero, but today he'd be going to a school where he had friends that weren't constantly threatening him. Friends. Him. But his theoretical excitement at what the day should hold conflicted with the practical struggle he was currently faced with. Why can't I open my eyes? It felt as if he was sinking, slowly being dragged deeper and deeper into a darkness he could scarcely comprehend. His breathing became ragged, his skin growing moist with sweat as panic began to set in. Why couldn't he open his eyes? Why? Why were his thoughts growing sluggish and his memory hazy? Why? Okay, so let's see here. He was snapped awake by a tired voice. With his eyes finally opened, the panic was replaced with confusion, all directed towards one question. Where am I? First of all, he was sat up in a surprisingly comfortable black and red leather chair, rather than lying in his limited edition all-night clad bed. In front of him stood a fine wooden office desk, similarly painted a varnished black with some ordinary office supplies and a computer, all colored an unusual mixture of red and white. But behind that desk, a 16-year-old Japanese atheist. Why couldn't you just be a Shintoist or whatever? Was a tired-looking woman dressed in a formal suit who apparently knew and took issue with his beliefs for some reason. Rhetorical question. She sighed. More importantly, your sins are treachery. Wow, you don't see that much in young people anymore. She closed the file, apparently his file, and began typing at the computer. So you'll be staying in the 9th circle. Hideka sweet it seems, yikes. To atone for your betrayal of. Hold on. Izuku had to interrupt, barely following anything that was going on, but still knowing something was wrong. I am sorry, I don't really know where I am, or exactly what's going on or how you know all this, but I never betrayed any. You wish to contest your judgment? Huh? He blinked. Well, that is. Yes or no, I've got work to do. I guess. Perfect. The woman seemed to sigh in relief. Then you're not my problem. Now, where to send you? She glanced towards 2 buttons, one a stark white and the other a hazy purple. Send me. Look, I don't mean to cause you any trouble, but eeny, meeny, miny, you. She ignored Izuku's protests and quickly decided on the white button. Suddenly Izuku seemed to fall through his chair and was plunged once more into an eternal darkness. The feeling of malice from earlier returned, but now with his eyes open to see absolutely nothing for a moment, before he fell into yet another chair facing yet another desk, and yet another woman with horns wearing yet another suit. Hey, how's it going? The woman's words shook Izuku from the initial shock and feeling of deja vu. A comparatively carefree tone was matched by her suit jacket being wrapped around her shoulders with the sleeves unfilled, pairing remarkably well with a pair of opaque black aviators, which sat in contrast to silvery white hair and stark white horns. Hello. She snapped her fingers before Izuku after he didn't respond. Right. Sorry. Yes. Hello. He stuttered awkwardly, soon shooting his hand forward in greeting. So. She cordially shook his hand with a relaxed smile that put him at ease. You're second-guessing your punishment. His sense of ease was gone again. Yeah, well. About that. He struggled to voice his concerns. What do you mean by punishment, exactly? Oh, Monica didn't fill you in. She shrugged. That's fair, she's been pretty stressed with all the catch-up lately. It just means which circle you're headed for. Right. Izuku nodded slowly. And by circle, you mean? Seriously? She scoffed. I know Christianity's not doing so hot anymore, but I still thought pretty much everyone knew how hell was divided. What? Sorry, I've been kind of off today. Where am I, again? Fair, I guess dying can be pretty traumatic. She nodded in acknowledgement, casually sipping from a canned drink on the desk, while delivering news Izuku thought sounded just a tad more important than her tone betrayed. Well, sorry to break it to you, but you're in hell. She said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Currently sat in my office, situated in a lovely spot just outside the swamps of suffering in the 3rd circle of gluttony. No. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose as he tried to get his deteriorating thoughts together. No, this is just some bad dream, right? Or maybe this is some UA hazing thing. Nope, sorry. She shook her head apologetically. Welcome to hell. But that's just. He had to suppress a chuckle at the insanity of what she was saying. That's just not possible. I mean, hell's not. I mean, the afterlife. It's... Well, he tried to mumble an explanation for why it was impossible that he was here. The woman casually got up and strolled over to a closed window, quickly pulling the curtains to reveal their surroundings. Izuku's silence was as sudden as it was absolute. Outside lay an icy wasteland of grey-purple slush, with hues too disgustingly alien to be anything in Japan. Nay, Earth. Half-frozen chunks of the landscape spile continued to pitter-patter down from a hazy sky, while a veritable legion of unclothed husks groggily crawled through the dreck. Tall, impossible spires of mush towered over an otherwise flat wasteland into parts unknown, their contents slowly spilling and dripping out to add to the wastes. "I'm dead," Izuku all but whispered. "Afraid so." The woman closed the blinds and headed back towards the desk, but Izuku was too busy trawling through his memories to pay her any mind. What was the last thing that happened? Had he died in his sleep? He had been so excited for the heroes and villains exercise. Wait, we weren't told what the exercise would be. And like that, the mental path to his final day was revealed, when he strained to follow to its conclusion. I was on the heroes team with Uraraka. I was against Iida and Kakin. We went in to find the bomb, and Kakin attacked us. I told Uraraka to go on and find the bomb while I engaged Kakin. We were fighting. I had the edge because I'd studied his fighting style, but then he used something. The bracers. His eyes lit up in remembrance. He had bracers made that could store his built-up explosive sweat. He was pulling the pin, but All Might told him not to because it was too dangerous. He did it anyway, saying I'd be fine so long as I dodged, and The realization hit him like another explosion, knocking out all of his energy. I didn't dodge. Huh? The woman glanced up, apparently having pulled out a book at some point, while Izuku was remembering how pathetically he died. Sorry, you say something. Nothing important. He stated dejectedly. I was given such a great opportunity. And I didn't even survive to the end of the first lesson. His head hung low at the thought. I'll take your word on that, she replied cautiously. On the bright side, I'm leaning towards giving you a pretty light sentence looking through this. She gestured towards the book that was probably important. Unlike me. Probably limbo. Can't really justify any worse. So far this looks more like a virtue compilation. The only thing I can find that's bad at all is the fact that you spent your life turning a blind eye to bullying, even justifying the bullying to glorify the bully. But seeing as they were bullying you, it's not really anything to punish you over. Another few moments passed as she continued reading the book. Izuku absent-mindedly noted that she was brushing her hand over the book, and that the letters seemed raised. Ah! She exclaimed as if in triumph. Here we go. For taking upon the burden of all, and falling before bequeathing the torch to a worthy successor, Izuku Midoriya has doomed the future, committing the ultimate sin in his betrayal of humanity. For this, he is to be imprisoned within the empty void of Judeka, his mind to be broken by eternal nothingness, his body shattered and scattered in the confines of ice, She paused, rereading the final passage in disbelief. His soul erased by the tremendous echoes of which she proved unworthy. As she finished the description, neither one spoke. Izuku from the weight of the passage contents, and her from. Are you fucking serious? Confused rage, apparently. You're only 16 years old and you're supposed to be given hell's worst punishment, the shit reserved for once-in-a-century monsters because you, died too young. Well, it's some victim-blaming bullshit is what it is. She leapt up from her seat and tore off her aviators, revealing clouded grey eyes that Izuku quickly realized left her blind. And you've got, the purest soul I've seen in a millennia. Nah, screw this, I'm getting Lucy on the phone. Look, Miss, Justice. She provided. Miss Justice. Just Justice. She insisted. J. Justice. Izuku eventually managed. I'm really grateful for your offer, but I don't think it's worth it. What are you talking about? She asked incredulously. What's not worth it? Me. He answered firmly. If what she'd said was true, if his death meant that One for All's power was lost, and with it the future symbol of hope. If his moronic pursuit of a childish delusion would end up causing who knows how much pain and suffering. That sounds like a once-in-a-century monster to me. Look, I realize you must have had a hard time and all, but no, it's hard to explain. But despite it he tried anyway. He explained his childhood dream, his chance encounter with his idol, the unbelievable gift he was eventually given, and the amazing opportunity it led him to. And how he squandered it all. Yeah, I'm still not seeing how that lands you anywhere other than limbo at the worst. Maybe Sloth has an argument, but with all the training you needed that'd be a serious stretch. She eventually answered. Well, if the power is lost with me, then there won't be the next All Might too. Izuku. She either didn't notice or ignored his flustered reaction to her using his first name. The place you've been assigned is the absolute worst of the worst. You're going to the same place as the kind of people who don't just kick puppies for fun, but kidnap the puppy from a loving home, put it in a torture machine to raise a murderous hound, then throw the hound live puppies, and take bets on which one will be eaten first. They treat Geneva Convention war crimes as a checklist and effortlessly break the record for individual, necessitating additional addendums to said list while they're at it. I think I get it. He interrupted nervously. But if my arrogance means that, I don't think that word means what you think it means. If my actions deprive people of hope, then, well, I dread what a future without a hero like All Might would look like. A surprising amount of alien invasions, zombie apocalypses and communist catgirl uprisings. Justice provided. Anyway, the point is that if my death, something he was still having trouble acknowledging, has caused all this, and it can't be undone, then, he paused at the thought. An idea hit him, but he was skeptical it was even an idea so much as a vain hope. Can it? He asked absent-mindedly. Sorry, can it be undone? The loss of one for all. I mean. Justice rubbed the back of her neck. If you're asking if you can reverse death, then. No, nothing like that. He quickly replied. Is there any way I can go back? I mean, as a spirit or something. It wouldn't have to be for long, but passing on one for all needs a sample of the previous user's DNA. And as All Might never lost his power to tongue manner anyone, I'm guessing it also needs to be done willingly. So if I can just give a sample of DNA and permit the transfer, I guess, then I could return the power to All Might. I could do it. He nodded in determination. If I could go back, even for a day or just a few hours, I could give the power back and put things right. Justice grinned mischievously. Already planning out your redemption, eh? Oh, no. Izuku tried to wave off her statement. I don't mind what happens to me, but if my death is going to hurt other people, then I have to do something. Wow, you even said that with a straight face. And your soul is so bright. She winced and put her aviators back on before adopting a sly grin. Well, if you're so determined and all, then maybe I could pull some strings. Really? Izuku leapt up. Thank you so. But that would mean making a deal with me. Her grin slowly changed from sly to scheming. A demon. She gestured towards her white horns. Which, as I'm sure you know, I'll do it, eh? Her expression shifted to plain startled. No matter what it takes, if I can do it, then I will. No, even if I can't. Whoa, slow down. She waved her hands back and forth. Are you sure you don't want to even listen to the terms or anything first? It doesn't matter. He replied resolutely. If there's anything I can do to help set this right, then even if I have to sell my soul to a demon, then I'll do it. Justice ripped her aviators off again and began rubbing at her eyes. The glasses. They do nothing. Sorry. He was starting to gather that her visual blindness was compensated for in other ways. If there's anything I can do to help, then would you stop trying to help for a sec? It hurts. After staying quiet for a minute for Justice to regain her senses, she eventually continued. Okay, that's gonna take a while to get used to. Ahem. She cleared her throat before adopting a more regal posture and tone, her aviators removed, and her eyes somehow focused squarely on his. To you, Izuku Midoriya, I offer you my aid. I shall assist you in reaching to the land of the living, through the circles of hell and through the silent sea, so that you may impart the power of one for all unto a mortal of your choosing. In exchange, you shall then return to hell, with me, and accept whatever fate I so choose for you and your immortal soul. She reached out a hand, tilting her head to pronounce her horns, while turning slightly to reveal a devil's tail. Do you accept my offer? She barely even finished the question before Izuku met her hand with his determination pushing all usual doubt far from his mind. I accept. Her grin widened. Then let's go save the world. Izuku had thought that making a deal with a demon would make leaving hell easy. He thought the difficulty in their quest would be from tracking down his mentor, from passing on a power that had previously only been passed on by users who A. had already mastered said power and B. were still alive, from avoiding issues of a dead soul traversing the land of the living. Looking back, he'd more or less sold his soul to do something which implicitly depended upon leaving hell, so he thought that, if nothing else, at least that step would be a given. Watch your step. Justice's warning came a moment too late, and Izuku found his shoe sinking into yet another puddle of half-liquid slush, the grey goo almost indistinguishable from the more solid ground. Black. Pulling his foot out, it was an effort not to retch at the smell of rotten food, mixed with a sweet aroma that created something indescribably putrid. As he waved his leg to try and shake off some of the gritty gel mixture, one thing was coming into sharp focus. Izuku had thought wrong. Yeah, I'd offer to slow down, but I don't think it'd make much difference around here. Better to make it out quickly, right? Izuku simply nodded at the statement. Just watch out that you don't end up under one of those. Justice gestured to one of the ruinous spires in the distance, the only structures of note amongst the wasteland crawling with bloated corpses. As she did, the spire's side began to give from the weight of ceaseless raining slurry piling up. The fall caused a chain reaction of landslides, and soon the entire structure began to collapse. If you end up under one of those, you're pretty much done for. Right. Izuku agreed with the assessment. Being trapped under a veritable mountain of refuse probably didn't lend itself well to breathing, or not having crushed bones, or generally living. Hey, wait. He stopped walking in a moment of a realization. I can die. Well, yeah. Justice answered plainly. It's kinda what humans do. No, I mean, I already died, didn't I? So what happens if I die here? Do I go to, I dunno, hell, or... Ah, I get you. She nodded before continuing on, gesturing for him to follow. Basically, if you die down here you end up in your designated region. For most residents here that just means they can't die, cause they're where they're supposed to be. But for you, I'd wake up in the deepest circles of hell. Bingo. She casually confirmed his grim statement, even emphasizing the idea with finger guns. Suddenly the indecipherable ground of slush, any part of which could hide a lake of unswimmable bile that would spell his permanent doom, began to look less unpleasant nuisance and more cripplingly terrifying. And you can't, say, teleport us back to Earth, or something. Izuku, how many demons did you see popping into existence back when you were alive? I mean, that I know. No. Her response was equal parts firm and good-natured, apparently amused at his sudden concern for the world being full of demons hidden as heteromorphic quirk owners. I can't just teleport us back to Earth or something. You're lucky I can even get us through the gates. Only primordial demons can open them, and there's only a few of us left. And one of them is, unavailable. She quickly shook off the thought, along with an expression paradoxically caught somewhere between a grin and a cringe. Best I could do is summoning a portal to the gates of hell. Izuku lit up. That sounds good. Which would set off a bunch of alarms, which'll mean we'll be greeted by someone checking what's going on. They'll realize what we're doing. The forces of hell will descend and almost certainly overpower us. You'll be sent to endure your sentence, and I'll probably be chained to desk duty for a few decades or so for gross insubordination. She finished her frankly terrifying summary. But I mean if you really want to go for it I could. Nope. No, that's fine. This way is more scenic, right? He quickly waved off the idea, liking his chances better with a disgusting bog than an army of literal demons. Good call. She nodded over her shoulder before rubbing her wrists. Shackles start to ache after a few years. Just make sure to stick behind me and you won't hit anything too bad. Izuku began to follow in her footsteps religiously. After hours of trekking through the freezing wastes, Izuku's stamina was starting to flag. The damaged remains of his prototype hero uniform weren't exactly designed to handle an endless expanse of freezing sludge, constantly raining down, while simultaneously squishing beneath his feet, and he found his concentration regularly lapsing. Miss Justice. Ugh. The demon groaned. How many times do I have to tell you? It's just justice. Don't let these white horns fool you. I'm still a demon in my prime. Right, sorry. He assumed horn pigment meant something, and was quite interested in learning about the literal afterlife straight from the demon's mouth, but had more pressing concerns right now. I was just wondering how much longer we have to go. Don't worry, we're probably at least, like, a third done. A third. 20%, minimum. Justice assured him. You know, of this circle. Right. Of course there's more. But don't worry, lust isn't nearly this bad. The first step's always the hardest, right? Right. He didn't even have the energy to question the name anymore. Instead he focused his energy into trekking on, never straying from the path justice led. If I can just make it out of here, I can make everything right. I just have to keep going. He raised his head to try and better absorb his surroundings once again. It's what a hero would do. It's what All Might would do. I just have to keep. Wait. What? A small glimmer caught the corner of his eye. Something shiny buried in the sludge just up ahead. It wasn't far from the path Justice was walking, so he reached down from their route to try and get a better look at the object. Once he pulled it out, it brushed off some of the muck. He realized that he recognized it. Is this? His eyes widened in realization. It's a limited edition Proto-Silver Age All Might figure. They stopped making these before I was even born. For as long as he could remember, this had been a figure he'd kept an eye out for, but the brief run coupled with its age meant there were few left in the world. Those that existed went for hundreds of thousands of yen. Nothing like what he could afford. And this? He leant down after noticing something else buried deeper in the sludge. It's the collector's edition of his third-generation hero card. Only a couple hundred of these were printed before the manufacturers went out of business, and the production rights got caught in IP hell. Kneeling down, he found yet more items buried that caught his eye. Photocopies of design ideas for his young age costume, America-exclusive merchandise, an old Ovis starring All Might that was recalled for giving children seizures. There's so much. How's there so much here? If I looked all my life I'd be lucky to find half of. Hey. A vaguely familiar female voice threatened to rouse Izuku from his incredible findings, but he spotted an authentic scale model of All Might's old. Hey, snap out of it. A hand forcefully grabbed one of Izuku's new treasures, whereupon it turned to mush. Wait, no, that's... He blinked hard several times, trying to wake himself up from what felt like a dream. The supposed treasures wavered in front of him like a mirage. As he came to, he realized he'd gotten onto his hands and knees, and filling his hands and pockets were back. He quickly shook the freezing, putrid slush from his skin, and tried to empty everything he'd collected onto the ground. What was? Oh, thank goodness, thought I'd lost you for a second there. Justice sighed in relief. What happened? Same thing that's happening to all of them. She gestured to the husks around them, facsimiles of bloated corpses crawling through the freezing tundra, devouring any sludge in their wake. You mean, you really think they'd be eating if they could see what it really was? She asked incredulously. Nua. Curse of gluttony. The circle wears at your perception of reality, makes you see your deepest desires in this fanciful toilet of a landscape. I didn't even know they were people. They were deformed grey masses which barely resembled anything bipedal, let alone human. He thought they were lost spirits, or strange denizens of hell, or some other ethereal concept he could scarcely imagine. To think they were humans. But, then, shouldn't we help them? Nope. But it's... no. But we could. No. Growing frustrated with Justice's adversarial attitude, Izuku stomped over to the nearest person he could find. As his demon guide didn't stop him, he tried to pull the person up as gently as he could, and free them from the delusion. Hey. Snap out of it. This isn't real. He grabbed some of the ground they were eating and waved it in front of their face. See? It's all just an illusion. But, it's... The person groaned before shaking Izuku off and face planting back into the muck. Sho. Tashti. Their words were muffled by the ground, but still audible. He continued to try, and when the first person wasn't receptive, he tried another. And another, and another, then a few more, plus a more fair distance away, then another one. Only to meet the same results. Sho. Good. The latest person groaned after he released them. Is the illusion stronger if you're here? He asked aimlessly. Or maybe it has to do with them being assigned here, so it's stronger on them. Maybe it's a combination, or maybe at this point their psyches just can't take the strain so they have to buy into the delusio and risk madness, or maybe they think I'm a demon here to trick them. Some nice ideas. Ah. Justice's sudden remark at Izuku's side caught him off guard. Sorry, I know I can ramble a lot. Hey, it's fine. She waved off his concerns. But you're wrong. The effect's actually weaker for people assigned here. Trespassers get it harder as a sort of natural defense. Then why? Because they don't want to leave. She answered plainly. These aren't selflessly altruistic heroes, or seekers of the truth, or even just decent enough people. If they were, they wouldn't be here. They'd be. She gestured upwards. These are people whose desires have consumed them, who don't want for anything, but to have their hungers satiated. But that's... Izuku shook his head in disbelief. People are punished for eternity for liking food a bit too much. Not just food, basically obsession with material goods. There's a lot of crossover with greed. Hence it's the circle just below us. Still. He looked over the vast expanse, the place he'd started to truly hate after just a few hours being here. This is what's in store if you like. Stuff a bit too much. Justice tilted her hand left and right. More like, you were gorging yourself while there were starving children next to you. But isn't everyone kind of passively implicit in? And you were also lobbying against anti-poverty measures or something. Think, like, we can't build a new orphanage in that field. It's used for grazing cows. The price of my filet mignon'd go up a fraction of a %. She finished her impression. Having an extra Big Mac or something isn't gonna get you sent down here, don't worry. Okay. He looked over the fields again carefully, still feeling that no one could deserve a fate like this. And think of it this way. You could try and fight hell itself for some assholes you've never met, or we can go fix your power problem, and give literal heroes a decent chance of stopping the end of the world as we know it. I guess. Izuku nodded. He still couldn't agree with this, but the fact remained that there were much more pressing matters at hand. Matters that he was responsible for. And he still barely understood the situation he was even in. Yeah. He sighed. Okay. Let's go. But Izuku's spirit renewed. They continued on, but the second wind only lasted for about an hour, before his legs once again began to feel shaky. The biting cold was seeping in and the oppressive atmosphere slowly but ceaselessly eating at his consciousness. He was starting to feel as if he were constantly being watched, as if there were some unseen predator on the edge of his senses stalking him. Yet whenever he looked, there was nothing there, naught but an uneasy feeling, and the smallest of movements inspired shadows, the latter of which was probably just paranoia at work. Hey Justice. Sup. Her carefree tone implied this was a human-only problem. You said that the whole illusion thing was a sort of natural defense, right? Good memory. Oh, thanks. He'd probably be blushing at the praise if his cheeks had any heat left in them. But that is, I was just wondering. Does that mean there's any artificial defenses? Artificial. She repeated the word absent-mindedly as she considered it. No, not really. Some circles have demons actively dishing out punishments, but that's not the case here. Oh, okay. Well, the news was a relief. He still couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there. Only thing I can really think of would be Cerberus. Cerberus. Izuku blinked. As in, like, a hound of hell. The Hound of Hell. She corrected. Right. Of course. He'd laugh ruefully if he had the energy. You doing okay, buddy? She glanced back at him for confirmation. Of course. He answered nervously, unaware that his glances around had become just slightly more frantic. Don't worry, her rep's pretty bad, but overall she's a good girl. That's good. Don't call her that though, or she'll rip your soul straight out of your shell. That's less good, he muttered optimistically. With the sole exception of the kind demon in front of him, he was beginning to think everything here was almost designed to make him suffer. He then remembered where he was. A realm designed to make humans suffer. Seriously, don't worry. You're about as non-threatening as is humanly possible. If we run into anyone, just let me do the talking and you'll be fine. She glanced back to give a carefree and reassuring grin. Right. He nodded vigorously. Thank you. Don't mention it. No, I mean, thank you for helping me. He was still unsure of how a lot of this worked, and considering the cold, the exhaustion, the dying, and so on, his thoughts weren't exactly running at peak efficiency, but it was still obvious that she'd get in a lot of trouble for helping him like this. I guess that a demon's sense of time is different than mine, but even so, the prospect of being literally chained to your work for decades can be appealing. I really appreciate it. Sincerely, I mean. Hey, don't go all sappy on me. She tried to brush off his thanks and continue on. Honestly, it's nice to finally have someone appeal their sentence for a decent reason. She heaved a heavy sigh. I mean seriously, you think mortals would at least have the self-awareness to realize they're terrible people once they finally bite it, but no, they have to waste my time pretending they belong somewhere else. Are bribes really so bad? I needed that yacht. You don't understand. That bitch deserved it. How could I know abusing my whole family for years would create one of the world's most dangerous supervillains? Wah. How long ago was that last one? Huh. Her attention snapped back to him. Oh, I dunno. Few decades, maybe a century or so. You kinda lose track. Why do I have this horrible feeling it's more recent? But someone who was genuinely trying to do the right thing. She breathed out a light laugh. Don't see many of you around here. Thank you, but... Well, it was true that he wanted to do the right thing. Really, he was just trying to fulfill his own dream. To be a hero and help others like his idol. There were probably a lot of people more qualified than me. Heck, you could pick a hero course student at random, and they'd probably be a better choice. So why would he pick me? Before he could articulate a full response, Izuku was suddenly hurled to the ground by an unknown force. Before he could collect himself, his vision was filled by slush, his body stuck in the squelchy surface, and his arms half buried in the ground. Before he could try to pull his arms out, fear of a disgustingly suffocating fate overtaking any other thought, he felt a hard weight press against his back. Is that a? It feels kinda like a person. You. A hand pulled Izuku's face out of the ground, and suddenly he was face to face with another girl with white hair and dressed in formal wear. This one was a few inches shorter than Justice. More in line with Izuku's own height, and sporting a properly worn waistcoat as opposed to Justice's lackadaisically worn jacket. Redder eyes in place of grey ones, and in place of horns, appeared to be a pair of dog ears. What are you doing stalking Justice, mortal? The last word was accompanied by a growl that revealed a pair of canine fangs and supernaturally sharp teeth. Okay, mortal, you're probably a demon and one who thinks I'm some weirdo following Justice around for no reason, and she looks really angry and holy whoa she has sharp teeth. Is she going to eat me? Do demons do that or? Hey, Cerberus, chill. He could vaguely hear Justice's voice accompanied by the squelching of shoes plodding over to him. He's with me. I was just taking him up to, Limbo? Yeah. At her words the girl's demeanor shifted completely, her predatory fangs changing to normal teeth, her face going from angry to almost innocent looking within an instant. Really? Another voice that seemed identical to the girl's. Cerberus's. Asked from somewhere outside Izuku's vision. Yeah, there was a mix-up in the sorting process, so I was just escorting him there. The girl's eyes shifted from Justice back to Izuku, now lacking the hostility. Yeah. He realized telling the truth here probably wasn't a good idea. We were, Libra. Limbo. Cerberus corrected. Right. Limbo. Yes. There. He smiled awkwardly. That's where we're going. Definitely. He didn't need to look around to know the loud groan came from Justice. Despite his atrocious acting, Cerberus still apparently bought their excuse. Or at least she didn't care to comment otherwise, standing up and pulling Izuku out of the ground effortlessly. He proceeded to try and brush off as much of the slush on him that he could while looking around, now that the imminent threat to his afterlife was appeased. He found that two other girls had arrived, both identical to Cerberus in appearance and, if their conversation was any indication, voice. Wait, so a total of 3 identical demons, and one is called Cerberus, the hellhound with 3 heads. It didn't take a genius to form a conclusion. So, are they, like, triplets? Or is it more? They share senses. Can they fuse together, or something? Are there more of them? Why didn't you just form a gate? One of the Cerberuses asked. Because then I'd have to go through inter-circle customs, and complete a load of paperwork, and I'd probably have to brief Lucy on the issue in detail. This just seemed easier. Plus, it's nice to get out every few years. She shrugged nonchalantly before turning around and gesturing for Izuku to follow, something he was all too happy to do. Ack. Until a sharp pain flared in his leg and he fell to the floor once again. Looking down, he could see the painful part of his leg through tatters in his costume, and it was coated in a thin layer of frost. I guess it's colder than I thought. Hey, what's wrong? Soon Justice was crouched beside him to investigate. Well, you said that he's a human that doesn't belong here, right? Cerberus checked. That means he doesn't have the natural resistance to the cold most mortal sinners here are given. Another Cerberus explained. His shell looks like it's about 10 minutes or so from breaking. The third Cerberus finished. What? Justice exclaimed. And you didn't feel anything? Well, I knew it was cold, but why didn't you say something? Izuku sighed. I just didn't want to bother you. Not after you've gone out of your way to help me. Damn it. Justice looked away for a moment and winced slightly. Whether his soul was painful to look at from such a distance or something else, Izuku didn't know. Well, if you freeze now, that'll bother me. Oh, I can help. Cerberus offered. Before either of them could respond, the first Cerberus began to crouch down and... Is she... growing? Before Izuku's eyes the girl began to shift in size to at least 3 meters in length. At the same time, her clothes dissolved into a dark red fur, while her skin began to take on the same tint, her hands and toes coming through gloves and boots with only 4 digits that were each tipped by claws, her black arrow-tipped tail lengthening and expanding with the same fur as the rest. But what stuck out the most was her face. Her nose grew longer, the tip adopting a black hue, and the surroundings stretched accordingly. Her jaw receded and mouth grew larger, while her eyes changed dramatically, the redder eyes consuming the whites and pupils both, while their intensity grew to the point of her eyes practically glowing. Hellhound. Izuku whispered before swallowing nervously. Right. At his words the beast turned his way, its piercing eyes gazing directly upon his soul. Oh no, it hurt me. What am I gonna do? Do I apologize? Or do I just pray at this point? Oh, I remember hearing that animals expose their stomachs when surrendering. Should I do that or... While Izuku prepared for the worst, the beast instead walked past before turning around to circle him, soon crouching around him until he was practically engulfed in its fur. It's... warm. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but appreciate the first bout of heat he'd found since starting out in this horrendous wasteland. Death by hellhound mauling may sound worse than hypothermia. But he was really cold. Arf. Cerberus. The hound. The hound Cerberus decided that warm wasn't enough, however, and proceeded to breathe fire directly in front of him. Okay. Yep. That's toasty. I'm fine. Thank you. He fumbled for what to even say. Well, looks like that problem's sorted. He could almost hear the relief in Justice's voice. Let us know when you've warmed up and we'll head out. Oh, I don't want to bother Miss Cerber. That wasn't a request. Her voice hardened slightly. Relax, warm up, we'll keep going soon. Izuku couldn't find the strength to argue. He was cold, tired, emotionally spent, and now comfortable against Cerberus's surprisingly soft and extremely fluffy fur, a smile forming despite himself. I always wanted a dog. Why do mortals have to be so damn fragile? Justice sighed at the thought, extremely relieved that Cerberus's warmth was proving enough to defrost her green-haired icicle of a companion. Watching him die after trudging through this mess just sounded depressing. Bad enough we have to walk so slowly despite only having so much time till someone figures out I've ditched work. Now I've got to worry about him freezing without even noticing. Clearly Izuku was having trouble adapting to the lack of a physical body, one without pain receptors and a heartbeat and flesh and all that jazz. Even though he was more or less just as susceptible to the elements, the shell his soul was projecting was still adjusting to his surroundings. And I brought him out here about 5 minutes after it materialized. She clicked her tongue. Yeah, guess that one's on me. What was that? Nothing. She replied to the 2 questioning Cerberus bodies, while waving off the inquisitive look her dog-form face was giving her. Just thinking how we can make up for the lost time. I'm ready to go if... No. Stay. One of Cerberus's human bodies went over to keep the overeager mortal in place. Does he have a death wish or some? Wait, yep, he does. You know, it'd be a lot faster to just make a gate up to where you're going. And explain how I tried to skirt regs and nearly got a recently deceased soul iced. Nah, I'm good. At this point she was basically committed to lying, as hard as Izuku had tried to ruin it with his complete inability to do so. In spite of her and Cerberus being on pretty good terms, she wasn't willing to risk the possibility of her running off to Lucy. Or worse. Even if she didn't, she's almost as bad as lying as he is, so it's a lose-lose. Why do you even care? Just leave him to get sorted like everyone else. You do realize I can still hear you. SHHHH. The human Cerberus near him put a gloved hand to his lips. He got misclassified pretty bad. A dash of the truth would probably be the easiest way to go. Thrown down here for some desires he's had since he was a kid. So, if you could see his soul, you'd know putting him down here would just cause more of a headache in the long term. For Justice to even look directly at him now was the equivalent of trying to stare into a blaring light in a dark room. And whenever he went off about selflessness or heroism or some other naive nonsense, it escalated to staring at the sun. Cerberus pouted while her dog form turned its head to sniff at Izuku. For a moment Justice was worried he'd freak, but he seemed to take it in stride, even chuckling a bit at the motion. It even seemed like the chuckling wasn't in terror. Yes, he's a dog person. Whoa. The Saberi held their noses. That's wrong. Oh, sorry, I haven't showered since I got here. No, it's your soul. Are you sure he's a human? He smells more like a cinnamon roll. No, a whole bakery compressed into human form. Please don't call me a cinnamon roll. Izuku groaned. Is he? Justice answered. You really want that down here? I mean, one Cerberus trailed off. It's kinda nice. Rough. The Hound Cerberus agreed. The putrefaction smells good and all, but you kinda get tired of it after a while. Now that was a thought Justice could get behind. An office with a view over the wastelands with her old job of judging sinners sounded like a great alternative to the baking gig. Until she'd been doing the same thing for 200 years playing catch-up with little to no holiday. After that even a stunning landscape like this started to look like just another view. Wait. Izuku spoke up. How long have you all been here, exactly? A while. A long time. Cerberus's hound form nodded to emphasize their point. Like, years. Decades. Centuries. How old are the Abrahamic religions at this point? Justice queried. That'd give a decent estimate at least. Wait, what? Oh, come on, you must have heard of those. First he doesn't know hell's made of circles, and now this. What are they teaching mortals these days? She blinked. Damn, I sound old. Well, yes, but isn't that at least 3,000 years? Feels like 4 to be honest. Justice stretched to try and loosen up, reminded of aching muscles worsened by gluttony's weather. Now there's something she missed about the fire and brimstone. Decent heating. But that's... Izuku blinked several times and took a number of deep breaths. Mortals have the weirdest hang-ups about age. It was an odd fixation they seemed to have that Justice would never understand. The cultural difference probably wasn't helped by the radically different upbringing demons tended to have, and definitely not helped when considering her own childhood. And for all that time you've lived. He looked around the wastes. Here. Yep. That's right. Rough. I've kinda been all over the place. Justice shrugged. Why do you ask? I mean, don't you ever get, I dunno, holiday time? Justice shook her head. Days off. Another shake. Minimum wage. Labor laws. What are those? Are they tasty? Izuku simply hung his head in despair. There was one time we all went up to the mortal world a few centuries ago. Justice recalled. That was pretty fun. Oh yeah. Pancakes. Suddenly all 3 Saberi started drooling. Well, maybe you could come with us. Izuku suggested before Justice managed a subtle glare at him. That is, to Limbo, I mean. A change of scenery. You know, for a bit. Oh, I bet Cerberus has got a lot of. Sure. Sounds fun. Arf. Oh. Both human Saberi clapped. We can say hi to Monica. And Melinda. And Judgment. Hound Cerberus whined weakly while the other two deflated at the thought. Actually. Justice rubbed the back of her neck. I think we should probably try and avoid Judgment. No way she'd be okay with bending the rules like this. Damn goody two-shoes. That sounds good. No Judgment sounds great. Arf. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Without warning, Hound Cerberus grabbed Izuku by his collar with her teeth to fling him onto her back. From the look on his face during the experience, he'd probably be experiencing a heart attack if he still had one. One of the human Saberi jumped up on her hound form's back and joined Izuku to make sure he hung on tight, not falling off and not getting cold. Guess not, if his blushing is anything to go by. Want a lift? Sure, why not? Justice sighed in response. Bringing more demons onto their little hull trip wasn't ideal, but Cerberus's speed was no joke, and she had no idea how she'd keep Izuku warm enough without the hound's fur. I'm sure we can find something in Limbo to distract her while we leave. She smiled wryly at the idea their resident hellhound could easily be ditched. What could possibly go wrong? Traversing the icy tundra by hellhounds soon proved to be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it provided speed and warmth, meaning Izuku could reach the end both quickly and without losing any limbs to frostbite. A definite plus. On the other. You okay? Yep. Fine. The third and only human Cerberus asked from behind Izuku, holding on to him to help keep him from falling off as the hound Cerberus carrying them bounded along. Right behind him. Extremely closely. You sure? I didn't think humans were supposed to be that red. The concern only made the embarrassment worse. Yep. fine. Totally normal. Really. Humans are so interesting. And now I'm giving her weird ideas. He buried his face into the fur in front of him, only to remember that said fur still technically belonged to the girl behind him. Focus on something else. Anything else. So, what did you want that got you sent down here? Anything but that. Oh, that's... well, that's... you know. He swallowed audibly. Stuff. He screeched internally at how badly he was doing. Stuff. Yeah. You know. Stuff. If there was any surface nearby other than the person hound generously giving him a lift, he'd be slamming his head through it. Oh, right. Cerberus nodded hurriedly. That makes sense. Everyone loves stuff. Arf. Dog Cerberus barked in approval. How did that work? Well, good thing you ran into justice, then. Why yeah. Izuku was eager to pick a safer topic. The girl I met first seemed kinda. What's a nice word for thinks even looking at me is too much effort. Focus. Met first. He gave a brief description of the curly-haired glasses-wearing demon. Oh. Yeah, Monica gets kinda grouchy without any coffee, and she's been out the last few decades. Oh, okay. He knew of a number of adult humans, that acted half asleep until they had some caffeine. Wait, did Izawa-sensei ever have a morning cup? He blinked and thought. That would explain a lot. So, if she'd had some caffeine, then she'd have been more than happy to skin you alive for questioning her judgment. Cerberus happily provided. Why is hell like this? At this point he was beginning to think running into justice was literal divine intervention. Oh, we're here. Cerberus nodded forwards. Looking ahead, Izuku couldn't make out anything of note, but soon realized that was unusual in itself. He couldn't see any more of the unnerving spires further on, and as they continued onwards, the horrendous slush hail began to thin. Soon, he realized the ground was becoming more compact and icy, until it gradually transitioned into something more akin to a frozen lake than the polluted snowy mess. The lake looks more unsettlingly black than I'd like, but still. It was progress. And finally, soon after the lake started, a deep fog began to set in. Not clogged with bile or an unsettling miasma, but simply an extremely thick fog. Hopefully the fog doesn't want to eat my soul or anything. Hey, record time. He heard Justice exclaim from nearby. Yo, Izuku, all Cerberus. She walked up to the side to help him down from the tall mount. We've got to do this last part on foot. Last part. He echoed while dismounting Cerberus. Lake of Temptation. She stated simply. Which means? He asked nervously for clarification. Maybe it meant easy passing, or you made it. Lake of Temptation. Of course. His still confused and mildly perturbed look conveyed the fact that the translation really didn't help much. It's a sort of test separating gluttony and lust. You want to get from there to here, it's a short walk. You want to get out, well. She smiled nervously. It ups gluttony's hallucination defense through the roof, across the sky, and breaks the atmosphere. She gestured to the dense fog. Plus, makes it almost impossible to see more than a couple of meters in front of you at best, and does something similar to your other senses. And it's an ice lake, which means if you take a wrong step, then... crack. Cerberus mimed falling through the ice. Sploosh. Struggling in the water. Ach-ka-ka, drowning. I can swim. Izuku pointed out. In an inferno mix of water, oil, excrement. Why is hell like this? He sighed. We used to have block puzzles instead. She offhandedly mentioned while scanning the fog with her aviator's rays, likely trying to puzzle out the best path to take. Trust me, this is less painful. I like block puzzles. Block puzzles with demons, floor spikes, and a system to claim your soul, should you go over the move limit. Never mind. Alright. Adjusting her aviators, Justice turned to face him and wrangled the three Cerberus to pay attention as well. Cerberus and I can get through no problem, but you need to stay focused on what will get you through temptation. You need to focus on what's important to you. She looked him in the eye, unable to state the obvious with the extra DEMONS. Present. Right. Okay. I need to get back to the surface. I need to give my power back to All Might and set this right. I need to set this right. He nodded to himself in resolve. That's what matters. That's all that matters right now. Thinking about anything else opened up a whole world of issues. How out of his depth he was, how bad things could get if he failed, what would happen to him if he failed, what would happen to him if he succeeded, everyone he'd left behind. Getting to All Might is all that matters right now. He shook off the errant thoughts and nodded to Justice, making it clear that he was ready to go. His goal was set, and nothing else would distract him. No matter what, just keep walking straight on and you'll be fine. In the end, Justice led the way, holding Izuku by the hand while Cerberus followed suit. In spite of the fact it was logically the best way to stop him from getting lost as long as possible, he could still feel the slightest amount of heat in his cheeks. Regardless, he pushed on, focused on what was important. After venturing into the fog, it was soon clear Justice hadn't exaggerated. If anything, she'd sold it short. Despite holding their hands, Izuku had trouble even making out their forms in anything beyond a silhouette. With his sight gone, he tried to fall back on hearing, but soon their footfalls on the ice turned from a notable click-click-crack-crick into the numbest of vibrations through the air. Trying to use smell was a dead end, thanks to the strong scent of cremated meat permeating the air, and the moment he was tasting anything was the moment. A lack of senses was the least of his worries. With all else failing, he fell back to touch, focused on the guiding hand of justice piercing through void, and leading him to what mattered. Soon, however, he began to hear whispers in the air. At first the sound of light wind, which slowly morphed into familiar voices. Midoriya. Who's that? The combined voices of his childhood classmates reminded him of how forgettable he was. Thanks for the help, but they had people on standby, so to be honest, you just made me overuse my quirk. One of the only people he'd had a decent conversation with after the incident a year ago pointed out that even when he tried to help, all he did was make things worse. My career, my husband, my life. I had to give it all up to look after you. He realized that the only person who'd ever cared for him did so at huge personal cost. You can't do anything right. The gravelly voice taunted him, one that had persisted for as long as he could remember. You couldn't ever stand on my level. You couldn't even survive me. You can't fool anyone. You're just a worthless Deku. That's... He slowed down, losing the will to go on. That's not what matters. He weakly shook off the thoughts, focusing instead on what was important. All that matters is getting out, giving one for all back. No one else matters. I don't matter. The only person that matters is young Midoriya. He froze at the familiar, masculine voice. All might. He tried to look around, only to be met with the familiar thick fog. Young Midoriya. Can you hear me? With no other stimuli, Izuku tried to locate the direction of the voice. All might. What? His head felt hazy, the fog taking its toll. But not enough to forget what he'd been warned of. No, this is just a hallucination. You can't be here, you're... He tried to shake away the thought. You can't be. Yes, about that. The voice of All Might chuckled heartily. Do you have any inkling as to where we are? We're... Izuku paused. You mean you don't know? Precisely. The voice declared. After the... He paused. The incident, I was able to track One for All's power. It's a tad complicated. I barely understand the process myself, to be honest, but the long short of it is that this is but a fragment of my true form. The vestiges of my power. But then, he tried to puzzle out what All Might was claiming. Why would it take so long? When we recovered you, I'd hoped Recovery Girl would be able to save you from the worst, but despite hours upon hours of effort, we tried everything we possibly could. But in the end, the long pause said everything it needed. This was a last-ditch effort. If my vestige fails to recover One for All, everything will be lost. I cannot apologize enough, my boy, but... No, that's... Izuku needed a moment to think. He'd been told by... He felt a speck of pain as he tried to access a memory now obscured. Someone had told him that things here weren't as they seemed. The idea that All Might had this ability, and he chose now to exercise it, was ridiculous. But, what if time isn't as it seems either? In the past, he thought minutes of hours spent watching hero footage, analyzing quirks, reading, playing strategy games, because you just need a few more minutes to get something done, but then something else comes up, and then something else and something else ad infinitum. He thought hours of minutes spent withstanding his friend's quirk practice, the burning heat of his explosions, sending searing pain rippling through his arm and all across his body. If that was all it took to distort the perception of time, then wouldn't death, hypothermia and supernatural fog be given? He thought he'd only been trekking through for a few minutes, but what if it was hours? What if he spent as much time in the hellfog as the rest of hell? And if All Might did have that ability, then he wouldn't use it immediately, right? He'd wait. For Recovery Girl, for hospitals, maybe for specialists he had to send for and took hours, all in the hopes of saving someone. That's what he did. He saved people. And if that's the case... Young Midoriya, I must apologize once more, but I must ask that you hurry to me. Huh. Well, it seems that my leg has broken through the ice, and beneath is indescribable. And pulling. What? I don't think I can make it to you, and if you do not return the power to me. Right. Midoriya quickly tried to locate the direction of All Might's voice, and soon knew which way he needed to go. But something felt amiss. Like this was the easy way out. I made a promise to fix this. Is this really all I need to do? Young Midoriya, I understand that this is a difficult situation. All Might spoke with sympathy. Empathy. Like he could understand the turmoil Midoriya felt. You feel you must correct this mistake by yourself. It's a feeling I know all too well. His tone betrayed pain, loss. You feel that you have erred, and that the hard path is what you must take in order to make it right. But please, believe me when I say, nothing could be further from the truth. You have already dealt with great pain, already paid a great price. You need not suffer anymore. Please, I beg you. The final words were pleading, soft yet almost desperate. Just find me, and give up your power. That's all you need to do. That's... Midoriya paused. He wanted to return the power, to fix his mistake, to ensure his fate wouldn't hurt anyone else. That's all he wanted. If he had to endure pain, suffering, torment, to get there, then so be it. But it wasn't as if he were a masochist. If he could fix everything, right here, right now. I think I can hear where you are. He began pushing in the direction he'd heard the voice. Thank you, young Midoriya. All Might kept talking to help guide him. Offered him apologies for what had happened, commended him for what he was doing, before soon All Might came into view, his leg partially trapped in the ice as he'd said. He was in his muscular form. Probably because of his manifestation as One for All, and smiled at Midoriya with an outstretched hand. You need only take my hand, and it shall be returned. All will be well. Please, just give up One for All. Give up the power I entrusted upon you. Just. Izuku's eyes became almost listless, the relief from giving up his burden, prompting the cold, the exhaustion, the sadness to all wear down at his psyche. Just. Give up. He took All Might's hand. Your decision will ensure all is as it should be. Crack. No sooner had he taken the hand than the ice beneath him began to give way, huge cracks running through the surface in an instant, and snapping him awake. Panicked, he looked at All Might again. His smile had morphed, the smallest of changes taking it from reassuring to unsettling, the shadows under his eyes revealing a single iris, its signature blue glowing a sinister red. You are unworthy. The ice opened, the writhing darkness beneath consumed Izuku. He called out for help in desperation before he fell in, the liquid pulling him down, and quickly filling his emptied lungs with waste. The smell and taste burned as he struggled for air, throwing up the contents of his lungs and then some, only to take in another round. Within moments he was light-headed, within seconds his panic receded to haze as he struggled to stay conscious. I just wanted to. He closed his eyes. I hated in there. Justice looked back at the wall of fog, glad to finally be out of such a numb environment. And he's gone. She hadn't expected Izuku to be able to keep hold of her hand, but she'd been surprised at the fact she'd never noticed his slipping away. Even his horribly bright soul became muted in there, and as she needed to focus on going forward before keeping track of him, it had slipped away. Still, he's determined. Shouldn't be long. I never want to use the lake again. Even paperwork is better. Almost. Interesting smell though. Of course Cerberus came out first. That made sense. She was another demon, guardian of gluttony to boot, so it was only natural she'd make it through faster than immortal. Izuku would bring up the rear any second now. A few seconds passed. Any minute now. A minute passed. Any time now. A startled cry called out from within the fog. Shit. Justice thought for a moment before quickly kicking at the ice beneath her feet. The fog is designed to dull everyone's senses, but the lake is designed to eat away at all. She knew he was gone already, but that didn't mean she wouldn't try. Does it really matter that much? Just leave him to whatever. He smells nice, but isn't this a bit much? She broke through the ice despite Cerberus's protests. That's disgusting. Let's just go say hi to Monica. Even without Cerberus's enhanced sense of smell, Justice had a hard time not throwing up. They clearly didn't cheap out with the lake's contents. Putting a toe in this was the last thing any being, supernatural or otherwise, would ever want to do, let alone going for a swim in this stuff. But I made a deal. I finally found something to do that could actually matter for once. No way I'll let a sea of shit get in the way of that. Diving in was almost enough to make her instantly regret her decision. Demons not needing to breathe in hell didn't shut down their senses of smell and taste, but for the first time in a while she really wished it could. The sensation of swimming through the bile felt akin to pushing through moldy socks fermented in old urine, while stinger-clad nails washed against her skin. It was a struggle to keep going, let alone forcing her eyes open to search for Izuku. She almost wanted to give up. Almost. Okay, come on, bright soul, bright soul, bright soul. There. Spotting a speck of white amidst the dark expanse she plowed forward, pushing the pain and stench out of her mind. After a torturous half-minute she grabbed onto Izuku. His soul still present, but rapidly fading. Her first instinct was to swim to the surface, but that would just leave a fading Izuku in an isolating fog. She needed to get back out of the lake. Might as well get out on the right side. Not exactly an orthodox method, but that concept's been questionable for over a millennia now anyway. After dragging Izuku with her back to the lost side of the lake, she threw him up and out of the soul-crushing fluid, only able to find the hole she'd made earlier, thanks to Cerberus staying put. With her help she pulled herself out of the drac and, after quickly shaking a bulk of it off her arms, ran over to the fading soul. Okay, the form hasn't collapsed. Good, could be worse, but he's not moving, not breathing and... She opened one of his eyes and snapped her finger in front of it. Not responding, so it could definitely be better. Having checked that it wasn't hopeless she began CSR. Cardio-spirituous resuscitation. But every second she tried to restore his being a little more just seemed to slip away, his shell slowly growing more and more translucent. Come on, damn it. I didn't go through all this literal shit for you to just give up on me. she exclaimed between compressions before hound form Cerberus suddenly started licking at Izuku's fading form. What are you? That stuff's leeching off his soul faster than you can restore it. Gotta get it off. Black. They all winced at the horrid taste of substance Justice had been desperately trying to avoid getting in her mouth. While they tried to get him clean, relatively speaking, she redoubled her efforts. Why are you helping? One of the Saberi merely shrugged. I dunno. Bored, I guess. And it seems important to you for some reason, so. Arf. Unable to suppress a smile at the thought, Justice focused on trying to restore his spirit for the next few minutes. Meanwhile, Cerberus got rid of the last of the late detritus, before her human form started desperately scraping as much of the crap as she could off the dog form's tongue. From the disgusted look on their faces, it wasn't helping much. Come on already. His shell finally solidified, and she could begin to feel the soul beneath stirring. Come on. Cough. Wah. Black. He finally woke up, and promptly upchucked the contents of his lungs. And probably stomach. You. Both human Saberi groaned, while the hound let out something between a growl, groan and whimper at the sight. What? Cough. What happened? You fell in the lake. She paused for the facts to sink in. You okay? Huh? He blinked a few times. I guess. Okay. She sighed, starting in relief before it built into frustration. The next time I say walk straight. She flumped back and started shaking crap off her arms. You walk straight. Huh? But. He looked around at the scene before piecing together what had happened. But I did what you said. I focused on what was important and only that. All that matters is giving the power back, nothing else is important. Not what happened, not any of my friends or family, not what'll happen to me, not my... What? Justice spluttered. Sweet Satan, man, I told you focus on what's important, not become a trash tier edgelord. What? You were supposed to focus on what mattered to you, the reason you're doing this. Family and love and all that crap. But forgetting about the underlying reasons would have just made you easier to manipulate. I did. You might as well have been broadcasting please deceive me. On HPR. Are you trying to get sent down to Judeka? I'm sorry. Izuku screamed in a broken voice. I'm sorry I didn't understand what you asked. I'm sorry I held us up with the cold. I'm sorry I made you break the rules. Sorry I got sent down here in the first place. Hey, I didn't mean. Her interruption was ignored. I'm sorry I dared to think I could ever fight someone like Bakugo. Sorry that I thought I could ever fight any hero. Sorry that I deprived someone better of this gift. Sorry I thought I'd ever be able to come too close to someone as amazing as All Might. I'm sorry that I chased after something I never had any business or right to. Sorry that I was such a burden to raise, that I ruined everything I touch. I'm sorry that I exist. His breathing was ragged, his face red and tears spilling down them after the outburst. Justice felt like she couldn't breathe, scared that anything she said would just set him off in another direction. After a few moments of quiet, Izuku got his breathing back under control, trying in vain to wipe the still leaking tears from his eyes. I just wanted to help. He finally deflated. I just wanted to help someone. Anyone. A few more moments and he'd fallen silent. Justice's eyes drifted over to Cerberus, who was looking between the two in a mixture of shock and confusion. Guess who'll have to explain, but one thing at a time. First she had to address Izuku's state. After being down here for so long, casual treks and mystical fog was practically a day at the office for her. She'd forgotten. No, she'd never known. How overwhelming it must be to go through all this for a mortal. Add in the fact he was recovering from the shock of death, and, yeah. She clicked her tongue, that's another one on me. She figured she'd give an abridged version when they got here, but then with Cerberus present giving the full rundown became more problematic. Maybe she could have thought of a detour or distraction, but it would have taken time she really didn't want to use up. She thought they could just power through. And it had nearly blown up in her face. Regardless, she needed to say something, lest he spend the rest of the trip isolated and untrusting, but she doubted apologizing for a lack of transparency would be the most helpful right now. So instead, hey. She sat down beside Izuku's form, sitting cross-legged and open in contrast to his fetal position. Mind if I ask you something? He didn't give much of a response, but the slightest turn of his head gave Justice the confidence to go on. Why do you want to help? He blinked at the question, the expression on his face barely changing, but eyebrows lowering enough to convey he was confused at the question. I mean, down here we basically just deal with a never-ending stream of selfish assholes. Pretty much synonymous with humans at this point, for me. And while we were up on Earth, there wasn't really much of anyone who challenged that idea. She opted to take her sunglasses off, thinking they'd just look impersonal for this. So where you're different? Izuku seemed to consider her question. He seemed ready to give an answer pretty quickly. Probably something generic like because it's what heroes do or something, before shutting his mouth and reconsidering. Justice didn't pressure him at all, content to await a better answer, and in a few minutes she had one. I guess. He whispered quietly. It's because. The only reason I can keep going is because of people that help. He sighed. Back when I was a kid, I basically just wanted to be a hero because it was cool. Same as everyone else. But then, when I found out I didn't have a quirk, being a hero was impossible. Being basically anything was impossible. I just didn't know what to do. What I could do. But through all that, a small smile came over his face. I still saw heroes saving people. Saving everyone they could. Young or old, mean or kind, cute. Blessed with the quirk or not. Justice filled in. Yeah. And seeing all those heroes. All those people. Trying their best to bring as much safety and joy to anyone they could. I guess I just thought if I'm a hero. If I can help people, then I'll be. He paused. Then I'd be. Well, I'd have done something. I wouldn't be worthless or empty because I brought joy to someone else. And that would make me worth something. He nodded slightly as the assessment before sporting a self-depreciating smile. Yes, it's a pretty selfish motive, all things considered. You know, as much as we use it as a dirty word. Being selfish, wanting to be happy, or worth something. That's not sinful or even bad as far as I'm concerned. I would say it's just human, but it's something you find in demons, angels, gods, lizard people. She cracked a smile when she saw the look on his face. Gotcha. But the point is, I think you're being too hard on yourself. If I saw someone that didn't want anything, well, she shrugged. They just sound like a whole lot of nothing. Plus, not sure I could trust someone like that. She sent a smile his way. Besides, if being selfish means you want to help other people, isn't it a good thing? Heh. Izuku chuckled dryly. Yeah, if you succeed. I just wasted everyone's time and effort. Justice paused at the idea, before shifting her gaze to stare up aimlessly into the sky. So you're saying trying is pointless if you don't succeed? Well, I guess. She considered her next words. Considered whether they'd be useful. Whether she wanted to say them. You know, hell wasn't always like this. In the end, she considered it worth a try. Like what? This. She gestured vaguely. Organized, layered, full of mystical barriers. Sounds nice. Izuku smiled ruefully. He dropped it after seeing Justice's expression. It was just a flat landscape with one rule. Survival of the fittest. Demons fought in turf battles every day. Human souls that wound up here were just meat for the grinder. You know the expression war is hell. Comes from that. Hell in a constant war with itself. Sorry. Justice shrugged. Don't mention it. But in all that time, there were countless demons that hated how things worked. Almost everyone wanted something better, but not many were willing to do something. I can still remember a lot of old. Well, not friends, but demons I could respect, that tried to change things. They ended up erased for their efforts. She glanced back at Izuku. They didn't succeed. Were they pointless? He didn't have an answer to her question. She didn't expect her to answer. No. If you try and fail, it's still better than never trying. In part because the effort in itself was worth something. And in part because if you try a second time, a third, a fifth, a 10th, 100th, 1000th, if you keep improving, you'll succeed. Or maybe your efforts will be taken up by someone else, maybe you'll inspire them. Maybe they'll inspire the one to succeed. Maybe you won't, but if enough people try anyway, maybe one will succeed. And that's all it takes. She sighed. Point is, effort towards something you care about is never pointless. Sometimes it's just hard to see the point from where you're standing. She looked to Izuku with a grin. For example, sure, you failed from your perspective. But your efforts culminated in me getting to befriend a mortal I actually like. She stood up and brushed herself off, trying to remove some of the dried temptation muck. And as I'm definitely worth something, that means you are by extension. See? She put her sunglasses back on. Sometimes you just have to think about it from a different angle. She offered Izuku her hand. Ha. Izuku chuckled. I'm not sure that's how it works. Course it is. Justice beamed. Now are we gonna go save the world or not? Arm's getting tired here. Sure. He accepted her hand with a smile. When that seemed truly genuine for the first time since they'd met. Before long they were on their way through the next ring. Can I ask a question? Shoot. Well, actually, it's more a request and a question. Shoot. Well. He held an arm in his hand, as if afraid to even ask. It's just. I was thinking. I know the priority is returning my power. I wouldn't ever question that and obviously. Your request. Izuku sighed. I mean, if there's time. Is it okay if I say goodbye to my mother? Justice blinked at the request. I mean, looking back there's so much I wish I'd said and she was really worried about what I wanted to do and then I just up and died on the third day and the more I think about it, the more I regret. Sure. And I know it's probably breaking more rules and I don't want to get you in any trouble or anything but... He cut himself off. What did you say? Sure. She nodded. Can't drag it out too long or anything, but she should be near where we've gotta go anywhere, right? Can't see a problem with that. Izuku proceeded to burst into tears. Because of course he did. Yeah, probably should have expected that. And you said you had a question. She was keen to try and continue on. Oh. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. What? I mean, if this is difficult then I totally understand and wouldn't want to pressure you into. Dude, I said shoot. Well, it's just. If hell was this horrible place. More horrible, I mean. Then what changed? Or, I guess. Why did it change? Same reason the mortal realm still got a decent shot. She smirked at Izuku's confused look. Me. Even though it felt better to have said everything out loud, to stop keeping quite as many of the anxieties he'd been building up over gluttony bottled up as he had, Izuku still felt guilty for yelling at the only person who'd really tried to help him. Despite being a species which was, well, demonized in his world, Justice had treated him with kindness and respect since the moment he'd arrived, and he'd repaid that kindness with frustrated anger. And then there was a return to power. Wait, what do you mean he can say goodbye to his mother? Arf. Other problem laying everything out it generated. Oh. Well, you see. He looked to Justice in support. Yes, well. His mother is in another circle, and the power. She paused, the answer on the tip of her tongue. While Izuku wasn't sure deception was an entirely positive skill, he couldn't help but be amazed at her incredible ability to improvise. Yeah, I got nothing. Which apparently still had its limit. Look, I'll be straight with you Serbs. This guy's punishment was total BS, so we're headed to the surface too. The surface? You mean the mortal realm? Arf. Okay, so we're just admitting that we shamelessly lied to the infamous hellhound who can breathe fire, and probably tear me to shreds in seconds. This is fine. Izuku tried to interrupt. I'm really sorry that we lied to you, Miss Cerberus. It's just that this is really important and I want in. Mortal realm. Arf. Wah. He stuttered at their complete turnaround in mood. But, why? Corruption. One answered. Mayhem. Another added, while the hound shrank back into a humanoid demon. Pancakes. Izuku echoed in confusion. Pancakes. Justice confirmed with a sigh. After rubbing her temples in exasperation, she soon agreed. Okay, fine. If you promise not to tell anyone, you can come with. I'll even get you some treats while we're there. Yeah. But no corruption. She insisted to the Cerberi triplets. Despite a small groan, they soon complied, two shifting back into hound forms to continue their journey. Wait, what about the mayhem? Izuku asked. Two of Hell's most infamous demons are headed for the surface, along with a deceased soul, carrying one of the most powerful quirks in the world. Justice mounted one of the hounds. Mayhem's pretty much guaranteed. Why argue? Hahaha. Izuku laughed nervously while the humanoid Cerberus helped him mount his hound Cerberus. That was a joke, right? His question was answered with his companion taking off to their next destination. Right. He asked the human Cerberus traveling with him, who merely returned a grin full of razor-sharp teeth. This is probably fine. The first few hours of their journey went without much of note, giving Izuku a chance to take in the new circle. The thing he first noticed was the distinct lack of any desiccated human husks crawling through the ground, much to his relief. They passed the occasional humanoids, but he was unsure if they were humans or demons. The differences could be difficult to spot when they traveled past at high speeds, and most were preoccupied with activities. Ones that made Izuku tend to look away. The other, most immediate change was the climate. Gone was the bitter, frozen and slimy wasteland of gluttony, replaced instead by a parched savanna, stretching as far as the eye could see. No longer was Izuku grateful for the warmth provided by Cerberus's fur, instead relieved to have her separating him from the scorching, cracked red soil beneath their feet, as well as the protection her form gave against the constant, howling wind. Any conversation with Justice was made indecipherable over the gales, while any with the humanoid Cerberus riding with Izuku was done through yelling. We're gonna stop for a minute, said Cerberus called through the winds. What? Why? There's an oasis over there. She pointed to a spot in the distance, where a distinct formation of rocks could be seen. We'll take a quick break. Izuku soon agreed, grateful for a brief chance to rest. While the traveling was nowhere near as exhausting as the trek through gluttony had been, clinging on against the gales still took energy. That, and the lack of recent rest beyond a brief brush with DATH2, made the thought of a pit stop particularly appealing. As they approached, it became clear the rocks were angled spires of brimstone, large but facing almost horizontal to form a large central opening, through which steam was pouring out. Wait, this doesn't look like an oasis. While Izuku was willing to forgive the lack of palm trees and coconuts, he was quite confident an oasis should have visible water. A sheltered formation around a sunk circular area. Is this a caldera or something? He muttered. What? Cerberus evidently couldn't hear his muttering. Is this a caldera? What's that? It's a geological formation. A sinkhole formed by a collapsing magma chamber. The heat and humidity intensified as they approached. It's really hot. Oh, then yep. Cerberus happily replied. Can I survive that? Cerberus shrugged, the smile still on her face. Guess we'll find out. That's not His complaint was cut off as their hound Cerberus leapt into the hole, dragging the not lava-proof Izuku with her. Can I just go a day without nearly dying again? I'll take a double-digit number of hours at this point. Splash. The first thing Izuku noticed after crashing into the unknown fluid was the absence of any painful, scorching death befalling him courtesy of a cauldron of lava. The second was the lack of the horrendous, soul-sucking dread that he'd experienced in the Lake of Tenteisho, thank whatever passed for divinity around here. The third was the fact he couldn't breathe. Gasp he spluttered after broaching the surface, a few brief coughs coming up before he looked around. He paused before taking in the small lake around him, the hot but not painful water filling it, giving rise to a dense steam which blocked much vision past a dozen or so meters, the occasional smooth rocks jutting out to form what almost looked like natural seating in beds. It's a hot spring? He asked incredulously. Yep. Thus is confirmed. Turning he found her sitting against a rock, specks of water glistening as she worked to get the partially dried detritus off of her clothes and skin. I'm so glad the water doesn't make your clothes translucent. Izuku sighed in relief. Did I say that out loud? Yep. She suppressed a chuckle while working to get the crud off of her suit. Evidently whoever made demon suits understood that they needed to be easily washable. I'm so sorry. Izuku bowed so low he had to spit out water before he could continue. I just still feel awful that you had to go through all that to rescue me, and I didn't even realize that you still had to deal with that stuff, because Cerberus got most of it off of me, which I still haven't properly thanked her for, and I just thought it'd be really embarrassing and super stereotypical, and you're like the most beautiful person I've ever met and He cut himself off and blinked. He blinked again. He was struggling not to pass out from the combined forces of extreme heat and embarrassment. My, Izuku. Justice feigned a swoon. To think all it would take is a mere hot springs cliché for you to be reduced to a simple etch. Yeah. He heard one Cerberus sigh as she floated, relaxed atop the springs, while the other hound form Cerberi wheezed in something resembling a chuckle. And no, I swear I didn't mean to say that, even though it's completely true, though honestly a massive understatement of how amazing you are. And he dunked his head underwater and screamed in an attempt not to embarrass himself any further, before her hand soon gently pulled him up again. Relax, man, I'm messing with you. Having evidently dealt with most of the immediate filth on her suit's outer layers, she simply found a rock to lay back and relax on. Welcome to the circle of lust, and the curse that comes with it. Curse? Izuku paused a moment to think. Gluttony caused hallucinations of our desires. So lust makes us appreciate turboed MRPH. Lacking the dexterity for a foot, Izuku instead settled for putting his fist in his mouth. Any thoughts or feelings you have which hold any sort of romantic or sexual attraction basically lose any internal filter. You think someone's hot, you're gonna tell them they're hot, no matter how much you might want to keep that fact to yourself. After Justice's explanation, Izuku waited to make sure his thoughts were under control before removing his hand. You know, these curses seem weirdly set on reinforcing people's sins, rather than actually, fixing them. Hey, you want fixes, find a rehab center. Hell's for punishments. She paused. Actually, I think hell might have a better turnaround. Whatever, you get the idea. But shouldn't the afterlife be dedicated to souls? Salvation, or something? Plus, it seems harsh being sent down here just for enjoying. His face flushed mere seconds after he'd been starting to recover. Relax, no one's down here for showing their partner. Or partners, if you're more like us demons. A good time every time. Think more, you are too obsessed with banging the secretary you just hired to deal with the national health crisis you're in charge of coordinating. Izuku blinked. That example seems extremely specific. You think so, wouldn't you? With that interesting bit of information stored away, Izuku was happy to spend the rest of their break simply relaxing in the warm water, rather than engage in conversation and make a further fool of himself. Apparently warm wasn't enough for some demons, however, as he spotted Cerberus heating the water with flame breath. He also noticed Justice breathing steam down to heat hers up, so apparently it wasn't a Cerberus exclusive ability. Despite the urge to get back home, it was becoming clear that this journey was a marathon, not a sprint, and he still hadn't had a chance to recover after nearly drowning, freezing, fading to unimaginable torment. I don't even want to think about what that would mean. He felt a shiver despite the comfortable heat of the hellspring. He'd come this close to failing at the first real hurdle, to facing a future full of pain and suffering. And it's not just me. All of Japan was on the verge of losing one of its cores of stability. When the world first saw the rise of quirks, they weren't a simple boon, but a radical force which shaped nations. Anti-quirkism, quirk supremacy, quirk normalization, quirk institutionalization. Every country found their own way to adapt to the new world order quirks pose, and every person had a different idea on the right way. Japan had quickly opted for hard government control policy to make public utilization of quirks near universally illegal, excepting those that obtained permission to use them in legal protection. The classification which would eventually come to be known as hero. The result was well over a century of chaos and villainy that was only ended when an incredible hero emerged, one with unparalleled strength and of unquestionable character. When All Might had given them hope. And if it were down to me, we would have lost the spark keeping that hope alive. He glanced at the TWO4. Demons of hell are responsible for saving that spark. While one humanoid Cerberus lay floating atop the pole asleep, the other seemed to be racing their hound-form counterpart back and forth between some sets of rocks, both their tongues hanging out, and their faces full of innocent joy. Justice had slung the suit jacket off to dry on one of the rocks, and seemed happy just relaxing on one of the warm bedrocks. After noticing Izuku's gaze, she gave him a smile while lowering her glasses ever so slightly to give a look of concern. A question of whether he was still coping. He smiled back with a nod, sorry for worrying her but, at the same time, both relieved and reassured that he had someone looking out for him. It's a good thing I'm not alone. After a few more minutes Justice informed him she was going to try getting her other clothes clean. After burying his head into the water upon his mouth trying to say something no doubt embarrassing, he moved through the springs behind a couple of rocks to give her some privacy. He thought of doing the same with his own, ruined hero outfit, but realized that practically all of the muck had already been removed. I'll have to thank Miss Cerberus again later. Plus, his clothes were already in tatters. A thorough wash would probably break it into a pile of soggy cloth. Or non-existence. I mean, I arrived with these clothes, but surely they're still on Earth. Is this part of my soul? Is the damage purely psychologically projected? Can I remove them? The quick check revealed that he could, in fact, remove his socks. Guess it's another. Well, quirk of hell to deal with. Instead of trying to decipher mysteries he'd probably never understand, he simply took this moment to relax. The water was warm, the air the same. For just a minute, he could finally. As the mortal sank back into the luxurious springs, he found his attention drifting towards a smooth, silky voice. Huh. His focus drifted towards the location of an unknown, feminine and faux suave voice. But despite the desires of his yearning heart, the dense fog of indecision blocked his desperate gaze. What? Is somebody narrating poorly? His confused voice betrayed the uncertainty in his heart, emotions in turmoil, as he failed to reconcile his heart with his destiny. That's... I don't think you should reuse the word heart so much. The repetition was starting to grate. Maybe try using some synonyms like soul. Though I'm not sure if that conveys different information here. Perhaps restructure the sentence, so it refers to the emotions felt regarding the one to whom his heart yearns. Usually he wasn't one to give unsolicited writing advice, but he was trying to relax, and maybe lust's curse extended to thoughts on hobbies. Oh, that's good. The voice exclaimed. I mean, shush. I'm trying to set a mood here. Sorry. Izuku apologized by instinct, simultaneously wondering if he should call Justice and Cerberus for help, or whether that would just ruin the atmosphere, and make this spotless voice angrier. Ahem. The voice cleared their throat, assuming they had one. But as the fog settled in his soul, so too did that which clouded his vision. At their words the steam over the spring seemed to thin slightly, granting Izuku a view of the voice's owner. A demon, because of course, one with black horns surrounded by the now familiar silvery white hair. Hair which almost seemed fluffy from its wavy and unruly style. It reminded Izuku of his own hair. Fluffy and bouncy and impossible to manage. Albeit white and the curves softer. Still, he immediately felt a sense of shared grief with the stranger. Around the hair, he noticed, a plethora of hearts seemed both intermingled in the calyx and floating around her head somehow, an aesthetic extending to her eyes with their white, heart-shaped pupils. Considering such an appearance wouldn't be impossible for a court to produce, seeing it on a demon wasn't much of a surprise. What was a surprise, however, was her clothing. Unlike the rest, she clearly come in anticipation of a swim, and wore clothes appropriately. That is to say, very little. The mortal's blushing bashfulness betrayed him bewitched to the most beautiful body he had ever beholden. Justice is prettier. He tried to hide under the water. I want to go back to gluttony. It was less painful. Hey Izuku. He could hear Cerberus's distorted voice through the liquid, becoming clear after he broached the surface enough for his ears to be above the waterline. Just wanted us to check you were okay. Marius. Their demeanor flipped from bored to excited like a light bulb, immediately jumping forward to give the underdressed. Or maybe we're all overdressed given the situation. Demon of fierce hug. It's been forever. Cerberus. Can't breathe. But we don't need to breathe. Damn. Marius sighed and gave up the apparent act before whispering to Cerberus, barely audible to Izuku's ear. Can we catch up later? There's a mortal here I need to settle. Oh. What have you been up to? She didn't even seem to register Marius speaking. I've been doing a lot of playing, and wandering, and frolicking, and running, and wandering. You said that already, Miss Cerberus. Izuku pointed out. There's been a lot of wandering. Cerberus nodded while releasing her grip on Marius. Oh. And some light tormenting. But it's no fun when the cold dulls their pain. Once again, I would like to thank whoever made sure I ended up with justice. God, Buddha, Izanami, RNG. Anything fun? Marius asked with a smirk. No. Cerberus whined. Why do you even care so much about that? What about you? Marius posed dramatically with a superior smirk. Have only been reading and rereading the greatest works humanity has to offer. What's that? Izuku asked out of curiosity. Murakami. Wild. Dostoevsky. Please don't tell me it's Yotsubashi. He'd read Metal Liberation War as part of his own research into quirks, and couldn't help but be as disappointed as he was disgusted by the contents. Despite opening as a genuine plea to dissociate quirks from people and simply accept one another, it gradually deteriorated into a barely coherent rant, attempting to justify not only violent rebellion against laws like hey, maybe don't use a super radiation quirk in a public place, but later suppression of inferior quirkless individuals. It seemed fitting that a demon would enjoy their work, but Izuku hoped desperately he wouldn't be dealing with someone who'd hate his very being. For his interest, Marius happily swam back to the rock she posed on and pulled out a book from behind, lightly throwing it over to him. As Izuku glanced at the cover, his disappointment was immeasurable. His day ruined. I would have preferred Quirk's supermatist rhetoric to sparkling vampires. He tried to discern a polite way to ask why she had almost criminally bad taste. How many books have you read, exactly? 4. Marius answered smugly, proudly revealing she'd only read a single book series. And I've read them a lot. Oh you poor demon. Have you considered reading something else? Anything else? His question earned a pout from the uncultured demon. I can't. I brought these from the mortal realm, and I'm not allowed up to get any more. Oh. You could come with. Izuku quickly moved to try and prevent anyone else discovering their plans without Justice's approval, putting a hand on Cerberus's mouth to stop her. And Miss Cerberus was just assisting Miss Justice to escort me to. Suddenly Cerberus was biting his hand. Ow. He tried to pull his hand out, but the demon's jaw had set. Or. Justice's voice mercifully writhed through the pain. Can't I get 5 minutes to wash the putrefied Myra out without? She took in the situation with a brief look, while Izuku noted she'd managed to clean her outfit. Cerberus, release. The Cerberus biting his hand tightened her grip. But he's so tasty. The other human Cerberus whined. Release. She insisted sternly, only to be met with a growl. The longer you hold on, the longer we have to wait until pancakes. After a brief and low growling whine, she released Izuku's hand. Good girl. She looked to Izuku. So what did I miss? I was telling Miss Marius that you're escorting me to the outer ring of limbo. Oh. Cerberus perked up. Right. We're definitely not secretly planning to go to the mortal realm and get pancakes. The other winked towards Izuku. Definitely. He had to fight the urge to groan, before an optimistic thought occurred. Well, I thought Cerberus wouldn't buy my story, but then. You're going to the mortal realm. Damn. Yeah, Justice scratched the back of her head. I don't suppose there's any way we could convince you not to tell anyone. I want to come with. Izuku and Justice glanced briefly at each other, before turning back to Marius. Yeah, that sounds about right. So do you think we'll run into any other demons who will want to come? Izuku asked Justice as they watched Marius and Cerberus catch up and gush about mortal realm delights before they headed out. She tried to think about any other possible passengers. There were 3 standout demons in limbo, but Monica would be holed up in her office. Judgment was more likely to be a roadblock than a hitchhiker. 1. We need to visit them to get some stuff, but I doubt they'll want to leave unless we spell out our intentions. So long as we're careful, this should be the whole party. With over double as many bodies to get through the gate as expected. She sighed. Right. Izuku nodded. Any other questions you want to ask? Now's probably the best time. That's. He hesitated. You said we should be able to visit my mom. Yeah, should be time. Assuming giving his power back was a simple find the #1 hero and go deal, they'd probably have at least a few hours before anyone figured out exactly what they were up to, let alone being able to find them. Might as well give both he and his parents, singular, by the sounds of it, some closure while they were there. Thank you. Like I said, don't mention it. Justice flashed a grin. Maybe she should try and make a bigger deal out of it to get him to give up something else, but he was already on the hook. Using something like that as leverage would A, probably grate on his already hanging by a thread mental state. More trouble than it was worth, and B, leave a bad taste in her mouth. Even so, thank you. He fidgeted in place. Also. About the deal we made. You can still back out of it before we leave hell if you want. Like he'd even consider it. No. He immediately shook his head, while Justice had to wave at Cerberus and Marius to assure them everything was fine. No, I'm still committed. It's just. I was wondering. What fate you have in store after all's said and done. He nodded timidly in response. That's fair. Now let's see. She huffed in thought. A pretty standard got you. Is soul consumption. It's the de facto result of signing your soul to a demon with minimal thought. She couldn't suppress a slight grin as Izuku went rigidly pale beside her. Oh, right. That's. The demon gains all your memories, powers like quirks, and gets a bit stronger in general. The soul, or consciousness or whatever, gets to enjoy the pain of being. I dunno, digest it I guess. And then you basically stop existing. I see. Izuku's words were caught somewhere between resigned apathy and a terrified squeak. Course, with a soul like yours I'd probably get indigestion, so I'll have to think of something else. He immediately deflated into the water, relief washing over him with the waters of the Hellspring. Thank you. Don't mention it. She rubbed his lowered head. I'll probably get you to be my assistant for a few decades or something, I dunno. These past 2 centuries of clearing the backlog had been an absolute nightmare as far as she was concerned. Getting someone she could trust to dump some of her work on would be a welcome relief. Still, there were no guarantees. Kinda depends on how this all ends up. She glanced down at him. Any other questions? He seemed to think for a moment before looking back up at her. Why do you wear sunglasses? Is it to shield yourself from brighter souls? Or is it just a style thing? Because they do look incredible on you, but so would anything you're not. He dunked his head back under the water and screamed. I didn't know curses could be so fun. She pulled his head back out of the water with a laugh, when that only grew as he slowly spit out the water he'd taken on like a drenched cherub. Little of column A, little of column B. She eventually reined in the laughter. Plus it used to be good for helping with the sulfur and brimstone dust, but mainly it's just to hide my eyes. What? He blinked at her. Why would you hide your eyes? She took her glasses off for a minute and looked at him to make it obvious. Even though her soul sensing ensured she had a solid grasp on where a person was, the difficulty in determining specific details made it difficult to actually keep direct eye contact most of the time. Usually her gaze would drift off just a little bit too much. A trait pretty much everyone found incredibly unnerving. I don't get it. Izuku's voice seemed genuinely confused. She could only blink in response for a minute. Huh. She put her sunglasses back on. Most people find it weird. I don't think you've got the best, sample of people down here. He chuckled awkwardly. Nah, it was the same while I was on the surface. She sighed. They're not cruel about it or anything, it just puts them off a bit. Oh. Izuku seemed at a loss for what to say, before the telltale sign of speech on, brain off appeared. Well, for what it's worth, you've got the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. Like a determined steel enshrouded by a compassionate warmth and owlish wisdom. All of which seemed sorely lacking in this place. The two of them blinked at his description, while Izuku's face slowly grew redder than the steamy springs would normally suggest. Though Justice felt like it had become marginally hotter. Probably just the winds dying down a bit to let the heat here settle. At least, that's what I think, but I mean that's just my opinion, but I don't mean to say that. Ugh. He splashed his hands down before wincing in pain. Wait, that bite's still bothering you. She glanced at the mark her poorly trained associate had left. And no, it's fine. Give it here. She sighed at her companion's continued neglect of his own well-being. After showing the wound it was clear Cerberus had munched on him more than expected, the back and palm of his hand both sporting a nasty gash. And you didn't mention this because I just didn't want to bother anyone. Justice mouthed the response herself word for word as he said it. Even his stuttering was becoming predictable to her. Of course. She sighed. Well, maybe this'll help convince you to not do that. She placed both hands over his, closed her eyes, and focused on pouring some demonic energy into the wound. Physical bodies were beyond her ability to heal, and anything severe would be too much for her, but a basic soul patch job like this was something even a novice demon could manage with a little effort. A few moments later she took her hand away and the wound was gone. There. Sorted. She allowed herself a smirk. What? That's how? A demon never reveals her tricks. She paused. Oh, but do me a favor. Don't go to Marius for healing unless it's basically life or death. Okay. Why? Because the humor won't be worth the issues. Izuku sighed beside her. Why are so many of your answers cryptically vague? More fun that way. She smiled in turn. Yeah. His sigh deepened, before glancing at her again. Also, I'm sorry. About yelling at you before. You've been really generous ever since I got here and I'm gonna stop you right there. She interrupted. That wasn't exactly her. She clicked her tongue. In retrospect I should've. She groaned in frustration, unable to find the words to express that it had been more her fault than his, that she'd only yelled at him, because it had been the most panicked she'd been in who knows how long, and how to explain it all in a way that wouldn't have him blaming himself regardless. Let's just say that whole event was a mistake on all sides. That's. Izuku paused under her stern yet empathetic expression. I'd like that. He smiled and went back to enjoying the springs. It seemed like their conversation was over, but Lust had other ideas. You know, I think dying was actually worth it since I got to meet you. Justice honestly couldn't tell how much of that was exaggeration. Regardless, she was glad he became preoccupied drowning himself in embarrassment, too busy to see her face betraying a slightly deeper shade of red than could be excused by the heat. The rest of the journey was thankfully uneventful, excepting perhaps a debacle involving Marius insisting on riding with Izuku for some reason. Thankfully the issue was quickly resolved, but less thankfully it took Justice casually hurling her over to a Cerberus in hound form, who caught her by the teeth before putting her on their back. The whole incident revealed one fact and reinforced another. Justice was far stronger than first glance would have you believe, and demons were beyond strange. After that it was a continued ride through Lust's parched plains and wild winds. Now, though, without a human Cerberus to help him stay on, he was clinging to his hound Cerberus's fur far stronger. After a fierce gale forced him to grab on tightly for a moment, they let out something between a whine and a growl. Sorry, Miss Cerberus. I've not got much practice riding, well, anything, to be honest. So. They huffed in something resembling acceptance, before slowing down a touch and nodding for Izuku to move up a bit further. After a series of instructions conveyed in vague gestures, disapproving growls and approving yips, he found himself far more secure, perched between the shoulder blades, and finding it easier to get a grip around the neck. A position Cerberus seemed happy to accept. Thank you. He laughed nervously, unsure exactly how he should conduct himself. Interacting with the hound had reminded him that while, yes, this was a large hellhound serving as a form of remarkably fast transport through wastes he'd otherwise have to struggle through, a beast which could tear him limb from limb effortlessly, this was also a fully sapient demon who he'd held regular conversations with. Also, it was a girl. Don't make it weird, don't make it weird, don't make it weird. He mentally scrambled to find a conversation topic before his thoughts spilled out as the Secur's land wished. I think that I was interrupted when I tried to say this earlier, but, I really am sorry about lying to you before. Cerberus didn't respond verbally, but a brief glance back with a questioning eye prompted him to continue. It's just, well. He breathed out and tried to view the situation more from a demon's perspective. Whatever that entailed. I know that you probably just see me as another dumb mortal. Probably one who's just lying to get his way, and he let out a brief rueful chuckle. Come to think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if you're waiting for me to show my true colors and watch Justice beat the hell out of me. Or into me, I guess. The short laugh implied he was probably on the right track. But that's not the reason. I lied because, well, mainly because Justice told me other demons finding out would be a bad idea. But also, he sighed, because I was scared. Scared that you'd attack me, or tell someone else, or do something to stop me. I know it was probably wrong of me to assume the worst of you, and I am sorry about that as well. But I only did so because of how important it is that I succeed in this. He groaned. Well, it's kind of hard to explain, especially in a pretty much one-sided conversation, but it's important that I get back to the surface. Like, really, really, really important. Not just because it'll save a lot of people, though it definitely will. But because if I don't, if I fail, it'll be my fault. People's hope, people's lives, their encouragement of me, the chances they gave me, the chances other people were deprived of to help me, everything. If I can't give this power back, then all of that will have been for nothing. And I'll be the one to blame. He took a breath. I refuse to let it be pointless. So I need to fix this, I need to do this, no matter what. Even if I end up a demon's assistant for the rest of eternity. Even if it ends up worse at that. It'll be worth it to set this right. Though, being Miss Justice's assistant forever doesn't sound too bad. He blinked, before sighing and mumbling into Cerberus's fur. I really hate this circle. Bark. A smiling dog's face met him after pulling his own out of the fur, before licking at him excitedly. Hey. Easy. Whoa. Careful. The action had thrown their balance off, and the winds made them slip for a moment. Maybe save that for when we're out of here. But I guess that means you understand, so. Thank you. After turning their attention forward, Izuku patted Cerberus slightly, to encourage them forward and show his appreciation. He'd not meant much by it, but after he stopped they let out a slight whine, jostling him in an obvious attempt to make him keep going. It's kind of weird, come to think of it. But if she enjoys it, I guess it's fine. Justice couldn't believe what she was not seeing. Hey Marius. Yeah. Have I gone crazy? Or, no, but I think hell has. Right. After reaching the towering cliffs of Ferox separating them from the circle of limbo, their party had dismounted their rides. All normal, nothing unusual, until. There, do you like that? What about here? Yeah, he's a good girl. And then Izuku's Cerberus had rolled over, and he'd been petting them mercilessly ever since. Have you ever done that? I tried, once. Marius stated flatly. It took me over a week to recover. Justice nodded at the expected answer. I can't tell if he's fearless or suicidal. Maybe both. And you cool with this? She turned to ask one of the Cerberi who just morphed back into a human, only to be surprised upon finding them slinking to the ground with a content sigh. So good. So relaxing. The hound Cerberus let out a happy chuff to emphasize the point, before lazily licking at Izuku in appreciation. Who the odds is this kid? Marius breathed in admiration. Someone who needs to get back to the mortal realm. Justice shook off the initial shock and made to interrupt the petting session, only to stop in her tracks when the two humans Saberi growled at her, energy so focused in circles she assumed her eyes were glowing red. In a few minutes, after waiting for more than just a few minutes, Izuku realized they needed to get going, and was able to pacify Cerberus with a reminder of the pancakes awaiting beyond the next circle. Instead, they turned their attention to the cliffs. So gluttony needed you to face your deepest desires. Lust needs you to be good at rock climbing. Izuku asked incredulously. Not really. Though, it'd probably help. Justice admitted. But if you watch the would-be escapees for a minute you'll get the picture. Right. Izuku did as was asked and turned his attention to the sinful souls clawing their way towards limbo. Justice, yes Izuku. Are they naked? Yes Izuku. Why are they naked? It's the circle of lust, Izuku. Justice's obvious answer was met with a weary sigh. I'm really starting to hate hell. Then it's working as intended, Cerberus stated. Maybe I could help you hate it less. Justice had to pull Marius away to stop yet another delay. Wait, what do you mean starting? She asked. What, was near eternal punishment by fate, freezing, and soul-sucking sludge not enough? An awkward chuckle from Izuku later and what they'd been waiting for happened. One of the climbing souls was suddenly blown directly away from the cliffs. They tried desperately to hang on, but within seconds they were thrown back, dozens of miles deep into lust. What was that? Izuku exclaimed. That, Justice emphasized, is the defense mechanism separating lust from limbo. As lovers were carried away by their passions, so too will their passions set them adrift. Marius explained. I'm sorry. You think dirty thoughts, the wind eats you off the cliff. Justice explained more clearly. Oh. Izuku looked back up at the cliff. So we have to climb this while keeping our thoughts focused. Demons aren't affected by the circle's curses. She reminded him. And that'll take you days, minimum, by which time someone will have 100% noticed I'm missing. Okay. While he seemed somewhat anxious at the unknown, his face showed clear relief at the fact you wouldn't have to climb a sheer cliff with zero rock climbing experience. Then how do I get past this? Easy, you take the elevator instead of the stairs. What does that even? Izuku. Justice lowered her stance slightly to be eye level with Izuku, staring into his eyes with head turned directly towards him to convey the importance of what she was about to say. I need you to make absolutely sure, that you don't think of anything that would give the Gales reason to whisk you away. Okay. How do I? Again, just focus on what's important. Friends, family, everything that will be gone if we don't succeed. Heck, focus on some nice food if it helps keep your mind off anything worse. It doesn't need to be for long, and even if you go all self-sacrificing edgelord again it won't really matter here. I wasn't that bad. Justice placed her hands on his shoulders. But what matters is that you keep mind focused on the serious issues here, and don't let it wander. Think about everyone on the surface who needs your help. Think about the family you need to give your farewells. Think about how important it is that we get you back home. He met her gaze. Okay. He nodded slowly, the confusion and exasperation in his eyes, giving way to an unyielding determination. Justice was tempted to say something to get him flustered as a test, but the chances were that would just ruin his resolve. That was something which would be difficult to get back. Especially with Marius primed to screw with him in every sense of the word, and Cerberus's impatience likely not giving him any time to recover. It was now or never. And remember one other thing, one other very critically important thing. She lowered her hands to hold either side of his chest, lowering herself slightly more as a wound coil ready to spring. I'll catch you. His determination faltered. What do you mean? She flung him up in the air with as much force as she could muster, his body sailing up and out of sight within moments. Might have overshot it a bit. She began scaling the wall at inhuman speed. Hey, he'll be fine. Some help please. As Izuku soared upwards through the sky at what he assumed must be Mach speeds, he didn't have the time to use Justice's advice to thinking about what was important, rather than anything potentially perverted, as he was instead focused on the fact he was soaring upwards through the sky, at what he assumed must be Mach speeds, with no landing strategy. Instead he panicked, the air rushing past him as if a gale, the noise as it reached his ears almost deafening, and the feeling of air pressing on his skin, almost burning from the friction. Was he hearing a sonic boom? Was he going so fast as to burn up in Hell's atmosphere? Did Hell even have an atmosphere? Such questions built up in the back of his mind, unanswerable all the time he was overly focused on the oh god I'm going to die aspect of his situation. After some amount of time, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, it was difficult to tell when you were hurtling to your death. His ascent started to slow. For a moment the thought was slightly calming, before he realized what would immediately follow, and instead panic quickly set in again. He looked around in a frenzy, only to realize that the cliff he needed to climb up was now gone. He was hurtling far above it. The realization brought a moment of clarity. Okay, I've got over the cliff, now I just need to get back down to the top of it. Without dying. Slowly his ascent ceased, and as he reached the apex of the trip, he noticed what seemed to be a winged demon flying nearby. They were too far to make out the details, beside the fact their clothes seemed to be their standard red shirt and grey suit trousers, and that they seemed to be in motion that might have been waving. Izuku waved back, not wanting to seem rude, before promptly falling at an alarming rate. No. Wait. It's just like the entrance exam. He prepared his fist and tried to think back, just hit it at the right time and... Wait. As he tried to tap into One for All's power, it became clear something was off. He could still feel it coursing through his being, but the way it moved around inside him, the way it came to the fore as he concentrated, felt different. Less restrained. Less predictable. Chaotic. If I can't control it, then... But no, All Might must have been joking about the exploding limb thing, right? I mean, how could he even know that could happen? Wait. He didn't know that could happen, right? But the question of whether his mentor had former now limbless students aside, it still remained that One for All felt different, and that, after some consideration, he had absolutely no idea how quirks transferred into the afterlife. After some more consideration, he realized the ground was approaching at an alarming rate. Okay, gotta make a decision. Using One for All is a risk, but hitting the ground at terminal velocity is also ridiculously, insanely risky. Justice seemed to imply that my body is a bit different now, but I don't know if that applies to... His eyes widened in remembrance. Wait. Justice. She said that she'd catch me, right? The ground grew closer. So, do I just do nothing? Or is she expecting me to slow down first? She didn't say anything about using my quirk, so I guess that would imply she'll take care of it, maybe. The ground grew closer still, his eyes beginning to make out details that implied he only had a dozen or so seconds left. But then, do I just trust her to catch me? This is literally putting my life in her hands. No, it's putting who knows how many lives in her hands. Can I really just trust her with that? She's a demon. A demon I've known for all of, what, a day? A demon who has explicitly stated my soul will basically belong to them at the end of it all. A demon who, having only a few seconds left, he released his grip on One for All. A demon who's already saved me numerous times. He scrunched his eyes shut. I'll trust her to do it once more. With his resolve set, he tried to keep down the panic and awaited the inevitable impact. Any second now. Whoa. He felt a sudden pressure on his legs and chest, before being swiveled around to feel the pressure on the back of his knees and shoulders. Opening his eyes, it was clear he'd already slowed significantly, but was still airborne. Not a few seconds later, his savior landed on the ground with a crack. As Izuku took a few deep breaths to calm the panic that had been rising, Justice smiled back with her typical relaxed grin. Told you I'd catch you. With the adrenaline that had accompanied his brief stint through the stratosphere leaving his system, Izuku practically collapsed. Hey, don't worry, I've got you. Justice flashed a confident grin. I know. Izuku sighed, a deep breath he didn't realize he'd been holding slowly escaping as he did so. Thank you. Don't mention it. Now, next up on our tour. She paused for a moment, her grin edging more towards teasing. Hey, actually. What's that old threshold tradition again? Tradition? Izuku parroted back, well they're traveling companions. Who has shown up at some point apparently. Wore confused looks. Well, I figured since we just crossed the threshold to Limbo. Oh. Marius enthusiastically interrupted. I remember this. It's an old Roman thing where grooms carry their new spouse through the threshold to protect them from demons. Hey, don't call Romans old. Justice complained without losing her jovial attitude. And as I'm a demon, I guess it'd make sense the roles are reversed. Sorry. Izuku asked. It took Justice looking down at him to remember where he was. Completely relaxed, in her arms, in a position usually associated with. Ah. He quickly rolled out of her arms and onto the floor, before immediately getting up and dusting himself off. He tripped. That's bad luck. Marius gasped. But he trailed off after realizing Justice was struggling to contain her laughter. I don't get it. One Cerberus looked confused, the other shook her head, and the other pouted. Anyway. Izuku was keen to move the discussion along and tried to suppress the heat in his cheeks. Now that we're finished with lust, what's next? Isn't it too soon to say finished? Justice thankfully finished laughing and started holding back Marius. Next up is the last circle of hell. The fields of Limbo. She gestured grandly away from the cliffs, where Izuku found. Is that a city? As opposed to the icy tundras and parched savannas they'd passed through thus far, in the distance of Limbo Izuku found the first instance of genuine civilization in hell. A sprawling urban city, one dyed a dark red from the mark of brimstone, infernal skyscrapers towering high as the spires of gluttony, but only partially as ominous. Even from their distance he could hear a swarm of sounds whose origins were lost in the grand cacophony they created, the noise muted both by distance, and a field of chest-high white flowers that laid between them and the metropolis. Yup. Cityscape of Limbo. Justice confirmed, before reaching over to pick one of the white flowers. In times of old, these asphodels were the only thing you'd see in this circle. A wide open field that never ended. But time went on, the soul population increased, demons and mortal souls alike got bored, and so. That's incredible. Even here, at their lowest point, their end of days, people were still fighting for something better. Building. Thriving. Why aren't the other circles like this? Izuku asked as their group started heading for the city, stumbling slightly as they entered the flower field. Because in other circles the people there are all just consumed by their vices. Justice answered. If they had the strength and will to work with others or build this, they'd have made it here already. What about greed? Cerberus asked. That's a part of the circle's natural infrastructure, whole other story. This is where you go for fun, and not oh ha ha, torturing puny mortals is such a lark. Fun, actual fun. She paused. Usually. With parties, sports, games. All that jazz. I'm kinda surprised people are allowed to do this. Izuku muttered. And not that I think it's bad. I just thought hell was geared for punishments. Well, most of it is. But limbo's a bit of an exception. Gluttony tempts your insatiable desires, lust lays bare your carnal desires, but what do you think limbo does? Izuku brought his hand to his chin in thought. I've not said anything embarrassing that made me want to die again yet. I can't see any obvious hallucinations. I don't feel terrible or anything. His eyes narrowed, although, there's something. Izuku tried. And you criticize my descriptive skills. Marius grumbled. Well, that's the thing, I can't really describe it. Just a slight tingling in my skin, the start of a chill up my spine, the feeling I've forgotten something. I can't think of a way to describe it, but now that I look back, ever since stepping into the field I just feel off. Got it in one. Justice snapped her fingers and gave a thumbs up. That's the curse of limbo. It's designed as an imperfect version of heaven. You don't suffer, but it's not eternal peace. Demons aren't assigned here to hurt you. Not explicitly, at least. There are cases, but attacking mortals here without reason is quick-witted demotions or worse. Plus, mortal souls can do whatever they want, more or less. But something about it never feels quite right. That's unsettling, but to be honest it's really tame considering the past circles. It almost seems too good to be true for hell. So who ends up here? Anyone who wasn't baptized. There it is. So you don't have to do anything wrong to end up here. You just believe wrong. Justice waved her hand back and forth. Not quite. If you believe in a different religion you play by their rules. The statement cast Izuku's mind back to when he'd first arrived. So that's why Miss Pandemonica wished I was Shintoist. You catch on quick. Justice nodded. If you're a different religion you're not our problem. But if you weren't a good little Christian boy and didn't get baptized, you end up here. Still seems a little harsh. And evidently it includes atheists. He gestured to himself. If it was only those who followed a certain religion who ended up here, he wouldn't be here. But there are exceptions. If you don't believe in any religion, you're an unsorted soul. As are people who believe in small faiths with little to no socio-historical backing, so that weird uncle who attends a summer camp with like 20 people worshipping their camp leader, that definitely isn't a cult qualifies as unsorted. So no Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Izuku joked. Actually they got enough members to count a while ago. But if you're unsorted, it's... She was struggling to put it in terms Izuku understood, before settling on a rough metaphor. Well, it's kind of like playing Russian roulette when you die. Except there's a chamber for each existing viable religion. Each bullet is a religion which sucks for atheists and heathens, and most of the chambers are loaded. I'm starting to think the afterlife is just rigged. Izuku sighed. Oh, 100%, Justice agreed. Yup. The Saberi nodded along. At least we ended up together. Marius exclaimed. But that's enough philosophy for one day, it's time to get to the important stuff. Right. Izuku nodded. He wasn't sure how big this city was, but it was imperative that they get through it and get out of hell as quickly as possible. We've got to get you some clothes. Yeah, Izuku cut himself off with a blink, turning to face Justice. What? The sun never set on the Grand Iroquois Empire. After thousands of years carefully building up 4 magnificent cities, a worldwide war had seen vast swathes of Ottoman and German land full puppeted under Iroquoian control. Their historical iron reserves were now bolstered by German oil, and with the newly discovered Ottoman uranium safely within their borders, Iroquois was almost prepared to eradicate the eternal French threat. Soon, they would pay for the raising of Grand River, for their banning of world-renowned Iroquois in Wales, for stealing Geneva as an ally by a single point. Like seriously, how much money did you waste on that? Are you kidding me? I have just received a report that large numbers of my troops have crossed your borders. Fuck. Within mere turns of Gandhi's fearsome visage appearing on screen, the Iroquois war machine was crippled. Puppets blown off the face of the earth, mines and plantations rendered unusable by a sea of nuclear fallout, defensive units reduced to radioactive vapor. By the time French troops pushed through the wastes, their target of conquest was a hollow facsimile of the formerly magnificent empire. Well, that's about a dozen hours down the drain. Melina stretched her arms, feeling joints and muscles suffering from a long stint at the monitor. After loosening up, she took a swig of vodka to wash away the bitter taste of defeat before opening the chat. N00 Duster. GG sucks, we got nuke boy. Sourmp. GG, next time we pick the AI. N00 Duster. We could probably find other players if you got the DLC. Melina rolled her eyes at the suggestion. Sourmp. I told you I can't. She was lucky that she'd even been able to bring back a device that could play games across the mortal world's internet. Something able to get new games and or add-ons was a bit too far. N00 Duster. I could buy it for you. Got a bigger allowance recently. Sourmp. Sorry, no can do. N00 Duster. Fine. Wanna play MNM3? Melina smiled slightly, before the sound of the front door opening stopped her reply. Hey Mal. Justice's eager voice carried through from waiting area. Got a customer for you. The countertop bells started ringing incessantly. Sourmp. Sorry, customers just showed up. Till. N00 Duster. Damn. See ya. After putting the computer to sleep, Melina trudged out to the storefront. Surprise, surprise, it was Cerberus spamming the desk spell. But while it was only mildly surprising to see Marius accompanying the other two demons, and distinctly less surprising to see her and Cerberus browsing outfits, what was a surprise was the sight of a green-haired, white-eyed mortal in a crappy costume amongst the group, taking in the store and regarding her with a mixture of fear and inquisitiveness. Even more surprising was how Cerberus seemed to be almost stuck to the mortal like glue, and batting at his hand occasionally for some reason. But all that really mattered to Melina was why they were here. Given the condition of the costume was worse than the fallen Iroquoian Empire, it wasn't hard to guess. Hi Melinda. She chose to ignore the excitable dog that seemed insistent on getting her name wrong. Standard suit. Her simple question was met with the mortal hesitating back slightly, evidently still wary of demons, which, fair, and edging ever so slightly closer to Justice for safety. Melina took this to mean Justice would be the one she needed to speak to, as she wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible, and shifted her attention appropriately. Not quite. Justice had a punchable grin plastered on her face. I want a custom job for my new assistant here. Oh, yeah. That's what he is. The Cerberus by the mortal added. That they were lying wouldn't have been more obvious if leads were soldered to their foreheads advertising the fact. Lucky for them I'm not paid to care. Sure. Materials. After a prompt from Justice, Melina passed over a pair of faux flaming scissors for use. Is that? The mortal piped up in a quiet but curious voice. Hihi Rakane. Oh, you're Japanese. Melina absent-mindedly noted, more interested in the fact that he could identify a material he'd probably thought only a fantasy seen in games, and I'm within seconds of seeing the real deal. Yeah, it is, though usually we just call it scarletite. One of the only things decently strong against the supernatural. Just tell him all our secrets, why don't you? Why not bring up Celestial Stealer's soul disruption? Justice sarcastically asked while cutting off a small handful of her hair with the scissors, before focusing a small fragment of her demonic energy into it. Melina shrugged. Not like knowing that would help against a high demon, unless he's also got some super secret power booster to hand or something. And just call it cold iron like a normal person. I swear if I hear one more demonic smith start picking apart naming conventions with well actually, I'm gonna drain their blood and use it for coolant. Oh. Cerberus didn't notice her comment and instead hyper-fixated on the scissors. I wanna give some too. Yeah. We wanna help. Boo, I could lend some power, so long as it goes to the right places. Melina rolled her eyes at the comment. I guess I can incorporate her hair into the trousers. If she asks for underwear I'll tell her to shove it up her. Well, they're doing that. She was keen to get these idiots out of the store. You. She nodded to the mortal. Come with me. Wah. Me. That's, need to measure you for fitting. She pulled a tape measure out of a pocket to emphasize the fact. Unless you're wasting power on a self-fit charm. Nah. Justice shook her head. Don't have one anyway. Izuku, you go with her, it won't take a minute. But. Izuku hesitated. That's. Either we do this in the fitting room, or you strip in front of everyone here. Oh. That one. Choose. Fitting room. The green-haired mortal quickly, wisely, nodded, following Melina while Marius was held back by Cerberus. That's a surprise. The fitting room was a modest space, large enough for comfortably taking someone's measurements, but small enough not to feel overly exposed, the only objects of note being the few mirrors and a handful of spare outfits for testing sizes. Okay, let's get this over with. Melina sighed while pulling out her fitting notebook. Clothes off. Wow. The mortal immediately flushed red. Great. It's gonna be one of those fitting sessions. She ran a hand up her face and over her hair in irritation. Look, I need to take your measurements accurately for this to work. This isn't some plain cotton or silk suit, we're infusing it with demonic essence, it needs to be precise. The sooner you take that ratty thing off the sooner we're done. Ugh. Melina groaned, not wanting to deal with the whole episode, and instead simply swiped at the half-demolished hero costume. In a flash, it was safely in her pocket and she could get to work. Hold your arms up. How? Arms up. He eventually did as he was told, silently lifting his arms so she could get on with it. Thankfully she was practiced. It wouldn't take long. Wow, for a scared kid this guy is ripped. Has he already figured out projection manipulation or... Oh, probably just a hero student. She made sure to take in the tone muscles and the equivalent adjustments she'd need to make subtly and quickly, not wanting him to get the wrong idea, nor deteriorate into a nervous wreck. Still, once they were done with the basic measurements and onto wearing a standard outfit to see how he moved in it, she couldn't help but joke a bit. You know, for a meek Japanese kid you probably make a decent stronghold barbarian. She made a note of the shoulder movements as he walked and tried to get a decent idea of his range. Ahaha. He laughed awkwardly. I like to think I'd fit into Tower more. Yeah, well. Melina froze. You play Heroes 3. Izuku trailed off. I tried for a bit, couldn't really get into it. Oh. Her interest disappeared in an instant, switching back to the last checks needed for his outfit. Sorry, I'm more of a grand strategy fan, so... Grand strategy. A raised eyebrow betrayed her interest, shooting through the roof in another instant. Another strategy genre. One she hadn't heard of before. Yeah. Izuku perked up more than she'd seen thus far. Well, it's kind of hard to describe. Try. Her flat statement prompted him to laugh nervously for a moment. Well, I guess it's kind of like 4X games, but also sort of combining some real-time elements to an extent, but the main thing is that it's usually got much more in-depth diplomacy and economy mechanics. The focus is generally more on making it feel just a bit more like you're running a real nation, than on typical tactics or expansion, plus they usually have a lot of mechanics which are weirdly convoluted and take ages to figure out. He nodded at the summary with a slight chuckle. I mean, that's oversimplifying by a lot, but it's the basic point. MHM. Melina nodded while finishing up her notes. Better diplomacy. Economy management. Needless convolution. She nodded a final time and closed her small notebook. I need it. Any suggestions? Huh? Oh, sure. He gave off a few game ideas, a couple of simpler ones that would only take a few dozen hours to really get to grips with, and some of the more fun ones. She also managed to get some more details on what some were like, and it sounded as if they were incredibly varied, depending on where the game's focus was. From countries to people to species, it sounded like a wide genre. But unfortunately most of them are borderline unplayable without the DLC which... Hey. Just as slamming open the door interrupted his thoughts. Are you gonna be finished anytime this year? Oh, I was just talking to Miss Melinda about... It's Melina. She rubbed a hand over her face. The Cerberus's crappy attention span got one more person calling her that name. Oh, and you can drop the miss. I'm not a miss. I'm not even 2000. She blinked. Wait, or am I now? Whatever. Oh, Izuku stuttered. Whatever. Jusis interrupted. How much longer is this gonna be? I've got his measurements. Melina stated. Give him a couple of hours to get the clothes ready. Grab some lunch in the meantime or something, I don't know. Not care. Then what the hell took so long? Yeah, and why couldn't I be a part of it? Justice pushed Marius back out of sight where she belonged, before walking over and giving Melina samples of their hair infused with demonic energy. Oh wait. Let me guess. She looked towards Izuku. You play strategy games, don't you? How did you know? Because I have ears in the brain. Now come on, I'm not keeping an eye on these two by myself anymore. The idea almost had Melina wincing at the thought. Cerberus's high energy was difficult to deal with on its own, but add in wrangling Marius. Correction, holding back a Marius that was in one of her aneurysm-inducing obsessions, currently focused on a guy one room over. I thank you for your sacrifice. Justice headed out and dragged Izuku with her. It was nice meeting you, Melina. Were his last words, accompanied by a smiling face and a happy wave, before being pulled out of the store. Glancing at the empty doorframe for a few moments, she let out a sigh and got to work. The faster she made this outfit, the faster she could investigate this new genre. I could ask Dusty, but they're probably offline for a good few hours now. Information gathering would probably be as difficult as it was infuriating, owing to the inability to use most of the internet, nor get any games that were in any way new, so she instead focused on the task at hand. Weaving Justice's hair into a new red shirt and Marius's into a pair of trousers, Cerberus's fur into a waistcoat. The suit jacket would have to be lacking in fusions, but half the high demons didn't even wear that, and he might not want to wear one either, so who cared? But having every major base part except the time-powered, felt like she was crafting an incomplete set. Frustrated by the idea, she flopped her head back before bringing it half forward again, when the scarletite scissors caught her eye. Considering the idea, she briefly ran a hand through her hair. Guess it's getting kinned along anyway. Traversing the streets of Limbo, Izuku couldn't help but feel most of the people were trying to avoid him. Souls walking through the streets with purpose in their direction veered away. He's seen a number of stalls, shops, and workshops, so clearly Limbo had something resembling a functioning society, apparently. But even those that seemed to be meandering aimlessly made efforts to stay out of his way. It wasn't until a pair of other demons walked past that he realized it wasn't him people were avoiding. They probably barely registered he was there. But rather the demons he now kept as company. Just as most mortals avoided them, so too did they avoid any demons. And just as the humans avoided all demons, other demons all avoided them. But while the humans seemed to do so out of fear, with the demons it seemed to be more a feeling of respect, reverence. Sorry if Melina was a grouch. Justice brought him back to the present. In her defense, she was probably drunk. That's a defense. Don't worry. Izuku replied. I thought she was nice. Of course he did. Justice chuckled, before lowering her voice to a mutter. You probably say the same about odds given half a chance. Where are we going? Cerberus moaned. I'm buried. Pet me. I can think of something. We're getting something to eat. Justice provided the group before glancing back at Izuku. We've been going for over a day now. Really? It feels like weeks. Months, even. Fair. No day or night, high stress, new environment. Basically, your mind could use some decent grub, even though you technically don't need it down here. Ideally something familiar. Let's see, familiar. Familiar. She began scanning their surroundings, before soon snapping her fingers on a direction. That way. Following Justice into a towering building that didn't seem to end in any direction, Izuku soon found himself in the middle of the largest, most international food court he'd ever seen. Upon entry he spotted some Italian restaurants, before Justice led him past Indian takeout, Brazilian cafes, British food. Here we are. She exclaimed upon arriving at a Japanese diner. On the one hand, Izuku felt like going out of their way like this was a little condescending. On the other, he swam through Tenteisho all over again for a halfway decent katsudon right about now. Upon entry he couldn't help but agree that this was exactly what he needed. The diner and its stimuli brought a sense of familiarity in this otherwise completely alien experience. The sight of ramen, natto and a dozen other dishes made it feel as if this could be an eatery just down the street from his house. The smell of ginger and soy sauce wafted from the kitchen, along with 101 miscellaneous but recognizable herbs and spices that brought a sense of belonging he'd been sorely lacking this past day. The throng of people who weren't demons helped to make him feel that little less like an outsider. Similar souls in more casual clothing. Before long the group had found seats at a bar-like countertop facing the servers and kitchen area. Izuku would have preferred a table at which he could hide from the world and everyone in it, but pot A2 pot A2. They barely even sat down before a server arrived at the bar to take his companion's orders. Or, Justice called before they could leave. You gonna forget my assistant? She gestured towards Izuku. Oh, I'm so sorry. The poor server hastened to take his order, even throwing in a free portion of takoyaki for their grievous air. Tea, that's fine. He tried to wave off the offer. I'll just have some katsudon, please. Katsudon and some takoyaki for the table, coming right up. They darted off, oblivious or, more likely, uncaring towards Izuku's attempts to assure them it was fine. Evidently, the local residents' change in attitudes didn't stop at making way for his companions in the streets. I don't know how I feel about this. What? Justice asked from his right. Not authentic or something. Pretty sure the cooks are Japanese. And no, not that. Isn't it kind of an abuse of authority to get free? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of chopsticks dropping to the floor behind him. He glanced that way out of simple instinct, but as soon as his head swiveled round, his eyes were glued to the utensil's owner. A red white-haired boy with a burn scar over his left eye. His attention was similarly ignoring his bowl of arisoba to focus squarely on Izuku. Midoriya. TT. Izuku had to walk over to the individual to make sure he wasn't in a hell-induced hallucination. Todoroki. Izuku found himself standing in the middle of the diner, face full of shock, and his finger weakly pointed towards the fellow, Hero student, while Todoroki was doing the same in turn from his seat. Oh hey. Justice sauntered over. You know this guy. He's cute. Marius was silenced with a glare from Justice. Why yeah, we're. Izuku blinked, completely at a loss for what to say. They may not know each other very well, but this was his classmate. A strong one, if his recommendation status and second place in the apprehension test was anything to go by. He was supposed to be in school, to be learning how to be a hero. Not, what are you doing here? He eventually managed to ask. Todoroki gestured to his soba. I think he meant here as in hell, not here as in this diner. Justice clarified. Oh. Todoroki looked down into his meal. That's sort of a long story. Well. Izuku looked to the others. We've got an hour or so, right? Story. Cerberus sulked. Todoroki hesitated. I'll cover your tab. Justice offered. So it all started when we arrived at the unforeseen simulation joint for some training exercises. And here we are, kids. Take it in. From a cursory glance, Shadow could see today would go largely as expected. The large dome was split into a number of sectors mimicking natural disasters they could encounter in the field, and all of them were manageable. A damaged city. Ice supports. A forest fire. Ice and water would make it a plain forest. Wrecked ship. Ice bridge. Precarious cliffs. Ice ledges. Today would simply be another step on his path forward. Whoa, is it a lake? Kaminari asked. There's a raging fire and a constant downpour and you're excited by the lake. Jiru jabbed at him. Hey, shut up. Frankly, Shadow found it ridiculous that they could joke like that after the last hero exercise had ended so disastrously. But when he took a second, brief look, he realized Kaminari's curiosity didn't extend to his eyes. The smile from Jiru's good-natured joke barely reached her lips. Thinking further, he realized Kaminari wasn't in awe of the environments, but probably concerned at what could happen if he lost control of his electricity in one. A large electrical charge and poor control combined with an open body of water meant a devastating result for anyone who found themselves in his vicinity. Shadow adjusted his opinion of him to be marginally more positive. After the brief chatter, Snipe-sensei began talking them through some of what they'd be doing, which led them to the second hero in attendance. Hello everyone. A spacesuit-clad woman reminiscent of a marshmallow greeted them. Hey, it's 13. He heard Ashido's voice retain its abundant pep, before lowering the volume to only a loud whisper. Didn't you say she was one of your favorites, Uraraka? Huh. The girl in question replied with a startle. Oh, yeah. I like her a lot. She trailed off just as quickly, unable to maintain any amount of energy. While she still tried to project a positive attitude, her success was limited at best. If she can't focus, then she shouldn't be here. Shadow's eyes softened minutely after the thought, not that I can blame her. It was a difficult balance. It took courage to keep trying after what had happened, but, cruel though it may be, if she wasn't able to keep up, it would be better for everyone if she just left. Anyone with a functioning brain knew she couldn't be blamed in any way for what happened at the battle trials, but it was becoming apparent that losing her teammate had her thinking otherwise. In their intended line of work, such thoughts could later mean fatal hesitation if she couldn't overcome them. While he'd been distracted, 13 had been rattling off some basic information about the USJ that people should already know by now. Something interesting he did notice was her asking Snipe a quiet question, and her response being something about All Might not being able to attend as he was busy with hero work or some such. It was hardly a surprise. He'd been notably absent recently for that very reason, though Shadow suspected UA were re-evaluating their teaching staff. Now, before we start, a few things. 13 addressed the group. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. I've used this to rescue people, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. We already know that. Someone interrupted 13 with a bitter voice. It took a moment for the group's collective shock to realize it was Uraraka. We've already. Everyone's seen how. Her thought trailed off with a wavering voice. Indeed. 13 solemnly interrupted the girl as she began to break into quiet tears. You've already seen this fact firsthand. You all know how dangerous quirks can be, and that making assumptions about your powers, or how others will react to those powers, can be fatal. Which is why it was decided that this training would still be run despite UA's recent tragedy. To teach you all how to ensure your powers are used to save lives, not take them. An assumption about how someone reacts to your powers. Shadow would chuckle if the thought didn't disgust him. They could phrase it however they wanted, call it an accident, a tragedy. At the end of the day, it was the inevitable result of a series of mind-numbingly terrible decisions, catalyzing a loose cannon who should never have been allowed on campus, let alone into a live quirk training simulation. And wait, who the hell thought those gauntlets were appropriate for a first year? Thanks to Eraserhead's fitness tests, we all have a reasonable grasp of your quirk's potential. Our attention had turned back towards the group as a whole. Today we'll be refining that potential solely to help others. Additionally, I personally read through the details regarding your quirks, and have prepared a training regimen alongside Snipe. The teacher in question tipped his cap. Built to ensure a safe environment. Now, 13 was cut off by gasps and stares further into the facility, where a black shadow seemed to be growing. Is this another logical ruse? Seriously. Shadow thought the idea had been poorly thought out the first time, but this was just insulting. Everyone stay back. Snipe-sensei instructed them, a tone of complete seriousness overshadowing the laid-back attitude he'd been projecting. He and 13 positioned themselves between their group and the unknown shape. Has training started already? Kirishima asked idiotically. No, Shadow reprimanded himself for the insult. They're just in shock. We've never faced a real threat before. The Shadow heralded the arrival of dozens of villains. The Shadow. No, Black Mist. Seemed like it was either a warp quirk or covering for one. Their entrance was fast, but alarms should be going off back at UA, so they wouldn't have more than a few minutes to make their move. Yet they remained still, seeming to discuss the situation while Snipe corralled the students, who were reacting with varying degrees of shock. No, wait. Shadow checked his phone, beyond thankful for the support department, adding a pocket for it, no signal. They must have a signal jammer, or a quirk user with similar abilities. But why are they just waiting? In moments like these, the opening move was a crucial one. They had the advantage, they had the element of surprise, but with each passing second they were losing it, his classmates beginning to overcome their shock and prepare to evacuate. Has something gone wrong in their plan? Were they expecting Izawa Sensei instead of Snipe? No, wait. Maybe All Might. Class President. Why yes sir. To his credit, Iida recovered quickly. Escort everyone back to campus, send for reinforcements. Snipe prepared his two modded revolver gun things. 13 and I will cover you. I'm afraid not. The shadow coming between them and the exit soon confirmed he was the warp quirk user. If they could deal with him, the villains would be trapped. But this is just mist, and it's not freezing like suspended water. His initial test with some mist that had seeped near him proved as much. How do you fight air? It's a pleasure to meet you. The Black Mist villains started monologuing, identifying themselves as the League of Villains, and confirming that they were indeed here for All Might. The event gave Shadow a bit more time to think. Maybe he could create some kind of ice dome to trap the villain. No, they'd escape. Unless I could freeze the contents solid in time. But then they'd probably die of hypothermia. Is the situation that desperate yet? Stay back. 13's warning fell on deaf ears as Kirishima started running forwards. Did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you do whatever the hell you want? His hardened arm flew forwards, but the complete lack of resistance betrayed that he hit naught but air. The villain taunted Kirishima with a threat, but thankfully this time he listened to 13's repeated warning to get back. Shadow assumed she was about to use Black Hole, seeing as it was one of their only potentially useful weapons against an airborne villain. He readied himself to let out an ice wall at a moment's notice. If she could get them in a desperate position and distracted, maybe he could employ his dome plan. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades, and your deaths. The villain's sudden expansion, swallowing almost the entire class into the floor, including Shadow, shot his ice plan down in flames. A moment of darkness later, little more than a blink, and he had fallen into the landslide zone. He fell on his back and slipped on the uneven terrain after the fall, but a quick burst of ice soon kept him held in place. Now he just needed to. Wah. A scream to his left side alerted him to Helltaker having been teleported along with him, the dust stream making it clear she was having more trouble than him finding purchase on this steep hill. A burst of ice later and she was secure. Thanks. Her shivering highlighted one of the issues with a costume that consisted of your skin and little else. Don't mention it. He stated plainly in response before taking in his surroundings. The zone they were in featured a large hill with a steep incline, some wrecked buildings tossed in with an otherwise dusty earth ground. It seemed the warp villain had been stupid enough to give them the high ground, giving a clear view of the entire area, including the dozen or so villains stationed at the bottom of their hill. Hey look, the kids are here. Why don't you come on down? A low chuckle emerged from their ranks, equipping weapons and quirks ready for combat. Why would we come down? Are these villains just that stupid? They're real villains, aren't they? Helltaker asked, clearly struggling to get to grips with the situation. Yeah, they're gonna kill us. Oh no. Shadow put his right foot forward, an avalanche of ice erupting down the hillside, and freezing every villain they could see in place. Anyway, we should probably go and figure out what's going on. It took a bit longer than he'd have liked to get the spluttering girl down the hillside, but leaving her here would cause more problems in the long run. Whether by coincidence or planned by the villain, Helltaker was his teammate for now. He wasn't going to leave her alone and risk another battle trial incident. Hey, let us out. You dead kid. I'll kill you. Then why would I let you out? He asked a very obvious question. It was becoming clear they weren't dealing with a high class of villain, but even rage-filled idiots could be dangerous. Perhaps even more so. Frankly, you should be embarrassed for getting overwhelmed by someone, what, half your age. Why are you mocking them? Helltaker's groan was cut off by a second wave of villains jumping out, having hidden themselves behind buildings. A second barrage of ice incapacitated all of them. A weak taunt like that is all it took to reveal yourselves. He was almost disappointed with how easy this was. Seeing the murderous intent in their eyes remedied that into relief soon enough. If you stay frozen you'll die of hypothermia. If you tell me your objectives, I'll unfreeze you. It took a bit longer for most of them to calm down and realize they couldn't escape, but after the fear of death was properly instilled, they were all too ready to spill everything they knew. Unfortunately, that wasn't much. Apparently a villain in the central plaza with a body clad in hands was the leader, and they were here to kill All Might. Beyond that, they weren't told anything. They were just hired thugs. What a surprise. He sighed. I swear, that's all we KK know. Fine. As promised, he began to unfreeze them. Psych. Todoroki. Watch out. It took less than 10 seconds for one to attack him as expected. It took less than 2 to refreeze them all. I've used just barely enough ice to freeze you, and its temperature is closer to melting point than the last. You'll be fine for a while. I'll come and defrost you once the situation is resolved. With his ultimatum finished, Shadow wasted no time in making his way towards the central plaza. The fallen buildings and uneven terrain made it impossible to know what was going on until they were closer, so they needed to find out as soon as possible. Hey Todoroki. Helltaker decided to initiate conversation. He remembered reading somewhere that people often fell back on what was normal in stressful situations as a coping mechanism, so he concluded there was no harm in indulging her. Yeah. Has anyone ever told you you're kind of a badass? The question made his pace falter for a moment. No. He blinked. Thanks. Don't mention it. Her tone of voice implied it was a compliment. He wasn't used to those. It was nice. The rest of their journey was uneventful. They kept their pace brisk but measured. Exhausting themselves sprinting before conflict would help no one, and the walk gave Shadow's temperature some time to stabilize. They ran into another handful of villains near the end. Maybe scouts or perimeter guards. But they went down without much of a fuss. He could only hope that his classmates would find the matter as simple. No. He shook off the thought, I need to focus on what's in front of me, not things I can't change. I can keep Helltaker safe while we determine how bad the situation is. Anything else is a distraction. Coming to the bottom of the landslide, all that was left was climbing the exterior fence, separating the zone from the rest of the facility. Realizing that just vaulting it into the unknown was less a battle plan and more suicide, Shadow made an ice platform for the two to peer over and find out what was going on. What they saw was less than reassuring. The most immediate concern was the horde of villains who were locked in combat with Snipe-sensei. Villains were attacking en masse, and Snipe was replying to their careless and aggressive lunges, with calculated dodges and bullets planted in their knees, shins and shoulders. He'd taken down well over a dozen thugs, but that was a small drop in the ocean of villains. Any breathing room that Snipe bought was only temporary. His fighting style was suited towards neutralizing threats from a distance, not handling an army in a melee brawl. Perhaps if he moved to more lethal takedowns he'd be having more luck. A shot to the chest was quicker and easier than aiming for a near shin. But even then his odds weren't good. At first he assumed 13 must be busy evacuating the students, but when he looked up the stairs towards the entrance, the only thing they could see was her shredded suit hanging limply over the edge. Is that? She probably ditched the suit. Shadow preemptively reassured her. From what he'd heard, her spacesuit was a costume designed to help limit her quirk, so maybe with the villain attack, she decided such limits weren't a concern. But the damage seemed bad. This is getting old. A scratchy, irritated voice spoke to the opposite side of Snipe-sensei's ongoing brawl. Turning his head, Shadow realized it was the handman the thugs had identified as the leader. Maybe we have to take down the mini-boss for the main one to show up. He scratched at his neck, seeming to take off flakes of skin with his nails. Namu. A hulking purple monstrosity with an exposed brain snapped to attention beside him. Just kill Snipe already. With those simple, apathetically delivered words, the creature took off, darting across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. It cared not for any supposed allies in its wake, batting them aside like flies as it flew towards Shadow's teacher. Snipe reacted immediately, taking aim and filling the creature's legs with bullets. They did nothing. Shadow could hear the punch's impact from the 24 or so meters away he was. The thwack of flesh against flesh, the crunch of bone as Snipe doubled over. He was flung to the stairs at startling speeds, and the crack his body made against the stairs sent a chill down Shadow's spine. Snipe wasn't getting up. He wasn't moving. Is he even breathing? Oh my god. Helltaker muttered from beside him. The word snapped Shadow out of his daze, and he made to vault the fence. What are you? Snipe-sensei needs help. He replied in a hurry. That thing seems to have some kind of super strength and regeneration. At this range it's a terrible matchup for him. But you saw what I can do. He summoned a small flicker of ice around his right arm for effect. Bullets wouldn't work against a beast like that unless you shot to kill. But Shadow had ice. He could freeze the floor under it to trip it up, trap it in an ice prison, block its vision with barriers, hurl ice spears, freeze it solid. He set his eyes forward in determination. I can take it. I could not take it. Todoroki ordered another round of soba, taking full advantage of Justice's offer. That's... Izuku reeled at the story, staring into his finished Katsudon bowl, as he tried to process what he'd been told. I'm so sorry. It's fine. Todoroki reassured him, seemingly more concerned with how soon his new soba would be served than his tragic demise. But why did you end up in hell, and not? Oh, that. Todoroki asked with a tint of anger and a look of regret. Apparently a bunch of the villains I froze in place died of hypothermia. I was surprised none of their allies helped, to be honest. No honor amongst child-murdering thugs. Justice took a break from her donburi to contribute bitterly. I guess. Todoroki agreed. As it was sort of self-defense, that alone wouldn't have barred me from heaven. Just put me on a probationary period, or something. But, apparently, if I'd focused on escaping and used my... He hesitated, looking down at his left arm. If I'd gone all out and focused on escaping, I could have gotten out and saved my teammate. So I got put here for arrogant pride. That's... Izuku looked towards Justice. How is that fair? I know, right? Justice added. Hell, giving a punishment which we don't think is fair. When has that ever happened before? Todoroki replied. It's not that bad. I've only been here a couple of weeks, but to be honest, so far it's better than home. Izuku honestly didn't know how to respond to that. What could you even say? That's rough, buddy. Justice offered. Yeah, that's... Izuku blinked for a moment. Wait, did you say you could have gotten out and saved your teammate? Does that mean? Yeah, I died too. A familiar voice spoke up from the seemingly empty chair to Todoroki's left. And they threw me down here for public indecency. I mean, hello. A pair of chopsticks started floating, pointing towards where he assumed the occupant was sitting. Helltaker. Izuku exclaimed in shock. How long have you? Since Kurajiri showed up in this story. She pointed a chopstick towards Todoroki. I was checking out some of the other food stores. Didn't want to interrupt when I got back. But more importantly than that, Midoriya. She suddenly threw her chopsticks to the table, and, if the gloves and boots were any indication, rushed around to Izuku. It's so good to see you. Even though it's not great that it's here, but we saw you. But then we're... Ah. She pulled him into a hug excitedly. I'm so glad you're alright. A slight nod and serious look from Todoroki suggested he felt the same. On the inside. Alright. He replied with a stutter, awkward about the physical contact, but appreciating the sentiment. He wouldn't quite say he was alright, but given the circumstances he was doing relatively well. Damn. Justice whistled. And I thought Marius was forward. Hey. The demon in question put her cocky nib down in a huff. You think that's forward? Just watch me. Thankfully Cerberus was able to hold her back. He'd have to thank her later. Wah. Helltaker stuttered and broke out of the hug. What are you talking about? It's not forward to hug a friend you saw. It is when you aren't wearing anything. Justice rebutted while casually tucking back into her dish. Well, anything other than gloves and shoes. It's my hero outfit. It's all I've got. Your hero outfit is some gloves and shoes. Justice returned in disbelief. They're good gloves. And it lets me take full advantage of my quirk. Your quirk needs you to be naked. Well duh. She used her hands to gesture up and down herself. Justice looked at her blankly. Oh. Izuku realized the issue. Helltaker's quirk is invisibility. Oh. Justice nodded. Got it. Well, yeah. Helltaker muttered uncertainly. I thought it was kind of obvious. Light refraction doesn't really. Justice flashed her sunglasses up for a moment to reveal the cloud at her eyes. Do it for me. Come back with aura refraction and we'll talk. Oh. That's... Wait. Helltaker fidgeted awkwardly. You mean, you can see me? Yup. Justice confirmed. You're pretty cute. Hair's a bit messy, but it kind of works for you. Helltaker's silence spoke volumes of her discomfort. If you want to look embarrassed, you'll have to try harder than that. Your blush isn't even reaching half in Izuku. Wah. Izuku spluttered in response, his embarrassment in the awkward situation peaking with the fact he now seemed to be the basis for a measure thereof. See, now that's blushing. Justice's point prompted Izuku slamming his head on the table. You're right. He looks really red. He hit it against the table again at Todoroki's note. Bet I could make him redder. Marius exclaimed. Oh, I can be red. Cerberus's declaration was met with Justice quickly cutting in to stop the diner being filled with large hounds. Helltaker quickly sat the other side of Todoroki, so Justice couldn't see her as easily, before quickly trying to move the topic along. Something Izuku was all too happy to assist. That's so weird you're here anyway, Izuku. Ah. Onto any topic other than that. Well, that's... Also long story. He trailed off, unsure how to continue with that. Could he tell them? Should he tell them? How would they react? Who could be listening? Was it wrong to keep them in the dark? You can tell him. Justice permitted. He wasn't sure if he was muttering again or he was just that obvious with his thoughts. They told their story, only fair you tell yours. Okay. He swallowed. Well, there's this place near the bottom of hell called Deka. What? Tor exclaimed in shock. You're supposed to be thrown into the bottom of hell for all eternity, because, what, you wanted to a hero and died wrong. I accepted a responsibility. Pretty much. The fake blind demon interrupted what was sure to be an overly apologetic justification. That's... Todoroki seemed at a loss for words. So messed up. He seemed more shaken by the revelation than he had been during the entire Yasuche incident. And rightly so. Thrown into the depths for committing the unforgivable sin of dying. Tor thought her punishment had been a bit unfair, but it was the height of compassion compared to that. Tor slammed her fist on the desk. We can't let them get away with this. Who's them? Todoroki asked. I don't know. Tor angrily exclaimed. The boss, I guess. She turned her attention to the demon who could apparently see her, but she was too enraged to care right now. Who the hell decided that? Well, the default punishments are generated by the divine, so... The man upstairs, I guess. She shrugged. But if we're talking application of punishments, it's probably me or judgment you take it up with. Then I take it up. I take it all the way up. You can't just torment someone for such a stupid reason. That's not. No. I won't let you. She interrupted what was sure to be some demonic wordplay. We won't. Right. Right. It was nice to know Todoroki had her back. I think this is a bit of a misunderstanding. No, Izuku. The demon interrupted their friend. They want to stop me. She said the words mockingly. Let them. So let me ask you both. She put her foot to one side and stood up, turning to face the two condescendingly. How are you going to do that, exactly? Well, we'll. Helltaker faltered, not entirely confident in her own abilities before catching sight of Todoroki, and remembering she had him on her side. We'll beat you. That had meant to come off as a statement, but the demon's intimidating aura knocked it down to a question. Oh? She asked incredulously. As in, you'll fight me? At her words, all conversation in the diner seemed to cease. Tora felt a chill in the air, before almost all of the diner's occupants seemed to hurriedly, but quietly, as nonchalantly as they could manage, leave. She'd heard that demons were stronger than humans in the underworld, but was it really enough to warrant this level of caution? If we have to, yeah. She glanced over at Todoroki. Right. He nodded immediately, getting up to meet her challenge, as the air definitely took on a chill around him. I already failed to save my classmate once. I refuse to let that happen again. Yeah. He may have been talking about her, but Tori had already seen Midoriya die once already. No way she was letting anything like that happen while she could do something about it. Gee guys, I really think you should all settle down. Oh, but we're just getting started. The demon interrupted Midoriya, cracking her knuckles while winking at him through her aviators. Tell you what, you put me down and you get custody over Izuku's soul. Plus, I'll give you the first shot. Won't even dodge. Sound fair? Midoriya went to get up but was kept in place by one of the dog-eared demons grinning wickedly, while the others began looking eagerly between Todoroki and the aggressive demon. They seemed to silently be chanting fight, 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 but if she didn't know better she could swear the heart-themed demon was chanting kiss, kiss, kiss. Clearly Midoriya was trying to protect his two classmates from whatever wrath these beings could unleash, but he hadn't seen Todoroki in action. And there was no way in hell they'd abandon him to whatever horrid fate they had in store. You asked for it. Todoroki instantly froze the ground beneath them, completely coating the demon's feet in thick chunks of ice sealed to the floor. That'll teach her to underestimate. That's it. She pulled her feet out of the solid ice like it was an inconvenient mud, completely unaffected by the attack. After all that talk I'd kinda hoped. She was interrupted by a second wave of ice, this one not constrained to the floor, but instead flying upwards from Todoroki's feet to completely encase their foe. The other demons now stepped to the side, a dog-eared one bringing Midoriya with her. A human would have died from hypothermia in instance. Okay, a little better. Unfortunately they weren't dealing with humans. The entire structure completely shattered with a light roll of the demon's shoulders, like breaking out of a fatal ice prison, wasn't even a warm-up. Looking closer, Tor realized that while the attack had Todoroki breathing just that little bit harder than usual, the demon wasn't even phased. But that couldn't be right. An attack like that would have needed intense energy to break out of. Surely she had to be feigning a complete lack of effort. Surely. But if I'm honest, it was a little disappointing. The demon sighed. You're really talking smack when you can barely encase your opponent in, what, half a foot of ice. The wraiths of gluttony are more of a pain to deal with than that. Wraiths. Midoriya echoed. Long story. Be glad we didn't run into any. He let out something between a groan and whimper in response. Todoroki. I know. He placed both his hands to the floor in front of him, sprouting spires of ice several meters in length which grew and grew and grew as they approached the demon. Gone was any reservation, any concern for collateral damage. It was becoming clear that any hesitation could cost them their friend's soul. Within moments the roof was torn through, the floor shattered, and the demons around Midoriya rolling over the bar counter to escape the onslaught. The dog-eared one pulling him with them yet again. The screech of sharp ice tearing through furniture, floor tiles, cutlery, all erupted in a horrendous cacophony that forced Tor to shield her ears. The temperature was dropping degrees by the half-second from the sheer vastness of the ice in Todoroki's wake. The air immediately clouded with water, frozen into a cross between icicles and snowflakes. And Todoroki heaved forward in exertion, Toru immediately going to catch him. Cold. The right side of his body was almost completely blue, shards of ice coating his arm and leg. She briefly panicked after realizing she didn't know how to treat hypothermia, before remembering they were next to a kitchen. Flames would help with the cold, right? And they were dead. Could the dead even get hypothermia? Or was the ambient heat of hell enough to make sure no one froze? Hell couldn't freeze over, right? Looking towards the veritable iceberg Todoroki had created, she realized the answer was it could now. Can't. Todoroki muttered through his shivering, rattling teeth. Can't keep. It's okay. Toru interrupted, looking towards the enormous wall of ice separating them from where the demon had stood. You got her. Yeah. A muffled voice spoke through the frozen abyss, a mere moment before the wall exploded outwards. Toru shielded her face with her arms, while Todoroki used his frozen arm to take the brunt of it. Looking past the wreckage and into the now open crater in the wall, Toru's face fell in despair. Not sure about God. The demon, completely unharmed, brushed a few specks of ice off of her sleeves as she stepped out of the wall. But you cooled me down, I guess. Been missing Gluttony's frosty vibe a bit, so thanks man. She pointed towards Todoroki with a chilling smile. You're my new favorite air conditioner. What? But now it's my turn. In a blink the demon had crossed the distance between them and was holding Todoroki by the scruff of his collar. Toru barely had time to process what was happening before she tried to rush to his aid. Arg. Only for the demon to knock her to the ground with a well-placed blow, the elbow from her free arm being driven into Toru's solar plexus, with barely a motion wasted in an almost rhythmic strike. Did you forget the part where I can see you? The demon asked in a disappointed tone. Now, I think it's time to see what happens if you piss the wrong demon. Toru tried to argue in response, but could only splutter as she looked up to find the demon lodging her hand in Todoroki's ribsage. Not ripping through the flesh, not plunging into it, just seemingly phasing her hand into his chest. Todoroki struggled and grunted in pain, a look of intense agony overcoming him, as the demon seemed to root around in his chest for a moment. Got it. Before yanking her hand back out with something. In her hand was some sort of ethereal glowing orb. On the surface it seemed to be split into two segments neatly down the middle, one side frozen a cracked blue with the other burning a bitter red, but looking closer, there seemed to be more. Layers and layers of colors building into the complex symphony of its complete form. It floated in her hand, remaining in place centimeters from the surface of her skin, while a thin layer of white energy seemed to organically fill in the gaps. The orb pulsated in her hands in a repetitive pattern. A pair of beats followed by silence, repeated again and again. It's like a heartbeat. The striking object had momentarily pulled Toru's attention away from Todoroki, and when she looked back. What did you do to him? Her words were mumbled in terror. Todoroki didn't simply look dead, he looked lifeless. She barely even registered him as human. The Todoroki she'd seen mere moments ago had been replaced with a colorless, hollow shell resembling a human. He was gone. Huh? Oh. She dropped the thing that had replaced Todoroki on the floor, before the wrapping slowly started peeling away to reveal what Toru had suspected. Nothing. No muscles, no bones, no organs, nothing. Just an empty shell in the shape of her friend. Guess this is your first time seeing a raw soul. She bounced the orb. No. She bounced Todoroki in her hand carelessly. Shouldn't be surprised. Not many mortals see these and exist to remember him. She looked between the demon's completely carefree attitude and the vulnerable sphere which was her classmate, her only friend in these last weeks in literal hell. This couldn't be happening. It just wasn't possible. This was some sort of trauma-induced nightmare, and she was back at the USJ. She was still staring at the horrid creature, completely uncomprehending of what had happened to her friend, completely oblivious to the villain's leader, ordering it to kill her too after she started screaming. That had to be what was happening. This was all her mind's attempt to rationalize seeing Todoroki's. This can't be happening. Give him back. Huh. Whoa. The demon sidestepped Toru's sudden lunge. I said give him back. She threw herself at the demon again, and again, and again. She'd been a bystander the last time Todoroki threw himself at an enemy he'd underestimated, sat there as her friend was splattered on the plaza's concrete. She'd been completely helpless, unable to even lift a finger in shock and despair, even as she joined him in the afterlife. Not again. Never again. I don't care if it's hopeless. Even as the demon began sidestepping her blows with flourishes reminiscent of a dance routine, grinning cockily all the while, she refused to stop, pause, to slow down for even a millisecond. I refuse to do nothing ever again. Boop. The demon took advantage of an opening after sidestepping another punch to tap Toru on the nose with a single finger. The force sent her flying back into the wall behind her. Ugh. Toru coughed from the recoil. The impact seemed to knock every molecule of adrenaline out of her system, her limbs screaming in agony, and refusing to respond to any commands. Smash! The demon landed a kick centimeters from Toru's head, obliterating the wall behind her in the process. Okay, this is getting sad. The demon sighed. Give up yet. Justice. Midoriya groaned. NGH. Toru lolled her head around to find the glowing orb her friend now inhabited. Seeing it gave her an ounce of strength, and she tried to reach out for it. I can admire the determination. The demon stepped on Toru's injured form, sending a jolt of pain through her. Gah. Justice. But determination means absolute jack if you pick a fight with someone you can't beat. Maybe next time you'll. Ha. Another combatant entered the fray. One of the triplet demons with dog ears leapt at the aggressive one with incredible speed before retreating. Ha. Oh shit. The demon exclaimed after realizing what had just happened. As they turned their head back, so did Tor. Is that okay, Serbs? Let's all stay calm. The demon's attitude had completely changed, her calm and cocky demeanor replaced with a restrained panic as she tried to placate the dog-eared one, who was now holding Todoroki's soul in her growling mouth. Justice. Midoriya muttered nervously. What happens if he stops existing? The demon answered sharply. And Serbs gets a power boost. I thought demons had to make deals or something. He screamed in panic. Sure, to get it all easily. But if you're strong enough you can still rip some of it away by force. Like you were going to do. Tor muttered. I was teaching you a lesson. She'll fucking do it. The hiss response sent another shock through Tor's defeated form. Not only was her friend in fatal danger, but it turned out he wasn't even in danger before. If she'd just given up, would the apparently not murder-happy demon not have been too distracted to keep possession of Todoroki's soul? I did it again. I'm gonna let him die again. Midoriya started uncertainly. Miss Cerberus. I'll admit that I'm not the most well-versed when it comes to all of this, but could you please tell me why you want to, well, kill my friend? He's tasty. One of the triplets not holding his soul hostage answered flippantly. Like a tangy and sour taste pulling apart but still rolled into one. The other began drooling. Right. Midoriya swallowed nervously, before catching himself in the action with a slight cough. I don't suppose I could convince you to not do that, but tasty. The third one nodded. I know, but he seemed unable to put into words just how horrifying her suggestion was. The sunglasses demon seemed too cautious to approach, and curious to see how Midoriya would handle this, while the hearts demon was just looking between him and the dog demon with large curious eyes. As these used to my classmates, they were sort of the closest things I had to friends in the mortal realm. I know that none of you mean any harm to me. Not yet, at least his expression seemed to imply. Wait, they don't. They really had made a terrible mistake, hadn't they? But he didn't know that. He tried to help me thinking I was in trouble. So, if you, need him for trying to do that, it would feel like I'm the one who got him killed. But it's not. I know. Midoriya interrupted one of the triplets. A dangerous idea in Tori's books. But I'd still feel that way. I'd probably feel that way for the rest of my continued existence. It'd make me really sad. He stated one of the most obvious things in the world, but the simplicity and emotion behind his words seemed to convince the triplet of its truth. I know I'm just a stupid mortal, barely worth your attention in the grand scheme of things, but it would really mean a lot to me if you let him go. One of the triplets pondered. Another pondered harder. The one holding Todoroki pondered hardest. A moment later. She spit him out. Thank God. Tor melted back into the wall, or Satan, Izanagi, but whoever the hell I'm supposed to thank here. Holy hell. The sunglasses demon stared at Midoriya in awe. One condition. One of the triplets proclaimed. No more Miss Cerberus. Just Cerberus. Oh okay. Midoriya's expression shifted from terrified to nervous to excited to embarrassed over the course of that single, stuttered word. Thank you Cerberus. All three of the triplets preened at the praise, before one immediately knocked her head towards him, and asked to be pet. Over 3,000 years and I've never seen someone handle her like that. The sunglasses demon muttered. Except maybe. Nah, even here light on pancake promises. She seemed to slip into some nonsense, so Tori turned her focus back to Todoroki's soul. Boom. Which suddenly morphed into a full-size body. Todoroki. Helltaker exclaimed, fighting through the aches and pains from her fight to check on her friend. I'm so sorry. If I just... Are you okay? He blinked up at her once. Twice. Thrice. He held a hand in front of his face, examining the saliva which now clung to most of his body. Tor giggled at the motion, feeling tears in her eyes, as his focus revealed the fact that despite it all, he was okay. What am I covered in? Halfway back to the clothier, and so far the trip had been uneventful. But with every minute that passed, Justice became that tiny fraction more nervous. Abandoning her post for a few hours was nothing new, but they'd now passed the full-day mark and someone, most likely Lucy, was bound to take notice sooner or later. Throw in the kerfuffle at the diner, and sooner was looking a whole lot more likely. I should have just left them. It would have been easy. This explained the tool situation, that no, they weren't planning on torturing Izuku for all eternity actually, and move on. But knew, she just had to drill it into their thick skulls, that challenging demons was the fast lane to losing your soul. She could have just told them, probably should have just told them. But if she'd learned anything about mortals, it was that they only ever seemed to learn from experiencing a mistake for themselves. Even then, it's a toss-up as to whether it actually sticks. Normally she wouldn't care. So a couple of mortals go and get their souls eaten. In other news, gluttony's been pretty cold recently. But if they got themselves killed and then Izuku heard about it, yeah, that's guaranteed depression energy right there. A depressed soul is a demotivated one, and a demotivated soul is a bitch to work with mid-deal. And this is a deal I really don't want to fall through. Everything okay, Justice? Izuku's voice brought her back to hell. Yeah, just spaced out for a sec. She reassured the soul in question. She's probably just focused on the mortals following us. Cerberus added. Yep. I thought I saw something. Marius muttered. Wait, what? Izuku freaked out. Who? SHHHH. Justice put a finger to his lips. It's just your friends. I wanna see what they do. Cerberus wasn't entirely wrong. She had been paying half a mind to the pair of recently arrived souls that had been following them. The group had managed to make a quick exit from the destroyed diner, but they'd evidently resolved to follow them mere moments after they left. Even after coming this close to having their souls devoured. I can't tell if they're brave, or just stupid. Gotta admire the loyalty, at least. It was a trait scarcely seen nowadays. Or in past days. Despite their tale and the scenic route, Justice decided to take through the dodgier parts of Limbo, in part to test how far they'd follow, and in part to make sure they didn't run into anyone problematic. They had no other incidents on their way, winding through the side streets back to the tailor's. It had been almost 2 hours, so hopefully Izuku's not practically destroyed and actually decent looking clothes would be finished. And then we can get the heck out of hell. Good, you're back. Melina's sour voice came from behind the counter, before the front door had even had the chance to fully open. Just finishing up and then you can leave me in peace. Great catching up with you too. Justice replied cheerfully. Oh, also, we might need another couple of outfits. Melina's eyes started twitching. And you told me after. They wouldn't need any demonic infusions. Justice reassured her. It could be fun to mess with the irritable demon, but not enough to hear an exhausted rant on a time crunch. Just a standard outfit for one, and a basic quirk infusion for the other. Sure. Melina sighed in irritation. Quirk infusion will take about 10 minutes. Where's the soul sample? Coming up. She turned to Cerberus. Cerbs, go and get the mortals following us, would you? Okay. Two of them bounded off excitedly. Wait, what? Izuku asked in confusion. But, I thought you said. They're still following us after winding through the dilapidated back alleys of Limbo, and are scoping out a basically deserted tailor shop. She shrugged. Yeah, they're not giving up anytime soon. Might as well give them some decent clothes before telling them to get lost. As well as having the two kitted out in case they turned out to be worth the effort. There. The remaining Cerberus exclaimed happily to Izuku. Two mortals coming right up. That. Izuku sighed. Okay, fine. Just please try not to terrify them again. Smash was interrupted by the sound of the store's front window being shattered into 1,000 pieces, a large incoming object soon hitting the floor with a thud. Ow. The ice boy's reaction to being used as a vandal's brick was remarkably relaxed, lying face up on the floor with a still apathetic expression. Oof. His reaction to having an invisible body thrown on top of him was slightly stronger, while said girl merely groaned in pain. Justice smiled at Izuku's half-mortified, half-done with everything expression before walking over to collect a good few strands of the girl's hair. Ignoring her half-hearted protests, she handed the materials over to Melina. Great, working with invisible hair. She sighed. How fun. You said 10 minutes. Any more and the order's free, right? Justice's comment went unanswered as Melina shuffled off, grumbling about what she'd be giving for free, before slamming the door behind the counter closed. So, she turned to the two recovering mortals. Care to fill us in on why you thought following us was an idea which wouldn't end in you losing your souls? Ow. The invisible girl pulled a shard of glass out of her arm. Wow, that sounds like a pain. We're not leaving Midoriya without a better explanation. Ice Boy was carefully extracting glass and treating the wounds with. Wait, can he use fire too? Well, he wasn't using full flames, the smoke coming off his arm, as well as the invisible girl's after she asked for some help in stopping the bleeding, betrayed that he'd heated his hand to scalding levels. Enough to cauterize any wounds. Guess he realized it'd be worthless against demons. Okay, so. She glanced backwards to make sure Melina wouldn't hear before gesturing towards Izuku. You wanna fill him in? Oh, I can do it. Let me. Cerberus interrupted. He hesitated. Please. All three Cerberus put on puppy dog eyes. Thankfully only figuratively. Human Cerberus with Hound Cerberus eyes was not something Justice wanted to see for another 1,000 years at least. Naturally, Izuku caved instantly, nodding for them to continue. We're all going to the mortal realm. For the fate of the world. And pancakes. And even more debauchery. Marius felt the need to add. By which she means better romance novels. Izuku felt the need to hastily clarify. Okay. Ice Boy answered with only a few seconds hesitation. Invisible Girl began spluttering at the lack of a decent explanation, before he continued. So I'm guessing the circumstances regarding the transfer of this power which earned Izuku him such a ridiculous punishment is something that can be rectified with a visit to the living world, and that's the underlying reason for this journey. Izuku blinked. Pretty much. and the rest of you have joined them for entertainment, curiosity, having something to gain by venturing to the mortal realm, or some combination thereof. Damn. Justice whistled. Other than Marius's whole Casanova one-up thing, you got it in one. One-up. Thankfully Cerberus stopped her immediate beeline for Izuku. Can we come? Iceboy asked flatly. She'd expected the question but could still appreciate the bluntness. However, she had to give the obvious response. Why should we let you? An extra pair of mortals was unlikely to be all that useful. She'd already proven capable of taking them both down with minimal effort, and while some decent training in demon combat could likely fix that to some extent, it was time that they didn't really have right now. Plus, while Cerberus and Marius were potential liabilities if left in hell with the knowledge that Justice and Izuku were venturing out of it, she couldn't see these two running off and snitching on them. Especially not to anyone who would actually be able to do anything about it in time. Because we won't let you. The glare from Justice told Invisible Girl that argument would just land a repeat performance of earlier. Because, she snapped her fingers. We can help navigate the mortal world. Got Izuku for that. Next. Justice shot her down. Our abilities could be useful for terrain traversal. Or stealth. I don't need an ice sheet to clear dodgy ground, and we're unlikely to need any recon. You'd just be dead weights. Midoriya might be more comfortable with some old classmates around. Finally, the Invisible Girl gave a point that was worth considering. She glanced at Izuku for his opinion there. I mean, it would be kind of nice to talk with someone who went through similar. He looked down. Experiences. Not a bad point, but she wasn't convinced. And what do any of us get out of it? She gestured to the demons in their little group. We. Invisible Girl glanced back at Iceboy. I could make ice cubes. And act as an air conditioner. Tempting. Justice nodded thoughtfully. Glancing to the side, it seemed her fellow demons were in agreement. That was the best argument they'd given thus far. Okay, maybe. But she had to curb their excitement. We're on a secret-ish sort of mission, and if many mortals become aware of the afterlife, we'd run into problems. Like what? Izuku was the one to voice the question, evidently curious. Mass panic, societal upheaval, religious turmoil, etc. That just sounds like the medieval era with extra steps. Iceboy stated. Or maybe it'd be like setting society back to the Quirk Awakening. Izuku pondered. Yeah, but depending on how far the knowledge spreads and how generous certain supernaturals are feeling that day, heaven, hell, and everything in between could get directly involved. Trust me, you do not want Valkyries going all Old Testament on Mount Olympus. I mean, I kind of want to now. It sounds cool. Of course the Hound of Chaos would want to see that. Partners separated by war, forbidden love, divine dates. And of course the not-so-lovable sex maniac was fantasizing at the possibilities. And as the instigators of the whole thing we'd all be, and I cannot stress this enough. Fuck beyond belief. She glared at everyone seriously, extra harshly when Marius reacted to her word choice because of course she did. Which means it's imperative that we aren't responsible for the afterlife being discovered by mortal society. So. She stared intently at the two would-be resurrectees. If we do end up back in the land of the living, can you promise me you won't go running off to take care of any unfinished business, and throw everything off the rails? Sure. Invisible Girl agreed remarkably quickly. I mean, I'd like to let my family know I'm alright, so if that's allowed it'd be nice. But I would if it means I'd have to let my friends face this on their own. Good to hear. Justice nodded before turning towards Iceboy. And you? He was more hesitant to respond. Would I be allowed to speak to my family at all? Final farewells. Justice asked. If that's it we can probably let it slide. Not that. He interrupted. Well, maybe my sister, but mainly I want to tell my father all his efforts were for nothing. What? You mean endeavor? Izuku asked after a moment of processing that. What? Efforts? The boy seemed hesitant to elaborate. Clearly there was some kind of emotional turmoil going on, but Justice couldn't have a loose cannon screwing everything up. She crossed her arms and refused to shift to get this across, and after making it clear he wouldn't be going anywhere without doing so, he continued after collecting his thoughts. Everything my father has done. Marrying my mother, having my siblings, raising and training me, has been done to create a hero capable of surpassing all might. To reach the #1 hero spot he never could. That's all we were to him, tools to defeat his self-proclaimed nemesis. So. His until now calm face morphed into some semblance of a smile. I want to see the look on his face when I tell him, face to face, that he'll never see a Todoroki reach the #1 hero spot. That his masterpiece is dead and gone for good. That everything he worked towards, that everything he did to us, throughout his entire life, was for nothing. The whole group stayed silent at that declaration. What he just said implied that his entire life had been built on something more reminiscent of a political marriage from a bygone era than anything genuine. Justice had heard some stories of shitty marriages. Correction, she probably heard all the stories from multiple perspectives. But the idea still made her stomach turn. So, basically, she was eventually able to respond. You want to go back to the mortal world. To make a deal with the demon, to violate the laws of life and death, risk a fate worse than death for the rest of eternity, should you be discovered, all to rub your in death in your dad's face. Pretty much. He shrugged. That has got to be simultaneously one of the most messed up and petty motivations I've ever heard. She couldn't help but grin stupidly at the thought. Welcome aboard. There had been a few finer details worked out before Todoroki and Hagakure officially joined their group. Apparently a deceased soul being escorted to the surface cost just a bit more than an amusing motivation. Izuku couldn't help but be impressed at his former classmates. Todoroki seemed to take the entire thing in stride, not missing a beat in finding out what they needed to give, which turned out to be later lending their assistance as effective interns, until a particularly large workload Hell's bureaucracy was struggling with had been taken care of. Hagakure turned out to be surprisingly good at bartering, thoroughly ensuring that they wouldn't be trapped into overwork during their sentences, and that their jobs wouldn't consist of anything too unsavory. Of course, that probably had a lot to do with their patron. One of Hagakure's bargaining tactics had been suggesting there were multiple demons they could make a deal with, that if she couldn't monopolize the product, suddenly the price wasn't hers to decide. This tactic quickly failed due to the fact that their options were Justice, a fairly reasonable and generally lax individual Izuku, was basically indebted to forever at this point, and oh boy, did he wish Hagakure had been present when he'd made his escape deal. Cerberus, an extremely excitable demon with an almost juvenile personality and alarmingly blasé regarding death and destruction, who only seemed to respond well to Izuku for some reason, and had already nearly eaten Todoroki's soul. And Marius, who was Marius. They picked Justice pretty quickly after that. And with Melina's work finished almost exactly as their deal was struck, Izuku and Todoroki now found themselves with a whole new change of clothes, while Melina took Hagakure's measurements and adjusted hers accordingly. He'd been given a red shirt and black pants, along with a black jacket similar to the other demons, plus a white striped suit vest to match their hair. He kept his current underwear, socks and red shoes, though Melina generously gave the latter a quick repair job and clean, as there had still been chunks of gluttony-based sludge clinging to the shoes in places. His outfit was largely indistinguishable from the demons, but with the exception of his tie. Instead of the typical black or red he'd been expecting, Melina had provided a green one the same shade as his hair and eyes. Small though it was, he couldn't help but smile in appreciation at the thought she put into personalization, as he stepped out of the changing room. "The fuck did you do to your tie?" Melina asked. "You know it's not a bow tie, right?" Justice added. "Still can't do it right though." He looked down at the tie which he made extremely short and extra wide. "Yeah, I never could really get the proportions. I like it." Cerberus nodded along. "Me too." Marius crept up behind him. Quicker to take off. Surprisingly, it was Melina who stopped her this time. "None of that shit in my store. Be horny on your own time." "Thanks, me Melina." He laughed awkwardly in response. Thankfully, Todoroki was soon out to ease his anxiety. His clothing was of the same style, formal black pants and red shirt with a black suit vest sans a jacket nor tie, essentially making his outfit a variation of Melina's. "Is this okay?" he asked plainly. "Sure." Justice nodded. "There's no dress code. Hell's denizens aren't legally obligated to wear a full office ensemble or anything. Just needed to not be the clothes you died in." "Does that matter?" Izuku asked. "Well, other than being broken as heck and probably traumatizing, dying in them leaves certain." Justice struggled to find the words. "Imprints. Emotional residue." Melina clarified while checking their suits fit correctly. "Clothes are part of how we define ourselves. What we show to others, how much we show, what we want to project. It's part of why higher-ranking demons typically dress to look more professional, and why you don't show up in hell naked." She turned to Justice, guessing you want to use them for customer service or some shit. "Why do you jump to that?" Todoroki asked as she moved on to him. "You don't need new clothes without any latent emotions for doing paperwork. Only thing I can think of other than not wanting other demons and souls to look down on you, is that it'd make you easier to track or interfere with illusions, I guess. But even then it'd only be illusions trying to disguise yourselves. Useless for clerical work either way." "Yep. Useless. Definitely though. Actually, I just don't want to work with shabby dressers." Justice mercifully interrupted Izuku's floundering attempts to try and lie, and Melina didn't really look bothered enough to care. "Now?" She finished up with Todoroki and turned back to Izuku. "Your shirt, waistcoat and trousers have all been imbued with demonic energy, courtesy of Justice, Cerberus and Marius respectively. Other than their innate powers you didn't give any specific requests, so I just left it as free energy, and channeled most into the basics. Physical absorption, demonic fire protection, etc. That etc. Sounds important. But I also put some of my own power into your tie." She took Izuku's tie and reached into the small opening at the bottom between the material, pulling out a... How did a laptop fit in there? It was a full laptop, about 40 centimeters or so screen size, being pulled out of a tie which Izuku had tied at barely 10 centimeters of length. "How did it?" The opening wasn't even big enough to. It's a tamer version of my unique power. Melina explained after opening the laptop to prove that, yes, it was fully functional and capable of playing a strategy game. Used to be the chief hygiene specialist. Kept a whole warehouse of cleaning supplies in my pockets at all times. She pulled an entire coat rack full of completely uncreased suits out of her pocket for emphasis. Your tie isn't quite that extreme, but you should be able to fit a good few dozen cubic meters of stuff in there. For now it's just got your phone in. It fell out of your costume's pocket while I had it in mine. A few dozen. But that space I could store countermeasures for so many situations, or I could keep days or weeks of food and water. Do I need food and water anymore? It sounds like I don't technically need it, but maybe I'll keep eating for a while as a more mental thing. But then I'll have to consider the relative benefit of emergency rations against equipment which could be of assistance, assuming I'm able to. Ahem. Justice clearing her throat drew Izuku back to reality. I was mumbling again, wasn't I? He sighed in response. Thankfully, he heard the last dressing room's curtains fling open, and the thumping of footsteps made Hagaker's appearance audible. Which was useful, because it certainly wasn't visible. I thought you were getting changed. Todoroki stated. I did. Does taking off your shoes and gloves count as change? He asked, seemingly genuine. No, I'm wearing the new suit. Before Izuku knew it, Hagaker had grabbed both his and Todoroki's hands. He felt a bit of heat flush his cheeks before feeling a definite piece of clothing just above the wrist. Astonished, both he and Todoroki tried feeling the arms further, only to confirm that, yes, she was wearing a suit jacket just like Izuku's, except that hers was completely invisible. How? Infuse the material with her inherent power. Melina explained while the group decided to store their spare broken hero outfits in Izuku's tie, because that was a thing they could now apparently. A fact Hagaker squawked over. Basically the clothes act as an extension of her, and thus, turns as invisible as her when she wears it. The external component and passive energy in the clothing should give you better control over it, as well. What do you mean better control? Hagaker asked, turning her head to look at Melina. You Izuku stuttered. I'm guessing. That. Todoroki forced out, as shocked by Hagaker's appearance as he was. As in, they could see Hagaker's appearance. Gone was the invisible girl, and in her place stood one with Hagaker's voice, one that seemed to have the approximate height and posture Izuku would have guessed by her clothes, one that stood exactly where Hagaker was. And yet, now she had a face. A visible, normal human face. Wavy, chartreuse hair with pink specks topped a visible head, one with eyes and an iris of separated violet and teal, surrounding an inner yellow ring, all framed within a visible head. Her clothes had, thankfully, materialized with her, showing her now standard official demonic clothing and a choice to forego any suit vest in lieu of just a shirt and jacket, keeping a tie with the jacket buttoned up, and wearing a pair of white gloves. She was here, she could be seen, You look different than I expected. Izuku muttered almost unconsciously. He hadn't meant to, but he'd always imagined Hagaker's invisibility quirk would have meant some washed-out complexion, or maybe colorless gray eyes or white hair. Instead she looked like any other person their age, albeit with more colorful and complex eyes and hair than most. A mirror. Todoroki gestured lamely at the object in question. Guys, what are you? She followed his instructions and turned towards a nearby mirror, promptly seeing her reflection. Whose? She seemed to notice the reflection's mouth moving with hers. Is that? She walked towards her reflection, at what Izuku now realized was most likely the first time seeing herself, not through the lens of approximations from scans or outlining objects. This is. She waved vaguely at a reflection, before eventually cupping her own face in her hand. Hi. Me. She slowly let out a tear. And then another, and another. Before long her reaction had turned fully into full-on sobbing, the reality of the situation settling in. Izuku had never given it much thought before, but even though he'd always wanted a quirk, he'd come to realize in the recent month that a lot of them weren't entirely beneficial. They knew that Aoyama's quirk could give him stomach problems if used too much, but looking back that was a remarkably small price. He imagined Kaminari's electricity was likely difficult to live with before he could fully control it. As a child with the ability to fatally electrocute anyone you touched would have been incredibly difficult for both him and his parents, to think nothing of the long-term effects repeatedly frying his brain must have caused. Tokoyami getting a sapient quirk attached to him at all times could have easily led to some kind of personality disorder if not handled right, and that's not getting into Dark Shadow's development itself. Even small things. Ida's engines could give him great bursts of speed, but having metallic exhaust vents sticking out of your legs would have meant needing specialist trousers made, certain seating awkward to use, metal detectors pointless. What would it be like to have never seen your own face? Your own eyes, your own everything, only being able to figure out the rough outline. For others to never be able to see you. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like had it been him. Or if it had been his mother. If he'd never been able to see the loving smile of the one person who cared for him his entire life. It wasn't long before Izuku joined in on the sobbing. You done? Melina asked irritably. Why yeah, sorry. Izuku wiped his eyes, while Helltaker had returned to the mirror after drying her own, keen to investigate her now visible appearance. He smiled. I'm really happy for you, Helltaker. Likewise. Todoroki nodded. The statement was short and brief as normal, but it was said with the outline of what could almost be considered a smile directed at her. Thanks, guys. She giggled and returned to the mirror. Guess I'll need to start combing this now. I think it's cute. Madia stated. Aw, thanks. It looks like you just woke up the morning after. Justice smacked her around the back of the head. Unfortunately, that made her eyes settle on Izuku, and one of Cerberus's bodies promptly had to return to their anti-Madius duties. What's my outfit made of? Todoroki asked. 100% pure Baphometic wool. No special energy infusions, but it's still heat and impact resistant. Stuff stronger than any shitty steel plate armor or Kevlar or whatever you'd find in the mortal realm. Plus it's pretty comfy. Justice added. Cool. He nodded in response. I think it looks neat. Izuku smiled as he brushed down his clothes. He'd only ever worn casuals. The most official thing he'd ever had was the UA school outfit. To be wearing something usually reserved for the most high-ranking demons. I think it looks great on you. But it'd look better off. Cerberus regained her grip on Madius. I didn't mean. Izuku blushed at the response. Don't let Madius make it weird. Justice wisely suggested with a kind smile. You look good. Yeah. Cerberus enthusiastically agreed. Of course he does, it's a custom job and I made it. Melina huffed, like anything else was an impossibility. Thanks again, Mel. Justice nodded happily. But with all that said, we should probably head off. Oh, right. Izuku exclaimed. He'd been so distracted with everything else he'd almost forgotten they needed to get going ASAP. Nodding to the others, he headed for the door. Click slam only for the door to slam shut in their faces upon a finger snap from Melina. Thanks is a good start, but payment is a better end. Ah. Izuku had just assumed demons had some kind of arrangement, at least for those dealing with sinners. They're serving under me. Officials get free gear, right? An arrangement like that. So he brought a signed requisition form. Preferably one outlining the justification for including infusions of 2 primordial and 1 neo archdemons. Melina's question failed to make the smile on Justice's face flinch, but Izuku could practically feel her groaning. Oh, I can sign it. Cerberus tried to help. Is your name Pandemonica? No. Is it Lucifer? No. Is it Azazel? You mean Lawmaster? Whatever. Melina barked. Point is, without that form those clothes aren't leaving this building barring fair payment. Helltaker gasped in shock, her entire form going invisible at the thought of losing the ability to not do so. Ugh, that sounded confusing. Hey. You steal from me and... Relax. Justice sighed as she tried to calm down the situation. Look, you know as well as I do everything's been a bit chaotic recently. I just didn't want to bother Lucy or anyone with everything going on. Still not giving it to you for free without approval. Melina insisted. Sure. Justice sighed. But we kinda need these clothes. Come on, Mal, work with me. Is there anything you take as payment for? Him. She nodded at Izuku. Me. He repeated. Him. Todoroki and Helltaker asked. Him. Justice questioned. Him. Melina confirmed. Him. Cerberus echoed. Him. Madius exclaimed. But I call dibs. I can't. Justice made to reply before getting sidetracked by Madius. Wait, when the hell did you do that? Just now. That's not how it works. Cerberus yelled. Says who? Izuku interrupted, struggling to vocalize his thoughts amidst the intense heat he could feel in his face. Madius's claim keying him into what deals with demons could entail. Me. Melina, I don't think I can accept taking these outfits in exchange for. FFFF4. What? She sighed before glancing briefly at the argument breaking out about dibs. Do you think I want to, sleep with you? She asked incredulously with a scowl. Who the fuck do you think I am, Madius? You will never stop our love. She managed to grab Izuku's shoulder for about 1/4 of a second before Cerberus took her down. Why do you want him, exactly? Justice asked skeptically. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone who enjoys strategy games down here who isn't a complete sociopath? They're all casuals who couldn't tell an RTS from a TBS, or can't go 3 turns without going on about how much they love murderers' skin or feet. She shivered. Fucking degenerates. So, Izuku managed. You want a gaming partner. That's a weird way to put it, but sure. For how long? Justice asked. After that key point was clarified, it quickly became a matter of negotiation between 2 demons on exactly how much of Izuku's time would be spent playing games. Melina wanted weekends for the rest of eternity, but Justice wanted 1 day a week for a century or 2. In the end, they came to an agreement of him spending the day Sunday. He'd start late Mondays so they could stay up as long as desired, and the deal would last for only a single millennium. Izuku's mind was still buffering from the revelation he'd be, well, unalive for so long. Oh, and he can't start until we finish our main contract task. Should only take a few days or so, assuming things don't go off the rails. She assured Melina before they could object and glanced towards the store's still broken front window. Fine. She agreed without fuss. But the time period starts from when he actually begins, not now. And if you don't let him start within the next decade, then I claim full ownership for the agreed millennium. She extended her hand to shake with justices. As she did, a faint red glow seemed to form around them, sealing the agreement in some form of demonic pact. I'll need some time to set up another rig, anyway. She glanced towards Izuku. You better be ready to play the best damn games of your life. I am looking forward to it. He nodded with a slightly confused but genuine smile before the group left. He'd never had anyone who wanted to play games with him before. His mother had tried a couple of times, but there was a steep learning curve to a lot of the games he liked, and she was constantly busy with work, unfortunately, and Kakin had always said TBS games were only for shitty nerds like him. The reminder of his former best friend bully. Killer put a pause in Izuku's step, but looking around the colorful cast surrounding him, he soon pushed past those thoughts. He also chose not to think too hard about the fact he was fitting in with literal demons who'd lived for millennia, better than he ever had anyone in his old life. All that really mattered was that he was with people who he could be friends with now. Assuming that Justice wasn't planning on devouring his soul when their contract was up, of course. That could be a workaround to the deal with Melina, couldn't it? Finish our main contract task could include whatever she plans to do as well as what she plans to give, right? And even if she gets ownership 10 years later, that doesn't mean much if I'm gone. Well, regardless, she'd assured him that his soul would give her indigestion, so that was totally not going to happen. Definitely. Of course, there was also the possibility that Cerberus could turn around to eat him at the drop of a hat. He felt like he was slowly beginning to understand the juvenile demon, but she was also proving incredibly unpredictable, fully prepared to devour souls, and weirdly attached to Izuku, for reasons that may be more sinister than simple friendship. And then there was Marius. Enough said. Well, at the very least, I have my old classmates with me now. I mean, sure, we don't know each other very well, and for all I know going to see their families could spiral out of control, and wow, I never thought those rumors around Endeavor were underestimating how terrible it really was, and sure they lost to Justice within seconds, but he was sure that thought was supposed to go somewhere, but he honestly couldn't figure out where. Stop it, Izuku. He shook off the thoughts he was no doubt overanalyzing. Everyone here has been nicer to me than I ever could have hoped. It's only fair that I trust them in turn. He managed to keep his optimistic smile as they began through the streets of Limbo to their destination. This was the final circle, and it was proving far easier than the others so far. I've got even more friends with me, we've got some snazzy suits, and we're almost to the end. Nothing can stop us now. Is this your asinine idea of a joke? A white-haired demon asked her subordinate incredulously. Huh. No, Of course not. You were high again, weren't you? What? No, I really saw it. Aha. She nodded unbelievingly. Are you sure it wasn't a pig? Why would a pig fly? Get out of my office. They grunted in irritation. But now. The lower-ranking demon didn't need to be told again, practically tripping over herself to get out as quickly as possible. What a day. The demon strolled back to her seat behind the table. No, what a bloody century. She closed her eyes for a moment's relaxation. Ring only for them to be snapped open again by the sound of her phone. What now? She picked it up with a growl. Hello. Hey, it's Melina. What do you want? She got straight to the point. Melina wasn't one to mince words, and even if she was the demon honestly didn't give a damn. Just wanted to ask if you can get a hold of Justice. Just call her. She grumbled. Why bother me if I'm not even the one you want to? Tried, but she's not answering her phone. Neither is Monica. The latter of which made sense, as Pandamonica was most likely busy collating reports for Lucifer's monthly update. So she stepped away again. Typical. She sneered. I can't get hold of her any easier than you can. I'd say wait an hour or two and try again, unless it's urgent. Nah, guess it's not that urgent. Just forgot to ask if Izuku had a preferred keyboard layout or anything. I can sort it out later. Who? She almost regretted the instinctive question that slipped out. She didn't really care, and it'd probably be something pointless. Justice's new mortal helper, or whatever. Guess she didn't tell you. Came in with some shitty half-incinerated one-up hero costume, so I made him something decent. Half-incinerated. The demon echoed, their eyes widening slightly in realization. Out of curiosity, did he have green hair? Huh. Yeah. Green hair, eyes, and the old costume thing was green as well, actually. How'd you know? The demon looked down at the report she'd assumed was some drug-fueled hallucination. Of the poor drawing her subordinate had given her of a mortal that she'd claimed had been flung high above the cliffs of Ferox. Of the poorly sketched green hair and blackish green clothes that they'd barely been able to see at such a distance. The report she'd assumed had no merit because no mortal could ever reach that high. Because only a scant few demons could even hope to launch a mortal that high. But one was currently confirmed to be away from her desk. Said one was apparently in the limbo ring, despite her office being in gluttony, and no reports of inter-ring travel being filed. Lucky guess. Sure. It was clear Melina didn't believe her, but even more clear she didn't care. Anyway, if you see either of them, just let him know I need a word. Of course. The demon got up from her chair and hung up the phone. But I believe I'll be having more than a few words with them myself. Judgment set out onto the ring of limbo, determined to put a stop to whatever foolish nonsense Justice was trying to pull this time. Walking purposefully through the streets of limbo with everyone outfitted in similar, matching suits, Izuku couldn't help but feel their group of mortals and demons looked less like a band of heroes, and more something out of a Mafia B-flick. The fact that more or less every soul that they passed, mortal or otherwise, continued to go out of their way to avoid them only added to that feeling. At least it's efficient, I guess. With everyone desperate to give them space, their pace could be a hurried walk, despite the crowded city that would usually make anything more than a saunter awkward. Thanks to that, after only a brief few hours, Izuku could see a fierce white light stretching over the roofs of buildings, clawing at the tops of the alleyways they were walking through. Apparently they were nearing the end, meaning Limbo was clearly smaller than the other circles, seeing as Lust took hours on a speedy hellhound. Or maybe Limbo was actually larger, but being an outer circle meant a smaller sectoral radius, still equated to a similar or identically sized circle. Maybe the layout of Hell didn't even operate by Euclidean geometry, or perhaps it changed based on the needs of the presently deceased. Or perhaps it had actually taken longer than a few hours. Limbo seemed trapped in an eternal dim red sky, like a dark sunset blurred by light fog. It was possible that Izuku just hadn't noticed how much time had passed, seeing as the trip had been so infinitely more pleasant than the other circles. Riding Cerberus was admittedly comfortable, but any mount was still an unfamiliar and alien experience, compared to just walking through the streets. Let alone a mythical beast who was also his sort of friend Maybe. They even seemed to have functional public trains here, though Justice had elected to leave them unused for a reason she was suspiciously evasive about. But more than that, the trip had given Izuku a few hours to chat with his two fellow mortals, with people that made this whole experience that little bit less like an adrenaline-fueled hallucinatory nightmare. He'd learned that Todoroki wasn't just quiet in class, but rather quiet, period. He'd answer most questions without much hesitation, but usually with blunt, concise answers. It seemed that dying had also loosened his tongue on one or two issues that seemed more personal than Izuku could imagine usually sharing. He seemed happy when talking about his two siblings, but decidedly less so about an older brother he used to have. The whole deal with his father was just wow. Helltaker, meanwhile, was on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, her excitable attitude from class seemingly turned up to 11, from the emotional high of being able to see herself for the first time. Apparently she was one of 5 siblings. Izuku was starting to feel left out. An older sister, a younger brother and sister, and a non-identical twin brother. She'd been hesitant to share many details, and Izuku suspected it was to avoid making Todoroki feel worse, but the quirk enthusiast's natural curiosity had earned some basic information. A mother with the power to absorb light and convert it into physical prowess, a father with wind manipulation limited to a few centimeters around his hands, and a slew of siblings with powers deriving from one or both of them. Apparently none of them had full invisibility like her, meaning those issues had been fairly unique. I mean, I always kinda knew what I look like thanks to some tricks we figured out pretty early on. Spoiler. Being covered in flour is not as fun as it sounds. Because it sounds like such a ride. Justice commented sarcastically. I know, right? Helltaker answered in kind. I don't even want to imagine what it'd be like trying to replicate that with. What do we have here, Ash? We have sand in some areas. Basically ground up brimstone. Justice suggested. I don't like sand. Todoroki contributed sagely. Yeah, it's rough and irritating. Helltaker was trying to hide a smile at the dumb reference. And it gets everywhere. Izuku found himself smiling in turn. And not in a fun way. Marius pouted. But now I don't have to. Helltaker quickly moved on as Izuku flushed red, performing a small twirl and turning invisible and back again for emphasis. Almost makes being stuck here with only Todoroki for company worth it. Sorry. The boy in question immediately replied. Wah. No. She quickly waved her hands, a difficult thing to interpret as she turned invisible out of embarrassment. I just mean being stuck here without my family or old friends or anything. It would have been way worse without you here. Todoroki nodded. Likewise. Being stranded alone in hell for weeks does sound difficult. Stranded. Justice echoed. Didn't you guys get the welcoming talk? No. The two replied, before Todoroki continued. We were given our list of sins by Pandemonica then, after accepting that we committed them, fell into some kind of auditorium with about 30 similarly confused people. And by similarly confused, he means stunned into silence and/or crying and/or screaming and/or having a mental breakdown over the fact they just died. Helltaker clarified. Then we were given this. He pulled a small leaflet out of his suit. By a demon in similar attire to yourselves with black horns, and asked to leave. And by asked he means we were told it's now our lunch break. Leave or you're on the menu. I'd assumed they were joking, but now. Helltaker trailed off as Cerberus threw her an innocent grin. Can I see that? Izuku asked, and Todoroki gave him the leaflet without hesitation. Welcome to hell. Well, that's original. Turning the page, the small leaflet turned out to be a brochure with some basic information. Turning a few more, he realized it was dozens of pages disguised as only a couple, no doubt through demonic magic or something similarly outside his current comprehension. A beginner's guide to hell, how to cope with lost top 10 debauchery spots in limbo. It seemed to cover some of the basics regarding the outer circle structure and how to go about living there. Izuku, with Todoroki's permission, decided to pocket the item in his tie for now. While there might be some useful information in there, he was more concerned with something that had been nagging at him for a while. What do you mean, for weeks? He looked between Helltaker and Todoroki. You guys said something at the diner which made me think you've been here a while. I didn't have time to ask you to. He glanced at Justice, who simply elected to pay him no mind beyond donning a smug grin. Impromptu lessons. But I wanted to clarify. You've definitely been here longer than 2 days. The two shared a glance, before both turning to face Izuku. That's right. Todoroki stated simply. The days here may be a bit odd, and maybe our internal clocks aren't 100%, but it's definitely been at least a week. Helltaker elaborated. I think more like 2 or so, but absolutely zero chance it's less than 1. Why do you ask? Todoroki questioned. That's. Izuku found himself unable to continue. Had it really been 2 weeks? His experience since arriving in hell had been the most difficult in his entire life, yes. His perception of time was likely off-kilter, almost certainly. Had it been traumatic? Absolutely. But, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't see the time he'd been escaping be more than a day or 2. The pain and suffering made it feel like weeks, months even, but putting that aside, no matter what angle he looked at it. No. Justice interrupted his thoughts with a flat tone. You haven't been here that long. Was I? You didn't need to mumble. She cut him off with a slight smile. It was an obvious question written all over your face. The answer is a bit tricky. She spun around, walking backwards with ease while facing their group properly. You see, time isn't quite as absolute as you might think. Obviously you guys finally figured out some of the kinks, high velocities and black holes and that, but despite knowing that time isn't such a hard and fast rule in theory, you seem pretty set on it being more or less concrete through your lives. Thing is, you can only tell how much linear time has passed based on your perception of it. That's usually not a problem. Position of the sun, how tired you feel awake, how refreshed you feel after waking up, clocks, etc. You've got a lot of markers day to day to keep you oriented. But when you travel to hell. She shook her head. Completely different story. High stress, unfamiliar situation, occasional localized dissociative amnesia, adjusting to your newly deceased form. Suddenly, those markers go out the now obsidian window, so your perception of time becomes distorted. Combine that with the cobbled together mess of arbiters, subordinates and overflow agents we have covering things, and your observed time becomes less of a clear linear path and more a wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey bowl. Helltaker asked, curiosity mixed with some excitement in her voice. Weird way to put it, but sure. Justice shrugged. Which means, we have no idea how much time has passed since we died. Izuku muttered, face paling at the idea. How long? Not sure. Justice immediately answered. Usually it's only a few hours or so, but with the backlog we've got it's quite a bit longer. Quite a bit. Helltaker echoed. How long? Izuku asked. Like. She turned around to continue walking straight, scratching the back of her head in thought. Maybe. Around. A month-ish. Her words were met with stunned silence. I find that answer vague and unconvincing. Until Todoroki put their thoughts to words. A month. Izuku muttered to himself. A day or 2 was bad enough, but a month. That would mean. Wait, doesn't that mean UA will be hosting the sports festival? Will they even still be doing that? They've lost at least 3 first years and maybe a teacher or 2 from what Todoroki's story suggested. Will they decide not to host it? Will they be allowed to host it? Surely some kind of education board has to get involved, if not the Hero Association. Such ideas ran through Izuku's mind as the group continued on through the streets of Limbo in silence, his mortal companions evidently grappling with their own thoughts on the subject. With the lack of other stimuli, Cerberus pushed against his hand. While the whole petting thing still felt slightly awkward, especially in her human form, he had to admit it was a welcome distraction from fretting over things he currently had no control over. Instead he had to settle for the simple goal of we need to get back to the mortal world, and fix things as soon as human demon light possible. The distraction didn't prove necessary for long, however. At the end of yet another street, Izuku could see the group finally reach what seemed to be casting the white light over the streets and paths they'd been walking through. The light source shone brightly, the alley comparatively cloaked in darkness, and Izuku was unable to see what was beyond. Upon reaching the end, he could see naught but white as his eyes tried to adjust, a dim wave of heat rolling over him. And here we go. Izuku could just about see a smile on Justice's face underneath her sunglasses that he was really wishing he could have borrowed. After a few seconds of his eyes adjusting, however, he was able to make out a huge wall of flames in the distance, shining a bright, scorching white, with occasional flecks of bloody red swirling in the inferno. The wall extended as far as the eye could see in any direction, and while the heat wasn't terrible here, the mere thought of what it'd be like closer up made him sweat. So I guess this is what separates Limbo from. Izuku started. The gates of hell. Justice filled in. And thanks to the presence of some friendly archdemons. She gestured to herself, Cerberus and Marius. Those aren't really an obstacle so much as a fancy door. We're almost there. Cerberus exclaimed. Hey, so, not to spoil the mood, but I do have one question. Hagakure asked. How are we supposed to get through? It was a valid question. It seemed their bodies down here didn't follow human biology 1-to-1, but Izuku was still confident that marching through a towering wall of white-hot flames would be hazardous to his health. I could keep us cool with ice, Todoroki suggested. Sure, if you want to be steamed instead of roasted. Justice replied. Okay. Izuku sighed. So what's the challenge? I would guess we're supposed to renounce our sins and accept the Lord or something, but considering the previous attempts, just not thinking atheist thoughts seems more likely. His classmates looked at him curiously at the guess. He still hadn't quite given all the details of his journey thus far. But as expected, Justice simply chuckled. Not a bad guess, gotta admit. But sadly, no, escaping hell ain't that easy. In fact, this isn't designed as a test. It's a perimeter fence. The statement made Izuku's eyes widen. Then, what are we supposed to? Designed to keep immortals and low-level demons. Her smile grew that little bit more smug. Thankfully, we're at low level. Well, that's great for you. Hagakure pointed out. Which is why you'll be staying close. She nodded briefly to Cerberus. At her gesture, the three bodies all smiled at the three mortals. One happily to Izuku, one politely to Hagakure, and one fiercely to Todoroki, before they all shifted into their hound forms. WWW what? Oh. Todoroki sighed, interrupting Hagakure's shock. Cerberus. Right. I probably should have said something, shouldn't I? The thought occurred as he pet his assigned Cerberus, an action he was far happier to do while they were in their dog form. Each of you take one Cerberus. Justice told them. You stay in the center of her back, you make yourself small to minimize contact with the flames, you cling to her for dear life. And her body shields us from the flames. Izuku checked. Partially. Her reply didn't fill him with confidence. And when combined with your new heat-resistant suits, it should last long enough. Probably. Probably. The three mortals echoed. Hopefully. Justice shrugged. It's the best chance we've got. I'll sit close to Izuku in case you need extra protection. He wouldn't need protection with me. Even in hound form, Cerberus still had enough fine motor control to smack Marius. The sight of a giant hound smacking her with its paw felt like it should be surreal, but at this point it scored a 6 at most in the scale of weird scenes Izuku has witnessed in the last 24 hours. What about us? Todoroki asked. If you get fried, you'll be sent back to Limbo with a slap on the wrist. Maybe sent to grade at worst, something we can easily get you out of once we're done. Izuku goes, and it's all the way down to Judeka. He's a higher priority. Todoroki nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I can protect you. Protect Hagakure. Even if it's minimal, I can regulate my body temperature better than most. Todoroki disarmed Marius with complete seriousness. With pleasure. Not that she stayed disarmed for long, sliding up to a subsequently invisible Hagakure. Okay then. Izuku took a deep breath before climbing atop his Cerberus. Let's go. Todoroki did the same, though he could swear his Cerberus let out a slight growl. I'll see you guys on the other side. Hagakure's cheer was infectious, and her Cerberus soon adopted a similar disposition. It's been a long journey. It may have only been a day or two, but it honestly felt like months. He shook off the thought. But that's all meaningless if I fall here. Just one last push, and I should be able to fix. Arf. Cerberus barked happily before taking off. Their bounding party approached the inferno, the mild heat growing into an intense summer day. Wait, not me. We should be able to set everything right. I couldn't have gotten here without everyone's help. Justice, Cerberus, M. He glanced at Marius for a moment, Melina, without any one of them. The heat grew to a sauna. No, even Miss Marius helped make part of my suit. Without any one of them I would have failed, if not before then here. And I'm sure I'll need Hagakure and Todoroki when we get to the other side. The sauna grew to an oven. I'm not going alone. With everyone's help, we can do this. They leapt towards the flames. I won't let them down. Cerberus flew into the fire, waves of scorching air crashing against Izuku. All determined thoughts were burned away by the raging hellfire sweeping over his skin, into his mouth, up his nose, into every fold and crevice it could find to sear pain into each individual cell. His mind was flung back to 10 years ago, to the feeling of Kakin's first explosions against his skin when he tried to stop him. To the feeling of intense agony, to complete helplessness as he was against the mercy of the unstoppable inferno that was his former friend. It was the only thing he could remember that had ever felt like an inescapable, impossible pain. He'd take a decade of nothing but that feeling if it meant 1 second less in this purgatory. With nothing else to do, he merely clutched stronger onto the fur beneath him. What had been a comforting warmth in the colds of gluttony was now an unbelievably relieving cool in this burning hellscape. The memory of the fatal cold felt desirable now, but it also brought a far more chilling possibility to his mind. Is this what Judeka would be like? The thought brought him even more resolve to bear through the pain. If he fell here, failure wouldn't even be an escape. It'd be a spiraling pit that brought nothing more than further pain and suffering. I can do this. He grappled to Cerberus tighter and fought through the pain. He bit his lip, feeling the blood it brought soon charred by the flames. We can do this. We can do this. We are out. Justice's words were accompanied by unbelievable relief, the swirling hell breaking into a blazing heat, but one that felt like a welcome icy chill in comparison. Did we make it? Did Todoroki and Hagakure? And where thank you. Looking to his left he found Hagakure breaking through just after him, while Todoroki was there between the two, gasping heavily. Cheer. He quickly made large chunks of ice and threw them to his mortal companions. Thanks Todoroki. Izuku replied. I love you, Todoroki. The three sank into their pieces of ice. Wait, what? What? So? Justice hopped down of Cerberus and began to help Izuku, ignoring his two confused and cooling companions. I know that was kinda intense. Kinda. Izuku echoed. Catastrophically would be more accurate. Todoroki moaned as he tried to get off Cerberus, who seemed intent on knocking him back and forth instead. I seriously thought I was dead there for a second. Hagakure exclaimed as she slid off Cerberus, deftly dodging Marius's apparent offers. Technically you already are. Justice pointed out, either not noticing or just not acknowledging the unamused stare Hagakure gave her. Probably the latter. What matters is we're through, she emphasized. And other than the lock on the gates being kind of a pain, that's an issue we demons can deal with. For you guys, the hard part's over. Really? Izuku asked hesitantly. They'd gone through so much in such a short time, part of him couldn't believe it. Surely there was something else. Some further obstacle, some new challenge they'd have to push through. Was that really it? He could feel tears begin to form at the relief. Really? Justice reassured him with a hand on his shoulder. All you've got to do now is sit back for a few minutes, recover, and let us open up the gates up ahead. Just leave it to Justice. A new voice spoke up, further from the wall of flames. It was harsh, yet measured, a single word conveying feelings of frustration, uncertainty, resignation. For a moment, Izuku couldn't bring himself to look towards its source. Especially as Justice's hand had clamped tightly on his shoulder. Shit. She cursed under her breath with a small scowl, before immediately reversing her attitude as she released Izuku's shoulder, smiles and chill vibes amped up way past 11. Hey, Judgment, how's it hanging? Turning to the new arrival, Izuku was met with a demon of purple-black skin, almost charred unlike the rest of Hell's inhabitants, though still with long and chaotic, silver-white hair, black horns, and a black tail. But what set her apart in Izuku's mind was the outfit. Gone was a formal attire of a suit, replaced with a ripped jacket, a belt only holding up what looked like underwear, and metallic claws more akin to a sci-fi villain than the cotton gloves he'd seen others wear. But the core that made her outfit stand out was, how's her outfit showing more skin than Yaoi Rose's? Hagakure asked in a whisper. Isn't that, like, her costume's whole point? And how does that bra even work? She gestured towards the broken clothing that, by all standards, should not be able to remain in place. Demon magic. Todoroki guessed. The power of fan service. For once Marius's input actually seemed accurate. Izuku couldn't help but feel that was a bad sign. What are you doing here? The new demon, Judgment. Yep, because I needed more red flags. Asked bluntly. Oh, come on, don't be like that. While Izuku admittedly hadn't known her for long, he swore Justice's upbeat and carefree tone held an edge to it, a hint betraying its false nature. His bad feeling about the situation only got worse. How long's it been since I last saw you? Like, months at least. 37 years. Damn. Justice snapped a finger. Doesn't time fly? When you're not taking your job seriously, perhaps. Judgment growled. Now, you didn't answer the question. What are you doing here? Oh, you know how it is, gotta break the rookies in somehow, right? Figured Gehenna was a good way to show him who's boss. But I thought we were. Izuku silently, as subtly as he could manage, grabbed the now human Cerberus's hand, imploring her to please stay silent. From her reaction, it seemed his panic was visible to her, and she nodded understandingly. Thanks again for the help, guys. Justice nodded back to Cerberus and Marius. Couldn't have asked for a better demonstration of why not to screw with demons. That's what you're going with. Judgment sneered. You're claiming these three mortals are all sinners of limbo you've recruited as, what, interns? I'm not claiming anything, I'm telling you. Because the reason I'm here is to follow up a report one of my Succubi made. Look, we really don't need to hear about a bunch of discount Marius. Apparently, a mortal soul was seen high above the cliffs of Ferox, effectively bypassing the winds of lust, and thus the border to limbo. Her gaze intensified with the statement. Ha. Sounds like they've hitting the ambrosia too hard. Justice's smile was strained. My thoughts exactly. So imagine my surprise when I learned that not only have you abandoned your post yet again, but that you are in the ring of limbo. Outside your domain. Without any inter-ring notifications and, most curiously, that you have a mortal fitting this supposedly drug-addled Succubi's description in remarkable detail. Albeit in new attire. The glare turned towards Izuku, before her bright white eyes intensified in their light, before the disapproving frown on her face turned into one of full-blown anger, a final point made through ground teeth. When his soul labels him bound for the deepest pits of Judeka. Wait, how can she? Izuku's eyes went wide. She knew, just like that. Was it an ability all demons had? Did Cerberus and Marius know his fate from the moment they met and just not care? Or, no, wait. Her eyes flashed. She's called Judgment. Demons seem to have unique abilities. Is it like Justice's soul vision? He unconsciously muttered. Judgment's brow rose a fraction. It seems you aren't completely hopeless. And if he knows about that. Her gaze turned back to Justice. I'm guessing there's a reason you felt the need to explain how your sight works. Oh, you know. Justice's smile never wavered, but Izuku could practically see the sweat forming on the back of her neck. Wait. Did I just ruin everything by saying that? Did I screw everything up again because I couldn't keep my stupid mouth shut for one damn second? I'm sorry. He managed through an empty voice. Don't be. Justice sighed, turning back to whisper a response to him. I should have known she wouldn't be here if she wasn't certain. We were in for it the moment she made it here before us. What do we do? Izuku whispered back. Well, usually I'd say make a break for it, and hope at least one of us gets through. But you've proven weirdly popular with demons so far. She shrugged slightly while inclining her head towards Cerberus. I guess we give diplomacy a try. You know, conspiracy usually works best when done in secret. Judgment stated harshly. Look, we were not. Wait, does that count as conspiring? Whatever. Justice shook off the thought. So, here's the deal. Instead of trying to talk around the issue, she decided to run through a brief synopsis of what had led them here. Izuku's death, his arrival in Hell, and his deal with Justice allowing him to temporarily visit the land of the living and return his court to his mentor. From her reaction, i.e. allowing the tale to continue and not immediately attacking their group, Izuku got the impression that Judgment was actually willing to listen and be reasonable to some extent. Also, he felt lying abysmally would end particularly badly for him here. So yeah, that about sums it up. Justice turned to Izuku. You got anything to add? Well, that's... He scratched the back of his head lightly, unsure how to respond to that. Well, just... In all honesty, I'm still not that confident in my knowledge of the demon hierarchy and how Hell's systems work, but I understand that Justice is taking a big risk in offering to help me. I want to make it clear how grateful I am for that. Oh, it was nothing. Usually he'd argue Justice brushing off his thanks, but right now there was a more pressing point to get to. But also, Miss J. Judgment, I want to make it clear that my intent isn't to avoid punishment here. Once I've returned this power, I'll come back and take any punishment deemed appropriate. I think I now owe some time to some demons for some things. Vague, yes, but so were the terms of his contract. But accepting any commitments for that, I'll take any punishments deemed necessary, ha. Well, not happily. But without complaint. But I can't leave things the way I did. Not when there's even the tiniest chance I can make it right. This power. He clenched his fist, feeling the familiar power of his inherited quirk coursing through it, but with the untamed wildness that seemed to emerge upon arriving in Hell. It didn't always belong to me, but was entrusted to me. And it isn't right that it dies with me. It's something that needs to be passed on to someone worthy. More worthy than me. To create more heroes like All Might. More beacons that shine through the darkness of villainy, to create a brighter world for everyone. This power doesn't belong to me, not really. One for all belongs to everyone. He bowed his head down as low as he could, all but begging the demon before him to permit him passage. Please, don't punish the people of the world for my failings. After his impromptu speech, the group gave a moment's pause. Under ordinary circumstances, Izuku had no doubt he'd have become a bubbling wreck halfway through. But this was too important, conveying his true feelings too essential to even have time to worry about his anxiety acting up. They had to get through. Please, let us through. Well. Judgment sighed after digesting his words. I'll admit. I've not heard a speech like that in an age. So we're cool. Justice asked hopefully. Izuku dared to raise his head, only to find Judgment wearing a resigned frown. No, she replied coldly. But it wasn't without emotion or compassion, it was a rejection tinted with regret. But that was overshadowed by stronger conviction. But speech. Cerberus reacted in shock. I know, right? I'm trying to memorize it. Damn, I wish I'd brought some paper. Marius groaned. Oh, come on. Justice exclaimed. Can you not even bend a rule for once in your life? I did. Judgment replied venomously. Gone was any semblance of regret or pity, replaced instead with barely contained anger, now directed solely at justice. In fact, I allowed a mortal to return to the surface with a number of demons, against my better judgment. And you expect me to allow it again, despite what happened? Or did you simply forget? This is different. And now gone was Justice's carefree and jovial demeanor, forced or otherwise, replaced with a stone wall of emotions. Indeed, it's worse. This is not a jovial group merely seeking entertainment which will go spectacularly off the rails. Instead, I see a sinner who will do anything to try and right his wrongs in the mortal sphere, and I see a path of chaos and destruction in its wake. The afterlife compromise, humanity stalled, the laws of life and death violated. Her expression softened slightly as she turned back to Izuku. Once our backlog is sorted and work is calmer once again, I'll take up your assigned punishment with Loremaster personally. Until then, however, that could take decades. Justice shouted angrily. And you just expect him to suffer unspeakable torments all that time, while the world collapses from something we could have prevented. The mortal world will collapse. Ours will continue as normal, though perhaps with a slightly larger population. She shrugged. Those are the duties we have been assigned, the rules we must follow. Screw the rules. You think Lucy gave a damn about the rules when she took over Hell? Or Azazel when becoming Loremaster? If the latter did, perhaps she'd still have her arms. If the former did, perhaps you'd still have your eyes. At the statement, the cold silence dominated the group. Even the roaring fires of Gehenna behind them seemed to calm in response to the frozen atmosphere. No one had a response to such a statement. How could they? Izuku had simply assumed her blindness was natural, a side effect of her ability, and part of however demons were born, made. But no, clearly there was more to the story, and clearly it was still a sore subject. Cerberus. Justice's tone had cooled to an icy statement. You get everyone to the gate. I'll keep her distracted. But, Justy. She's already made up her mind, Izuku. As she cracked her knuckles, he found it difficult to face the reality of the fact she was right. All this time, Judgment hadn't once shown any possibility of changing her stance. Regret. Yes. Sympathy. Absolutely. But never once had she shown indecision. Any hint that she might be convinced to see things their way. No. Izuku corrected his thinking, she can see our perspective. She just thinks it's wrong. But no matter the circumstances, the history behind their conversation, whatever Judgment was fearful of happening again, no matter the laws of the afterlife governing such decisions, Izuku couldn't see any way that he'd accept staying here and depriving the world of one for all as being the correct decision. I can help. You are immortal. Justice interrupted his offer. A newly deceased, inexperienced, untrained, incredibly fragile to eyes and it's all for nothing, mortal. She is one of the most physically powerful demons in existence, over a millennia old, ex-leader of the elite exorcists, still trains regularly, properly armed, and wants you dead. She raised her fists into a fighting stance with a sigh. And I'm out of practice, lacking gear, and can't keep you covered in a fight. Best I can do is keep her distracted long enough for you to get out. Izuku glanced back from Judgment to her, finding determined eyes behind the sunglasses. Eyes not looking for an escape, nor a victory, but with a writ set and a grim finish in sight. Wait, what? But I'm not leaving you behind. He rejected the mere thought. I would have been rotting in Judecca if it wasn't for you. I would have frozen in gluttony, drowned in temptation, baked in lust. I never even would have. And your alternative suggestion is, what? Die here. Make the whole thing pointless. That. Izuku faltered in his response. He wanted to snap back, to shout that he'd never do such a thing, and that she was oversimplifying, but was she right? Was this the only way? They'd come so far. So far that they could see their goal in the distance. To come all this way and continue without her felt wrong, but to come all this way for nothing. For everything we did to be in vain. To let one for all die. Hey, don't worry. She tried to smile, but it was without her usual charm and sincerity. I'll be fine. Just make sure to come back when you're done, or I'll drag you down to hell myself. Izuku could already feel the tears leaking down his cheeks. A noble sentiment. Judgment, the demon blocking their path, forcing their hand, interrupted. Looking towards her, Izuku realized she'd crouched into a leaping stance, and in the blink of an eye she rocketed towards him. But what makes you think? Justice was suddenly in front of him, blocking his strike, but not the now crazed eyes boring intently into him. I'll allow it. Cerberus. Right. Their triplet companion jumped into action from Justice's call. Just as Judgment was able to break through the block and throw a deafening kick at Izuku, he could feel large teeth on the back of his neck, latching onto his collar and hoisting him backwards. Barely a centimeter passed between him and Judgment's blade-clad black leather boots. Another moment and Cerberus had flung him back, evidently trying to put distance between him and their foe, giving Izuku a momentary bird's-eye view of the situation. All three Saberi had morphed back into their hound forms. The first was carrying Hagakure and Todoroki, the latter of whom was positioned ready to create some structure of ice at a moment's notice. The second, who thrown Izuku back, had darted forwards to help Justice, who had already thrown a block punch which created another wave of wind rushing outwards, while the third was out of sight. Gotcha. Only to be revealed carrying Marius, who caught him on the way down. Thank you. If you wanna thank me. Arf. Cerberus barked aggressively back at Marius as their group began taking off. Oh no, you. Judgment's attempt to lunge for them was intercepted again by a strike from Justice and a bite from Cerberus, each coming from different angles, but being blocked simultaneously with minimal visible effort on Judgment's part. To make sure they were difficult to follow, Todoroki began erecting ice walls between them in the fight, their sides dripping with water vapor, thanks to Hell's heat. Within moments Izuku could hear the walls being smashed, but the vapor. Todoroki. I've got an idea. Make it quick. He didn't stop creating ice. Make a chunk of ice in front of us. Cerberus, can your flame breath? At his suggestion, Todoroki formed a gigantic iceberg which both Saberi proceeded to incinerate on their way past. The sudden burst of intense heat turned the solid to liquid to gas all in a split second, and with an excess of energy and mass, the whole thing quickly dispersed into a cloud of steam. Perfect cover for their escape. Ow. Hagakure wins. Too bad their suits didn't block all the heat. Damn you. Justice casually blocked the enraged and sloppy punch that punctuated Judgment's yell. All the strength in the world was pointless when you couldn't properly direct it, and Izuku's whole sauna plan had thrown Judgment for a loop. While Justice could still see near perfectly, the heated water vapor in the air doing little to obscure the flow of the soul, those relying on typical sight, were probably having more of an issue. Not bad. She grew an unseen smirk, realizing the situation gave her a temporary advantage, lunging at Judgment in an attempt to capitalize before the steam dissipated. She threw a punch. NGH. But the fallen angel's instinct stopped the blow from hammering home. The punch directed at her stomach, instead only clipping the side of her chest as she dodged out of the way. Justice tried to follow up with a kick to her legs. Ow. Only for Cerberus to headbutt her out of the way, waiting her for too long to press any attack. An apologetic whine made clear that Judgment wasn't the only one having trouble seeing through the steam. Ignoring the unexpected friendly fire, Justice focused on trying to stop their opponent from escaping. Another lunge, this one a feint to try and stomp her foot. Anything to reduce mobility and give the advance party extra time. But it was rendered moot with the slightest jerking shift of Judgment's position. Judgment was on the back foot, but Justice had overextended. A moment's hesitation would see the tables turned. She pressed the attack, turning into a shoulder slam, smashing into Judgment with as much force as she could muster. She was knocked back to the ground, skidding towards the flaming wall, and outside the denser part of the steam cloud, while Justice tried to recover with a stumble. Cerberus lunged towards them with a decent chance of actually hitting the right demon this time. Arf. As the Hellhound bit down at Judgment's prone form, she wrapped up into a backwards roll. Cerberus's teeth sank into hard stone, while Judgment sprang forwards from her roll to deliver a hard kick strong enough to send the Crimson Beast flying backwards. Justice swerved around the airborne dog, intending to pull her down lightly. The sight of Judgment launching herself to try and get past forced her to reconsider, leaving Cerberus to recover by herself while Justice intercepted their foe. An action Judgment seemed to predict, her dash attempting to hide the wind up for a high kick that Justice could see coming a mile away. Blocking the leg with one hand, she used the opening to deliver a quick punch square into Judgment's chest, sending the demon skidding back, but otherwise not enough to cause any notable harm. Very well, then. Judgment grunted before taking a proper fighting stance, raising her fists into a position more reminiscent of a sword fighter than a brawler. Finally got the memo. Justice asked while falling into her own faux boxing stance, a slightly limping Cerberus falling into line at her side. Indeed. She prepared to launch forward with cold iron claws outstretched. If you insist on standing in my way, I will report your betrayal over your corpses. She launched forward, Justice barely able to dodge the enraged, sweeping arc of her claws that would have spelt an anticlimactic end to their match. The duel quickly turned from a battle of distraction into a fight for survival, Justice and Cerberus, weaving a desperate dance between Judgment's lethal attacks. A wide arc. Backstep. A burst of flame. Block. A thrust. Sidestep. A horizontal follow-up. Duck, counter with a punch, for all the good it did. Really wish I'd kept those gloves. At the time putting them aside it seemed like such an obvious idea. Those garments had been ones she wore out of both her position and a promise. She'd long since stepped down as High Prosecutor, and that promise had been a lie from the beginning. Handing those back had felt so good. Well, not good, but satisfying. Maybe not, but for whatever reason it had felt right. However, fighting one of Hell's most powerful demons without a cold iron-lined armament felt distinctly wrong. I'll be stuck regenerating for who knows how long, and I'll wake up to an absolute shitstorm wrong. And being out of practice doesn't help. But still, despite being on the back foot, she was doing better than expected. Yes, she was constantly on the verge of death with Judgment's razors coming close to giving her a bold new haircut, but hey, at least she was on the verge of death. That counted for something, right? Optimism absolutely brimming, she continued their dance of after death, whirling through a blur of blades to sneak in as many blows as she could. Cerberus was holding up. Less well. Her form had long since reverted to human to try and avoid any more cuts, but those already delivered saw blood seeping through her sleeves, her trousers, her waistcoat. A nasty gash to her forehead had reduced her to a single eye's vision. And the cost of her smaller frame was any attacks she could land barely phasing Judgment. She'd been able to fall more or less into step with Justice when it came to dodging, but any counter blows were all but pointless. Add in the fact she still wasn't able to avoid all of Judgment's attacks, and at this point she was useful as little more than a distraction. Cerbs. She tried to whisper loudly enough her voice would be heard. The slight twitch of Cerberus's ear indicated it was. You need to regroup with the others. Justice had to suddenly dash forward and duck into a face-first slide to avoid a fast-flying horizontal leap. What? Cerberus tried to go in for an attack, but was pushed back as Judgment span into a blur of blades before even landing. She quickly hopped back next to Justice so they could whisper privately, but help. They need a PD to get out, and you don't count unless it's all three. She grabbed Cerberus by the shoulder, urging her to leave. I'll keep her distracted long enough, so you need to ignite the sin machine. Her order was interrupted by Judgment's screech, the ground beneath them quaking with a split as whining cogs whirred beneath them. Oh, hell. As a rusted machine of eternal punishment erupted from the ground before them, chains sent spiraling up in every direction. A moment later, the hurricane of twisted metal folded in on itself, the chains flowing around Judgment as the machine lifted her into its core. Go. Justice quickly pushed Cerberus towards the others before the monstrosity could complete. Thankfully, she finally listened, a look of uncertainty the last thing she showed before transforming into hound form, and bounding off as quickly as she could. Their choice made, Justice turned around to face a battle she'd have trouble winning in the best of conditions. A battle she had absolutely no chance of winning in current conditions. Yeah. She raised her fists weakly. Suffering must be made. This is gonna suck. Arf. Cerberus knelt down enough for Izuku to climb off, while Marius slid off effortlessly. Looking back, he could see the shining flicker of Judgment's claws battling with Justice, and one of Cerberus's hound forms. Come on, we gotta. Marius cut off, glancing around frantically. What? Izuku turned to look forwards, and could see their group was mere meters from the threshold. A grand looming doorway of cracked stone tinted red, carved into a pitch-black wall that soared infinitely tall and curved around in both directions. It was flanked on either side by two braziers mounted on tall columns, and preceded by a bunch of rocks. He took a step towards their goal. They finally reached. Stop. Marius immediately clung onto him, not letting him get near the end. It's a trap. What's a trap? Todoroki asked, walking up alongside the two as their group dismounted. That is. Cerberus exclaimed, gesturing vaguely at the rocks in front of them. He blinked. The rocks are a trap. Are they, like, cursed rocks? Helltaker ventured. They look kinda. Izuku struggled. Uniform, I guess. Wait. A number of rocks arranged in an odd pattern with a number of gaps which, from what Izuku could see, were set in a remarkably uniform matrix, and blocking the doorway in a seemingly convoluted way. Is this one of the block puzzles Justice mentioned? Is that what you mortals call them? Marius asked. I think so. Also, could you? He squirmed in place, becoming uncomfortably aware Marius was still holding on to him. Well, I suppose there's a time and a place for these things. She backed off of her own volition. That felt like a monumentally bad sign. I don't get what the big deal is. Helltaker stepped forward, the tips of her toes encroaching on the outline of the area. Instantly, she was transported into the center of a square in a puff of red smoke, a threatening black sphere showing the number 33 hovering above her. Don't move. Izuku called out. If this worked how he thought it did, a misstep here would be fatal. He hurriedly explained what he knew of the puzzle, that the number above Helltaker's head was probably the number of moves left, that they had to reach the door in that time or else. And Cerberus thankfully contributed the basic rule of being able to kick a block forward, but only if the space beyond is free. And if I run out of moves? Helltaker asked nervously. How do you feel about soul reclamation by cleansing flame? Cerberus asked. Not great. Don't worry, Helltaker. Izuku reassured her. The move counter hasn't changed, so we can figure it out and direct you carefully. Okay. I'm counting on you guys. Don't worry. Todoroki stated. I'm good at these. Arg. One Cerberus suddenly clutched her side. Sorry. She packs a punch. The statement prompted Izuku to look back at the battle, and while it was difficult to make out from a distance, he could tell from the flurry of blows originating at a blue and silver blur he assumed was Judgment, and frantic dodging from Justice and Cerberus, that they weren't doing well. Me. Cerberus. Izuku asked weakly. What happens to you and Justice if Judgment? Oh, don't worry. We won't, die. Growing that third body back will just be... She hesitated. Unpleasant. The word clearly meant something more painful than she was letting on. Right. Izuku nodded sadly. She was putting herself through this much, just to try and help him. And Justice. The Cerberus scratched the back of her head. Well, she'll have to reform. Reform. Todoroki echoed the question on both their minds. Something demons have to go through if we're killed in hell. Marius provided. Well, assuming our essence isn't obliterated, but Judgment would never do that. How long it takes to reform depends on how much power we hold, how many times we've died recently. A whole bunch of stupid and convoluted rules. Cerberus pouted. But it's always. Marius stopped. Unpleasant. His suggestion was met with uncomfortable nods by all demons present. How long would it take Justice? Well. Marius took a keen interest in the ground. A while. Cerberus added. As in a few hours. Days. A week. Izuku insisted. Maybe, She trailed off again. A century. Marius muttered. Izuku's breath caught at the number. 100. 4 max. Cerberus reassured him. That's... Izuku trailed off. What could he even say to that? That it was horrible. That it ridiculous. Insane. Unfair. For the horrible crime of wanting to help a dumb kid not be cast into eternal torment for dreaming too hard, she'd be put through centuries of what sounded like similar suffering. That was how it worked, apparently. That's what they had to accept, apparently. That what this point had led them to. Abandon the person who'd given Izuku a second chance. Abandon one of the two people in his life. Pre- and post-death. That had ever put any measure of faith in him. Abandon the person who tried to help him return a power which was the only thing standing between Japan, if not the world, in total chaos. Abandon her to literal centuries of was the deal, apparently. One life. Not even a life, more a severe and long sentence. Had to be given, so that the rest of the world could live in peace. Izuku breathed deeply. The feeling of fire and brimstone filling his being helped to bring him some kind of strange twisted clarity. Todoroki, can you? I've got it. He nodded back, summoning a platform of ice to get a better view of the block puzzle alongside a Cerberus that could provide assistance. Izuku turned his focus to the battle behind them, starting a march back in their direction. No matter how he viewed it, how he rationalized it, how he justified it, he wouldn't accept such a deal, apparently. Hey, what are you? I'm going to help two people I care about. Izuku cut Marius off, glancing at Cerberus as he continued on. I may not have known them for long, but I know they wouldn't just leave me behind. I refuse to leave them. I totally would. Cerberus protested. I know Justice wouldn't. You don't know that. Marius tried to protest. Doesn't matter. He continued. I still refuse. But, you don't know what you're walking into. Cerberus yelled. I still have to try. Do you even know how a demon duel works? Marius exclaimed. No, but that won't stop me. It will when you head Judgment off beat. That's a chance I'll have to. Izuku faltered, turning to face Marius. Wait, what do you mean off beat? Well, Marius started after clearing her throat. When demons collide, it is not merely a fight of physical prowess, nor a contest of the mind, but an epic battle of the soul. As they trade blows, the song of their hearts is unleashed, clashing and fusing into an unheard symphony which, suffering must be made. Judgment cried out in the distance, whereupon a mighty metal thing burst out of the ground. Is there a short version? You need to be in tune with their souls and time your fighting to the rhythm, or your attacks could be thrown back at you. Cerberus provided. Oh, and also you get stronger the longer you're in tune. Okay. Not really, but there'll be time for processing all this later. And how do I tune in, exactly? His question was met by a look of bewilderment from both companions. I don't know. Cerberus admitted. Demons just kind of get it. Marius added. Of course. Why would I expect anything I try to help with to be simple? Heck, possible. Try this. Marius interrupted his thoughts, almost certainly reading them on his face. Watch the two fighting. Watch their movements, watch their timings. If you're set on this, might as well make sure you have a chance. Okay. Izuku nodded, unsure. Following her advice, he tried to focus on the battle at hand. Despite still being a good few hundred meters away, the clear landscape of a barren brimstone wasteland made it possible to make out roughly what was going on, even beyond a Cerberus that was retreating towards them at the gate. The metal monstrosity seemed to be some kind of machine, one with azure fire, shining chains. And was it a conveyor belt? Judgment stood atop in some sort of control recess, while Justice was running along the conveyor, desperately dodging the onslaught of chains she was throwing her way. She was moving with skill Izuku had never seen, bending with flexibility that seemed inhuman, weaving through the roaring whips in a beautiful display of unparalleled acrobatics. The most minute of motions found the smallest of cracks in attacks that would have otherwise been fight-ending. The entire display was incredible, just as hypnotizing. Hypnotizing. Izuku repeated back, eyes whitening slightly. No. Rhythmic. I can see it. Every step was taken in time to a mute metronome, every dodge done in a silent dance. Even the cacophony of the chains followed a pattern, betraying the time signature and ever-increasing tempo they were fighting in. Okay. He repeated. I think I see it. Now you need to join it. Join it how? Just start with this. Marius caught his attention to show that she was lightly swinging her hips. After blinking in bewilderment, he realized the swing was done in time with the fight, and quickly tried to follow suit. His movements were awkward at first, but the simple motion was soon easy to slip into. Focusing back on the fight to make sure he was moving on time. What? His eyes fully widened in surprise, a familiar feeling surging through him in a completely alien way. One for all. But how? He remembered how it had felt when he tried to use it on the border of limbo. The chaotic storm that he was unable to mold into anything useful. But now, that chaos was shaping into something more. With every beat of the fight, he could feel the power surge momentarily. With every sway of his hips, he could feel it moving through him. And with every moment that passed, he could feel it growing ever so slightly stronger. I just need to direct it. He imagined the power within him as an egg, the surrounding microwaves wattage increasing steadily with the hum of the music. He tried to picture what All Might would do. Go for a flashy move that would save everyone. Oh, I bet he'd use a New Hampshire smasher maybe. Whoa. Suddenly the power lost its momentum, the rhythmic flow breaking into an unidentifiable swirling once again. Calm down. Cerberus advised him. Don't try to overthink it. Clearly Marius could read his mind. Focus on the rhythm. Focus on the fighting. Focus on what you want to do. She gave him a small smile. The rest will come naturally. What I want to do. Izuku repeated, calming back into the simple swing, and thus regaining a sense of balance and control over what was inside him. What's inside? Me. Not All Might, not anyone else. Me. He realized that moves like All Might smashes had never existed until he performed them, despite, apparently, numerous heroes holding the power before him. He briefly recalled Melina's words, that even the clothes they arrived in were mere reflections of how they viewed themselves. He realized that what happened here, what did Nadeto do here? What he wanted. Alright. He set his focus to the fight ahead, and what he would do. He watched Judgment's attacks, Justice's dodging and eventual failure to do so. He observed the way Judgment moved, her lightning-fast bombastic attacks ceased as she thought the fight won, replaced with a domineering swagger as she approached Justice's full form. He saw that his opportunity was at hand, and how he would take it. And then he felt a light pack on his cheek set his entire body ablaze. For luck. He could vaguely hear Marius's voice, but he was too focused on how to contain. No. How to use the extra power that was now surging through him. One for all. He watched Judgment splay her arms wide, completely open to an attack, so long as he closed the distance. He felt the fight symphony reaching a crescendo, strength unlike anything he could imagine at his now burning fingertips. 666%. Gah. A chain struck Justice's arms, the block stopping a fatal blow, but still sending her spiraling to the ground. It's over, Justice. More chains wrapped around her to prevent any escape as Judgment jumped down from her control space. You cannot defeat me. She threw her arms wide in victory. Yeah. Justice coughed with a mock smile. You're right. She tried to roll her shoulders, only for the chains to stop any movement. Though Judgment concealed any emotions beyond bombastically pissed, she could feel her praying at her victory over one of Hell's strongest fighters. Justice would definitely be hearing about this later. Out of practice, no weapons, you being an insane tryhard, take your pick. But at the end of the day, you're right. I can't beat you. Can barely even act as a distraction. Gehenna. Justice's smile turned genuine, nodding in the direction of the hero wannabe she'd sent ahead. But he can. Judgment turned in time to see a humanoid green missile screaming towards them at Mach speeds. She tried to raise her guard, but it was too late. Sloppy. Pointless. Her arms completely crumpled at the force of Izuku's fist, his body wrapped in a river of green fire which flowed on to collide with her stomach. Smayayayash. Judgment was sent hurtling backwards in a torrent of wind and fire, crashing into the bulk of her sin machine just for the steel wall to implode, her body continuing through unimpeded. She was carried with huge broken chunks of metal back through the flames of Gehenna in a screaming rage. Justice wouldn't find out until later just how many buildings she toppled as she came crashing down into limbo. The look on her face was priceless. Holy shit. Justice breathed as she easily broke the now uncontrolled chains. I could tell from your soul's build-up something was coming, but this. Towards the end of their fight she felt another presence impinge on her duel with Judgment. As the presence built in power she'd quickly figured out it was Izuku's signature with his unmistakable soul boosting quirk. thing he'd been sent down here for. He was lucky Judgment was so busy dealing with, and then gloating over, Justice to notice anything, because once his soul was amped up beyond recognition, she'd probably have to thank Marius for that. Or she could just not mention it and spare the trouble. It was pretty obvious what he was trying to do. But I'd just been expecting him to help out in an upset. I didn't expect a frickin' one-hit KO. I've gotta say that was. She turned back to Izuku to find him on the floor where he'd collided with Judgment, with a grand total of one limb still functional. Both his legs and the arm he'd used to punch were looking not great. Pretty sure they're not supposed to be purple. She grimaced, or bend like that. Okay, let's go. She picked up the broken boy and quickly headed towards the gates. Did I? Izuku mumbled, the pain clearly making it difficult to speak. How he was even conscious looking like that was beyond justice. Did I? You did good, Izuku. She decided to reassure him. Looking back at the Sin Machine's wreckage, she couldn't help but feel that was an understatement. You did good. If I alter the rock to the left first. Todoroki shook off the idea in frustration. No, then we run out of movement. Immediately head right. No, then the key becomes unreachable. Head through that formation. No. Then you have to circumvent the whole thing to reach the gate. Looks like things are heating up over there. The demon accompanying the ice user tried to distract him with the irrelevant information. She'd been providing worthless commentary ever since he started trying to unravel this inferno maze, but at least it was better than. Figured it out yet? Or should we just send your friend down there back through to limbo? Her taunting was accompanied by a malicious smirk full of pointed fangs. I've almost got it, he muttered through clenched teeth. He'd been trying to figure out this blasted block puzzle ever since Midoriya had left, and he almost did have it. He just needed a few more moves, and he'd already have a path. Damn it. Is it an impossible task? He glanced towards the fire and brimstone. That'd be appropriate, but Midoriya's new companions seemed honest regarding the possibility of initial escape, at least. He sighed. Not that we have much of a chance puzzling out the lies of ancient creatures if we tried, though. Hey Todoroki. I've almost got it. He immediately reassured his classmate, who was taking the fact she was trapped within a deadly hell block puzzle remarkably well. Don't worry. Just another minute. Alright. Or maybe 2 minutes. The demon taunted. An hour. A day. I'm getting close. He managed to grit out before tasting the smallest speck of blood. Apparently he'd bit through his lip in frustration. Doesn't matter. He squinted at the mess of tiles as the arena threatened to blur into a sinister, mocking face. I've almost got this. Just need to shave off a couple of moves. There has to be a way. Oh. The demon chirped up. Looks like Izuku took care of it. What are you? A moment later a great gust of wind tore past from the direction they'd come, threatening to knock Todoroki off his ice perch before he stabilized himself. Looking back, it seemed the fighting was over, the only visible remnant some kind of half-mangled metal monstrosity. We need to hurry. I'm working on it, he exclaimed in response, finally losing his patience with the infernal shapeshifter. What does she think he'd been doing all this time, sightseeing? He'd already gotten Helltaker sent to hell once thanks to his incompetence. No way was he letting it happen again. You have to double back after knocking the bottom right rock, I said. He caught himself mid-response. Glancing back at the arena and factoring in her suggestion, he quickly had an idea for some other paving solutions. A few seconds of mental movement later and he had something viable. Why didn't you say something earlier? His response caught in his throat upon looking at the seemingly innocent smile tinged with fangs of the monster in front of him. Why would I? Her words were as sweet as poisoned sugar. Of course. Why would a being that viewed mortals as playthings and food ever dream of helping one unless absolutely necessary? Midoriya needs to watch his back. But then again, given everything else that he had to deal with, constantly watching out for the moment these demons betrayed him was unlikely to be a priority. Or I guess. He glanced back at Helltaker, who'd immediately, if prematurely, jumped to their classmate's defense when she thought he might be in danger. He began giving her directions to reach the end unharmed. We'll watch each other's pain. That was the only thought currently registering in Izuku's mind. Pure, unmitigated pain. Both his legs were screaming at him for being so reckless, his right arm burning with such intensity he briefly wondered if he'd been thrown back into Gehenna. He felt some pressure on his back. Was he being picked up? Hopefully. He wouldn't be able to move himself otherwise. A gentle warmth flowed from the touch, which was sadly overwhelmed by the movement slamming pain into his limbs, with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 Oklahoma smashes. Pained. Be purple. T again. Snippets of familiar voices filtered through the onslaught of agony, all lost as even the slightest movement felt like his original would-be punishment. Is this what people at the depths of hell felt like, every moment of every day for the rest of eternity? No one deserves that. After being sent through pain more intense than the rest of his time in literal hell combined, excepting maybe Gehenna, a touch on his cheek sent the pain into remission. It was somehow gently warm, yet soothingly cold. A relaxing massage, yet an alerting warm-up. After struggling to open his eyes, he found the familiar faces of Justice, Marius and Todoroki looming over him. Hey. Justice said nonchalantly, like she wasn't carrying the remains of Izuku's broken form. Hey. He grit out. You okay? Todoroki asked quite possibly the dumbest question he'd ever heard. Relatively, I mean. Soul not. Breaking or anything. Nah, he's good. Justice provided. Relatively, I mean. She looked back towards him. Thought you'd want to see this. She gestured forwards, prompting Izuku to painfully turn his head the same way. There, in the distance, were the gates of hell he'd fled not a few minutes ago. The gate that they'd been traveling to all this time. The entrance to the mortal world, the portal through which lay the people Izuku needed to find to make things right, was right there. Not 24 meters before him. And there, not a meter before it, stood Helltaker and all three Saberi. With a nod by Justice, the demon's three forms began pushing on the doors. One on the right, one the left, and one both. For a moment, the grand gates made not the faintest trace of movement, and Izuku could feel his heart threatening to give out from despair. But then, Kriek, the doors groaned open, the sound of metal scraping against stone ringing out. Justice carried him forwards to the doors. Usually I'd get you healed ASAP, but still in a hurry. Izuku groaned. I know. They managed to fight back judgment. Somehow. But he imagined that she was just one of many forces present in the underworld. Who knew how many minutes, how many seconds they had before those forces began streaming in. As their group approached, Justice slowed to spike the wrist. Here we are, the last vestige of hell. She glanced down at him. Go beyond here and you're breaking a whole mess of rules. Could even risk getting your soul broken as punishment when all's said and done. Last chance to. I'm not turning back. Izuku replied resolutely. They've come too far too. No. He corrected himself. It isn't because we've come too far already. It's because we've still got a long way to go. Alright. Justice smirked before turning towards his classmates. And you too. A broken soul is a small price for rubbing death in my father's face. Besides. He glanced towards Izuku and Helltaker. We're fellow heroes in training. I'd be a pretty poor one if I left Midoriya to save the world alone. Yeah. Helltaker shot her fist in the air. No way I'm letting any of my friends get hurt again. Class 1A, together forever. She put a hand out flat. Together. Todoroki put his hand on top. Tojou. Izuku struggled to add his still functioning arm, but eventually managed. Together. This may be my fault. But if I fail here, everyone loses. He looked around the group supporting him. Former classmates and literal demons, working together towards a better world. Well, technically it's more everyone wants something in the approximate direction needed for a better world I guess, but still. It was moving. It wasn't weird that he was crying. Plus, that may have been due to the pain. Oh. Marius cooed at their display of camaraderie, before Cerberus pointed back past them, towards the way they came. Hey, guys. Is that? Justice glanced backwards. Okay, time's up. Let's go right now, come on, move it. She darted through the gates with Izuku in arms, the importance of the moment somewhat muted by the fact he could barely feel anything beyond his limbs on fire, as he was literally carried to their destination. Maybe Izawa-sensei had a point. Questions of his utility aside, Izuku was carried through the gates and into a large circular room, one lined with darkened brimstone that was soaking wet. Looking towards the center, he found a cylindrical stream of murky white fluid stretching upwards into a bright white light. At its base, the stream flattened and spread out through the room, with the only other thing of note being a rowboat that seemed capable of holding about 8 people. He didn't have time to wonder if that was a colossal coincidence, or if there was supernatural shenanigans regarding its size before Justice tossed him in. Ow. Serbs, help me with the gate. Everyone else start rowing. Izuku made it one groan before she yelled back that he was exempt. I can still help. Save your strength. Todoroki placed an obsidian ore in place. Yeah, we've got this. Helltaker manned the other oar which Cerberus had slotted in. As they began, he heard the loud, metallic groan of the gate begin to close. The glance in their direction showed that apparently A, once pushed, the gates closed by themselves, and B, riding a vertically flowing river with its own gravitational pull, was disorienting enough that Izuku could barely feel the muted pain of his shattered limbs, over the overwhelming urge to vomit. Is this how Yoraka feels when she overuses her quirk? I wonder if she's... The thought forced him to shut down any further ideas with a shake of his head. He'd slap his face if it didn't hurt to move. From Todoroki's story, they had no way of knowing what happened to their other classmates. Worrying about something they didn't know much about could be left to when they weren't actively escaping hell. A few moments later, Justice and the last Cerberus had leapt back to the boat, bounding up the 5 or so meters they'd traveled with athletic and spatial prowess in equal measure. Their center of gravity shifted halfway through the jump. The boat's rocking forced Izuku to swallow a small amount of vomit that was threatening to come up, but at least the new burning sensation in his throat could distract him from the more severe pains. That sounded like a healthy coping mechanism. Okay, come on, close. Justice muttered with fingers crossed, Hell's gates slowly, but surely sealing themselves. KRRK before they were stopped a few seconds before shutting completely, a familiar purple-black demon standing between them. Now far more black than purple with what he assumed to be burns from Gehenna, coated in a thick layer of stone, and with an expression reminding Izuku more of a beast than anything Cerberus had ever become. Okay people, row. Justice ordered. It won't be enough. Cerberus replied, hurrying her rowing speed regardless. Can we? I dunno, throw something at her. Hagakure asked. Good idea. Cerberus answered. Tobidoki, curl up into a ball and... She was cut off by the now familiar humming of Izuku charging up one for all. The chaos he'd felt was back but now lessened, whether by distance from Hell, experience, acclimatization, or Marius grabbing onto him desperately, and thereby providing some form of demonic stabilization, he wasn't sure. Don't. Justice yelled. A punch from that will capsize the whole thing. Got it. Izuku pulled out an old trick. As Judgment leapt towards their craft, he aimed his blow in her direction. Her face morphed from fear-languor to a mixture of fear and incensed anger. Was concentrating one for all into his only functioning middle finger petty. Perhaps. But as the opposing demon was halted in her jump, while he was launched back into the rowboat, forcing the entire thing to take off screeching up the stream like a speedboat, no one could claim it wasn't effective. Have I ever told you that you're completely insane? Justice exclaimed, holding on to him and keeping stable in the boat to help keep him from flying out. Marius was desperately clinging onto him and looking like she was about to have a heart attack, Hagakure doing the same, but clinging onto the stone-faced Todoroki, and Cerberus had somehow gone up to the front of the craft, as it bounded up towards the light. Sorry. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Sorry. Ha. Justice flashed a feral grin. When did I claim that was a bad thing? You're both crazy. At Marius's frantic exclamation, Izuku replied in a way he honestly didn't expect. He laughed. As the boat shot upwards through the stream, as Judgment's knockback prone form became smaller and smaller, as it began to dawn that this was it, that they just might have escaped. As their escape continued, as the seconds passed and Judgment showed no sign of being able to catch up. He laughed. He laughed like maniac. It didn't take Justice long to join in. The trip up the so-called river at Churin soon proved to be substantially less exciting than Izuku had expected, thank whatever passed for divinity at this point. After the initial excitement of their launch, the boat's speed had mercifully slowed to that of a normal rowboat. Cerberus took over rowing duties, and several minutes passed with naught but the splashing of the boat on the liquid of indeterminable composition, while Cerberus hummed row your boat. An activity Hagakure soon joined in on. The whole affair betrayed the gradual calming of the group's mood. With every moment that passed without them being set upon by some hidden foe, Izuku could feel both himself and the others slowly calm, the tension from their confrontation gradually fading away. Until eventually. I think we're clear. Justice let out a sigh of relief, an action quickly echoed by everyone else. So. Izuku swallowed nervously. There's no secret test across the stream. No. Confronting the souls of those we cared about, or anything. Justice shook her head with an amused smile. We're not going to suddenly be ambushed by... I don't know, river guardians. Watchers of the gate. The souls of the damned. Todoroki asked. The League of Villains. Hagakure checked with a nervous smile. The minions of... Cerberus paused, unable to come up with anything. Damn, I wanted to say one. Another finished while the third pouted. Nah. Justice slumped in relief. We should be good for the rest of the ferry ride. She snapped her fingers as eyes lit up in realization. Oh, but no one touched the soul aquifer. Okay. Todoroki answered while his mortal companions merely blinked. I'm guessing that's the ominous glowing white liquid we're sailing through, which seems to have its own intense gravitational field. Hey, you catch on quick. She nodded in his direction. I could go on a whole spiel about the true essence of humanity or whatever, but basically don't touch the white goop unless you want to go insane. Noted. Todoroki nodded. Alright. Izuku answered in turn, glancing out at the strange ethereal stream which they were riding to their destination. Upon further inspection, he found that it seemed to resemble a thick fog, with incalculable lights dancing and flitting downwards towards hell, a mad dance to their inevitable destination. He subsequently decided that he actually would like to retain his sanity and slink down, keeping his broken hands and feet inside the infernal ferry at all times. Aragoli for a sharp twinge of pain to shoot up 3 of his limbs at the motion. You okay? Izuku couldn't help the deadpan face that he made at Justice's question. He sincerely appreciated the concern, but okay wasn't a term commonly associated with a pair of shattered legs, a mangled arm, and a broken finger. Sorry, I mean. Yeah, no, I got nothing. That was a dumb question. No, He sighed in response. Yeah, it hurts like hell, but honestly, I think it hurts less. Maybe it was his new soul-bound body adjusting to his power better. Perhaps hell simply had some kind of dampening effect on non-native pain, or maybe this corridor of souls was a place with muted senses. Yeah, Marius may be a pain, but she's also damn good at fixing it. Or perhaps it was something completely different. That's just the start. Once again, Cerberus proceeded to hold back Marius back by the collar. Actually. Justice glanced from the captive demon back to Izuku, taking a moment to look over his injuries, grimacing in response. That's probably not. She grinned out. A terrible idea. Really. Marius's whole face lit up. Yeah. She looked back towards Izuku. The trip should only take a few hours. Doubt that's long enough for your soul to settle back into an undamaged form with that kind of recoil, and those injuries are beyond me. Alright. But what does that have to do with Miss Marius? Justice cleared her throat, looking away with a cringe, probably want to take a breath. What do you? Izuku was interrupted by the sudden feeling of warmth flooding him. Blinking quickly in confusion, he tried to refocus on what was in front of him. He found Marius's face almost completely filling his vision. She was extremely close, eyes closed as she was leaning towards him, and his lips felt warm and wait what WHAT? Wah. Helltaker spluttered. That's not. She can't. Just watch. Justice said. If Izuku had been able to pay attention, he may have seen her gesture to his now healing limbs. Instead, his mind was desperately scrambling to catch up with the reality before him. Marius was close enough that he could feel the breath coming from her nose. Which was the only way he could breathe in turn, as his mouth was currently unavailable and filled with the taste of sugary cherries, and it felt unbelievably warm, but in a good way, and that warmth was spreading throughout his entire body, and oh god, it kind of feels nice. What do I do? His crashing train of thought was soon completely flung off the rails. Marius leaned further into him, the world around him simply fading away as all he felt was the sizzling warmth of her touch. Even that sensation disintegrated as her kiss slithered past his lips. Brain broke. Izuku.exe is no longer responding. The invisible girl cleared her throat. How long until? Almost. Justice observed Izuku's previously annihilated limbs, flickers of Marius's restorative flames, licking away the damage at an incredible rate. She may be a constant nuisance, and largely useless in a halfway decent fight, but this single utility put her in the not a complete waste to bring along category. Of course, Cerberus had long since passed that to claw into the actually glad you got involved column with everything she'd done to help their trip. At this point, Justice honestly wasn't sure how they'd have made it without her. So far their mortal tagalongs were still in the dead weight section. And then there's you. She glanced back towards the brimstone red-faced mortal currently receiving a special kind of care, who had proven outside any and all of her expectations. At first Justice had expected this to be a simple and irritating guidance job, get the mortal from A to B, without letting his soul be otherwise claimed, shattered, devoured, etc. And then he'd almost single-handedly blasted Judgment, probably the strongest combatant in all of hell, if you considered pure physical strength and technique, back into limbo with a single, unarmed, completely absurd blow. Sure, Marius had given him a boost, and Judgment had been distracted and hadn't quite been put down for the count, while he'd lost 3/4 of his limbs, but still. What the actual fuck? How the hell does that quirk of yours work? Most quirks were simple physical alterations, or maybe gave their owners control over a substance or physical quantity. But this thing boosted his entire damn soul. That shouldn't be possible. Justice could count the number of people she knew had a quirk like that on one finger. It was him. Maybe other soul boosters have managed to get into heaven. She scowled, but still, wouldn't we have heard about something like that? I know we've been too busy clearing the backlog to have much contact with heaven, but even one with enough power could completely screw the balance of. Her eyes widened at the thought. Wait, is that why? Hey. Ice-T remarked flatly. Should he be doing that? He pointed towards Izuku. Following his finger more closely, it became clear he was pointing towards the visible steam above his head. Oh, damn, yeah. Marius, that's enough. The demon pressed harder into the poor mortal in response. Okay. Serbs, could you? The hellhound was pulling at Marius before Justice could even finish her request. Bah! Marius exclaimed as her lips were pulled away from her current obsession. You'll never stop her. Cerberus put a hand over her mouth and quickly wrestled her into submission. Wow, that was pretty rough, even for her. Clearly Marius wasn't the only one their endearingly positive mortal was growing on. Their mortal who hadn't moved an inch since the healing onslaught had begun. I probably should have given a better warning. But it wasn't like she was expecting to need Marius's powers at all, let alone so soon. And letting her stew in excitement while Justice explained all the details now would have just been more insufferable. Feeling okay? Her question was met without response. Sighing with a slight smile of amusement, she moved to sit next to Izuku, and tried to rouse him from the shocked state. Hey. She tapped him on the now completely healed arm. You in there? His eyes managed to regain a bit of focus, while his mouth slowly opened and closed several times. Don't worry. Justice reassured him. We've got several hours for you to come to, and physically you're back to peak form. The statement prompted him to snap to attention, suddenly examining his now fixed limbs and running his hand over them, as if they were naught but an illusion. Oh. Izuku nodded rapidly as he finished his check. SOIG guessed that was WY Miss Marius. He trailed off into a blushing mess. Yep. Justice confirmed. She can fix up any damage your soul's taken by imparting demonic energy with a good smooch. Can power you up, too. Alright. He nodded more slowly, his face's redness flaring at a certain word. That's actually pretty similar to our recovery girl, I guess. Though. He pressed his fingers together in embarrassment. Did it have to be? The effect is stronger if it's on the lips. She filled in. But damage that severe I doubt anywhere else would have worked. Well, I can think of a couple. Marius's words were cut off by a thankfully back on horny protection duty Cerberus. I see. Izuku became remarkably interested in the boat's floor. Or would it be the hull? And the steam? Ice-T checked the original point of his attention. Oh, too much of her energy overloads your soul, sets you on fire. The three mortals slowly turned their heads towards her with shocked expressions. Pretty sure it's designed to help her fulfill her function. Function? All three parroted. Punishing souls and lust. Justice shrugged. This way she can. She paused, not wanting to repeat anything just because her audience was inexperienced. Entertain souls while also punishing them. The three all slowly blinked in response while looking at her, practically in sync. It was honestly a little creepy. How? Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. How? Is that the most reformative punishment I've seen in hell? He looked up to notice Justice's raised eyebrow, and the mortal's incredulous gaping. I mean, it's still beyond messed up, but I mean, at least it tries to correct a mortal's vices. It's still inhumane Pavlovian conditioning, but at least it's not tacitly reinforcing their sins while punishing them. That's... Justice blinked. A good point, actually. And one Justice found herself exploring. Cerberus was assigned to gluttony, tasked with quarreling sinners and basically doing whatever she wanted, but thinking about it, wouldn't the pain of her playing with mortal souls make them see through the circle's illusion, albeit temporarily? Nothing came to mind from greed or lower, barring Zdrada screwing around in anger, but considering the top three were the only ones operating under. Wait, what else have you seen? Invisi girl broke Justice out of her thoughts. Don't ask. Izuku replied with a thin smile and hollow chuckle. Probably best bring him out of Depression Town, but how? A thought came to mind with a smirk. Hey, Serbs. One of the rowing Saberi glanced at her. You know, it'll probably be easier to keep Marius off him if you take the seat next to. Within moments, the Cerberus keeping hold of the lust demon dashed over to the mortal's side, and within moments she was not so subtly pestering him for pets. Oh, that's... The flustered Izuku didn't take long to give in to the request, ensuring Cerberus should be content for the write-up. Justice took his other side to help keep the maniac away. This is discriminatory. The maniac exclaimed. Against what? Ice-T asked a very sensible question of a less than sensible demon. True love. 5 sets of eyes looked at her apathetically, a happy Cerberus, and an incredibly flustered Izuku, the only 2 pairs failing to do so. Eventually, Ice-T's turned back to Justice. Is she always this stupid? Hey. Honestly, that'd be overestimating her. Hey. You Izuku cut in nervously. I do appreciate you. You fixing my soul, Miss Marius. See? He loves me. That's nothing like what he said. Invisi girl stated incredulously. Clearly your soul's hearing still needs some time to adjust. Marius pouted. I'd say the same of your perception of reality. Ice-T said in the most deadpan tone possible. Okay, if they're gonna sass Marius, maybe they're not complete deadweights. But enough of that. Justice sadly had to end the ribbing. They may have a good chunk of time, but it was still limited. We should probably get some sleep. Well, that came out of nowhere. Todoroki pointed out. We haven't even had to sleep in. Hagaker's eyes whitened. Since we got here, actually. We just kinda rest, I guess. Souls don't technically need sleep in hell. Justice filled them in. It's more mental fatigue. But that's not the case once we leave. As we're still on the path to hell, it won't be that noticeable, but it's either sleep now or feel dead tired within about an hour of reaching the mortal realm. And as there's a strong chance it'll take longer than an hour. Izuku nodded. Better to sleep now. No offense, but... Hagaker tried to raise an objection. We don't trust any of you in the slightest. Todoroki made it as bluntly as humanly possible. Except Izuku, of course. Well, I guess I can understand where you're coming from. But, it's cool. Justice interrupted her mortal companion. I'm not gonna force you or anything. But for the record, it applies to us too. She gestured to her fellow demons. Both the exhaustion and the trust. So I'm gonna catch some Z's, and if I catch you trying anything while we sleep. Cerberus mimed slicing their throats and then eating their souls. A little over the top, but it worked. So just bear that in mind. Oh, also. She turned to Marius. Try anything and I'll throw you in the river. But it's only a few hours. She settled in for a nap. Just try not to be insufferable for that long, okay? You'll be getting your dumb books before long. Dumb. I'll have you know that romantic fiction is the absolute peak of the human. Nay, of sapient experience. The expanse of emotions which the written word can explore, all contained in the confines of a small leather-bound parcel. The love freak went off, and Justice took the opportunity to check out of the conversation. If someone laid a finger on her, or the mortal she was slightly leaning on, she'd know. And they would regret it. At the sight before her, Tori had to rub her eyes, checking she wasn't in some coma-induced hallucination. The fact she could see her hands as she rubbed her eyes only seemed to add to the illusory feeling. What on earth? She muttered. You mean what in hell? She side-eyed Todoroki, correcting her with a slight growl. The fact he could actually see her making the gesture was still difficult to grasp. She'd gotten used to relying on audio cues to get her point across for so long, now it was going to take a while to stop. But wherever they were and whatever form they were taking, the sight of a sleeping Midoriya being leaned on by demons, Justice and the Cerberus on either side, along with Marius having managed to curl up on the floor around his feet, who was the dog demon here again, was enough to make her question reality. Even more than she had been the past few weeks in literal hell. You two should try and get some sleep too. Another Cerberus rowing the boat by Todoroki suggested, apathy dripping from her voice. It's probably the last chance we'll get in a while. Why don't you? Todoroki asked sharply. I am. She nodded towards her sleeping next to Midoriya. Was that how that worked? Did only one need sleep, or did they rotate? We probably should. Tori had to stifle a yawn. The first time she'd had to since arriving in Limbo. While there had been exhaustion shortly after arriving, it was more from the sheer insanity of her situation, and the need for something familiar than general physical need. It seemed the least evil demon was telling the truth. The afterlife took away the need for things like sleep, and as they edged closer to life it was coming back. I'll pass. Todoroki answered with a grunt. The slightest movement of his head and shift of focus towards the dog demon next to him told why he felt hesitant to let his guard down. The she answered his gaze with a sinister smile full of canines, did little to calm the atmosphere. Hey. Tor started nervously, earning the idle attention of the demon. The moment she spoke, the phrase "Fool's Rush In" was echoing in her mind. But it didn't change the fact that they needed to know if they were thoughtless bite away from a more permanent end, if they were to have any hope of avoiding that end. Back in the diner, when Todoroki was, she tried to shake off the image of her friend's life being naught but a helpless little bull. Were you really going to, The demon's confused blink implied that she did not know. Eat him. Tor finished quietly. Cerberus shrugged nonchalantly. But Tor had to try and keep the anger out of her voice, both from fear of waking up their friend and demon guides, and the fear she'd earned the hound's ire. Why? His soul was tasty. She smirked at the scarred teen with the fang bared before turning back to Tor more neutrally. Plus it's rare to get a bear soul like that. What do you mean? Todoroki immediately asked. Cutting through a projection to extract the naked soul isn't easy. Trust me. Cerberus pouted, and Tor couldn't help but wonder how many people's souls were saved on account of this fact. Justice is one of the few demons I know who can do it so cleanly. But Tor tried to recover. Doesn't it bother you that you're eating people? She'd expected the question to come out bitter, but it came out more confused than anything. No. She replied blithely. Why would it? Because we're people. Todoroki cut her off bitterly. We're not just objects made to do or be whatever you want. We have our own goals. Our own desires, our own methods. What gives you the right to take that away? His voice was edging a tad too loud towards the end. Cerberus's disinterested face gave way to an irritated scowl. Are you a vegetarian? Wah. That's not the same. Todoroki seethed, and Tor had to nudge him to keep his voice down. Don't wake up the reasonable demon unless in danger. Don't get on the reasonable demon's bad side unless absolutely necessary. She was their only lifeline beyond Midoriya, and sitting in this small boat in this impossible tunnel, she doubted in his ability to punch his way out of a fight. Why not? We're sapient. And that makes you special. How? Cerberus asked mockingly. What does that give you that puts you above other animals? You live in social groups. So can monkeys. You can count. So can birds. You have language. So do insects. Even some vegetarians eat them. She glanced away, point apparently made and irritation settling back into boredom, though now mixed with some satisfaction. Humans are just another link in the food chain, and I don't know anything tastier than raw soul. Tori noticed the smallest amount of drool coming out. On one hand. Oh, for the love of God, change the conversation, talk about anything else. On the other. Well, this food won't go down easy, she stated. And if you try and make a meal out of Midoriya, we'll find a way to stop you. Even if they were at the overwhelming disadvantage, this time they'd stick together. This time, she'd make sure everyone came back in one piece. Huh? Cerberus blinked in confusion, attention shifting back to Tor. Why would I eat Izuku? Maybe because you just compared humans to insects and stated you find them delicious. Todoroki growled. Well, humans, sure. But not Izuku. What makes him special? Todoroki's innocent question. The one delivered with the least bitterness out of their entire conversation was what earned an angry growl and a pair of eyes flashing red. He immediately backed away towards Toru, owing in equal parts to intimidation and surprise at the sudden mood shift. A moment later she flicked her head away in frustration, muttering something under her breath, Toru only being able to pick out the word never. Just get some sleep, she eventually ordered. Justice and Izuku would both be angry if you were gone once they woke up, so relax. That statement did not make Toru relax. However, recognizing the need for sleep, she tried to get some anyway. The swaying of the boat was surprisingly comforting in that regard, but part of her was still uneasy from the chilling conversation they just had. To try and settle her nerves, she decided to lean lightly on Todoroki. That way, if Cerberus tried anything, it would wake her up. That was the only reason she did so. Anyone who claimed otherwise was a liar. Sleeping in this undead body that he now resided in was a strange experience, Izuku decided. After shutting his eyes, he found himself in a less than conscious state practically the moment he willingly wanted to rest without hesitation. There was no twisting or turning, no issues of discomfort, despite being in a small boat of wood with pretty poor seating, he just wanted to sleep in proof. He was there. Except it wasn't quite sleep as he knew it. While he was less than conscious, he wasn't entirely unconscious either. Rather, it was as if his body had been plunged into a huge lake of comfortably warm water, the rest of the world just passing him by atop the surface. He could still hear the sound of familiar voices when they spoke, but he had no idea what they were saying, still feel the warmth of others touching his sleeping form, but only a vague notion that someone was there and that he trusted them, rather than aware who they specifically were. He found himself stirring a number of times, and the moment he did he was fully awake again. The first time was Cerberus stirring to his left and demanding pets, which he happily given and soon drifted back off. The next was Marius sitting around his feet, an action he honestly did not know how to respond to, so he quickly just accepted it and went back to sleep, ignoring the blushing as he drifted off again. The third, final time, he seemed to awake naturally, like his body and mind, and soul were fully charged and ready to go. Oh hey, you're up. Justice noticed. Glancing her way, Izuku realized that while asleep, he'd slumped over slightly to start leaning on her. Sorry. He tried to back the other way, only to be reminded that he had a Cerberus there. No problem, it's pretty cramped here anyway. Justice brushed off the issue. Sleep well. Sure. He answered uncertainly. I guess. It felt kinda weird. Yeah, it can be hard to get used to. Now that you're dead, you don't really sleep so much as enter a sort of meditative trance. She shrugged. It's a similar deal, but you're still vaguely aware of your surroundings. Probably a defense mechanism as you're more exposed without a proper body. Alright. Izuku nodded, that made sense. Sort of. As much as anything can anymore. Wait, speaking of which. Hey. He started quietly to try and not wake anyone else. Can I ask something? Yes. Justice nodded. That is your answer. You may ask no further questions. She smirked at the slight pout he made in response. I'm just messing, shoot. So, about the whole demon duel thing. Why didn't you tell me about it? Seriously. She scoffed in response. If I told you everything there is to know about demons and hell in general, we'd probably be back in my office in Gluttony, and you'd be on your 5th existential crisis by now. Okay, yes, true. He accepted there was a lot to learn. But why not tell me about it when we had to fight? Judgment. I could have helped. Honestly. I had no idea you'd be anywhere close to that useful. Of course, a lot of it was luck and Marius helping you out with the power boost. She nodded towards the demon sleeping at his feet. But if I'd realized your core can make you so useful in demon combat, I would have considered giving you a rundown. But if we get into a fight, you should still run. But I can crack your soul a new one to obliterate an opponent. Yes, I know, but what if you can't control it well enough and the attack rebounds? What if your soul breaks? You'll be erased from existence. She paused to let that thought sink in. That a single mistimed punch could end him permanently, that being slightly offbeat could render their entire journey pointless. Oh okay. He nodded swiftly with a grimace. That makes sense. Good. I'm really going out on a limb here. Watching you eat yourself into oblivion and make that for nothing would really tick me off. Alright. Really, I go to all this trouble, and then you go and get yourself permakilled. Not cool. Sorry. Seriously, Izuku, have you ever thought about my feelings when risking your continued existence? His pained expression turned far more neutral. You're messing with me again, aren't you? Whatever gave it away. She chuckled at his pained moan. Don't worry, that won't happen so long as you're not absurdly reckless. So considering your personality, I give you a solid 6 hours to live. He sent a grumble her way. You know I'm right. But if you're able to contain yourself a bit, live long enough to get some proper training in supernatural combat, and get that power of yours under control, you'd be a serious asset. She sighed. Even a day or two and we could probably get you into a workable condition. Time crunches suck. Well. Izuku sighed in turn. I guess we'll never know. Assuming we can find All Might before anything else goes wrong, I probably won't even have this power for another day. What's that saying about assumptions? I know. He groaned in turn. Surely they could go a day in the mortal world without anything crazy happening. Surely. How close are we, by the way? Not long now. She glanced upstream. Maybe 10 minutes, half an hour. Then it's just a quick trip through the silent sea, and we're home free. Cruel. They were almost there. So close. One other thing. She gave a quick nod. About the thing Judgment said. Which thing? Her eyes narrowed slightly, posture becoming just that little bit more rigid. About how you lost her. He immediately regretted asking. However, her demeanor didn't shift into something aggressive nor defensive, instead just deflating into a form that looked defeated. Oh, long story. She breathed out deeply. It was a pretty cool fight. Wish you could have seen it, hero fanboy like you probably would have flipped. But in the end, I was just being a dumbass that thought she could actually change things. Izuku waited for her to go on, but apparently that was all she had to say on the matter. A million questions were running through his head. What happened? Why fight? What was she trying to change? What exactly went wrong? Could it still be fixed? What question was she expecting that was somehow worse than that? But those questions would have to wait. She'd helped keep him together so many times already, it was his turn to help. Well, he tried to think of what to say. I think you're a pretty awesome dumbass. And somehow thought that meant saying that. Well, that's what I get for thinking I could help. Eh? She turned to him in reasonable confusion. I mean, why you're not a dumbass? Obviously I don't think that I just meant. He paused and took a breath. I just meant. Considering that your form of rule-breaking consists of helping me and possibly saving the mortal world, that sending me to Judeka is a punishment you consider worth changing, that you're strong enough to go toe-to-toe with one of the strongest demons in hell, and that you use that strength to try and help your friends escape. I don't know what it was you were trying to change, and I don't know how much it did, but... He looked towards her seriously. I know that if you thought it was something that needed changing so badly that you went to such lengths, then it needed changing. And if it's still something that needs changing, I'll help in any way I can. I wouldn't have one for all, but other than that... He blinked. Well, other than that, I'm basically useless, but... I can do paperwork. If you teach me, that is. Or maybe try and organize your office so things are easier. But... He was getting off track. What I'm saying is that Judgment was wrong. That being able to stand up and fight for what you think is right is admirable. That I think it's incredible that you went to such lengths to try and change things. That I think you're incredible. He blushed slightly at that last statement and found it difficult to meet her eyes. It became even more difficult when she simply stared at him in response for a good few seconds, and he couldn't help but regret at least half of what he'd said immediately. What was he thinking? Paperwork. At least offer to try and gather information as a mortal soul or something. Is that how hell works? Ahaha. She started laughing quietly, and soon found herself unable to stop. It wasn't a chuckle at his expense, nor the laughter she'd exhibited whenever he did something incredibly idiotic or embarrassing. It was just a quiet laugh that she seemed unable to control. He looked at her in confusion. Sorry. She wiped a slight tear from her eye. Just been a while since I heard someone say point blank she's wrong. Not a pain, or a stick in the mud, or bad for the high prosecutor role, but just wrong. And I'll admit, some help with the paperwork is basically what I'm looking for after all this, so I think I'll be taking you up on that offer. Alright. He nodded vigorously. A few moments passed before she spoke again. And, Izuku. He tilted his head in response, as a small smile came to her lips. Thanks. Don't mention it. He smiled in turn, glad that at least parts of his incoherent mess of an explanation had been useful. Another few moments later, her smile turned smug once again. Though, I will say you should be more careful with your words. I mean, depending on who you're speaking to, someone could take you calling them incredible like that any number of. Her words drifted off into oblivion. Izuku tried to ask, only for his words to die on his lips. Justice interrupted his silent question with something similarly impossible to hear. She put a finger to her lips to ask him to be quiet, or maybe she was saying he had to be quiet. The two proceeded to slowly wake the others in their boat. Upon waking, it turned out that they, too, were seemingly cursed with silence. The 4 other demons seemed to simply nod with understanding, while Todoroki and Hagakure were as confused as Izuku. Justice got their attention and pointed further upstream. In his distraction he hadn't noticed, but the walls of the circular cave they traveled through were narrowing to a point, and the river of souls seemed to somehow twist inwards. The group held on tight to the boat, approaching the twists slowly, before eventually plowing forwards and around as if going down a steep and curving hill. Going through, they traveled inwards to a hollow core of the river, the stream becoming a swirling sea of souls around them. Simple colors seemed imbued with emotions, the smallest of movements held an entire year of experiences. Izuku's head was pressed down further into the boat by someone. Maybe Justice, maybe Cerberus, it was hard to tell. Right. Izuku remembered, don't look into the souls unless you want to go insane. Come on, Izuku, get it together. A few seconds later and the hold on his head was gone. Cautiously raising it back up, he looked upwards to find something unexpected. Nothing. No swirling river, no tunnel wall, just an empty infinite void. Glancing around, he found that Cerberus was rowing them away from a swirling white whirlpool. Most likely the entrance exit too. He tried to ask if they'd arrived, but the lack of a voice implied the answer was negative. Looking further, he found they were in a large body of water. While the whirlpool to hell was a bright white, glowing with souls being drawn towards it, the further they traveled out, the blacker the liquid became. He noticed Todoroki leaning to look down, only for Justice to pull him back. She glanced at the three mortals, sighed, and slowly ripped out a single strand of her hair. After checking the three mortals were all well seated, she dropped the strand into the water. Whereupon the water all around it bubbled and boiled furiously, splashing uncontrollably while Cerberus quickly rowed the boat away. Unable to take his eyes off the scene, Izuku soon couldn't find a speck of white hair atop the ocean, as the water calmed once again. Looking back to Justice, she pointed towards the water and made a big X with her arms. The gesture was simple, but the message was clear. Don't go in the water. Your screams we will never hear. Stewing on that terrifying demonstration for a good few minutes, Cerberus continued to diligently row their group over the Death Sea, apparently silently still humming row 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 your boat to herself with an innocent smile on her face. The sheer insanity of the scene made Izuku wonder if he stared for too long at the river, with its own gravity made of human souls leading to hell, and connecting to a black Death Sea. Yeah, no, I've definitely gone insane. But the state of his sanity didn't change the fact that he soon saw something in the distance, and from the others' similar reactions, it seemed he wasn't completely delusional. As the group approached, Izuku realized he actually recognized the shape. Is that? He raised an eyebrow skeptically. A tree. As they approached, his suspicions were confirmed. Out of the deadly liquid, a bright white tree was growing upwards, spreading in all directions, but continually upwards with more branches than Izuku had ever seen. But while the souls had given off light full of life, the tree was the opposite. It was clearly glowing, but the light was completely hollow. Amidst the darkness, it didn't reflect in the liquid, didn't light up their path. It was just there. Cerberus changed course to approach the spooky glowing tree, because of course that was their destination. Of course it was. As they did, Izuku realized it wasn't alone. Distance was difficult to work out, but a number of trees stretching up into the pitch darkness were coming into view. They were spaced a good distance apart. At least 100 meters or so, probably more. Looking up at the forest they were headed towards, Izuku noticed something else that seemed important. He couldn't see the canopy. They just stretched up into the darkness, branched swords piercing the infinite void. He didn't have time to marvel at the idea before the boat knocked against the side of the tree they'd been heading towards, and the hound demons began working on trying to fix it to the tree's roots. As she did, Justice managed to get their attention. She pointed to the group, then the tree, then used her hands to mime. Walking up a vertical. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh. He silently gulped, we have to climb the infinite death tree. Don't we? Unfortunately, his guess turned out to be right. Fortunately, Justice decided to partner each mortal up with a Cerberus. This way, Izuku supposed, if one of them lost their grip, at least everyone else would learn about it in time to watch their indescribably gruesome death. He was feeling grat about this portion of the trip. Thankfully, with his friendly dog demon's help, the tree's countless branches turned out to make it far easier to climb than he'd imagined. It seemed Helltaker was similarly having few problems, while Todoroki was constantly making ice structures to hold himself to the tree. The fact made two facts clear to Izuku. 1. Cerberus was teasing Todoroki, which Izuku was thankfully able to get her to stop doing with a combination of gesturing, pouting, pleading eyes and pets, and 2. He was really glad Helltaker could turn off her invisibility now. If the rest made it out only to later discover she'd fallen halfway up the ghost tree, he honestly didn't know how he'd cope at this point. Pushing thoughts of the myriad ways this could have gone horrible wrong aside, he continued his climb with the group. After a while, the task became less nerve-wracking and more mind-numbingly repetitive, before becoming even more nerve-wracking when he realized that was probably the point. Give a mundane task that went on for an incredibly long time, make you complacent, and then wham, eaten by death water. Classic afterlife trap. But despite the fears, after some time, half an hour, 2, it was impossible to tell. Izuku noticed the branches above him undulating, like they were being blown in the breeze. Only, there was no wind. As their climb continued, it became apparent that the undulating only affected branches above a certain, very specific point. Climbing up further, he realized the branches weren't moving at all. It was a trick of the light. Specifically, the effect of looking through rough water. Initially unbelieving, more climbing confirmed what he began to suspect. The branches above them were underwater. Above them was the surface of an ocean, and not a step in the Empirish Ocean, an ocean made of honest-to-God water. Water which is upside down. Somehow. You know what, this is honestly one of the least ridiculous things I've seen today, so let's just go with it. As the group approached a final, large branch before the waterline above them, Justice paused to do a brief headcount and make sure everyone was ready. She pointed to the water and mimed swimming, before pointing upwards again. It took a few tries, before he realized that she was telling them to make sure to swim directly upwards. Once they all gave a thumbs up to show they understood, she demonstrated that they all needed to take a deep breath. Oh. So we need to breathe again now. Fantastic. But wait, wouldn't that mean we're almost? Justice cupped 2 hands and lowered them, nodding for Izuku to step forward. Realizing the intent, he placed a foot in her hand, took a large deep breath, and nodded. Justice threw her arms upwards as he pushed forwards, and he was launched into the ocean. Immediately, he reached upwards and began to swim, unsure of how far he had to travel, and quite sure he wouldn't be able to hold his breath for too long. As he swam up, the branches of the tree they'd been climbing quickly began to end, and he realized it was the water itself that acted as the canopy layer. As the branches sunk out of view, the water slowly shifted from an unnerving cold to simply cold. The pure darkness above gave way to a weak, shimmering light, and Izuku even began to spot recognizable fish swimming about. Glancing back, he found the rest hot on his heels, though it seemed Todoroki and Cerberus were helping Hagakure up, while another Cerberus was helping Marius. Maybe they couldn't swim. While he wanted to go back and help, Izuku was painfully aware of just how empty his lungs were becoming. He shot up as quickly as he could without activating One for All. That was just a disaster waiting to happen, and approached the surface. He reached out his hand, the burning sensation in his lungs dwarfed by the anticipation. Gasp! He breached the water's surface, gasping for. Splutter! A wave came over and pushed him back down. He quickly pushed back upwards. Cough, cough! His eyes widened as a second wave threatened to sink him again, and he struggled to stay above the waterline long enough to take a breath, wave upon wave, threatening to spell a watery grave. He ducked down for a moment, only to confirm everyone else was almost to the surface. He raised his head above the waterline to look around. Boom! The sound of lightning crashing nearby sent a ripple through his soul. He heard ringing in his ears. Are you kidding me? He couldn't help but rage at the situation. They traveled all this way, pushed through hell itself, and they'd surfaced in the middle of an ocean. In a thunderstorm. It was official. Fate played favors, and Izuku was on its shite list. Cough, cough! A Cerberus surfaced beside him, paddling over to help keep him above the waves. Thanks Cerberus. Are the others? A series of gurgles, loud coughs and splutters, betrayed his mortal companion surfacing beside him. What? Hagakure glanced around, another lightning strike punctuating the situation. Oh, are you serious? Izuku couldn't help but feel just a little bit validated. It was small in comparison to the "oh, for the love of all that is and isn't holy, please don't let us die here" feeling, but it was there. Okay. We're. Justice's exclamation was cut off by a wave crashing over her. A moment later, she resurfaced, her lips acting as a tap to comically drain the water from her mouth. Well, that was anticlimactic. Oh no. I can't swim. Marius exclaimed. Finally, some good news. Todoroki deadpanned. Wow, harsh. But despite his harsh words, he still managed to make an ice floe which the group could hang on to. With something to grab, Cerberus was able to enthusiastically push the group somewhere. Looking around, Izuku noticed 2 landmasses. An island elevated high above the sea level with some ruined structure atop it, and a city shoreline beyond it. Well further, the shoreline was something they could easily get onto, so he pointed her in that direction. The following half an hour was a desperate struggle to make sure everyone held on, with Todoroki's body temperature plummeting to dangerous levels, but unable to stop reinforcing the ice, lest their situation become more dangerous still. When Justice first grabbed onto his shoulder, he was hesitant, but when she was able to alleviate the freezing issues he soon conceded. Meanwhile, Izuku moved along to try and help Hagakure and Marius from losing their grip or suffering any lack of swimming-related issues. The latter tried to say something that would no doubt make Izuku blush. And honestly, he'd be thankful for the extra heat at this point. But another wave filled her mouth with seawater. What she spit out included a small fish, and Izuku and Hagakure both couldn't help but laugh at the image. Just as his muscles began threatening to give out, their flow knocked against the shoreline, and the group desperately crawled onto dry land. We finally made it. Marius panted, wobbly after the voyage. Land. Hagakure did likewise, practically kissing the cement. Sweet, sweet land. It was a challenge. Todoroki was cut off as Cerberus shook herself off. All 3 of her souls, near Todoroki by different directions. He could practically see steam coming off the boy's angry frame, eye and mouth twitching in frustration. Yeah, but... Izuku sat up before taking a deep breath. Where are we, exactly? Hell's outer rim. The shore of souls. Purgatory. Pandora. Not quite. Justice stood up with a smile, stretching before her outfit began steaming. Literally. She must have been using her heat to get the water off. We're. Oh damn, now I reek of salt. She groaned, before shaking off the unfortunate thought. But I guess I should still do the proper introduction. She coughed to clear her throat, before walking over to the still-sitting Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. She stated dramatically, holding out a hand to help him up. One he gladly took. Welcome. To the mortal realm. His eyes lit up. You mean Earth, the land of the living, the mortal realm, the mortal sphere, the plane of chaos. It has many names, but basically. She smiled sympathetically. Welcome home. Izuku's breath caught at Justice's statement. He blinked lamely, mouth opening and closing silently, as his mind tried to process the declaration, to recognize exactly what those two words meant. We. He looked around slowly. The storm's wind and rain was still harsh and unforgiving, but the dark clouds above were a familiar source. It wasn't the tears of screaming souls draining down from a higher circle, not condensation from an illusory cavern dripping overhead. It was rain. Actual, plainly wet, normal, boring rain pouring down on his face. Well, at this point it was rain mixed in with tears of joy and relief. But beyond that, the buildings up the concrete bank to their side were made of, well, concrete. And bricks, wood. Normal building materials, not fire and brimstone molded into an infernal replica of a city. We made it. He muttered in disbelief. Speaking the fact aloud seemed to bring the realization crashing down. We made it. He stuck his hands up in cheer. We made it back. We did it. Haha. Amidst his excitement, Helltaker had gotten up, who slapped his hand in the most satisfying high five of his entire life. Heck yeah. Suck it, freaky deathwater. She followed up with a taunt back towards the ocean. I'll say. Izuku laughed in relief. Well, now we. His eyes widened in realization. We need to find All Might. Yup. Justice nodded in confirmation. It's only a matter of time before we start running into issues, so. Wait, issues? Helltaker interrupted, shaky excitement quickly becoming a nervous startle. Like, wait, are gonna fade from existence or something? No, you cool. Justice reassured her, hands bobbing up and down slightly to try and calm her down. You might get tired more quickly than you're used to being here, but you won't start vanishing or anything. But the longer we stay here, the more time Hell's forces have to try and pull you back, and the more likely someone else will notice we're here. Someone. Todoroki echoed, trying in vain to drain the excess water out of his clothes that Cerberus's own attempts at getting dry had caused. Like who? Izuku asked. Not important right now. Justice assured them. Just know they don't want us here, and they're very experienced at detecting and removing unwanted elements from the mortal plane. In a comfortable, shining office of white gilded with magnificent gold, a wondrous being busied himself with constructing his most incredible structure yet. Lord Camel, sir. One of his subordinates stormed through the door uninvited, the rush of air from their entrance, knocking down the cards making up his glorious creation. The printed paper scattered across his shining marble white desk, completely ruining the air of order he so carefully maintained. What is wrong with you, Cindy? Camel dropped to his hands and knees, silently weeping at the devastating loss of his chapel of playing cards. Could one find a more noble use for items ordinarily used for such vile deeds as gambling, as making a magnificent construct in reverence to their faith? Could one imagine a greater loss than his efforts rendered all for naught, and by the hands of his own department, no less? Cephalian, my lord. Listen, Cindy. Camel groaned, hand running over his face as he tried to recover from the untold emotional damage caused by what had befallen his creation, trying not to lose his temper with the riffraff who were only trying their best. Reports are to be given to Gamaliel. Though I suppose you are new here. I've worked in this office for hundreds of years. So I believe I can overlook this transgression once. For I am magnanimous. Camel finished kindly. It's actually 5 centuries today. Cindy muttered something pointlessly. Now, run along, give your little reports to Gamaliel. Her office is just down there and to the right. He motioned with his hands. Shoo. But my lord, I just detected a surge of demonic power. Also, it's to the left. What? Camel balked, it had always been to the right. Oh, yes, the remodeling. Honestly, I don't see why we needed that. I mean, so the angels needed to flap their wings a little further to deliver reports, Ukar. Wait, detected what? Why didn't you say something sooner? She squawked in response, no doubt belatedly recognizing her grievous error. Give me the details. Concisely. Alright. She quickly made to hand over her findings. I detected an immense surge in energy near Site J1T. Based on the readings, I believe a number of high-ranking demons may have passed into the mortal sphere, possibly with mortal souls. One of the readings in particular is odd. Cam eyed her suspiciously. He looked for any signs of deceit. An incredibly unlikely possibility, but worth checking to be certain. But no. It appeared she was serious. Camel's lips quirked. SNRK. He tried in vain to contain his mirth. He slammed the desk uproariously, wheezing in between laughter. Site J1T. You think high-ranking demons would be that obvious? He broke into another laughing fit. But my lord, these readings are most likely a technical error. He wiped a tear from his eye, truly appreciative for such a wondrous laugh to lift his spirits after the chapel's disaster. These things were fashioned by mere archangels, after all. I'm not even an archangel, sir. Exactly. He waved off the still and shock angel. Poor thing. She must not be used to surveillance going even slightly erroneously, being so new and all. So why don't you run off, tippity-tap at your computer, and see if you can't find the source of this glitch. We are team players here, after all, and it seems your position is stumbling. Why yes, my lord. She did as asked like a good little angel, leaving Camel to collect the scattered cards in peace. Demons coming out of J1T. He had to stifle another laugh, hilarious. Extremely dangerous. Justice emphasized. Right. Izuku nodded. These unknown forces sound incredibly competent. Why can I hear laughing? Well, we need to get. Pause. Well, I guess we need to figure out where we are, first. That's. Todoroki interrupted, blinking several times as if doubting his own eyes that were fixed on the raised island they passed. That's Tartarus. Huh. Izuku followed his line of sight. The island was some distance away, the surface difficult to make out. But after focusing on the distance he could tell Todoroki was right, and his eyes widened at what he found. Why? Oh, I get it. Helltaker chuckled sardonically. The passage to hell is at the depths of Tartarus. Very clever. Helltaker. Izuku weakly pointed towards the site in question. Look. Tartarus. The most high-security prison in the entirety of Japan, with a security record beaten only by Europe's Purgatorio. An inescapable metal island separated from civilization by 5 kilometers of water and a single bridge, the Bronze Gate, connecting it to the mainland. Countless security measures ensured that escape was beyond impossible, with a self-destruct for the bridge, surveillance comparable to a modern city compressed into a single building, and guards armed with the latest in anti-personnel weaponry, just representing a small handful of the measures deemed acceptable to inform the public. This, the world's closest equivalent to a circle of hell, had fallen to ruin. The island's gargantuan steel walls were crippled with more holes than Swiss cheese, some sections threatening to buckle under their own weight, others already having done so. Some parts of the bridge were completely collapsed, with others hanging limply by their suspension cables. The main building was too distant to make out much of note, but Izuku couldn't help but suspect that was because there wasn't much to note. What could be seen was naught but rubble. What on earth could have happened? Do we know it was Earth? Todoroki asked. What do you? Izuku realized what he was getting at, turning to Justice in shock. As far as I'm aware, demolished Japan's moral dead zone wasn't on Hell's docket, sadly. Moral dead zone. Helltaker repeated. I had a couple of people come through that found Hell therapeutic after being imprisoned there. Justice shook her head, disdain clear on her face. That shouldn't be possible. Humans can really suck. Todoroki eloquently summed up. Izuku looked between the two, glancing back at the ruined prison, as he dredged through the hazy memories of human rights violation accusations against the facility. Did they ever go anywhere? I never really paid attention. I guess I never really thought about. Well, Madia stretched to his side. Not that this isn't fascinating, but Emma had out. Oh, yeah. Me too. And with that, the demons began to just leave. Wait, what? Izuku tried to interrupt. Justice said it herself. Cerberus replied. We've got limited time. Another continued. I need to get as many books as I can. Marius explained. I need mayhem. Cerberus cried excitedly. Don't worry, I'll stay with you. One Cerberus added, sticking to Izuku's side. Apparently they could maintain a substantial distance without issue in spite of the unfamiliar realm. Stop, Izuku, focus. Is this okay? He asked Justice desperately. Yeah, this kinda seems. Helltaker trailed off. Like a not-so-natural disaster forming. Todoroki finished. Justice scratched the back of her head. It's not great, but it's not like I can control them or anything. She lightly slapped Izuku on the back. You're up, demon whisper. Wah. I'm not a. Izuku spluttered, turning his head to see that the others wouldn't wait for him to finish his protests. Unless he could find a reason to stay. 3-2. Demons would set upon the mortal world, and he had the distinct feeling it wouldn't end well. Okay. Just need to think of a reason they shouldn't leave. Think, Izuku. His brain went into overdrive, poring over every scrap of information he could draw together. What were their motivations for leaving? Romance books and mayhem. This or that. Romance literature and entertainment. Problem. Where could he find vast quantities of romantically inclined literature? Wait. He quickly cried out, able to draw the attention of leaving parties as he whipped out his phone in a panic. Marius, does Ku. He was about to ask if quality of the writing mattered, before remembering what she found to be peak literature. Never mind, just give me a second. His phone worked. More than that, it had full bars and was on full charge. Despite this being a version of his phone that had traveled with him to hell and back, despite him having been completely soaked by the ocean. You know what, I'll take it. Here. He handed Marius the phone after pulling up a familiar site. What's this? She approached the device curiously. A collection of writing that could keep you reading for countless lifetimes. A repository of humanity's darkest desires scrawled into text, along with their greatest dreams compassed into heart-wrenching prose. You want to see people's depictions of love, romance, and everything in between. Go no further. This is more than what we mere mortals can offer the written word. This is humanity's very essence laid bare. You pass her the holy device. The screen says AO3. Exactly. Now Cerberus. He turned to the hound in question, ignoring the gaping look Helltaker sent him. You said you wanted pancakes, right? Yes. The strangeness of all three speaking at the same time was offset by their innocent desire for a sugary treat. Have you ever tried crepes? What are those? They're like pancakes, but thinner, sweeter, and you can choose toppings from a whole bunch of things, like strawberries, cream, chocolate, bananas. The Cerberus grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking frantically. We need the crepes. 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 The group looked towards Helltaker. Sorry. Guess I got carried away. I would also like to try these. Crepes, Todoroki added with a look of curiosity. If there's time. There's time. Cerberus screamed. Alright. Izuku chuckled. I think there's a mole. He looked around, went to try and check his phone for a map, remembered Marius had it, and looked awkwardly to his mortal companions. I don't have a phone. Helltaker waved her hand slightly, blinking invisible and back. Right. No clothes, no pockets. I do. Todoroki pulled up a map. The nearest mall is. We should stop by one that's en route. Izuku quickly interrupted. He was confident there was one near their destination, if not before. He'd just have to keep Cerberus happy until then. Marius seemed to have figured out how to navigate the site, so she wouldn't be a problem until people found something better to do with their time than write about properties they don't own for months on end, with no realistic reward beyond minuscule recognition and engagement from strangers they'd never meet. She wouldn't be a problem for a while. Right. Todoroki prepared to put in a location. Where are we going? Well. Izuku fiddled with his hair nervously. I'm not really sure where All Might spends time day to day or anything, so I think we might as well go somewhere that's going to have someone that knows where he is. His agency. Helltaker tilted her head. A good guess, but Izuku still shook his. He hadn't been actively visiting his agency for some time, after all, being an injured solo pro and all. There was only one place Izuku was aware he would visit in any way regularly. UA Hero School. Upon deciding their destination, the first issue of what was sure to be many rose. They had a good distance to travel, and no means of transportation. That issue was quickly solved by Todoroki, who turned out to have some manner of contactless payment method on their phone. Izuku had inquired as to why he even had a bank account at his age, but he had simply responded, you don't. Once again, Izuku was floored when the device, somehow, actually worked. Not that he was going to complain. They now had a way to travel what would be countless hours of walking, after all, but the whole ordeal reminded him that he really needed to try asking about the rules regarding these things. Like, checking over Marius's shoulder, it seemed his phone's charge wasn't decreasing. So were the phones permanently charged now? Did they still have data limits? Did it even use the internet anymore? Would phone calls or texts work? Was it dangerous to use on dead phones? Was giving Marius access to the internet a bad idea? Yes, that was probably a bad idea, but was it a bad idea for more reasons than the obvious? Sadly, he felt asking these questions on the moderately busy subway would draw one or two raised eyebrows, something they quite explicitly wanted to avoid. Further, asking questions he wanted answers to far more desperately, like how demon duels and soul energy worked, was probably a one-way ticket to the insane asylum. He'd have to wait until they had at least a little more privacy. For now, he simply had to accept the shorter explanation. It just works. This is our stop. Helltaker pointed out, and the small group soon shuffled out of the train and station. Izuku soon found it was now partially his responsibility to keep Marius walking in the correct direction, glued to his phone as she was. Oh, wait a sec. Despite Cerberus buzzing in anticipation, Justice insisted on stopping just outside the shopping center. As we're going into a more public place, we need to make sure you can't be recognized. That makes sense. Izuku nodded. Trying to complete their task undercover would be monumentally difficult if someone recognized a group of dead teenagers. Helltaker was probably safe seeing how literally no one alive had ever seen her, or if her quirk didn't manifest at birth, hadn't seen her since she was about 4 years old. Izuku doubted anyone would recognize him outside a handful of teachers, classmates, and his mother. But Todoroki was an entirely different matter. The son of a famous hero, killed in what was, most likely, a recent and nationally known incident involving an up-and-coming villain group, walking around in a popular shopping area only half an hour or so from UA. The word discreet didn't really come to mind. In fact, it was something of a surprise no one recognized them on the practically deserted train. You packed disguises? Helltaker asked. Not exactly. She smiled at the idea, turning to place a hand on Izuku's chest. His flustered expression soon turned into surprise as he felt an odd feeling of warmth flow through her hand, into his chest, and throughout his entire being. After stretching out, the warmth turned to an odd, lonely chill, settling in before suddenly dissipating. "I see, you're up." She turned to Todoroki, repeating the process after Izuku gave a brief nod to the boy and questioned that it was fine. "Probably. And you, insidious. Please don't call me that." Hagakure sighed as the process was repeated, Todoroki giving her a look of solidarity. "Done, we should be fine. But we look the same," Todoroki pointed out. "Huh. Oh, right." Justice started walking towards the entrance. That was a basic soul show. It doesn't change or hide your physical appearance, but rather blocks people's ability to connect said physical appearance to your metaphysical identity. It's a perception filter. Hagakure squeaked in excitement, eyes lighting up as she glanced at herself and Justice, completely contrasting the dumbfounded Izuku and Todoroki. "Oh." Izuku hit a fist into his hand in recognition. "Right, that makes sense." Todoroki looked between the two of them blankly. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. It basically means even though we don't look different, people won't recognize us," Izuku explained. "I think the term came from some old sci-fi show or something. More like it came from a great sci-fi show." Hagakure corrected him, eyes widening in surprise. "Wait, you haven't? Okay, new goal. I need to grab my box set from home. When we finish this up we are 100% having a Wothan, and I won't take no for an answer." "Sure." Todoroki shrugged. Alright." Izuku smiled. "I mean, if I can find some time depending on what I'll be helping with after." "Wait, why can we recognize ourselves and each other, though?" Hagakure asked. "Do people present during the shoal's casting see through the illusion? Or does it only apply to living souls? Or what about cameras? Does the digital interface prevent the effect from transmitting, or does the shoal trick that, or does it penetrate that to affect the watcher?" Izuku felt like he was having an out-of-body experience. Was this how people felt watching him when he went off about quirks? Probably not. These were important questions, after all. He honestly felt embarrassed it took him this long to think of them. Demons can effortlessly see through something this basic. Justice replied. "And I added a little workaround for souls I want to see through it, i.e. you three, though you probably manage with some difficulty even if I hadn't. As for cameras," she hummed. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Try and avoid them if you can to be safe, but unless a family member is watching the cameras or something, it shouldn't be an issue." "Even if someone recognizes us?" Izuku asked. If a security guard recognized 3 dead people, he had a feeling that should qualify as an issue. What are they gonna do? The second someone manually checks, they won't recognize you. Besides, we won't be here long. At her words, the group reached the entrance to the shopping mall. That logic still felt incomplete. Identity-altering quirks were a thing, surely they had some countermeasures. It'll probably be fine. Izuku shook his head, a small amount of relief finding him as he went inside and out of the rain. It's just a brief trip to the mall to get some crepes. What's the worst that could happen? Stepping through, Izuku couldn't help but notice the differences between Immortal Shopping Center and the demonic food court. Other than the obvious difference in the fragrance of multinational food swirling through the air being absent, the air here felt cleaner. Izuku could take a breath without smelling a lingering burnt fragrance, permeating the very core of the world, without feeling the finest layer of brimstone ash scraping against his lungs. After the absolute nightmare that was Tenteisho, he'd just grown accustomed to hell's various discomforts. Hopefully this brief stint of fresh air wouldn't permanently sour his perception of limbo and gluttony, seeing as he was likely to spend a good few lifetimes there at minimum. That's still insane to think about. But as they continued walking, trying to find a crepe stall to keep Cerberus pacified to prevent chaos and mayhem befalling the mortal realm, because this was his life now apparently, he couldn't help but notice a certain tenseness to the mall's atmosphere. Now make no mistake, Izuku wasn't a particularly outgoing person. Excepting school and attempts to find ongoing hero battles he could take notes on, his outgoing activities were almost exclusively limited to training at Musatafa Beach. But even he could tell that most groups around him were keeping their conversation subdued. That almost everyone he could see was trying to stay keenly aware of their surroundings, while those that didn't look simply defeated. For the former, a tenseness possessed their form, as if expecting a disaster to hit at any moment. No small number seemed to be regarding their own group with a clear suspicion, though none had decided to approach them yet. Hopefully sitting down for a simple sweet snack would allay any fears. "Hey, there's one." Hagakure pointed towards a stand as they reached the mall's food court, one with a remarkably short line. As a matter of fact, every eatery present had no more than a couple of people queued for food. What's more, the court's perimeter had a number of abandoned food stores which no one had bothered to properly clear away. A mere out-of-business sign hung above the store and/or placed on the counter. I mean, it was a while ago that Mom and I came shopping here, but it was packed. Maybe it's a slow hour. But from their time on the subway, the group had seen that it was early afternoon. Wasn't that one of the most popular times for people going out? But I guess that's on people's days off. Maybe the weather is putting people off. But that wouldn't explain all the closed stores. Crepes, crepes, crepes. Oblivious to the mortals' concerns, Cerberus was chanting for her treats, excitement barely contained as they joined the queue. Izuku elected to try petting them lightly as their group waited. Yes, it felt kind of weird to do while they were in human form, and was rather difficult seeing how they were half a head taller than him, but it still made them happy. He felt that having a happy Cerberus over a cat with timid jump on the creperie and destroy the stand Cerberus was worth a little. Well, substantial embarrassment. Hello. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere of their surroundings, the chef behind the stand greeted their group with a weathered smile and jovial tone. What'll it be? Thankfully, his warm demeanor stayed through Cerberus umming and awing over the multitude of options she could have added to her meal, before giving up and asking for an eldritch monstrosity, consisting of every possible topping. Hey, if she doesn't like it, can she have mine? Which was a far simpler crepe of strawberries and cream. Boring, perhaps, but in Izuku's opinion you couldn't go wrong with the classics. He ended up setting a trend, with most of their group asking for the same sans Helltaker, who went for a more layered option. Those two don't want anything? The chef asked skeptically, gesturing towards the two Saberi lacking a meal. It's, shared sensory ability. Izuku technically didn't lie. Fair enough. He thankfully accepted the explanation. That'll be 15,000 yen. Helltaker choked on her meal. As seriously. Todoroki rubbed her back lightly to help stop the coughing. That's fine. Holding up his phone for payment, it turned out it cost an extra 50% for paying through a bank. I've got limited edition merchandise worth less than that. Sorry about this, Todoroki. Where else could I ever use this? He asked flatly. Good point. He doubted they accepted electronic mortal bank debit back in hell. Absurd cost of their meal aside, at least this meant they could try and find somewhere quiet for a few minutes to ask some burning questions. Authorization failed. The payment processor gave a low beep with the message. I should have enough. Todoroki frowned, pressing his phone to the payment machine again. The same result. Sometimes the connection can act up. The chef suggested. If you're eating around here, you can find somewhere to sit and try again in a few minutes. Thank you. Izuku bowed frantically, before shepherding his group to a relatively secluded table. As they sat down, he realized Marius was now effectively a non-entity, crepe in one hand and phone in the other. Maybe he'd be able to get through a conversation without turning red for once. It's not the connection. Todoroki's eyes whitened in surprise, showing his phone screen to the group as they sat down. Suspicious activity has been detected on your account. All payments have been suspended. Huh. Izuku replied lamely. I'm guessing that's bad. Damn, this is nice. Justice asked through a bite of her crepe. It means we have to find 15,000 yen in the next 5 minutes. Todoroki stated like such a thing wasn't borderline impossible. What's yen? A Cerberus asked. Japanese money. Justice provided. That's like 150 bucks, right? $114.07, give or take a few dollars, but probably no more than $2 depending on time of day, market trends, etc. Izuku corrected. Upon her surprised look, he elaborated. I got a lot of merchandise imported. It's good to know the typical exchange rates if you don't want to overpay. Well, they're nice, I guess. When even the demon barely familiar with the concept of money thought something was overpriced, you knew it was a rip-off. Hey, wait. What are they doing? Tsuberi looked towards the fountain in the center of the food court. There. Oh, well. How to explain it? Mortals have this tradition of throwing coins into fountains for luck. It actually wasn't introduced into Japan until... I'm on it. Cerberus interrupted Todoroki's explanation, all three of them darting off to try and gather money. Wait, Izuku tried to call out, but they were already gone. There won't be nearly enough. Okay, so guessing we'll get maybe a couple of thousand yen tops for that. Justice asked, to which Izuku muttered in optimistically. Okay, hero students, pop quiz. Where are the X's? Huh. There's the entrance we came through about 300 meters east. Todoroki started, the only hero student able to answer the question promptly. Additionally, there were side exits at 150 meters from us on the north side and 50 meters on the south. 5 escapes for the food court at my 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Skylight presents a possible escape via raised ice platform if necessary. More exits at unknown positions on the west corridor. I think there's also a fire escape on the first floor. Izuku thought for a moment. My 10 o'clock, I think. But are we really? Do you want to explain this situation to the police? Justice asked. It'll probably just be mall security. Helltaker pointed out. Oh, so we can be kept in the back room for hours on end. Much better. Izuku could feel the eye roll under her sunglasses. Still. Izuku ended up fidgeting in place. I think that giving these. Todoroki glanced at Justice. Versus time to catch up and potentially hinder your goal is likely a greater evil than 6 overpriced crepes being stolen. He bit into his for the first time, eyes widening in response. Even if they are good. I guess. Izuku deflated. He'd never stolen anything in his life, except for that one time someone stuck a book in his bag at the comic store as a joke. Even after going back and paying for the book he didn't want with interest, he'd had nightmares for days. Hey, so, I know you said it wasn't important. Helltaker probed, clearly hesitant to broach the topic. But is there any chance you could tell us about these forces? Sure, I guess we've got a few minutes. Justice took another bite. So the first one is that Hell will be wanting to reclaim your soul. They won't send the armies of the damned or anything too visible. But we can expect some powerful demons to show up sooner or later intent on sending you back. Right. Izuku sighed. Such a pursuer wasn't unexpected, but it was still disappointing. At least legions of the damned crawling out of the ground was unlikely. Anyone else? Yeah, the obvious one is heaven. Oh. Izuku nodded slowly. What? Yeah, folks up there aren't keen on any supernaturals wandering Earth. Double that for demons, triple it for condemned souls, crank it up to 11 for archdemons like us. Okay. Izuku continued to nod slowly, which he now noticed Helltaker was mimicking. Anyone else? Well, I'm not too familiar, but other religious deities will probably be pissed if you trespass on their territory, of course. Of course. Izuku continued nodding, the motion giving him something to focus on other than his already tenuous understanding of reality slowly crumbling. So don't step into any Shinto shrines or anything, we don't want to start a religious war. That would be bad. Helltaker squeaked, nodding even more frantically than Izuku, while Todoroki nodded calmly at the statement. Was he incredibly adaptable, or dying inside? And also. Justice's eyes narrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Also. Todoroki prodded, the three mortals leaning closer by instinct. As you may have guessed by now, Hell's whole hierarchy isn't 100% stable. That's. Izuku paused. He hadn't really had time to think about it, but looking back it was clear that, if nothing else, Hell's societal layout sounds like it substantially shifted when Justice did. Whatever she did which cost her eyesight. I guess that means Hell can change. I guess. Well, the current ruler has only been in power for a little under 3 centuries. Oh, well, that's barely a single term. Helltaker's sarcasm proved a helpful reminder that it wasn't Izuku going insane, it was the world. Or worlds. The fact I even have to clarify is. And the previous ruler is still alive, around, and looking for a way to get back on top. She nodded to Izuku. A power like yours would be worth the risks venturing mortal side entails. Right. Izuku took a deep breath. So we need to finish our task quickly, while avoiding Heaven's Watch, Hell's primary forces, the territory of miscellaneous religions, and a disgruntled demonic faction seeking to overturn Hell's hierarchy. When you put it like that it's so simple. Helltaker slumped over the table. Justice chuckled at the scene. And here I thought the hard part was over. Izuku shook his head. No, so long as we keep a low profile, we should be fine. We're only half an hour or so from UA at worst. Just get there, find All Might, return one for all, and we've succeeded. Who is it? Todoroki snapped him out of his thoughts. Adam. From Justice, he continued. This former ruler of Hell. Do they have a name? Oh, right. Justice nodded. Makes sense you'd want to know. Her name's Lucy. A voice echoed through the metallic halls outside an opulent administrative office. Ignoring the eye-twitch-inducing voice, a proper demon dressed in a full suit, topped with a black tiara held between her contrasting white horns and an honorable sigil atop her lapel, continued fastidiously working through piles upon piles of paperwork laid precisely on her immaculate black desk. The demon let out a light breath, momentary irritation induced by the voice outside, quickly remedied with a glance around her office. Carefully cast dark red brimstone walls highlighted by scarletite skirting and fixtures, contrasted against a floor of precisely polished obsidian. Fine bookshelves of Canarian pine filled neatly with countless tomes. Filing cabinets of Gehenna-forged steel organized by date and sub-organized alphabetically, the most effective method by far. Lucy. Yes, even such an unsettling squeal could not disrupt the organized harmony of this office. The quiet sanctuary within a horrific complex of Lucy. Ah. The stone doors flew open, an ear-piercing screech betraying the new gouges in her floor, as the doors creaked and groaned on their hinges. Thankfully, said hinges held through, the doors hitting their apex and flying back to fling the unwanted white horn demon and her infernal lab coat back into the hallway. The true ruler of Hell couldn't help but wear a small smirk at the latter fact. Perhaps she has a concussion. Lucy. I suppose that was wishful thinking. She sighed while continuing to work through the stack of documents. Perhaps if I refuse to acknowledge her, she'll grow bored without disturbing me. The demon throwing herself on the desk, scattering all of the precious paperwork that had taken hours upon days to complete and compile around the office, proved a firm negative on that notion. May I be of any assistance, Azazel? She put on a practiced smile with ease. Yeah, get a door which isn't so mean. The petulant wreck moaned. Perhaps taking a gentler touch would prove fruitful. She repeated for the 1000th time. But that's dull. The impudent whelp draped herself across the desk. At least get a different floor. That's, what, the 7th scratch this year. 17th, Azazel. She gritted through a still perfect smile. Right. Man, I was not expecting number JB0518 to be so much of a hassle. That would be the subject which destroyed approximately 420% of the intended testing facilities, yes. The number brought a slight smile to the juvenile fool's face. Yeah, good times. A mad mockery of a scientist looked towards her, still smiling. Subordinate. See, this is why I came. You always cheer me up. The contemptuous clown lightly slapped the cheek of her barely able to hold a smile administrator. Honestly, the experiments have been such a drag, lately. Oh? For the first time, her smile became less forced. Then perhaps this would be the ideal time to compile the fruits of your labor, and present them accordingly. I'm sure the Thrones would love to hear what you've been up to recently. Preferably in a location they can detain you indefinitely. Nah. She blew raspberry to emphasize the point. I know there's still more I can do, but I've hit a dead end. I need some inspiration. Her eyes lit up. Maybe some home-baked apple pie from my favorite girl would. Well, I do so miss our time together. And the numerous opportunities to end your sorry existence. I'm afraid we are rather busy sorting through souls. Doing the real work. Come on. The irritating nitwit started poking her in the cheek. Just a little break wouldn't hurt you. No, the proximity to you certainly might. Before she could respond, there was a knock on the now damaged doors. Against all odds, luck shone on the irritated demon. Come in. Ah, Pandemonica. She smiled genuinely as the doors opened, relief flooding through at the distraction. I trust you have the monthly reports. Why else would I? Yon be here. She glanced at the infuriating experimenter on the desk, before wisely deciding to keep her eyes focused on her superior as she passed over the documents. Ugh. The hyperactive toddler groaned on the desk. That's boring. Why not return to the laboratory while I run through these? Sadly, the former deviant angel made no such signs to do so, returning to her lollygagging with a pout, and leaving no desk space to properly work. Soul migration has decreased by 1.3% compared to last quarter. Pandemonica started giving an overview. The corresponding 1.4% reduction in mortal fatalities suggests afterlife proportions are relatively similar, though there have been reports of new cults forming. Have some investigations made into them. It takes surprisingly little for a cult to become a major religion. Never again would she be caught off guard by some half-baked idea made into a religious branch, for the sole purpose of allowing one man a divorce. Already done. Pandemonica was such an attentive worker, if occasionally a reluctant one. I'll let you know when we have more information. Soul throughput has decreased by 0.2%, which puts the monthly net at 8.5%, marginally below typical. Hold on. She couldn't let that slide. 0.2%. Decrease. That needed further explanation. Here are the documents detailing soul sorting was quickly snatched out of her hands. 0.1% increase in initial processing, 1.8% increase in judgments work. Oh, justice is down 3.5%. She let out a small sigh. Well, she has been working rather studiously until now. Maybe she took some time off. A glance at the daily breakdown confirmed that fact. Consistent throughput for most of the month, suddenly stopping completely around 30 hours ago. Last judgment was. Her eyes narrowed at the final soul, never close. Why would she? Has she taken it damned recently deceased soul out partying? A louder sigh sounded as she opened her drawer of sinner's souls. As the drawer flew out to connect to the side of her desk, papers rushed through the now infinite channel a mile a minute, crimson eyes scanning for the correct section. Here we go. Her hand pulled out the appropriate file from the rushing wave of paperwork. Let's see. Her eyes widened at the candidate, a 15-year-old Japanese boy. She'd been expecting some musician or famous actor, maybe even a hero. Not some high schooler with a smile brighter than the sun. Hero trainee, strong academic performance, no criminal record, no prosecutable crimes. Oh, other than one minor case of vigilantism at 14 which was never taken up. Quirk. She blinked at the section, squinting to make sure her previously perfect vision wasn't spontaneously failing. N.A., birth 15, one for all, 1515. What? While she was by no means the greatest expert on the subject, there was a handful of supernaturals and perhaps one or two mortals who would claim that title before her. She was supremely confident that quirks didn't just spontaneously appear. Some may not manifest until later in life, or perhaps not make themselves known at all if one was unlucky, but even they would show up on the sinner's record. The only exception to that would be... Wait. One for all. That couldn't be coincidence. Closing the sinner's file but keeping it to hand, she closed the drawer in use, and calmly walked to her bookshelf, as if dealing with nothing out of the ordinary, instructing Pandemonica to collect and organize the files which had been callously spread on the floor. Pulling out the Metanomicon, she flicked through her ceaseless pages to find the quirk in question. One for all. Date of manifestation. Her eyes widened, almost 200 years ago. She quickly scanned through the contents, careful to hide any reaction from her unwanted guest. Accumulation of power over time. Able to be passed down between users. Current abilities include physical enhancement, mimicry of previous quirks, see endnotes, Solenha. She couldn't help a breath from catching in her throat. But with that, she struggled to breathe, the revelation shock colliding with her need to appear perfectly calm and composed, before slowly managing to collect herself. Pandemonica. The tired demon placed the sorted papers onto her desk. Thank you for the report. At present, we need everyone working at maximum efficacy. So if you would return to your regular work, I shall retrieve justice and instill upon her the importance of the situation. Anything interesting? The heinous rat asked in a bored tone. Good, she didn't notice anything. No, it seems justice has stolen away with a particularly outgoing mortal. She lied naturally and perfectly, beginning to walk calmly but purposefully towards the exit. I can understand the need for rest, but it is time she got to work. As she put a hand to the stone doors, freedom to enact her plan and secrecy from that maniac practically within her grasp. The doors flew open. 3 deceased mortals have fled back to their sphere. Judgment stormed into the room, knocking back the demon who had been so damned close to leaving, down onto the floor. As have Cerberus, Modius, and Justice. A no longer bored voice interrupted. Her feet hitting the floor resounded like death's toll, the sound of paper documents being slowly lifted off the ground, serving to cruelly rip away any vestiges of hope. And I trust one of these mortals was a juvenile with green hair. You were aware they would? No. She was flicking through the documents, any moment now she'd figure out. I have to stop her. Lore Master, it seems my subordinate has flown off the handlebar, so to say, allow me to. Her attempt to get up was halted as the sole of a metallic shoe pushed her head back down. Oh, I can't remember when you used my name. Her voice was superficially sweet, laced with venom beneath the surface. I messed up. But I can't help but wonder. To consider a unique 2 centuries-old quirk capable of soul amplification not interesting. She sighed dramatically. Tell me, Lucifer, are you truly that stupid? She took the foot off of the formerly hopeful demon, grabbing her harshly by the face, and forcing her to look up. The face Lucifer found was not bored, not distracted, not seeking stimulation like an inattentive child. Or were you lying to your master? Lore Master's face was soaked in pure, unbridled malice. Lucifer. Izuku eventually managed to repeat the name, soon blankly staring into his crepe, as if sanity lay buried within, hidden deep within the rolled folds or obscured by the mound of cream. Yep. Alas, justice was a blunt reminder that reality was not so kind. As in, Satan. Modius grunted. The most blatantly evil figure ever portrayed in mythology. Yup. Justice again. The being who literally popularized the deal with the devil is a horrible idea. It seemed a single crepe less Cerberus had returned from the fountain. The world-renowned fallen angel turned ruler of hell. That's the one. Justice confirmed. You really know your mythology. And Izuku's mind raced to keep up with the situation, before crashing into the pit stops of disbelief as a spectacular fireball. And you. He weakly pointed a finger at Justice. Call her Lucy. Well, I'm sure as hell not about to call her Queenie, now am I? That's not the point. He had to hold back an insane bark of laughter at her priorities. That would be like calling you. What could I even call her? Justy. Stisha. His eyes scrambled, landing on the next demon he found. It would be like if I called Miss Modius Momo. Oh. Izuku regretted everything. Already on to pet names, Awizuzu. Trying to get a word out while his brain was overloading and head overheating proved difficult. I was just using it as an example, Miss Modius. Modius. The demon in question glanced up from her reading to give him a playful look. Just Modius. Unless you like MILFs, but then you should call me Mom. Modius it is. Izuku was sincerely regretting giving her the phone. Question. Todoroki raised a hand quietly. Glancing his way, he also found that Helltaker had buried her face into her crepe, mouth forgetting to chew, while her mind was busy with the revelation Justice had just casually dropped on them. Shoot. The revelation dropper replied casually to Todoroki. Why would the Grand Overlord of Hell want to chase Izuku? Good question. Helltaker raised her head frantically, accidentally hitting Todoroki with some stray whipped cream. Sorry. The boy simply shrugged, wiped the cream off of his face, and ate it, eyes focused on Justice's imminent answer all the while. While the girl turned invisible from embarrassment and or shock, the answer came. You quirk. Justice nodded towards Izuku. It's ridiculous. He blinked, stupefied at the complete change in topics. Thanks. It is pretty strong. Todoroki added. Like her, it's pretty big. Apparently Helltaker considered that an understatement. It's more than that. Justice cut back in. Most quirks only affect physical characteristics, even emitters. She nodded towards Todoroki. Only alter your ability to affect physical objects or forces. But what about mental-based quirks? Izuku asked. They enable interaction between minds on the material level, messing with brain chemistry, neural impulses, that kind of stuff. Illusory quirks may affect the cornea or even visual cortex. Mind control may make you highly suggestible to that person, via hijacking the neural impulses between your conscious brain and physical actions, or maybe screw with neuromodulators to affect conscious thought. With enough training to dissociate themselves from their perceived physical form, i.e. material brains, demons and deceased souls alike, can become almost completely immune to those quirks. But yours? She shook her head. Yours extends to your entire soul. That shouldn't be possible. That's... Izuku tried to process what she said, but soon realized there was no easy way to grasp what she was saying. He'd known one for all was unique. As far as he was aware, a quirk being passed down via DNA was otherwise unheard of. But that was only from his own, limited knowledge. A single young Japanese citizen born centuries, or two at least, after quirks manifested. If a demon that... Wait, wasn't she insulted when Marius claimed the Roman Empire was old? Didn't that fall like 2 millennia ago? If an ancient demon said something shouldn't be possible, he doubted his ability to properly comprehend the ramifications of that. Instead, he settled on something simple. Is that why my soul is so bright to you? Sort of. More like you've got a remarkably pure soul which is being amplified to absurd levels. Okay. And that's why Cerberus thinks I... He flushed red for a moment, hesitant to even glance at the smiling dog demon. Smell nice. Justice nodded. And why Marius? It's Momo now. The demon interrupted. That's just confusing. Helltaker pointed out. Nah. Justice ignored the two and waved off the thought. She's just naturally thirsty. Should I get her some water? Todoroki asked innocently. I prefer a chalice of Izuku's. Your point? He asked Justice frantically with a squeak. Right. She nodded and leaned forward, mercifully getting back to the original topic. The point is that your quirk is unique in how it directly impacts your soul. As in, is the first of its kind and was believed to be theoretically impossible unique. And as you may have figured out by now, souls are kinda important when it comes to demons, and more importantly, how demons can gain power. Izuku's eyes widened as Justice confirmed his suspicion. Forget making deals for power or training in combat. Absorbing the energy of your soul would basically be a fast track to making any rank and file an archdemon. Izuku reeled at the statement. I'm guessing that's bad. Todoroki checked. Not as bad as what happens if an archdemon gets it. If that happens, they could probably conquer hell. Huh. Izuku felt like a broken record at this point, but what was he even supposed to say at this point? Oh, that's bad. He'd say it was like claiming water was wet, but at least it could lead to discussion about semantics of language regarding wetness or understanding of water cohesion. This was like saying war isn't very nice, actually. Is it a bad thing? Todoroki's question felt ridiculous. Depends on who it is. Justice reminded Izuku of just how little he knew. If I got it, I don't think it'd be bad. Though, obviously I'd say that. Cerberus would probably turn hell into a buffet. Todoroki paled for the first time in the entire conversation. Marius would probably turn it into some insane sex den. I'd fill it with coffee shops and rooms consisting of a single bed. The demon corrected her. Well, then you'd probably get Monika's vote. But if Pandemonica got it herself, she'd probably turn it into a hybrid of torture racks and coffee makers. I've worked in service. They're the same thing. Helltaker's flat expression betrayed untold suffering. Mel would probably just turn the whole thing into a massive video game studio. Triple-A indie. Izuku asked a stupid but simple question he could at least wrap his head around. I have no idea what that means. The point is, it varies, and something that sounds good may turn out to kinda suck when you realize the whole purpose of hell is to accommodate sinners. But one thing they all have in common. She turned to Izuku. You will no longer exist. Your soul will be converted into pure energy which fuels the... Well, I guess the now. Uber Archdemon's power, who will have absolute control over the direction hell takes, and who no demon will be able to stop. The group took a moment to process that eventuality. An unknown demon with absolute control, literal hell made even worse, Izuku being made. What, super dead? Is there a second afterlife once you stopped existing? From Justice's tone, he doubted it. But then again he, a mere mortal, kind of assumed hell wasn't real, so was it the case here? Was there a third afterlife? A fourth? Was it afterlifes all the way down? Izuku didn't know, but he was also supremely confident that he wasn't keen on personally testing that theory. So, Todoroki started. Bad. Yes. Justice finished her crepe. Bad. The only mercy is that only certain individuals are technically qualified to oversee hell, so unless the Soul Stealer was one of them, they wouldn't be able to hold complete control. Still doesn't change Izuku being yeeted into non-existence and who knows how many people suffering, though. Okay. So. Izuku tried to collect his thoughts. We not only have to avoid the watch of heaven and try to outrun hell's pursuing forces, but we could be targeted by what, usurpers? Pretty much. Justice nodded. Izuku had to start massaging his temples from the migraine he could feel forming. On the bright side, those pursuing forces will have to avoid Heaven's Watch as much as we do, and there's only 2 archdemons which I can think of that have the knowledge, power and influence to leave hell, forcibly take you back and extract your soul efficiently. That is good. Izuku nodded, hand running over his face and through his hair, as he felt his anxiety start to calm down. This wasn't an impossible task with everyone out to get him, it was a simple task that they could hopefully finish soon. Yes, almost everyone supernaturally powerful seemed to want to end his very existence for the power he apparently held, but they would also be fighting each other. That still wasn't exactly good, but it was far better than everyone via Izuku, 3-5 demons and 2 dead teenagers. Thinking back to the fact that so long as they could reach All Might before they were caught they essentially won, he could feel himself calming down after the frankly insane list of threats he'd just been given. Plus, he had some context on why him failing here wouldn't be just bad, but unbelievably bad. So that was nice. And one of those 2 is Lucifer. Todoroki checked. Yep. Justice confirmed. The other is the current ruler of Hell, Loremaster. Bushi's statement was interrupted by a pyre of blue flames breaking out atop the first floor of the food court. Their table turned to see a group of. Well, Izuku didn't like to profile, but considering the blatant display of quirks, slasher smiles and evil chuckling, he was going to go ahead and assume these were villains. Izuku, Todoroki and Hagaka readied themselves for combat, before Justice motioned for them to stay down. What part of don't bring attention to yourself don't you understand? But those are. Yeah, bad guys, I know. She lowered her shades to glare at the new arrivals. Can't see their rotten souls from here. She turned back to the group with shades back on. But what are you gonna do? Fight in the middle of a crowded shopping center? The point brought a moment's clarity to the mortals. We don't have permission to use quirks in public. Todoroki remembered. If we bring too much attention to ourselves, people might see through the filters. Hagaka realized. We just have to sit here. Izuku clenched his fist, unable to accept such a reality. If things get real bad we'll jump in. For now, just don't escalate. Justice assured them, motioning for them all to sit down. But seriously. Flaming it up in a crowded public space. In the middle of the day. Justice huffed in disapproval. Who do these jumped up thugs think they are? Dabi was having a good day. The world may be a waking pile of trash, the people in it a dumpster fire, and his life ambitions, since he was a child hauntingly hollow, but a mall full of terrified civilians. All shaking like the pathetic little sheep they really were. It never failed to put a smile on his face. Alright. He vaulted the first floor guardrail, jumping down 2 into the food court, with a rush of blue flames erupting from his feet as he landed. The intimidation factor made the burns and sore knees worth it, 100%. Gesturing grandly, he addressed the crowd. I trust you idiots know the drill. His lackeys hurried to catch up with him. Save for one, who tried to jump down to the ground floor following his lead. Points for effort, but crashing into a table face first and getting covered with miscellaneous food, made it a net loss overall. You mean drill? He made to glare at whoever had gotten so wrapped up in a minor detail, only to realize it was the failed acrobat who jumped off the railing after him. All he could manage was a pitying stare. With his miscellaneous goons going around the court to shake everyone down for money, Dabi opted to saunter over to the fountain, content to simply take in the scene. The hapless idiots went so secure in their false peace, unable to do anything but hand over whatever they had and bow their heads in defeat. The thugs who thought themselves somehow better just because he hadn't bothered to cremate them yet. A world so long since engulfed in flames everyone had just grown used to the burns. It was enough to bring a tear to his eye. I got some. A tear that turned into a monsoon, water from the fountain erupting to completely drench the scarred man. Who in the... How much is that? The culprit asked. MMMN. Turning his head, Dabi found a girl pretending to be a crimson salaryman munching disgustingly on a heart attack in a saccharine wrap. Ugh, coins are so icky. Moving his eyes, Dabi found the culprit to be an identical girl in an identical suit still standing in the fountain. Oh well, we'll just wash out the taste with more. With that, she dived back into the fountain like some obnoxiously enthusiastic toddler, coating Dabi with another splash. Fighting the twitching he could feel in his eye, and the pull on his stapled skin that would come with it, he asked the remaining freak as calmly as he could. Excuse me, little girl. The girl in question turned to look at him with questioning eyes. Is it your sister? She was too preoccupied scarfing down her snack to form a comprehensible response. This time he was unable to keep his face from twitching in irritation. You know, you really shouldn't talk with your mouth full. Especially when your better is addressing you. Briefa. She snorted in response, a condescending grin somehow making its way through the trash compactor that was her mouth. Was this cocky piece of shit looking down on him? Yes. Better. Water steamed off of his clothes as he raised his body temperature. As in, you better take that calamity out of your mouth in the next 5 fucking seconds, and answer me properly, or you and your sister won't live to regret it. Bishteshti. Alright. I'm done. Dobby needed to let off some steam, and this clown was clearly too dumb to live. He backstepped away from the fountain, before throwing his hand forward. An explosion of cerulean flames erupted out, the fountain and girls both consumed by the indigo inferno. Some non-aims with functioning survival instincts on the other side leapt out the way, just as the fountain exploded outwards in a burst of steam, the water boiling in mere moments. The steam and smoke mixed into an impenetrable, searing mix. Dobby could feel the heat radiating off of it where he stood. Any human inside it would be dead. Alright. He lowered his head with a grunt, shaking his hands to wave off the heat. Just in case anyone was uninformed of what happens when you question the League, here's a smoldering example. You. The cold voice came from the scorched smoke, cutting Dobby off immediately. He raised his head in shock to face the direction of the voice. As the smoke dissipated, he could make out 2 sets of glowing red eyes. You. Enough clear to find 2 standing, unharmed, extraordinarily pissed girls in suits. When enough was clear that the 2 parties could see each other clearly, their eyes both snapped up to bore into his. You ruined my crepe, you monster. Glancing towards the hands of the one that spoke, he found the disintegrating charcoal of what may have once been considered food. Okay. He ran over his head in frustration. So you've got, what? Some fireproof cork and you think you're hot shit. Just because it can make your eyes glow, oh what the fuck. As he tried to reason out how they were still alive, the one Sanzac's crepe fell onto all 4s before growing upwards and outwards, a gigantic mutt forming within seconds. Okay, so what, they've got some transformation cork, maybe fireproof. Knife. He shouted to one of his underlings. Throw a knife at him, Dumbus. It's sharp blade, man. Despite his sulky complaints, the man did as instructed. An impossibly sharp knife launched right between the beast's eyes with expert aim and lightning speed. Clink, and the blade just bounced off. The foo. Dobby's thoughts were interrupted as the fireproof, knife-proof dog thing lunged forward. He leapt back, but this thing was faster, leaping forward in a rhythmic bound before grabbing his leg between its teeth. A sharp pain shot through his leg, but the intensity betrayed only that the skin had been pierced, not a bone broken or the limb torn off. The beast lifted him into the air upside down by the leg, his flames of protest rendered mute as the fur simply refused to burn. Dobby was having a bad day. Don't eat him. If you told Izuku 5 days ago that he would soon be desperately urging a mighty archdemon of hell not to devour a seemingly strong and well-known villain down to the very soul, he'd have been highly skeptical. But then again, he'd have said the same about One for All before being offered its inheritance. He'd have said the same about getting into UA. He'd have said the same thing about dying on his 2nd day of UA. Apparently, life was insane and unpredictable, and not even your own death could stop that. Why Nua? The human Cerberus next to him groaned, while the hound dangling the flame villain by the leg looked at him, tiled its her head slightly and looked with round eyes. Like he was telling her off for getting up on the table and not stopping her from committing brutal murder squared. Because, murderers' bad arguments don't seem to work so, it'll draw too much attention. Got you there, Serbs. Justice nodded. Devour a soul in the mortal realm and heaven will notice, 100%. Plus, we'll probably be labeled as vigilantes. Helltaker pointed out. If you pass off her transformation as a quirk, we technically already ha. Todoroki soon found his crepe stuffed into his mouth courtesy of Helltaker. His eyes widened in surprise for a nanosecond, before accepting the new state and enjoying his meal. But I'm hungry, Cerberus soft. I'll let you have my crepe. He offered his meal, barely touched as his mouth was occupied hanging open from the knowledge he'd learnt, and events watched unfold at the mere few minutes at this table. Deal. Cerberus chirped happily, before her gaze drifted back to the now ruined fountain. Though such haughty mortals still require punishment. What are you? Izuku was interrupted by the hound Cerberus smacking the villain on the floor. Then smacking him against a different part of the floor. And another. And another, and then a few more for good measure. Is it too late to say I'm sorry? The villain's pleas for mercy, barely heard through his struggles for breath, fell on deaf ears. He was smacked on the floor thrice more before being flung viciously towards one of the exits. He landed directly above the door, half buried in the plaster, while stuck in a pose reminiscent of the stickman that had previously indicated it was an emergency exit. A moment's silence later and gravity slowly began to peel him off, dropping to the ground flat on his back. The other villains looked from him to the large Hound Cerberus. Hound Cerberus looked at them. Run for it. The villains began to demonstrate that they did possess some degree of intelligence, cutting their losses and scampering out of the emergency exit. As they picked up their boss and continued running, he called back in a rage. Why, you're in for it now. You'll see what happens when you mess with the League of Royar. Hound Cerberus didn't let them finish. They didn't even take 5 seconds to clear out after that. Cerberus smacked her lips. Tasted weirdly familiar. Oh well. She eyed Izuku's meal hungrily. Hear you. He was cut off as Cerberus ate the entire crepe in a single bite, and his hand was caught in the crossfire. For a moment, he sat there, unable to comprehend the new state, before quickly pulling it back with a yelp. Thankfully, he wasn't missing any fingers. He shook his hand to try and get off the new coating of saliva. Gee, glad you enjoyed it. Also thank you for not biting my hand off. At this point I'll take that as a victory. Damn, I should have done that. Marius groaned. Maybe I can get another. We already can't afford. Todoroki interrupted Justice's entirely correct point, gesturing at the food court in general. More accurately, to the food court's worth of people staring silently at their group. Izuku tried to think of something to say. Nothing came to mind which wouldn't dig them any deeper. Nothing to see here, folks. Justice lied as naturally as she breathed. Just a little misunderstanding between. 3 cheers for the heroes. Izuku turned to find out that it was their very own crepe chef that broke the silence. The statement was a surprise, but the entire crowd quickly following suit was a bigger one. Loud applause soon filled them all. Well, this is new. Justice recompassed herself before turning to the group. Any of you have an idea how to respond? Your gratitude is appreciated. Todoroki stood calmly, speaking to the crowd with a loud yet measured tone. But not necessary. Additionally, we are not licensed heroes, so. And they are even cowardly dogs. The cheering only grew in volume. Excusez moi. That sentence raised a few questions. Of course not. Cerberus replied before his brain could register what on earth was happening. We'd never be cowardly. Arf. Hans Cerberus sat proudly, head raised to appear as regal as possible. It was miles better than how she could have reacted, at least. Izuku found his mouth opening and closing a few times, brain struggling to formulate a salient statement. That's. Yes, my friend here. He gestured to Cerberus. Is a very good dog. All 3 of her preened the praise. And we apologize for any disturbance to your day. What else do I say? I've never done this, oh god. However, Todoroki came in for the save. As we do not have official licenses, this could be viewed negatively. And we have urgent business elsewhere. Justice picked up the slack, getting up and gesturing for the others to do the same. So we'll have to love you and leave you, I'm afraid. Izuku turned towards the chef. About the crepes. Don't worry about it. He quickly waved off the idea. Anyone who has the guts to stand up to those leak assholes is a real hero in my books. That rounds on the house. Thank you very much. Izuku bowed as quickly as he could through the confusion forming in his mind, before Justice grabbed him, and their group quickly exited stage left from the still cheering crowd. Justice turned to them, asking quietly as they left. Okay, so. What just happened? Hagakure finished her question numbly. None of them knew the answer, but all, barring Cerberus. And maybe Marius, had the same question running through their minds. Unfortunately, it seemed none present had an answer. Perhaps if the group hadn't been so astonished by the crowd's incredible reaction, they'd have noticed the only person reacting not with applause, but apprehension. Perhaps if they'd realized they were being watched, they'd have taken a different exit, or chosen a more circuitous route. Perhaps if they'd simply gone to another damn store, the person in question would have never been made aware of the group of ridiculous vigilantes' mere existence, able to go about their day blissfully unaware of the oncoming shitstorm otherwise described as 8 freaks in stuffy suits. Instead, the person in question had a choice to make. Carry on with their life out of sight and out of mind, too minor a piece on the madman's grand board to bother addressing. At least before they could drink themselves into an early grave. Or do something that they'd thought themselves long since incapable of. They took another messy swig of neat vodka. Alas, the satisfying burn did naught to quell the irritating feeling building up inside. After throwing some money at the bartender, who was too busy now gossiping about the insane scene that had just unfolded to notice, the person stumbled off to keep an eye on the group. Their mind rushed to find the best positioning for tailing these new aberrations unseen. Unfortunately, it seemed they'd forced themselves to choose the latter option. Fuck. Kindness Asumi decided, for once in a long time, to give a shit. Fortunately, the shopping center chosen was only a brief walk from their destination. Better still, they didn't run into any other would-be villain attacks on the way. But Izuku couldn't help but notice that the few people they did run into had a distinct air of misery about them. Usually he'd just chalk it up to the dreadful weather, but the rain at least was starting to ease up. And after the whole incident at the food court, something was wrong in the mortal realm. And then there was the hair prickling on the back of his neck, the uncomfortable feeling he'd had back in Gluttony that they were being watched. A feeling that Cerberus had proven to have been entirely correct at the time. But despite asking her to check, Justice couldn't feel any presences nearby focused on them. Apparently she could sense every soul for a few hundred meters after concentrating, so it was probably just his nerves playing up. So UA is at the top of this hill, right? Justice checked. That's right. Izuku nodded. Technically, the campus extends for several kilometers in any direction to accommodate the various training grounds. But the main building serves as both the main entrance and hub, which the vast majority of the school's day-to-day takes place, owing to the high-tech security systems which... Cool story. Quick question. Justice thankfully interrupted him from going into a full-blown ramble. Was that always there? She pointed towards one trees lining the road up. Specifically, characters carved into the tree which read, "Ultimate Arrogance." Izuku blinked. What? There's another one. Todoroki nodded to another defaced tree, one with "Road to Hell" carved in. There's more. Cerberus gestured to more markings on trees lining the path. Death before Hero's School, no responsibility, child soldiers ahoy. Never forget, Utopia's apoptosis. Okay, that was clearly pushing it. What on earth? Izuku trailed off, doubling his pace to reach the top of the hill. He could kind of see where those sentiments would be coming from, glancing towards his fellow deceased students. But even if someone had vandalized the trees leading up to UA, why were they still here? Even in the holidays, UA's security was second to none. They should have had people repairing the vandalism within hours of it being committed. And there wasn't anyone here actively defacing the trees, so it probably wasn't new. In fact, it looks old. While some looked fresher, many messages had been partially obscured by moss growing over the carving. Not just creeping on the edges in some cases, but fully grown over the entire patch. That didn't just happen overnight. I've got a bad feeling about this, Todoroki whispered loudly. Justice looked like she was about to add something in response, but bit her tongue after a glance around the growing nervousness in the mortals. Or at least, Izuku assumed it was on their account, seeing as Cerberus was blissfully running between the trees and playing pseudo-tag with herself, while Marius was more concerned about finding a way to keep the rain off of the phone screen, so she could read in peace. As the group crested the top of the hill, their silence only grew deeper. The metal walls around UA, usually pristine and topped with small spikes to help ensure student security, were coated in sweeping brushes of rust. Thick vines were growing up from the ground in search of light, which they were close to finding, reaching about 2/3 of the way up the fence. In one spot a tree had collapsed into the wall, and while the superior engineering had stopped a total collapse, there was still a dent almost as tall as Izuku. Plus, of course, a very obvious tree creating a very easy entrance over a perimeter which had God knows how much yen spent on it to be impenetrable. Past the wall, even UA's main building was in a clear state of disrepair. While the damage wasn't nearly as catastrophic, there were clear cracks showing in some walls, while countless windows had been completely shattered. The entire building. The entirety of UA, Japan's top hero school, the future of heroics, a fountain of hope, was abandoned. But what quickly drew the group's attention wasn't the shocking state of the school they'd been members of until a short while ago. Instead, it was drawn to the single person stood in front of the gates. Facing the abandoned building was a girl, a little taller than Izuku with short brown hair. With their back facing them, Izuku could only see her dark pink blazer, formal-looking long black skirt and matching shoes, all without an umbrella despite the uncomfortably cold weather. Instead, her black umbrella was placed on the ground, leaning against the gate to shield something else, just beyond their form, and thus outside of Izuku's sight. The sound of their approach was muted by the rainfall, the stranger only noticing them and turning around a few steps from her. Their small amount of surprise at the group's appearance was dwarfed by Izuku's complete shock upon the reveal that they were no stranger. He had to rub his eyes, suddenly worried he was stuck on the ferry ride from hell, and this was yet another sadistic test being laid out before him. Uraraka. He eventually wrenched the words from his lips. That's. The person's response began urging him back to reality, her eyes trying to focus on him yet failing to settle on a fixed emotion. Concern and confusion mixed to betray complete lack of recognition. Sorry, do I know you? Izuku took a step back at the comment. Has she already forgotten me? We have mutual acquaintances. Justice stepped into the conversation, shooting Izuku a sharp look between his face and suit. Oh, right. He looked back towards the girl who he'd met a lifetime ago. She can't recognize me. That fact seemed like some kind of cruel joke. One of the first people his age that hadn't spoken to him with immediate pity and or disdain in how long again? Years. One who had treated him with kindness. One of the few people in the world who could claim that fact. Yet to her, he was merely a stranger. A blank face in the crowd. A hollow doll. Well, justice brought him out of his thoughts. Had mutual acquaintances, I suppose. Oh. Uraraka's expression shifted to somber understanding. I see. Then I suppose you're here to show respects. She turned to the side, revealing the item she decided more important to shield from the rain than herself. An arrangement of camellias yet to bloom surrounding an unlit candle of incense, the flowers, stems and leaves doubling to help support a black photo frame with a picture of. I'm waiting for some friends to arrive before we light it. Uraraka's explanation fell on deaf ears, Izuku too focused to register any information other than what he was looking at. A black and white mochi mourning ribbon, tied around the top of his own image. Faced with the black and white mirror of his own face, Izuku simply lost the ability to speak. Once again, he found himself asking a familiar question. What could he even say? Thankfully, he was far from the only one. His mortal companions had both adopted expressions of shock, though Todoroki's was little more than a pair of raised eyebrows, which soon recovered into a visage of somber respect. Marius still hadn't a care in the world, her eyes flitting between the phone and the conversation, but it seemed Cerberus at least had enough sense to repress her excitement and keep a hold of Marius. So you're here for? Justice asked, gesturing to the photo in question. Yeah. Uraraka replied with a melancholic sadness, a myriad of complicated emotions passing beyond her eyes. I always. She tried to put those emotions into words, but failed to find anything which could describe them. I didn't really know him that well, to be honest. She looked down. I didn't really know any of them that well. She glanced towards the group, Izuku and Justice in particular, as they were the two who'd stepped closest to her, the rest standing a respectful distance to the side. How about you? Are you here for Midoriya, or? Izuku started. Well, we're family friends of Izuku's. Justice provided. These two knew Todoroki and Hagakure. She gestured to Todoroki and Hagakure. Immediately, Izuku felt conflicted about lying. Terrible, obviously, for lying about their identities, lying to the face of one of the only people Izuku had ever had a positive interaction with. Lying to the face of perhaps the only non-family member Izuku had a positive relationship with in a literal decade, with the possible exceptions that sprang to mind being All Might and maybe Ida, both of whom had initially been relatively non-positive. Not just lying about their identities, but lying to her face that the person she was, apparently, actively mourning was standing right in front of her. But on the other hand, the prospect of telling the truth could end even worse. Justice had already warned them against telling living souls of their situation, so what would happen if he told her now? Would the demons present be obligated to take Uraraka back with them to uphold the secret? Would she be dragged in chains up to heaven and put on trial for knowing too much? He was really regretting not asking more questions about the deception now. How am I even supposed to give power back to All Might? I can't lie to him and give it back. Or can I? Smuggle a strand of my hair into a cup of coffee or something? Or will he be an exception? Will they keep an eye on him until he finds another successor, then drag him down with me? Questions to be asked at a later time, when they had more privacy. But preferably asked soon. I see. Uraraka nodded. Am I? If I'm in your way? No. Yes. Izuku glared at Justice for her answer, but she simply replied with a raised eyebrow. A moment later, he realized what she meant. They needed to explore Yue, to find out where All Might had gotten to. Uraraka. A living mortal soul would likely just impede that. Logically, they should send her away. The safest solution was to investigate themselves. It could be a risk to let one of Izuku's pseudo-friends continue paying her respects in peace. Sending her away was the best solution. The look of broken sadness etched onto her face shouldn't have an effect on that choice. It was for her own good. And yet, you're not in the way. Izuku eventually decided. We just weren't expecting anyone here, is all. Right. Uraraka replied. Justice looked at him with exasperation, leaning against a crumbling wall to get a glance inside subtly. Izuku tried to think of something else to say, something that could help Uraraka, or naturally segue away into a question about the current state of the world, and why UA was crumbling, and why there were casual villain attacks in shopping centers. But he was a terrible conversationalist at the best of times. Standing over his own memorial was not the best of times. Can? Uraraka started, and his gaze quickly shifted back to her. Can I ask you something? Izuku gave a nod for her to continue. So, if you knew him. She looked towards his photo. Could I ask what he was like? Izuku blinked. I'm sorry. It's just. Like I said, I didn't really know him that well. We talked a bit, and we seemed to get along, but that was kind of it. A small smile found its way onto her face. I was so excited when I found out he was in my class. We met in the entrance exam, you know. Saved me from this massive killer robot by punching it in the face. A small chuckle escaped her. Broke 3 of his limbs doing it. Yeah, that last part sounds familiar. Justice added, throwing Izuku an exasperated grin. And it sounded like he wasn't gonna get in. I even tried to offer my own points to help. But he did. I'd been so nervous about going to a big fancy school like UA, so finding out I basically had a friend from day one was such a relief. Tears began forming in the corners of her eyes. And then, the good luck just kept on coming. First hero exercise, super nervous in my dumb costume, worried I'm gonna make myself look stupid. And then I get to team up with him. Someone I already know, super analytical, even knows one of the opponent's fighting styles. I didn't even care we had to go first. And then when we get ambushed, he pushes me out of the way like a real hero. And then, the tears were starting to stream down her face. She tells me to go on. Tells me he can take care of it. You know what I did. She had to try and wipe the mixture of tears and rain from her face. I went on ahead. As she briefly shook her head, her smile started to look broken. Didn't even hesitate. He was facing down an arrogant piece of shit looking like rage incarnate, and I just left. I didn't come back until an explosion shook the whole damn building. Think All Might was telling me not to, but I was just panicking. She tried to take a deep breath, but was starting to struggle for air. She leaned forward, grabbing the school gates for support. Izuku went to help her stand, before Justice motioned for him not to. Physical contact breaks the illusion. Why? You don't have to. Do you know what happens to a person when nitroglycerin is set off like a bloody cannon at point-blank range? I do. Do you know what a human face looks like after it's blown apart, melted and partially reset on the skull? I do. Do you know what it's like to have the smell of your friend's charred brain matter filling your nostrils? Uraraka put a hand over her face. I do. That's... Izuku trailed off, unable to do so much as pat her on the back. I am sorry. We could have taken him. She flung as much fluid from her face off as she could with frustration. We could have put that sociopathic bastard down for the count. We would have had time. He wouldn't have been able to fight on two fronts. Even if he had, I would have been able to push him. She nodded towards Izuku's photo. Out of the way. Or maybe throw off that bastard's aim, or levitate a piece of cement between us. I could have done something. Anything. Her frustration melted away, replaced instead with pained regret. But I didn't. I abandoned him. Her voice became clogged, barely able to gasp for breath between the tears to get the words out. I let him die. I should have stayed. He saved me twice, but when he needed help, I wasn't there. She fell to her knees, unable to even stand. I killed him. Izuku looked at her collapsed, broken form with eyes white as saucers. What was she even saying? That's not. He tried to collect his thoughts. You didn't. It's not your fault. Justice applied for him. Whether it was out of compassion, or to make sure Izuku didn't say something he shouldn't, he honestly couldn't tell. Yes it. No. Izuku continued on from Justice's point. It's not. You were a hero in training. It was your second day of school, and your first combat exercise. EXERCISE, as in practice. Nothing like that's supposed to happen, ever. But training accidents are incredibly rare, and basically unheard of in first-year regiments. You were just trying to complete the exercise. Heck, you were just listening to your teammate. He took a breath. It wasn't your fault, Uraraka. He wished, more than anything, that he could just tell her who he was. How much more comforting would it have been to hear those words from his own mouth, rather than the unknowable ghost, some family friend he had to pretend to be. But despite that, Uraraka was still able to stand up. To wipe away the tears, to keep going despite the torrent of emotions undoubtedly running through her. You're right. She sighed, wiping away the combination of tears and rain. Really wish I'd brought an umbrella. Todoroki flashed froze an ice umbrella, and passed it to Izuku. Despite the no doubt freezing temperature, he found it surprisingly okay to hold. Perhaps the suit provided extra cold resistance as well. Perhaps the ice umbrella was somehow not that cold. How did that work? Who knows, how were they undead souls? He held the umbrella over himself and Uraraka. Thanks. She wiped away the last of the rain. Should have brought another one. And I know you're right, I do. It's just... You still feel responsible. Justice applied. Her hollow voice betrayed that it was a feeling she seemed familiar with. Yeah. Uraraka took a deep breath. But really, there's only one person at fault. Who? Izuku asked in confusion. Who? Uraraka scoffed. Kasuki fucking Bakugo. Who else? Izuku replied. That's... He coughed. I suppose that's... one way of viewing things. One way. Uraraka's tone became incredulous. What, do you have another? Well... He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to think how to word this. It's just... I mean... He didn't really mean it probably wouldn't pass muster at this point. He was just training too. I mean, when you think about it, he really should have been given a safety briefing on those gauntlets. All Might said, and I quote, Bakugo, stop this, you'll kill him. Todoroki pointed out. I'd say that's sufficient briefing. Exactly. Uraraka agreed, before glancing back towards him. Wait, how do you know that? Todoroki told me. Todoroki said. Yes, but... Izuku tried to regain control. I mean, wouldn't you say it's a little much to sincerely believe you'll actually be able to kill someone in your first training exercise? I mean, it's supposed to be a safe environment. So you're blaming All Might. Justice made a faux gasp. Of course not. All Might is one of the greatest heroes in history. Obviously he isn't to blame. Then, what? Uraraka asked. The institution of UA. And no, they've been training incredible heroes for. Principal Nezu. Hagakure suggested. His intelligence quirk has ensured UA operates at peak efficacy. Then who? Uraraka pressed towards him, forcing him to take a step back lest he risk physical contact. Who do you suggest I blame for my friend being murdered? That's... Izuku scrambled to think. I mean... He hit upon an answer. Izuku Midoriya. It was Uraraka's turn to appear shocked beyond belief. Excuse me? She asked flatly. Well. He took a moment to think, to really think through this. As he did so, he ended up looking to the floor with a defeated smile. I mean, it's like I said. UA has been training heroes. Basically ever since they were an official concept. Their staff, their course, it's all carefully managed by one of the most intelligent beings on the planet. Everything in the school is expertly constructed to make sure potential heroes are trained into Japan's best, if not the world's best. As someone can't even make it past the first training session. He sighed, eyes glossing over lifelessly as the truth of his words began to wash over him. I don't think they were ever cut out to be a hero. Bam! Something smacked Izuku in the face like a gauntlet-fueled explosion. He flew rocketing back through the rain and along the cement, ice umbrella shattering as he lost a hold of it. With a groan he made to get back up, before a shadow fell over his form. How dare you? Uraraka held her fists clenched shut, with one sporting a hint of red from the punch she just delivered. She stood over Izuku with a cold, haunting rage in her eyes. How dare you speak of him like that? How dare you even suggest that? How dare you? She hoisted him up, grabbing him by the collar. How could you possibly have any idea? She blinked at him. Once. Twice. Thrice. The burning rage gradually simmered into quiet fury, before morphing into indignation and confusion. Why would she? Oh. Right. Filter breaking. This, I had Sapertofnaquirk. Uraraka blinked again. You quirk. Makes you look like people who you recognize. Yes, that's my quirk. He laughed nervously. So I have absolutely definitely zero idea who you're seeing right now, but, right. Uraraka dropped him back to the floor lifelessly, taking a deep breath to try and calm herself. As she did, Justice eventually sauntered over to help Izuku back up. Smack, only to slap him hard over the back of the head, sending him down back to the floor, face first this time. He groaned once again, cool concrete and rain serving as the only respite against the throbbing now on both sides of his head. What was that for? Oh gee, I wonder. Justice replied in a tone betraying little in the way of humor. She turned to Uraraka. Sorry about my friend here. He and Izuku have a complicated relationship. Oh. Uraraka looked between the two. So you don't think that? As someone said that, and it was anyone other than this guy. She nodded to the still floorbound Izuku. By the time I was finished, they'd be waking up in the hospital. If at all. Both Izuku and Uraraka's eyes widened at the statement. Haha. Izuku tried to laugh as he got up. Good one, I almost thought you were. You'd let them wake up. Cerberus interrupted. Nope, sorry. Another Cerberus punctuated the statement with a fast fist to the palm gesture. The third closed her eyes, tilted her head and rolled her tongue out. I mean, that's a little extreme. Helltaker proved the voice of reason. But if I heard someone else saying that, they'd be in for it. I wonder how long humans can beg for mercy before they run out of tears. Matthias contributed a question that seemed far darker than Izuku had thought her capable of. He looked to Todoroki for some support. I'd just freeze them solid. Only to provide none. They'd probably survive. He's probably joking. Huh. Uraraka reacted to their group's remarkably excessive threats. I guess you guys were close. She looked back to Izuku. I guess I should say sore. Don't. Justice interrupted her. He had it coming. A slight smirk found its way onto her lips, an idea forming clearly even through her sunglasses as she continued. Unfortunately, this guy's just a little too much like Izuku for his own good. Can't keep his thoughts to himself, too quick to make excuses for others, obsessed with heroes. Gee, thanks. Izuku sighed. He'd object further, but he had a feeling that would just be met with further torment. Overly self-depreciating, suicidally self-sacrificing, cripplingly terrible social skills, absurdly naive, incredibly reckless, remarkably stubborn, pretty plain-looking. That's just mean. And he's one of the kindest, most wonderful people I know. She turned to him with a smile. He's someone that can't help but jump into danger if it meant getting someone else out. His recklessness comes not from arrogance nor lack of though, but from the earnest desire to help others. He trekked through hell itself if he felt it was the right thing to do. Before turning back to Uraraka. You wanted to know more about Izuku Midoriya. There's your answer. And if you thought for 1 second you were blaming yourself for something no reasonable person could have ever foreseen. She sent Izuku a look. He'd break into some long-winded speech about how you're actually a wonderful person. He picked up on Justice's hint and continued. About how you couldn't have possibly known something like that was going to happen. About how he was even more excited than you at the idea of having a real friend at UA. He'd probably go on to apologize for dying, for the impact it's had on your life. Even though that's not really something you should apologize for. He added quickly at the sharp look he was sent. He'd ramble about all the possible applications of your quirk, about how the nullification of gravity gives you remarkable range for all sorts of hero work. Rubble removal for rescue work, a great way to render targets functionally harmless or at least crippled for fighting villains. Oh, and the capacity your quirk would have for adding options to support gear, would expand your possibilities even further. Justice coughed to get him back on track. And he'd say that he sighed with a bittersweet smile. Humbled by the amount you clearly care about him. That he feels lucky to have ever met someone like you. And that he hopes that he knows you can go on to be a great hero. He glanced away awkwardly. If that's what you want, I mean. You. Uraraka had to rub away more tears running down her face. You seem to know him really well. Why yeah. Izuku tried to laugh off the comment with a wave. We were really close, so. I mean. You know. I have a question. Todoroki interrupted Izuku before he could crash into exposing their whole situation. As we've told you a fair amount about Izuku, and we would be willing to share stories on Todoroki. And Hagakure. Hagakure added. And Hagakure, I was wondering if you could tell us about something relating to them. Huh. Uraraka continued rubbing at her eyes, before Todoroki formed another ice umbrella for her and Izuku. I mean, sure, but what could? The Yushe. Todoroki interrupted. Could you tell us about what happened? Oh. Uraraka immediately deflated, traces of interest, joy and acceptance, replaced with simple sadness. I mean, most of it was in the news. Yeah, but we'd really like to hear it from someone who was there. Hagakure interrupted, trying to back up Todoroki. Yeah. Izuku quickly followed up, realizing their intent. I realize it may be hard, but for the greater good, for the greater good, for the greater good. These were our friends. If you could just tell us about it. Anything would. I get it. Uraraka motioned with her hand. It makes sense you'd want. She sighed. Okay. I don't think I can tell you much that you won't already know, but if you really want to know. Everything was going wrong. The villains, their inability to process the situation quickly enough, the teleporter spewing black smoke. Perhaps if she'd been more collected, she could have ducked out of the way. But Uraraka had frozen. It was supposed to be a simple training exercise. Just like the last one. She tried to take a breath, only to end up with a shallow gasp. It's gonna happen again, isn't it? Her gasps became frantic. Who do I have to watch die this time? The darkness was closing in, or will it be me, Uraraka? The darkness shouted, shaking at her shoulder. Turning to look, she realized she recognized his face. Will it be Tokoyami? She clutched around her mouth, the familiar taste of vomit creeping up her throat. Uraraka, we need to. Their RV villains over. An unfamiliar voice cried quietly from behind them, fear dominating their tone. Oh hey, kids. An older and harsher voice, full of malice and spite, interrupted with a tinge of sick joy. And here I was worrying you weren't coming. Looking towards the voice, Uraraka found him spreading his arms towards more men and women, leaning against buildings in the rain, perched on rooftops with cocky grins, all eyeing their group with disdain. Oh god. She couldn't tell if her face was wet from rain or tears anymore. They're really going to kill us, aren't they? She glanced to her sides. Tokoyami had adopted a combat stance, agitation and concern clear on his face. Koda's was simply fear. They're going to kill all of us. Well, boys. The apparent-led villain didn't give any time to recover, some sort of bones growing out of his wrists as he spoke. Why don't we roll out the welcoming committee? Dark Shadow. Right. Tokoyami's core clapped out to protect them, pelted with projectiles moments later. Arg. We need to go. Tokoyami grabbed onto Uraraka and started running away from danger. Koda hesitated for the briefest of moments, and that was all it took for first blood to be spilt. Ah. Koda's ankle was pierced by a sharp chunk of bone, and he stumbled to the ground with a gasp. Dark Shadow. Got him. Dark Shadow grabbed Koda, hauling him along as they tried to evade their pursuers. Everything passed by in a blur. Uraraka heard a loud, deafening ringing in her ears. Yet everything, from the pitter-patter of raindrops, to the thwack of Dark Shadow being assailed by projectile quirks, to the shouting of their pursuers, to Koda's grunts of pain, could be heard with crystal clarity. Time slowed to a crawl, and Uraraka had a chance to take in their surroundings. The area was caught in a constant downpour, with an eternal gloom emanating from the dome around them. Dilapidated buildings mimicked a half-ruined city caught in a disaster. The smell of wet concrete filled the air, along with a tint of rusting metal. Their group dashed into one of the empty buildings in search of cover. With nowhere else to go, they ran deeper into the heart of the structure, seeking refuge from the threat by the darkness within. Uraraka. Tokoyami panted. I need you to. View me. Somehow, Dark Shadow had grown twice over in size since Uraraka last looked. Its form almost seemed to melt into the pitch-black shadows all around them. With its new size came sharper claws and a growling voice, one of barely restrained rage. Dark Shadow, no. Tokoyami's face snapped into full-blown panic, dropping Uraraka as he grabbed Koda from Dark Shadow's grip. Roared. Dark Shadow lashed out viciously all around them. Uraraka had enough sense of mind to jump out of the way, and Tokoyami was able to half-carry, half-shove Koda the other direction. But the weakened concrete of the building around them had no such ability. Within seconds, huge gashes were taken out of the wall. Stop. Dark Shadow continued to rage despite Tokoyami's cries, and before long, a fissure began to creep up the wall, completely independent of Dark Shadow's outburst. Crash! A large window shattered, the weight and warping of the concrete too much for the glass to bear. The creaking of steel beams that Uraraka knew would soon end with a snap soon followed. Run. Uraraka reacted almost unconsciously, safety drills from the time she'd visited her parents at work, making clear what was to come. Tokoyami reacted with Kota in tow, and the two ran in the opposite direction of the collapsing walls. It wasn't until a second later that she realized she dashed a different direction to her two classmates. By that time, the ceiling had already begun to cave in. The walls collapse quickly cascaded into the whole building, crashing walls, breaking down floors and other walls to bring the entire building tumbling down. Uraraka madly dashed away, dodging debris, vaulting wreckage, slapping large segments with her quirk to try and keep them from falling just that moment longer. I shoulda got shit. Her thoughts were a muddled mess of curses, higher brain function, sacrifice to focus on the simple yet difficult task of staying alive. Duck. Weave left. Jump right. Punch up with quirk. Dash forward. Jump over. Roll under. Keep running. But after the most harrowing run of Uraraka's entire life, she reached the edge of the building. The deluge of rubble slowly became a trickle as it got further from the epicenter. A moment's clarity reminded her that there were still villains outside, and that hiding under broken window would probably be the safest option from both dangers. Seconds passed without further disaster, the clapping of debris falling slowly fading away, the sound overpowered by the pelting of rain outside. The cloud of ground concrete slowly spread from the wreckage, and Uraraka had to suppress the urge to cough, holding a hand over her mouth to try and keep out the dust. Don't make a noise. She tried to breathe slowly and quietly, desperate to avoid further detection. Don't cough. Don't breathe. Don't cry. But the last point was threatening to give. How had everything gone to hell so quickly? Not 5 minutes ago she was on her way to a class field trip, and now she was a loud sound away from being murdered by villains. I wonder if it'll be quick. She had to stifle a broken laugh at the thought. Of course not, why would they? They're already insane enough to attack a school. What are they gonna do? Holy shit, that was wild. The loud voice broke past the rubble and through the rain, soon recognizable as the one that had taunted them earlier. I mean, I get it, we're pretty damn cool. Who wouldn't be scared of fighting us? But bringing a building down around yourself. The rest of his words weren't loud enough for Uraraka to hear, too distant and muted by the environment to reach her ears. Nervously, Uraraka raised her head to look around. No sign of villains outside, nor the debris-filled corridors she was in, nor any sign they were approaching. Despite that, she sat there, huddled in the broken building, soaking wet and waiting for the inevitable. Yet it never came. What are they waiting for? AI-ired. Dark shadows' guttural howl tore through the ruins. It was no longer full of unrestrained fury, but instead screeching in pain. The noise snapped Uraraka to attention. They didn't find me. The thought took a moment to settle in. Right now, right here, she was safe. With that realization, so too did she realize that she had a choice to make. Stay where she was, pray the villains were too distracted to find her until heroes arrived, or investigate what was happening. The former was undoubtedly the safest, and sorely tempting. Just wait here, do nothing. No one would blame her for such a choice. They hadn't even finished their first week of school, their lessons had been thrown into disarray since day 2, she was an untrained child up against genuine killers. But as her brain dredged up memories from 3 days ago, as she began to imagine later finding 2 more classmates' corpses, while she hid like a coward, she began slowly, quietly climbing through the rubble. Just stay quiet. She crawled over and through the most stable-looking rubble, careful to ensure she couldn't be easily seen from the other side. Slow and steady. She'd heard cries of pain, not sounds of death. All rushing would do is ensure 3 people would die here. Gradually she crept over the rubble, eventually finding a chunk of crumbled wall to hid behind. One which was positioned to give her a good view of what was going on thanks to a large, well-placed piece of fractured glass, showing a reflection of what was happening. Oh, finally running out of steam, eh? The lead villain was taunting a bruised and battered Dark Shadow in a small clearing of rubble. His underlings crowded around the edge of the clearing, as if watching a show. SS Dark Shadow hissed in pain. Sorry Fumi. The quirk slumped to the ground, still twitching, but most certainly not moving. With it fallen, Uraraka could see her fellow classmates. Kota was sat on the floor, unable to properly stand on his injured foot, and instead clutching it in pain. Tokoyami. Oh god. Tokoyami's right arm was pinned by a rusting rod of metal, piercing through the arm and ground both. One of his legs was trapped under a fallen piece of rubble from the thigh downwards. From the amount of blood seeping out, trapped was an optimistic assessment. Ryu. The villain yelled dramatically. You know, I heard you hero kids could be tough, but I was not expecting that. He grew out another bone spike thing from his wrist and pointed to Dark Shadow, before sauntering over to Kota. He was careful to keep an eye on Dark Shadow's full form all the while. And what can you do, son? We need not feed your darkness with forbidden knowledge, demon. Tokoyami growled before wincing in pain, his free hand grabbing at the metal bar by instinct, but to no avail. Oh. The villain leaned back theatrically. An insane quirk and a bona fide chuny. The day just keeps getting better. He faked wiping away a tear. But I was speaking to him. He punctuated the statement by throwing his bone spike at Kota, directly into his throat. He tried to call out, but was only able to gurgle through blood. Oh. The villain blinked in apparent confusion. That was supposed to be a warning shot. Ah, well. He shrugged. Uraraka's silent classmate collapsed, gurgling on his own blood, unable to breathe. He lay there, dying, as Tokoyami was able to do naught but watch on in horror. Uraraka froze into the same. And the man who caused it just shrugged. He wasn't even looking as Kota stopped breathing. Guess I should work on my control. He rolled his shoulders. Useful note. End note. Tokoyami screeched. Oh, you were listening. He grinned. Excellent. I actually wanted to ask you something. He began pacing back and forth around Dark Shadow. You see, not that long ago I was in a pretty similar spot to you. Bright-eyed, idealistic, hungry to do the right thing. Idiotically naive. He shook his head bitterly. I even applied to UA, believe it or not. Aced the theory, too. But, these. He grew another pair of bones spiked and brandished them, sending both Tokoyami and Uraraka ghostly white. How long would it be before he threw them? Where would they end up landing? Who would they end up landing in? Uraraka soon realized the answer to that question. If she didn't make a move, Tokoyami would be next. Not exactly picture-perfect hero quirk, right? They're durable, make good throwing weapons. He gestured back to Kota's corpse, while Uraraka tried to think of a counter. They had numbers, deadly quirks, his backup had the high ground. Decent melee weapons, and they even give me a slight healing factor. Covers the damage they do coming out. What did Uraraka have? A gravity-canceling quirk which made her sick before long, and a friend stuck under rubble she'd need to protect. But they're pretty gross, even I'll admit. And the kids back in school never let me forget that fact. I thought UA could see past that, but back when I was your age. Wait, there's something there. I could use my quirk to free Tokoyami. No, wait, that would take pressure off the wound. He might not. These things couldn't cut through wood, let alone metal robots. So riddle me this, hero. Maybe I could use some debris to cover myself and get to Tokoyami. But then what about the backup? They'll be all over me in seconds. What, exactly, makes you so much better than me, huh? Maybe use a piece to cover my entrance, throw it at him to make him back off, try to free Tokoyami. But then he'll just hit me in the back. Cause as far as I can see, the only thing you're better at. He pulled his arms back into a throwing position, Tokoyami's eyes going wide with fear. Is dying. Time froze as the scene carved itself into Uraraka's mind. One of her classmates was dead. Another was about to be killed. And every scenario, every plan she could make, all told her the same thing. There was nothing she could do. Despite the horrific catastrophe that constituted her first hero training session, despite her second day becoming a living nightmare, she carried on. Looking back, she didn't even know why. Routine, maybe. Shock. Or was she really just that money-grubbing that even stepping over her friends' corpses was a price worth paying? And now, this was the result. If she wanted to carry on, to play at being a hero, she'd be forced to watch her friends die. One after another. Would Tokoyami be the last? Or would he just be the next in a long line of dead teammates? Would she be next? Uraraka didn't know. All she knew was the battle trial, the USJ, the thought of watching God knows how many of her friends laying dead before her. Rayard. Made Uraraka snap. Wah. The villain rounded on himself, shocked to see a small girl rushing at him with a guttural screech. Was wondering where you'd gone. But he dealt with the shock quickly, flinging his two bone spikes at Uraraka in quick succession. Ping, ping, which were both deflected by the chunk of weightless debris she tossed forward. Damn it. How the hell did you even? As he began to grow another set of spikes, Uraraka lunged forward to grab onto him. Wah. Using her quirk to make him weightless, she flung him over her head and to the ground with rage. This monster just killed her friend. Given his way, he'd have killed another. Uraraka wouldn't let that happen. She'd die before watching someone else do the same. She'd kill this creature before she let it hurt another friend. Ayak. The thing before her stuttered on the ground, its entire body vibrating with. Wait. Uraraka blinked. What? She'd thrown him to the ground with her quirk. She hadn't cancelled it, so shouldn't he have bounced off? Is it one of the other villains? Looking up, she found his cohort to be as confused as she was, staring at their leader in shock. Glancing back, she stared in confusion as he failed to get off the ground, trembling as he slowly cracked further down into the concrete. PP. The rainwater around his eyes began to look suspiciously like tears. Plea. A loud crack resounded from his body. The shaking continued, but gone was the semblance of any kind of conscious struggle. What was? Uraraka felt a surge of nausea come up. Out of instinct, she tapped her fingers together to release her quirk. And the villain stopped moving. What? She mouthed the thought silently, unheard by anyone else. What just happened? It was a question nobody seemed to know the answer to. Despite the crowd of villains surrounding two clearly outmatched children, the air was filled only by the sound of rain hitting concrete, metal and glass. Concrete, metal, glass, and two dead bodies. Ashi. One of the villains eventually spoke up. as she killed him. The villain gestured weakly to Uraraka, as she's a hero, and, looking from the villain to the deceased villain and back again, Uraraka's pupils shrank. I didn't mean to. She fumbled her speech, unable to put words to thoughts. Instead, she stepped back nervously, glancing behind her. Uraraka. Only to find Tokoyami. Hurt. Suffering. Still alive. Looking back to the villains, she wondered how long that would be for. A second. 2. How long until they launched an attack. The moment they did, she and her classmate were dead. But that fact wasn't reflected in their eyes. They were glued to the dead body of their former leader, fear shining through clearly. Fear. And hesitation. I did. Uraraka swallowed, stepping forward confidently with what she hoped was a confident smile. What about it? What about it? One of the villains echoed back. Why, you just killed him. Yeah. And? She shrugged, before grinning fiercely. You wanna be next? The villain's face grew several shades whiter at the statement. Why, you can't do that. Another shouted. Your friend here begs to differ. She nodded to the body of the man-sheet. She swallowed the sick rising in her throat, hiding it with a brief laugh. I mean, what? You expect us to just sit around and let you kill us? But you're not allowed to do that. You're heroes. We're students. Uraraka screamed. Rage, disgust, and constant fear boiled together to reach a crescendo. You all seem to think you're sticking it to the system or proving you're real villains or something. She stepped forwards. Are you all fucking retarded? No, wait, sorry, that's offensive. No way the mentally ill would be as painfully moronic as you shitheads. You think you're some big bad villain here to end the world or some shit? She leaned forward. You glorified school shooters. You really think anyone's gonna shed a tear for Bony Boy here? She gestured to the body at her feet with a scoff. Please. The only eulogies you'll get when being put 6 feet under is how lost or misguided you were, and the only people who will remember you in 5 years are procrastinating insomniacs browsing Wikipedia at 4 a.m. She broke into a chuckle, which accidentally grew into more of a laugh, every fuck she could possibly give electing to leave her body. Hey, you morons wanna know something? Why I want to be a hero? It's kind of a secret, but it's money. She laughed harder. I'm not here because I was inspired or want to do the right thing or any of that bullshit. It's because heroing is the best paid job in the country. Graduate from UA. Set for life, instantly. But here's the thing. She broke into a loud, full whisper. Even with the UA education, if you want to get into the big leagues, get those big buck sponsorships, you need to be recognized. Need to be marketable. She began strolling back and forth without a care in the world. So here's what I'm thinking. Survivor of horrific villain attack. Not bad. But even better. Brave, heroic beautiful girl fights off villains and protects classmates single-handedly. Now that's the sort of advertisement not even money can buy. So, with that said, she paused her stroll and took a step towards the villains, over the bone-spiked man's body. How much do you think your deaths are worth to me? At the last of her words, she began making eye contact with every villain watching them. Almost every one of them stepped back in response, save one. Why you think you scare us? From your stuttering. She casually picked up a fist-sized chunk of debris. I guess so. And said stuttering reminded her of someone she'd known. The memory didn't improve her mood. Well, you don't. I'll take you myself. As the villain made to charge forward, Uraraka threw the piece of rubble at them, frustration boiling over and into the attack. Instead of the weightless rubble she'd expected being thrown, the chunk flew fast and started accelerating as it left her hand. Bang, smacking the villain in the head a mere moment later, sending her tumbling to the ground while the rubble carried on in the same direction. Uraraka placed her fingers together, cancelling the gravity and sending hurtling in an arc back to the ground far away. She tried not to think about the noise it had made impacting the villain's skull. Who's next? She picked up another piece of rubble. By the time she'd done so, the rest of the villains were running for their lives. As they did, Uraraka didn't follow. It was all she could do to even remain standing at this point. As the sound of their fleeing footsteps rang out, she began to laugh. Perhaps it would serve as a final intimidation. As the sound became muted by the rain, she continued to laugh. It might carry further, who knew? 10 seconds later, she continued to laugh. A minute later, she didn't stop. Couldn't stop. By the time the real heroes arrived, her laughter had long since turned into tears. Stepping into the food court, it soon became clear that the reports of love activity were accurate. The shattered fountain, the scorch marks on the ground, the redecorated emergency exit sign. The physical markers all pointed to villainous activity. But an attack in a public place left more marks than just the physical. There was a feel to the air, a mood in the crowd. An unmistakable mixture of fear and defeat. And yet, half-off takoyaki. New dog-shaped takoyaki. Red and white dango. Brand new crepe, get your monster mash here. The mood wasn't anything short of euphoric. The villain attack that raised people's hopes. The scene's investigators shook their head in disbelief. Is it some kind of mental manipulation quirk? Geez, if the League has access to something like that, No, it's been at least half an hour. Most quirks should have worn off by now. His eyes widened, maybe a new vigilante. He took another look at the floor's black scorch marks, an uncharted pair of ovals in the floor connected to the mimicry of a shadow, suggesting the flame was blocked. This looks like Dobby's work. Based on the patterning, it looks like a person was here, most likely too. But his flames burned even hotter then. He couldn't help a small smile come to his face. It looked like Dobby had finally found a problem he couldn't melt. Only one name came to mind that could resist flames so thoroughly, but considering the lack of bodies and presence of the second non-scorched spot, frostbite seemed unlikely. Most likely, either the assembly or some vigilante had gotten a hold on new tech. But to withstand Dobby's flames it'd be some serious gear. The chances of that coming up on the black market without the HPSC nor the investigator's own informants knowing seemed unlikely, meaning the vigilante option didn't add up. But even more unlikely was the assembly not giving any notice about the encounter. They may have disagreements, but at the end of the day their relationship was relatively cordial, and they all agreed information sharing on the League was paramount. For something major he could understand secrecy, but a small and public scuffle like this. But those were the only two options he could think of. Unless. His eyes narrowed in thought, is there a new player? The completely fresh vigilante with a flame resistance quirk could explain the alternative's discrepancies. But Dobby rarely acted without his cronies nowadays. If that were the case, would they really run just because someone had a particularly strong flame resistance quirk? Maybe it was a team. Well, no point in racking my brain quite yet. He noticed a few security cameras around the perimeter of the plaza. It was possible the League or this mysterious individual wiped the data, but that in itself could tell him something. Still, sometimes the classics work best. Time for some good old-fashioned questioning. Just tell me who used it. How many times have I gotta tell you no? Well, there goes that opportunity. People were typically easier to ply for information when they were happy and content than when they were jittery and on edge. Looking towards the source, it seems some guy was harassing the crepe vendor. Guess I'd better step in here. Who do you even think you? The vendor caught himself, eyes widening in surprised recognition. Oh shit, it's you. Much of the course focus was on the conflict now. Yes, it's me. Now if you just... Hey everyone. The vendor got the entire court's attention. This could only end well. We got the wannabe eugenesis shithead over here. Once again, it was not eugenics. The wannabe eugenesis shithead, otherwise known as the former pro-hero Endeavor, attempted to defend himself. I was simply seeking a way to compensate for my lack of intense heat resistance in the next generation. And how'd that end for you, Himmler? Well, that's productive. Okay, gentlemen. The investigator reached the stall and began to intervene. I think we're getting a little bit heated. Enji Todoroki's face flickered with the vestiges of his former flaming beard at the word choice. So why don't we all? Hey, who asked? The vendor's eyes widened once again. Wait, you're Hawks. In the flesh. The lead investigator, Aka Japan's #1 pro-hero, for all the good that title held anymore, Hawks, replied with an easy smile to try and relieve the tension. But I can hand out autographs later, for now. But you're... Alas, the smile did not to dispel the man's ire. Oh, I get it, trying to cover for your old pal here. Were you even here? Sorry, your friends at the League already hightailed. Hawks shot one of his feathers into the stall by the man's hand. He flinched back, refocusing on Hawk's now ice-cold eyes. It wasn't the first time he'd been accused of acting buddy-buddy with those monsters, but even now, they are not my friends. He leaned into the counter. Best Jeanist, Tsunagu Hakamata, was my friend. Gang Orca, Kugo Sakamata, was my friend. He gritted his teeth. Muriko, Rumiya Sagayama, was my friend. Is that understood? The man's startled fear soon shifted into sadness, before slowly morphing into a pained guilt. Sorry. He couldn't find the words to finish. There probably were none. It's fine. Hawks took his hands off the stall, trying to fall back into his easygoing demeanor. Easy mistake to make, really. He tried to pass it off as a joke, but his expertly crafted plastic smile couldn't convince even the most naive of that statement. None of it was fine, and the chances were it never would be. Still. The vendor's sorrow quickly shifted to a wide smile. That's why it's so good to see some new saviors in the picture. Ones that ain't bound by the HPSC or their agreement. Right. Hawks was eager to get back on topic, putting memories of the past where they belonged so he could focus on the present. It sounded like the man was here during whatever happened. That's actually why I'm here. And you can ask your questions once he's answered mine. Todoroki growled. Oh, right. What were you asking about, anyway? This. The vendor gestured vaguely and angrily at Todoroki. Asshole is threatening me and demanding I out customer information. Seriously. Hawk's eyes turned to the accused. This hindrance is refusing to tell me who tried to use the bank details of my dead son. Hawks could only blink in response. Seriously. He gestured for him to continue. Someone used Shadow's bank details to purchase some train tickets. Said bank then contacted me about suspicious activity, and I blocked any further transactions by the account. He turned back to the vendor. Then they failed to make a purchase here, around half an hour ago. So I asked again, who attempted the purchase? And I'll tell you again. I don't give out customer details. You. Wait a sec. Hawks held up a hand, turning to Todoroki half an hour ago. The ex-hero paused before nodding, and Hawks turned back to the vendor. Can you at least tell us whether any of the villains who were here tried to buy anything from you? You think those maniacs pay? He scoffed. If they rock up, it's serve food or get a cremation on the cheap. Right. Hawks nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips as he put things together. Whoever tried to buy something from you was the same person that dealt with the League, right? That's not. Or at least, was with them. That's. You can't. His spluttering was all the confirmation Hawks needed. Which leads to the question. Why is a person, or persons, who clearly opposes the League? He gestured to the charred and broken fountain remnants. In possession of and actively trying to use the money of a dead child. That. Todoroki paused, joining Hawks' attempt at deductions and taking a minute to collect his thoughts. I'm not confident Shadow's phone was ever recovered, which possessed the banking app they attempted to use. Most likely, the League took it at that point. And then didn't use it all this time. Hawks frowned. That didn't seem to make sense. Why would they wait until now? Perhaps they couldn't use it until now. Todoroki speculated. Or didn't need to. Hawks finished. You think they're breakaways? Did this? He gestured to the signs of the fight. Was some sort of, what, infighting? No way. Their vendor cut in, suddenly keen to provide more information now that their savior's authenticity was in doubt. These guys arrived completely separately from the League goons, and the latter didn't even seem to register them. Only reason they attacked was because one of the new guys bumped into him. Still could be different sections. Todoroki grunted. Or. Hawk suggested an alternative. Some League goon is there at the USJ. He lights the phone and leaves, but doesn't have a use for it, so throws it on their pile of ill-gotten gains, maybe exchanged it for some hard cash. Then, these guys are new vigilantes who rock up to the block, raid a League stockpile that the phone ended up at, and it passes into their possession. It's a possibility. Todoroki admitted. Or it simply could have changed hands by pawnbrokers or some such. But the phone would still have password protections. Could be a technology unlocking quirk. Or just someone able to exploit older hardware. Hawk suggested. Too many questions, not enough intel. Look. He turned back to the vendor. I can understand why you'd be hesitant to tell us anything. But it sounds like we've got some newbies who just kicked the hornet's nest. Without help, they could end up with more than they can handle. Maybe. He rubbed the back of his neck with a grunt. But what could you do for them, anyway? You're prohibited from combating the League directly. Hawk smirked. But supporting some vigilantes on the down low. I think we could manage that. Plus, if they're responsible for resolving this incident, and that is who I think it is. He gestured to the person-shaped indent above the exit. I'd personally like to shake their hand. Yeah. The man returned his smirk before long. Okay, yeah, fine. Don't know where they're headed anyway, so what harm could it do? And there we go. Make people see that you're on their side, that you can do something they need or want, and they're all too happy to help. Hawk still missed the days that had been a given. When his presence was a reassurance, not a mixed bag with wings tied up by bureaucracy and the greater good. But there was no sense in living in the past. Better to work towards the hope of a brighter future. Even if it was difficult to maintain that mentality sometimes. There were 8, all in pretty snazzy red and black suits, and... He paused, seemingly at a loss. And... I can remember most of them. 5 had white hair, red shirts. 3 of those were triplets, all in black suit vests. The 4th had sunglasses and a black suit jacket worn like they're straight out of a biker gang or something. 5th had a black turtleneck and these hard things in her hair. Hawks pulled out a notepad with a few of his feathers, and was furiously scribbling down everything he said with another. But the other 3. I just can't remember. It's fine if you don't have specific details. But anything. Clothes, hair color, eye color, height, sex. But that's the thing. The vendor wore a confused expression, like the memory was right beneath his nose, but he couldn't quite see it. I literally can't remember. It's like a gap in my memory. I think they might have been wearing suits like the others, but other than that. A perception-altering quirk. But why just 3? Or why those 3 specifically? Can it only work on them, or were they the most important to hide? A ping on Hawk's phone brought him out of his thoughts. He opened it, but urged the vendor to describe the others as much as he could, Feathers writing down the information as the man spoke. More trouble? Todoroki asked. It's... He rechecked the number out of shock, Feathers stalling as his concentration lapsed. It's an old HPSC line. Didn't even know these were still active. Says something's going on at... He paused again, quickly realizing it was probably related to his task at hand. How far away is the old UA campus, again? The second villain didn't die. Uraraka quickly clarified after her horrific story. They had a bad concussion, and a fractured skull, but they made a full recovery. I kept on asking until they got the all clear. Izuku could only nod in acknowledgement, at a complete loss as to what to say. What happened to Tokoyami? Helltaker asked something which should have come to mind far sooner, Izuku snapping back to attention at the question. Oh, well, indeed. A new yet familiar voice spoke up from behind, apparently having sneaked up on their group with the aid of the still falling rain. I too wish to hear the fate of this fearless, creative, ardent young hero. You forgot humble. Uraraka's lips corked upwards at the arrival of the raven-headed teen. With such extensive exploits renowned throughout the realms, it is only natural some descriptors must be omitted for the sake of brevity. Tokoyami returned the smile, stepping over a tad awkwardly to clasp Uraraka's hand, following up with some kind of clearly familiar handshake. I apologize for the tardiness. The darkness waits not for even a lord of humility such as I. Sister dragged you out shopping again, huh? Uraraka interrupted. No mortal should want for such an array of hats. He grumbled. Especially when their cranium demands them woven by an expert's hands. But I digress. He turned to the rest of the group. Forgive my discourtesy. I am the one known as Fumikage Tokoyami. And I'm Dark Shadow. The specter in question shot out of his back. Must you insist on such impertinence? Tokoyami sighed. Hey, come on, how often do we meet new people? How many grains of sand on Musatafa Beach? Regardless. He turned back to the group. I find myself at a disadvantage. Would you grace me with your true identities? Oh yeah. Uraraka added, I never actually got your names. Izuku's pupils shrank to pinpricks, honestly shocked and astounded at his own stupidity. One word off of making himself look like some kind of sociopath in front of someone who'd actually cared about him when he was still alive. Come up with something anything. Ezekiel. He swallowed. Midoriya. At the statement, there was a brief lull in the conversation, broken only by Cerberus loudly slapping a hand to her face. Yeah, I know. Justice came in with the save. The name's actually part of how we first got to know. She gestured to the still rain-protected photo of the deceased Izuku Midoriya. Names, Stisha. She stuck a hand out which Tokoyami and Uraraka shook in turn. But most people just call me Justice. Okay, that's a good idea, pretend their demon names are just nicknames. I'm Cerberus. Nice to meet you. Marius. Never mind. The latter demon was still stuck to the phone, but now she seemed to be typing rather than reading anything. Wonder what she's doing. I'm, Suru. Kifuji. Helltaker had some trouble coming up with a name on the spot. I'm Sheiso Sozurabi. It's nice to meet you. Todoroki lied as naturally as he breathed. Likewise. I'm Ichako Uraraka. Not that you didn't know that already, but... She cleared her throat with a cough. So yeah, that's pretty much everything. Sorry, but I don't really know much about what happened to your friend specifically. I was Kinta. You knew a fellow I meant. Tokoyami was quickly filled in on their falsified family-friend's relationship to their living selves. I see. He nodded in acknowledgement. Sadly, our group was quickly torn asunder. I merely caught glimpses as we were escorted from that pit of darkness. He swallowed, looking to the ground grimly. They were already covering the bodies as we left. That's... Helltaker trailed off, the reality of her and Todoroki's end slowly settling on the two. Izuku didn't blame them. He traversed 3 circles of hell, and he still couldn't quite grasp the fact that he was. That's fine. Izuku stepped in, trying his best to shake off those thoughts. You've already told us more than we could ask for. We didn't mean to make you. Greetings. Yet another familiar voice exclaimed from behind them, loud to cut through the rain, yet with a tone subdued enough to still show proper respect. Hi Ida. Uraraka replied in kind, Tokoyami giving a nod of acknowledgement. Turning his head, Izuku soon found the blue-haired young man he'd expected, still sporting the same square glasses and upright, rigid posture. Though one that, just as Uraraka, stood taller than Izuku remembered. And with a pair of less than familiar faces in tow. A boy around their age with blonde hair and a face of bitterness mixed with sorrow, and a similarly aged girl with green hair and respectful, almost holy demeanor. I apologize for my tardiness, but... He took a moment to analyze the unexpected arrivals. I see that we have company on this occasion. He stuck out a hand robotically. My name is Tenyu Ida. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Justice. The demon in question quickly took the hand, while Izuku had to simply give an awkward wave upon his turn. Oh. Uraraka spoke up. His quirk makes physical contact. She had to shake off a pained grimace. Difficult. Ida, for his part, simply blinked at her, then turned to Izuku before slightly bowing. I see. My apologies, please forgive me. No. That's... Please don't apologize for that when that's a lie to cover up a crueler lie, please. Please forgive this poor soul's impertinence. The green-haired girl bowed in kind. My name is Ibara Shiozaki. A pleasure. It's not like he could have known. The blonde sighed in resigned irritation before glancing at Izuku's group and speaking in a muted voice. Nido manama. Though I guess you already knew all that. I mean. Izuku smiled awkwardly, pondering how to phrase this diplomatically. Never heard of you. Thanks for nothing, Todoroki. Oh, thank God I'm not the only one. Hagakure sighed in relief. The blonde's eye twitched at the response. Oh, I see. He laughed hollowly. I don't suppose you recognize Shiozaki, either. Should we? Justice asked. Monoma, please. Uraraka's words went ignored. Oh, of course, of course. His hollow laugh gained a manic tint. And yet I suppose you recognize these three. He gestured to Uraraka, Tokoyami and Iida. We needn't concern ourselves on a day such as. Of course, of course, of course. Shiozaki's attempt at calming the boy down went unheeded as he carried on. It's only natural that you wouldn't recall, of course. After all, we aren't the tragic wondrous one, now are we? We aren't the ones that had the glorious UA put under, are we? Why ever would you recall such measly, unimportant specks as we? Iida reached his arm out. Monoma, please calm yourself. No. Iida's attempt was similarly shut down, Monoma batting his hand away frantically as his body began shaking. I'm sick of this. Of you. He pointed towards Izuku's group. Why are you even here, huh? I didn't see you last time. Or the USJ Memorial, or the camps, Caminos. His voice broke into an angry laugh, emotions in turmoil as his train of thought and sense of restraint seemed to break. What are you, reporters? Here to get a new scoop. Uraraka tried again. Monoma, they're not. Well, here's a quote for you. 1A isn't the center of the fucking universe. 1B mattered too. Jirota Shishida Tageru Kamakiri, Yusetsu Wace, Senator Kabar, Shihaiker Waro. Monoma. Tokoyami sighed, looking towards the ground tiredly. Ikadai, Kinoko Komori, Niranjeki Shota, Kasade Subiraba, Manga Fukudashi, Kajiro Bondo, Ryako Yanagi, Pony Sinatori, Juzo Hananuki, Tetsu, Hiryu Rin, Sasuna Tokage. He bit his tongue. Itsuka Kendo. The last name came out with broken tears. The head names. They mattered too. Shiozaki wrapped her classmate in a hug, tears refusing to stop after he'd said his piece. For his part, Izuku could only watch on. Confusion mixing with horror as his mind raced to put the pieces together, before adamantly refusing to make the final connections. What? He had to lick his increasingly dry lips, desperate to ask the question yet terrified of the answer. What happened? I'm sorry. Uraraka asked. What happened? He opted to focus on her, the 1B students unable to answer questions, and Iida similarly at a loss for what to do. After the USJ. What happened? Uraraka blinked. Why do you ask like you don't? Long story. Justice interrupted. We've been sort of off the grid. Off the grid. Tokoyami scoffed incredulously. Even the darkest mage cloistered in the shadows of the abyss could not have missed. Please. Izuku meant to ask it normally, but it came out as a desperate shout. Please, just pretend we haven't been here. You don't have to go into detail, just give us an overview. What happened after the USJ? Uraraka looked him straight in the eye as he asked, Izuku's nerves frayed beyond belief, and practically begging at this point for an explanation he could follow. They'd literally been through hell, and he still didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. Only that he was wet, exhausted, and the world around him had gone crazy while he was 6 feet under. Maybe there was some subtler angle he could have taken to try and seem less suspicious with the questioning, but as the fragments kept piling on he'd reached his limit. He couldn't begin to imagine what Uraraka saw of his shoulder filter or whatever justice had used. But as she sighed deeply, Izuku felt his pure desperation had come through. Well, at first, Yue. Our principal Nezu, I guess, tried to write the USJ off as a tragic accident, shifting focus onto the training accident which he tried to pin on poor teaching, and a complete failure to instill morals at the middle school Bakugo went to. Aldair. Izuku checked dumbly. That's the one. Uraraka confirmed. But well, that school did end up getting shut down, with the USJ incident following the battle trial. She glanced briefly at Izuku's image. Because it all happened so quickly, questions about UA's fitness started gaining traction, so the school was temporarily shut down pending further investigation. A transitory closure which would prove a permanent end. Tokoyami provided. How many? Todoroki asked. Wow. How many 1A students survived the USJ? He clarified for Uraraka. Uraraka and Tokoyami glanced at each other, a tint of sadness overshadowed by sheer confusion. Looking to the others, it seemed Monoma had largely recovered. Is this overview not going a bit far? How many? Hagakure cut Iida off, a hint of desperation in her voice. The living mortals all glanced at each other skeptically, before Uraraka continued in a somber voice. Iida, Tokoyami and I are the only ones that made it out. Even Snipe-sensei and 13. Hagakure and Todoroki paled at the revelation, and Izuku was sure he'd done the same. He may not have known many of them for long, but they were still his classmates. To think they were all just. Then what? He managed to ask despite the horrid revelation. What happened after that? They needed to know. Well, like I said, UA was shut down, and it ended up being permanent. There was resistance, but after the incident, there was a lot of pressure being put on the HPSC about underage hero training spearheaded by. She cut herself off, shaking her head. Getting ahead of myself. After that, other students were distributed among other schools. Hero classes were kept together for cohesion or something, though Iida was put with 1B after Tokoyami and I dropped out. Maybe the two leaving the hero course should have surprised Izuku, but at this point he was more shocked Iida decided to stay in. Though considering the boy's history, maybe it wasn't so surprising. 3A were sent to Ketsubutsu, and they ran a sports festival-like event to try and let students settle grudges in a constructive way. Izuku vaguely recalled something about the school in question considering themselves a rival to UA. And we all know how that turned out. Okay, but pretend we didn't. Justice pointed out. Well, that was the KSF attack. Uraraka supplied. Seeing the group's unknowing faces, she went on with a shocked expression. You know, the KSF attack. Biggest terrorist attack in a century. Thousands dead. Ringing any bells? How? Iida stuttered. How is it possible that this is unknown to you? We'll answer that later. Justice probably lied. What happened next? Todoroki was as eager to continue as the rest. Well, Uraraka tried to collect her thoughts. I guess. She looked over to Monoma and Shiozaki. 1B were sent to Shiketsu, who ended up running a training camp a couple of months later. It was designed to promote unity and cooperation in a reserved environment. It was designed. Monoma interrupted Shiozaki. To get a bunch of 16-year-old kids ready to defend ourselves against the next murderous villain attack. Another hollow smile. Designers didn't count on the camp being the next attack. He glanced up at Izuku. Shiozaki and Iida were the only ones who got out. What about you? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Me? Monoma laughed another empty laugh, before continuing in a small voice. I got a lot of good people killed. As he spoke the words, what little energy he had seemed to drain away. Their loss is in no way down to you. Shiozaki helped keep him up and stable. Precisely. Iida agreed wholeheartedly. If anything, I should be apologizing. He grit his teeth. Once again I was with classmates in danger. Once again I fled. He chuckled grimly. No, if I had simply fled, perhaps we would have had sufficient time. I delayed. I was the one whose actions caused death. Not yours. I don't remember the villains being there for you, Iida. Monoma smiled brokenly. All those words disparaging 1AS efforts. Just hot air from an overinflated ego. And yet it was enough for the villains to try and recruit me. Another small laugh accompanied by quiet tears. You literally shit-talked 1A 2 minutes ago. Justice pointed out. I despise the fact our class's loss is all but forgotten. He corrected her bitterly. Not 1A nor their efforts. But it seems you know next to nothing. Again. Off the grid. Justice insisted. Is that everything? Hagakure asked Uraraka. Well, that morphed into the Camino Killer 10 incident. They all blinked dumbly at her. Seriously? What? Iida stuttered. That's how. I can understand not knowing all the details. Monoma looked at them in shock mixed with exasperation. But how can you not know about the battle that retired All Might, that? Wait, All Might's retired. Izuku screamed in response. What? But that's how. We have a number of questions. Todoroki made the biggest understatement of Izuku's own life. But for now, what happened next? Well, Uraraka spluttered, desperately trying to think of what else was relevant despite being understandably dumbfounded that they didn't know any of this. Well, that led pretty directly into the Todoroki scandal, but I guess that's pretty minor all things considered. I disagree. Todoroki replied, shock and fear creeping into his expression more clearly than Izuku had ever seen. But I mean, after that. Uraraka scratched the back of her head, before looking to Tokoyami. Is the old HPSC collapse considered part of the KKT? Izuku's brain felt like it was trying to collect facts that simply could not settle in his perception of reality. Like Uraraka's story was a square peg and his brain a round hole, and why was Marius looking at him like that? I mean, he didn't even say anything. Some chroniclers consider it so. Tokoyami replied. Right, so that happened. Uraraka recounted the collapse of the country's law enforcement backbone, like it was some commonly known plot twist of an overly dramatic series. And then, well, her face soured. All for one. She gritted out the name. Excusez-moi. Izuku blinked. The demon lord of the KKT revealed his true name. Tokoyami elaborated. He blinked again. And declared himself the new ruler of Japan. Iida added. A position which is now considered uncontested. Shiozaki continued. It would have been. Monoma kicked the ground in frustration. If Human Eyes hadn't killed Star and Stripe before anyone from overseas had a chance to help. And wiped out over 90% of the court population outside Japan in the process. Uraraka finished. Uraraka looked at the stupefied expressions of their group. How can you not know this? That can't. Izuku had to bring a hand to his head, Justice thankfully catching him before he fell over. That's not. It couldn't. He shook his head. That. That couldn't happen in just a few weeks, even months. His eyes shrank as the truth of that fact settled. Looking at Uraraka, she didn't seem to be lying. While he hadn't known her for too long, she didn't seem to be the type of person who'd get a kick out of saying such horrible things, and Iida would never go along with it. Heck, if their group were literally anything but a collection of deceased souls, they would instantly call her out on it for how blatantly insane it was. The issue was, Izuku's life had been nothing but insane recently. And there was one question that had been at the back of his mind since he got here. WH. He tried to take a deep breath. Why are you here today? What? Uraraka asked skeptically. We're here to. Well, to mourn, I guess. No. Izuku interrupted. I understand why you're here. But why are you here today? Well, I thought that she gestured to the photo of Izuku. Would make it obvious. Of course, we do show proper deference on the anniversary of the others. Shiozaki stated. But if one should seek the core misstep which guided us on this path of darkness. Tokoyami started. Most events do seem to spiral from the day of the battle trial incident. Iida finished. Some are obvious, but even little things seem like they would have gone a whole lot differently if that exercise hadn't gone to shit. Monoma added. Of course, there was a lot of other things that all added up, but if you go back to the source? Uraraka asked. It's like Iida said. Almost everything can be traced, in some way, shape or form, back to the battle trial incident. If that asshole had fucking listened to his damn teacher, who knows where we'd be now. Instead, it all went wrong that day. She took a deep breath. It all went wrong when Izuku Midoriya died. 2 years ago today. 2 years. Izuku repeated the words, the meaning behind them incomprehensible. 2 years. His throat felt dry, his head felt light, the ringing in his ears was getting louder. The battle trial. Kakin. That was 2 years ago. Looking to the side, it was clear that his mortal companions weren't handling the news better than he was. Why would they? Todoroki had turned white as a sheet, muttering the words Todoroki scandal. To himself and probably racking his brain over what that could mean. Helltaker was taking it the best, in that she wasn't repeating a key phrase over and over to herself in a daze. Instead she was muttering, My family. Are they? Oh god, mom always wanted to go abroad. 2 years. But Izuku was too focused on his own disbelief to truly listen, but then what? He could barely feel his own body, unable to comprehend the reality before him. What am I supposed to do? The reason he'd returned to the surface, the entire reason for them leaving the afterlife, was to return one of the pillars for Japan's peace as a nation, for one of the world's symbols of peace. How do I return a pillar of peace, when that peace has crumbled into chaos? Do you know what this means? A voice asked. Izuku wasn't sure who. As he glanced in that direction, he realized it was Marius. She was now remarkably close, heart pupils filling her entire eyes. It means you're technically 18. For fuck's sake, Marius. I'm sorry. Izuku interrupted Justice. His mouth twitched as what she just said, the meaning behind what she just said, but most importantly the context in which she'd said it, slowly began to settle in his mind. His initial disbelief was slowly beginning to pass, and Marius had just provided a blatant target for his torrent of emotions. I've just found out that everything we've been working towards ever since we started was for nothing. He started in a calm, collected voice. That we left hell only to find out it's hell on earth. That everything I ever knew has been destroyed, anyone I ever knew could be dead, and that any hope I ever had of fixing things was a naive, idiotic fantasy. And you. He ground his teeth together. I'm more concerned about the fact that I'm chronologically legal. What the fuck is wrong with you? As Marius stepped back nervously, he turned his anger to the next nearest person, Aka Justice. And you. You said we were gone a few months. I said ish. How does ish turn into years? Hey, we're lucky it's only 2 years. 90% of Earth. Or, what, like 70% or something. Kicking the bucket means the backlog must have gone up decades. Probably a century. Justice groaned. And we were almost done, too. Oh, yeah, at least I'm only over a year late to fix anything. He turned around, grabbing onto the front of the school gate to support himself. His legs threatened to buckle from shock and exhaustion. Lucky me. He'd meant to shout, but the last words had come across as barely a loud mumble, as he felt warm tears overtake the cold rain on his face. 2 years. He shook his head in disbelief. Guess that's what I get for thinking I could do anything. Almost had me going there. They crossed frozen wastelands and boiling savannas, swam through cursed waters, and rode through scorching hellfire, fought tooth and nail to get everyone here. And they'd been too late from the moment they started. Izuku could hear laughter. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was one of his mortal companions, who he'd dragged up into this mess for no reason. He thought he was going to help the world. Instead, he was just going to get dragged back down to hell, nothing achieved but pain and suffering. In fact, now there were numerous demons who knew who he was. Knew what One for All could do. Knew how powerful it was to the supernatural. If he just accepted his punishment and suffered like a good little sinner, things could have carried on like normal. At least he'd have the hope that the world would have kept spinning. Instead, he knew the world had gone to shit, it was all his fault, and... Wait, Justice said Opha could be used to take over Hell. He could feel himself shaking. Am I going to somehow make Hell even worse? But it sounds like it's run by a terrible demon already. Wait, what if she takes this power and becomes even worse? With this, would they be able to rule with an even stronger Iron Fist? Or what if an even worse demon got it and took charge instead? How are we supposed to stop that? His eyes shrank as his shaking became worse. Oh god. What if the way to stop that is? Do I have to give this power to Justice? She's the only demon I could trust with something like this in any way. But to take the power, wouldn't she have to? He could feel the tears covering his face. But please, I don't want to die again. His thoughts were interrupted as he felt something on his shoulder. A moment later, it was around his back, a gentle warmth soon pressing against his head. He could feel fingers gently moving through his hair, a soft feeling of comfort gradually seeping into him. Shhhh. Cerberus whispered smoothly. It's going to be okay. But I can't. It's going to be okay. She repeated the words tenderly, the light hug she was giving becoming that tiny bit firmer. More comforting. Izuku couldn't reply, so instead he tried to take a deep breath. It was only at that moment that he realized how rapid and disorganized his breathing had become. How clenched his fingers were, drawing blood against the rusted metal. How rapid his heartbeat was, hammering in his chest and ears like an infernal drum. Instead of trying to reply, he simply tried to breathe, unbelievably grateful for the comfort Cerberus's form provided. As he started to get it under control, he felt another hand on his other shoulder. Hey. Justice started softly. I know this is pretty bad. Pretty. Izuku chuckled, before he was forced to take another deep breath for the effort. Okay, yeah, it's shit. Justice leaned back against the skull gate, entering his field of view without intruding on his direct line of sight. But I hope you realize that just because the world's gone to hell, doesn't mean we can't pull it back out. Oh yeah. Izuku smiled ruefully. You have a time machine. Damn. Justice snapped her fingers. Must have left mine with Mel. But you know what we do have. Izuku shook his head, and she adopted her signature smirk in turn. An optimistic idiot with a bullshit quirk, and news of a retired number one. Yeah, retired. Izuku shook his head. How was that supposed to? Wait. His eyes widened at the implication. Retired. Means alive. Kinda hard to retire if you're dead. Justice agreed. I thought it'd be easy. Cerberus innocently added to his anxiety. Yo, Grav girl. Justice looked behind Izuku. Probably to your Raka. You said All Might retired. Still alive. Yay or nay? Yay. She answered unsurely. I was hoping for an answer, not a question. Justice prompted. Well, it's just. Not a soul has borne witness to the past savior in many a year. Tokoyami elaborated cryptically. You mean no one's seen him in a while? It seemed Todoroki was recovering, though his voice was still more frayed than his usual deadpan delivery. Indeed. Iida said, pausing for a moment before electing to continue plainly. After the KTT, his public appearances were minimal at best. He was on some national broadcasts following the event, though beyond that. But I think he's probably still alive. Monoma's assertion prompted Izuku to swivel around to the group, Cerberus letting go so he could do so. Why? Helltaker asked the question with a struggle. Apparently she'd also recovered, and asked a question held by a number of the others, if their interested looks were anything to go by. Well, think about it. That bastard basically left All Might alive but crippled as a symbol of peace's downfall. Did his injuries get that bad? Would he really just let him die peacefully? That's... Iida trailed off. You're right. Uraraka nodded, eyes focused as she considered the scenario. Considering everything that he's done. If I was in his shoes, or maniacal boots or throne or whatever, I'd make it a point to show the old symbol of peace was dead. And gone not with a bang, but a whimper. Tokoyami nodded. Right. He might not want to make a massive deal out of it, but he probably still wanted to be public knowledge. She smiled grimly. Maybe he would want to make a show of it. I'd be the symbol of peace, but he died weak and pathetic. That. Iida winced. Does sound like something Japan's demon lord would do. May his judgment come soon and without mercy. Shiozaki added. Yeah, I think we could be seeing judgment pretty damn soon if we're not careful. Justice muttered under her breath. And I'm not sure she knows the meaning of mercy. Izuku said with a slight smile. Justice looked towards him in concern. I'm okay. He whispered towards her. Thank you. She nodded in acceptance, and he turned back towards Cerberus. And you Cerberus. I don't. Without you I'm not sure. You don't have to. She interrupted with a sincere smile. Cause you're not without me anymore. Right. He smiled back. I really am lucky to have met all of you. These high-ranking evil demons were the only reasoning he was still functional at this point. That was probably a bad sign, but in a world like this Izuku wasn't sure there were any good ones left anyway. These days. These people, or sapient beings or whatever the correct term would be, had helped him, fought for him, been a friend to him at a time he'd had no one else. Any reservations he'd had based on the reputation of so-called demons were disappearing by the day. He still had to make sure Cerberus didn't need anyone, though. Well, the thought All Might is unlikely to be dead is somewhat of a relief. Iida brought him back into the main conversation. I fail to see how that is particularly relevant, given his condition. No need to worry about that. Justice answered. We just need to find the old man and give him a little something. She turned to the fence. Now, come on. Maybe they've got some records in the school that could help us find him. You're going to trespass on UA property. Iida exclaimed in shock. What, it's abandoned? Not like... No. Izuku interrupted Justice. While her idea wasn't bad, he didn't think it was necessary. We don't need to. He glanced back towards the photo of himself. Well, the fact that said photo depicting himself deceased merely existing was mentally taxing. It made him realize something. People cared that he was dead. Was it obvious? Perhaps. But Izuku has spent a decade of his life with absolutely no one who would even notice he was gone, existing outside of his mother, who he really needed to check up on because if anything happened to her. One thing at a time. He winced at the thought. He wanted nothing more than to find her, to find out if she was still alright, but that was for his own desire. First, they had something important to take care of for everyone. And second, part of him worried he couldn't cope with the answer. All Might was training Izuku for a long time before UA. He was mainly talking to Justice, but as it was important to get this information to their undead group, it was hard to simply whisper. He figured there wasn't much harm in letting the others know about this, anyway. How do you? For approximately 10 months before the entrance exam, he was assisting Izuku in training his body for handling his quirk. He interrupted Uraraka. Knowing this information was basically harmless. Knowing how he knew it was far less so. As were the specifics of why this was happening and the quirk itself. He, need a lie. He had a similar issue when his quirk first appeared, so I suppose All Might felt a sort of empathy for the problems he was having. As such, it would make sense that he, well, feels a sense of loss for Izuku, I guess. Technically not a complete lie. Yes. I would assume that the former number 1 hero does, in fact, feel a sense of loss regarding the student who he let die in his first teaching experience. Justice answered dryly. So anyway, as it's the anniversary of his death, it makes sense that he might be thinking about him, right? I'm not even dignifying that with an answer. Justice muttered with a shake of her head. Go on. So, I was thinking, where would he go? UA. Justice guessed. Ground beta. Uraraka guessed more specifically. Midoriya's grave. Monoma guessed. Oh. I have a grave. I guess that makes sense. All good answers. Izuku decided to put that fact into the ever-growing things I'll have to deal with eventually pile. And honestly, you might be right. But I was thinking, wouldn't he most likely be drawn to where he and Izuku spent the most time together? Maybe. Justice studied him, before the thought snapped into place. The two of them had a specific training area, didn't they? He nodded. Well, okay then. Justice smiled. But we should probably still check a bit of the school to make sure he's not here first. Makes sense as we're already here. Todoroki agreed. Justice took her glasses off and looked towards the school. Maybe if I... Her eyes snapped open, a look of restrained panic leaping onto her face in an instant. Jumping in front of Izuku, she threw the glasses back on. New plan, wherever this training spot is, go. Now. Wah. Izuku spluttered. But why? Yeah. Yet another familiar voice called out through the rain. But this wasn't one Izuku could put a face to. He'd heard it before, and fairly recently, but couldn't place it for the life of him. Why are you in such a rush, Justice? As he heard the click of heels walking through the rain, he fearfully realized where he'd heard that voice before. Is there somewhere you need to be? A demon in high heels used a large book in her hand to cover a yawn, the other hand being occupied with an umbrella shielding her from the rain. Because by my estimates, you should currently be a couple of circles below 6 feet under. Pandemonica casually flicked through the book, and Justice tensed. Izuku knew that he should be scared, terrified even, of the fact they could be caught and sent back to hell. Startled by the revelation that even walking the earth didn't protect them from the threats beneath. Somehow, he just knew this wouldn't end peacefully. That it would become judgment all over again. But he was already emotionally spent from what was quite possibly the most devastating 15 minutes of his brief existence. And that included, well, dying. Instead, he deeply sighed. Here we go again. Ichako had absolutely no idea what was going on anymore. First, some strangers show up on the anniversary of Midoriya's death, claiming to have known him. Next, one of them starts insulting him, and when she gave him a piece of her mind, he looked like Midoriya. He claimed it was just his quirk mimicking someone she knew, but something about that explanation felt off. Like she was more than just seeing him. Like she'd gotten a rare glimpse of something beyond that, discovered something that lay buried beneath the skin. But she'd heard of weirder quirks, so it was probably just a side effect. Side effect or not, she'd still ended up feeling far more comfortable around their group than was normal after that. Like she could tell them her darkest secrets, and they wouldn't fault her for it. Which was good, considering she proceeded to tell them about the darkest day of her entire life. Telling that story had felt indescribable. Horrible, to relive that terrible day, yet almost therapeutic that she could tell it, and then be back to the present, safe and sound. Vulnerable, to tell others of the things she'd done, the lengths she'd gone to, and yet a feeling beyond relief when they'd not reacted with disgust. But it was only after going over that wound that the first truly strange thing about this situation appeared. These people knew nothing. As in, they did not know things which any functional human being should know. And not in a hyperbolico, you don't even know how to cook way so much as people die when they are killed. They didn't know anything about what had happened for 2 years. Anything. This went beyond not knowing the current prime minister, or being unable to recall major news stories that passed them by. This was on the level of not knowing they were in Japan, for crying out loud. Wait, they do know we're in Japan, right? But before they even had a chance to process these people being completely ignorant hermits, one of them had a bloody mental breakdown after finding all this out. As in, a full-on, hyperventilating, unable to respond, can barely stand breakdown. Which, okay, if they're just learning this major information for the first time. Understandable. But how are they learning this major information for the first time? Ichako was happy to play along with the what happened to All Might quiz to try and help calm the guy down, and she was pretty sure the others were following suit. Not that she wasn't curious about the topic herself, but if there wasn't the risk of setting them off again, she would have had some more pressing questions. And yet those questions would have to wait, owing to another surprise guest. Well, you know me. The woman going by the name Justice replied light-heartedly to the new arrival, yet Ichako could see her stance was ready for a fight. Not really one for keeping to the schedule. Clearly. The newcomer eyed each person present with paradoxically tired yet calculating eyes. And as always, I'm the one that has to put things back on track. Midoriya. Seriously, what the hell is that name? Tried to interrupt. Miss Pandemonica, I don't suppose you'd be willing to talk. Sure. Pandemonica replied flippantly, letting out a yawn after the word. First conversation topic. She nodded towards Ichako and the others. How much do they know? Well, not a thing. Justice interrupted quickly, voice stern. This lot were just helping us get our bearings. We didn't tell them anything. Pandemonica raised an eyebrow lightly at a response, before scanning over Ichako and the others a second time. Tiredness was briefly hidden behind piercing red eyes, and Ichako could almost feel a physical force pressing down on her. Like this woman was looking beyond her surface, searching through the depths of her very being for something Ichako could never dream of comprehending. But a tense moment later, those eyes returned to their standard tired state. Very well. Justice breathed a sigh of relief at the intimidating woman's words. Then I suggest you five run along. Ichako blinked. I'm sorry, but 'tis a sacred eve for we dwellers of darkness. Tokoyami finished her thought in his own way. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. Pandemonica deadpanned. That can count as evening. I'm sorry. Iida took over from Tokoyami's attempts to defend himself. But it is rather important to us that we are able to commemorate this event in peace. Furthermore, this is public property. If you have business with one another, then I suggest you find another locale. No, I'm sorry. Another yawn. It seems I'm not making myself clear. If you don't vacate the premises in the next 120 seconds, your lives are forfeit. The words were delivered apathetically, without any sign of threat nor malicious intent. They were delivered simply, tiredly and with some amount of irritation, as though she were merely complaining about the weather or telling them to keep off the grass. Not threatening to kill them. I'm sorry. Iida repeated dumbly, understandably in the situation. Leave in the next 115 seconds or you're all going to die. She rubbed a hand over her face, trying to wake up from a groggy state. Did that go in? None of their party could speak after the declaration. Oh. The would-be killer added in remembrance. And if Greenie over there tries to run away, that 110 seconds becomes 0. Ichako glanced towards the boy in question who did seem to have green hair. But she really focused on it for long enough. How did his quirk operate, exactly? Looks like someone deceased while in physical contact, sort of maybe looks like them a bit from a distance. I won't run. Midoriya replied quickly. Good. Pandemonica sighed in a mixture of relief and apathy. Makes my job easier. What? Ichako found herself with a voice at last. Is your job, exactly? At a question, the woman's eyes turned back to her, considered the question for a moment, before nodding slightly as if deciding it was acceptable to answer. Retrieve him. She gestured to Midoriya. Alive. An amused smile graced her lips. Anyone else is fair game. Like you, in 100 seconds. And may I ask why you've accepted this task? Midoriya asked nervously. Unlimited supply of coffee. Pandemonica gave the first genuine smile Ichako had seen. Forever. High quality. Guaranteed. She hummed in delight. Can't wait. That. You going to damn him for eternity for coffee? You're going to kidnap someone for coffee. Kifuji and Monoma interrupted Midoriya in shock. Wait, damn him for eternity, that's weirdly specific wording. Premium blends. Pandamonica was practically drooling at the thought. Plus, expenses for the trip are covered. Oh, 80 seconds. That's... Monoma, Iida, Shiozaki and Kifuji had almost identical stuttering responses. A question. Tokoyami started. What manner of nightmare shall befall this poor fellow should your vile machinations see completion? He asked a very good question in a very bad way. My employer wants his quirk. She answered with a light shrug, uncaring at Tokoyami's colorful vocabulary. Something about harnessing it for greater power. How? Oh, I get it. Monoma declared, an accusatory finger pointed at Pandamonica. You're some kind of mercenary from my island, aren't you? Achako's eyes went white at the statement. That would. She soon found herself nodding along. That would make the most sense. Harnessing a quirk for power. Not sending anyone from the league. Freely permitting civilian casualties. Some internal power struggle. Fancy suits. It all adds up. You're going to kidnap this Ezekiel Midoriya fellow and whisk him off to that floating futuristic hellscape, aren't you? Hellscape. Of course Midoriya didn't know about Wolfram's takedown. Sure. Pandamonica shrugged after a long, owlish blink, completely unfazed by Monoma's deductions. Why not? Oh, 60 seconds, by the way. You should all go. Justice spoke up for the first time in a while. You know why she's here, you know she's serious. And trust me when I say, she can and will kill you. Achako paled at the statement. It's true, I will. Pandamonica let go of the umbrella, only for it to remain floating with what seemed like a small red circle wrapped around the handle, keeping it in place. In 50 seconds. So I suggest you all leave now. Justice urged them. Why? Midoriya stuttered, casting a glance over their group before his will resolved. Yeah. This doesn't. If you get involved in this, you're going to get hurt. This isn't your fight. So Zaragi stepped in line with Justice. It's ours. So get out of here. Kifuji stepped in line. Wait, why did her form seem to flicker invisible for a second? Preferably in the next 40 seconds. Pandamonica stated, flipping through her book. Or not. 5 fresh souls sounds delectable to me. Achako looked between the offending party and those already present. She couldn't claim to know the details of their situation, but she was starting to get a decent idea. Enough to know that this Midoriya was being hunted down by a group for his quirk. Not because he'd done anything wrong, or even stumbled onto something he shouldn't have, but because he was born with something useful. Because he had something they wanted, and the only way to take it was to take him. Achako looked beyond Pandamonica, to the dreary road leading downhill from UA. To the sad path to safety, free from this squabble that she had absolutely no business in. Free to go back home, wrap up in a warm and cozy blanket with the family she loved, and try to forget this whole day ever happened. She'd already been caught in the crossfire of a fight that wasn't hers. She'd already seen a classmate pay the price that came with being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and she was being given the chance to leave that place. All she had to do was walk away, and she'd be fine. All she had to do was abandon this complete stranger. One who blamed her friend for his own death, and she'd be safe. Or, cracking her knuckles and putting on a familiar air of full confidence, Achako stepped into line between the dangerous woman and Midoriya. Can't say I know exactly what's going on, but I do know I'm not a fan of arrogant pieces of shit that do whatever the hell they want to whoever the hell they want. Glancing back to the young man whose face she still had trouble focusing on, she continued. I refuse to stand on the sidelines while someone gets hurt. Never again. She looked back to Pandamonica. You want to drag someone off to, what, be horribly experimented on? Not while I'm still standing. Don't worry. The flicker of a smirk registered on Pandamonica's face for the briefest of moments. You won't be standing much longer. 20 seconds. Should you wish your ire upon these here, vile temptress. Tokoyami joined Uraraka. You shall first face the wrath of darkness itself. That's me. Dark Shadow added menacingly, his form creeping out to slowly loom over Tokoyami. Iida stuttered, looking between the two groups before joining his former classmates in line. I have abandoned the field twice now to seek out assistance. In truth, I know not whether it was truly for the good of my classmates, or my own cowardice. He took a breath. But whatever the reason, I shall not let it be a third. You shall not pass the new Ingenium. What happened to the old Ingenium? Justice shushed Midoriya's question. I failed to save many of the poor lambs I once knew. Shiozaki joined them. But I refuse to lose any more. Not to the likes of you, demon. Wait, she knows. Kifuji slapped a hand over Sozuragi's mouth to get him to stop talking about something that was probably important. With their resolve set, the group looked towards the last person who had yet to make a decision. You're all idiots. Monoma sighed with a slump, beginning to walk off. Leaving UA with a defeated gait. He glanced towards Pandamonica. Do whatever the hell you want. I'm done with this heroism bullshit. Achako almost gaped at the boy. True, he had never been. Well, nice, in any sense she could think of, but she'd always thought he had something resembling a sense of justice. That he'd be among the last to turn tail and run like this. Not that she could blame him, of course. They probably were all idiots. Noted. Pandemonica nodded tightly. We've hit our time limit regardless. Oh, and by the way. Just as Monoma had left her line of sight, green tentacles had shot out from his direction. He's copied Shiizaki's quirk. Eyes flew from his head, reaching towards Pandemonica's form in a flash of thorn green whips. Then, mere centimeters from her head, they suddenly stopped. A small, spinning red circle held a storm of organic blades at bay with ease, just as a second still held the umbrella afloat. Pandemonica didn't give his effort so much as a glance. Instead, she leisurely drew a thermos of coffee in one hand from a sudden whoosh of fire, and dug into her pocket with the other. As she slowly sipped the beverage, her smile morphed from exhaustedly smug to savagely wicked, while the hand emerging from her pocket produced an unsettling black coin. You're a terrible liar. She flipped the coin from her hand. It flew higher than a Chaco thought any human could manage, despite no apparent assistance from any other circle. Quirks. As the coin reached its apex over a dozen meters above her head, the sky around it took on an ominous red-brown tint. As it reached the discoloration in the air, the coin began to dissolve, splashing into the floating liquid-looking mixture like a raindrop in a puddle. An unsettling dark blood red painted the sky in every direction from the coin, a light scent of smoldering ash, quickly filling the air. The intensity at the center crawled outwards, one direction looking to arch over the UA building itself, while the other slammed down on the ground near Pandemonica. Within moments, the group was cast into shadow by the red creeping its way across the sky, even rain being blocked by the alien veil. Monoma flinched back from the opaque color reaching the floor near him, forming an impenetrable wall between them and a road down the UA hill. At an order from Justice, the boy dashed over to join their main group, an action Pandemonica seemed content to allow. Don't suppose I can convince you to leg it? Justice asked Midoriya. Could I even escape this? He gestured to the blood-red canopy above them. If I wanted to. Probably not. She sighed in turn, raising her fists into what looked like a boxing stance. Stay and fight it is then. Her expression raised into a smirk. To be honest, even considering her home turf advantage and needing to play protector for these idiots. She nodded towards Achako and the others. Rude. I don't see Pandemonica beating us. But then, Midoriya trailed off. Why would she do this? Sozuragi finished his thought. Their group looked back at her nervously at the statement. Well, it's true that I may have trouble dealing with you alone. Pandemonica looked between them all with a small smile. But I think you may have some internal squabbles to deal with after they learn about Ezekiel. What's that supposed to? Oh, shit. Justice interrupted Iida's question with a bait-out curse. Midoriya, Kifuji and Sozuragi kept their eyes focused on her. So. She coughed, suddenly keen to keep her focus off of her allies. This thing she's casting is called a world sphere. It's a high-level ability, probably on loan from Justice. Midoriya interrupted calmly. Right, not important, but basically it's designed to keep backup and curious eyes out, us in, boosts her abilities, and hampers our own abilities. Hampers. Sozuragi repeated tightly. Such as. She wins. Dispelling low-level illusions. Low level. Midoriya's eyes whitened, and his form began to flicker as the coin serving as the original point for the formation of the world sphere began to dissipate. Perhaps its construction was almost complete. As in, our perception filters. Kifuji finished. As she did, Achako felt like she could finally see her. A fancy suit as per the others, multicolored eyes, chartreuse fluffy hair, she could properly make out details she hadn't noticed before. Looking at the others. I thought. Uraraka swallowed. I thought you said your quirk only worked well in physical contact. Right. Midoriya started. Well, that's, you see, the sphere. T. Todoroki. Iida yelled in surprise, Sozuragi suddenly bearing a striking resemblance to their former classmate. In the confusion, Kifuji suddenly turned invisible. Wait, is that Helltaker? Tokoyami exclaimed simply in shock. But, Monoma had turned white as a sheet. Shiizaki began tapped her fingers to each shoulder, chest and forehead, before uttering something Uraraka didn't catch. You're dead. Achako muttered the words louder than intended, eyes flicking between the photos she'd set up of her deceased classmate, and the apparently living article right in front of her eyes. Midoriya began fiddling with his hair, apparently unable to come up with an answer. We got better. Goddammit Todoroki. Out of all the words and phrases running through Izuku's head as he struggled to think of a good way to explain the situation calmly, concisely and compassionately, we got better had never even registered owing to how horrendously simplistic and honestly inaccurate it was. Well, sort of. Helltaker tried to correct him. Like, we're still dead. What? Okay, yeah, that probably wasn't the best clarification. See, now that's just perfect. Glancing back, he found that Pandemonica was lightly chuckling as she dropped something on the floor. A small half-white half-orangey brown cylinder, which dropped slowly. Maybe it was a type of cardboard or paper. Izuku's attempts to deduce its identity proved pointless as it hit the floor and started smoking. But please, don't mind me. Justice didn't give her a chance to monologue. She stormed forward, flying across the ground, closing the distance to Pandemonium in an instant. Fusholi to hit a pillar of flames which consumed the demon. A moment later and they'd flickered out, leaving Justice in place, but with no sign of Pandemonium. Do you mind? The demon huffed in irritation. Looking up, Izuku found Pandemonium floating at least half a dozen meters off the ground. A red magic circle glowed ominously behind her, while two more soon formed with the wave of her hands. Her umbrella had disappeared, maybe burnt up in the flames, while the book she was holding now floated before her with a fourth circle, opened and with the pages actively turning. Okay, so she can teleport through fire. Has melee range telekinetic magic at minimum, with at least 4 independent spells active at once. Maybe 6 is the max. Or 66. Can create evil dome world sphere things from special coins. What else? His eyes snapped back to the object she dropped earlier, smoke spreading now near Justice. Whatever. Pandemonium huffed. You're Strata's problem now. At her words, the smoke engulfed Justice like a wild beast, before swirling into a miniature storm. What? Move back. Cerberus urged them all closer to Yue. One Saberi tried to guide them, one stood between them and Pandemonium, and one stood between them and the smoke storm. But Justice can take her, easy. Cerberus assured him with smile, before all three glanced towards Pandemonium with a confident grin. And I can take her no problem. You all need to get out of here. Matias. You suggest we run? Ida tried to yell, but the insanity of the situation sucked a lot of energy from his voice. Oh. Pandemonium pulled one of the magical circles out of the air, pointing it at the group with her hand. Don't worry, I won't allow you to do so. A pillar of white-hot flame erupted from the circle, roaring towards the group before Cerberi leapt up and kicked it away, completely unharmed by the ordeal. You and what army? The evil chuckle that served as a response to Cerberus's question gave Izuku a remarkably bad feeling. The ground erupting around the perimeter of the dome with a single snap of Pandemonium's fingers reinforced that feeling. The horde of skeletons which crawled from the erupting ground justified that feeling. For once, Todoroki put Izuku's frustration into words he agreed with, absolutely and wholeheartedly. You had to ask. So in retrospect, pausing next to the ominously smoking cigarette probably wasn't the best move Justice could have made. Not the worst by any means, but thanks to that minor misstep, right now Cerberus was more or less the only thing standing between Izuku's soul and the void of could probably handle Monica, but it wasn't like the demon to rush in without a few tricks up her sleeve. Of course, it wasn't like Izuku would be helpless, thanks to his busted ability in Crash Course in Demon Combat, and Matias was there too, but even so. Yeah, better wrap this up quick. So, you gonna come at her faff about like a little bitch? Someone with regular eyesight would probably describe her surroundings as a thick smoke, vision all but impossible beyond half a meter in front of them. Thankfully, Justice had the power of soul vision. She could manage 2 meters. Sadly, all those 2 meters told her was that there was floor in that radius, and said floor was effectively just hardened smoke reminiscent of bare, raw stone. At least the one-way entrance, hazy surroundings and stench of burning flesh filling her nose, made it obvious who she had the displeasure of dancing with today. Who are you calling little? The smoke began to part, giving her a clear view of the demon trying to light a cigarette in this haze. The only demon Justice could possibly expect in this situation. An ironically worn steel cross necklace, a voice befitting a chain-smoking asthmatic, and a demonic essence riddled with lung cancer. Strata. Justice tried to show a minuscule amount of respect, i.e. probably more than they deserved. Who knows, maybe they'd undergone a radical, fundamental shift in personality within the last couple of centuries, and would be amenable concerning an intended proposal to fuck off. Any particular reason you're accompanying Pandemonium into the mortal realm? Seemed fun. The demon got sick of failing to light the cigarette, hissing out a flame to accomplish the task, and only incinerating half the stick for the effort. Plus, I'm getting a good millennium's worth of smokes out of it. How could I say no? Well, I'd say the same way you usually do, but something tells me Lucy wouldn't appreciate a ship sticking out of her office. Justice sighed. Again. Yeah. Strata chuckled. Best damn Christmas I can remember. Don't suppose I can convince you to say no in any way? Afraid not. Her grin betrayed a clear hint of malice. Or maybe it was just run-of-the-mill sadism. Even if I got you cigarettes. Even then. Even if I got you the premium shit. How premium we talking? She shook her head with a shrug. Ah, never mind, I'm sure I can pry it out of Lucy now you've offered. Supply and demand and all that. Fair enough. Just aside. Then can we get to the part where I kick your ass instead? Kinda in a rush. Fun as that sounds. She sported a shit-eating grin. I've got something else in mind. With those words, she blew out another puff of smoke. The small puff quickly became a flowing gale, shifting the smoke around it into a miniature whirlwind. Justice stayed in place. Not much use in fighting before the stage was set. The gales whipped around in a seemingly chaotic storm, smoke gliding through the air, before exploding outwards at specific points which Strata used to control the flow. Within seconds, the smoke was directed into taking shape. Oh, for the love of. The smoke soon took form at Justice's feet, a simple floor made of rectangular smoke blocks with small grooves. The air in front of her became clear, giving her a perfect view of Star and, in turn, she of her. Justice could sense through the smoke without much trouble, but as Star could feel the smoke as an extension of her, it would, by sane accounts, be far smarter to leave their battlefield as smoky haze. But as the burnt tobacco took further shape, it became clear what Justice's opponent had in mind. An oval-like shape for their platform. A raised section Star stood on before a wheel. 3 pillars central to the oval's longer side and spaced out more or less evenly. And of course the undulating lower floor beneath them, which lightly rocked their platform to and fro. Unlike the haze around them, Strata's intentions were crystal clear. You've really been spending too much time in Wrath. Strata had fashioned an arena for them in the shape of a fucking pirate ship. Well, what can I say? The full pirate fashioned herself a hat, eye patch, and an ensemble of a black jacket, scarf and boots from the smoke. I'd just as be a seafaring swashbuckler at heart. Now. She flung the wheel to the side, lurching the ship and throwing Justice off balance, as she pulled more smoke out of the wheel. A moment later, she was dual-wielding a pair of cutlasses. Enough talk. I'll be sending you to Davy Jones' locker, and claiming me booty. Justice scoffed. Okay, Marius. Boy, fuck you. Strata was as quick to anger as ever. But I gotta say, I'm surprised. Justice sauntered across the deck without a care in the world, taking the opportunity to survey her surroundings. Strata had constructed a single sailing ship, with a design seemingly based on an early 19th century frigate. About 50 meters long, 3 masts. Of which one had far more notably large sails, all had rigging connecting them to either side, and the solid smoke making up bulk of the ship, seeming to possess the same demonic energy makeup. From the way the floorboards felt as Justice walked across them, it seemed likely that they'd mimic the hardness of wood. Something which could come in handy later. She was standing on the first deck, with Strata still on a raised quarterdeck, and apparently there were 3 fully outfitted gun decks beneath them. From the energy concentrated into the cannons, it seemed like they were actually functional. There was also an apparent larder dedicated exclusively to barrels which could be filled with water or, let's be honest, alcohol. But there was no obvious space for other food, ammunition, nor even a crew quarters. You really thought taking me on like this was a good idea? Justice stopped to look back up at her foe. Ha. Strata carried a condescending smirk of superiority. I've been sailing this here ship and sending countless souls down to heresy for these 200 years past. And what have you been doing? Oh, filing paperwork, sorting souls, my job. You know, trying to get us out of the logistical shitstorm we've been in. Justice ran a hand over the edge of the ship, relieved to find she could still bend Strata's smoke to some extent. Not enough to get out of the cloud, and sadly not enough to get them out of this stupid pirate roleplay she was obsessed with, but still enough to form a solid object under her own power. And you think that'll save you here? Strata scoffed. Probably not. But she put the finishing touches on the object she was forming out of smoke. You probably know why mortals tend to depict me as blind. She waved her offhand in front of her face for emphasis. But did you ever wonder why I always seem to carry a sword? She showed the ebony black rapier formed in her sword hand, a fine razor-sharp blade with a large handguard decorated to resemble a set of scales. For the first time Strata's smile cracked ever so slightly, while betraying a clear tinge of curiosity. No. Justice passed the sword between either hand, before twirling the sword in a graceful circle. She wanted to make sure the balance was perfect, in the process making the blade dance in her grasp, before settling back into a poised posture prepared to strike. Ready to find out. In an effort to quell the panic bubbling up, Izuku took a moment to try and take stock of the situation. Cons. We're trapped in an evil world sphere which empowers our enemies and traps us. Our enemy consists of a hex-wielding teleporting demon and her army of skeletons. Our best fighter just got eaten by a cloud of smoke and hasn't come out. Our living allies are panicking at the fact some of their allies are, well, not living. Pros. Cerberus seems pretty strong. I kind of understand demon combat a bit maybe. Marius is also here. Izuku couldn't help but feel the odds weren't exactly in their favor. We can still take you. But Cerberus didn't wait for Izuku to bemoan their apparent disadvantage, still eager to flaunt their apparent combat prowess over Pandemonica. And Zuzu isn't a slouch himself. It was nice that she even thought he wasn't a complete deadweight. Wait, Zuzu. Ah. Pandemonica's smirk only faltered to show mock uncertainty, tapping an index finger to her chin to complete the false expression. But can you protect your little mortals in the process? Her apparently default sadistically smug smile returned as the demon's eyes fell over their living companions, taking stock of their positions like a predator prepared to pounce. Ha! Cerberus's undaunted confidence reassured Izuku. What makes you think we care about them? For all of 3 seconds. He loudly cleared his throat to get the attention of the Cerberus who hadn't spoken yet. She looked at him with an unchanged smile, apparently not understanding what he was trying to convey. Think Zuzu does though. Marius filled her in. Apparently that nickname wasn't going away. Oh, right. Cerberus's smile finally fell. Damn. Well, I doubt Strata will last forever. Pandemonica stuck her hand out dramatically. Let's get this started, shall we? At the snap of her fingers, the horde of skeletons around the perimeter surged forward. Monsters scrambled forward in a chaotically organized way, somehow keeping perfect pace and not falling over each other, despite moving in zigzags in an almost rhythmic wave. Move. Izuku dashed backwards immediately at Marius's order, somehow instinctively knowing it was for him. Whoosh, and not a moment too soon. A pillar of fire exploded upwards from where he'd been standing a mere moment ago. Desperately seeking for a source, Izuku's eyes snapped to Pandemonica. Surprise, surprise, she had a demonic circle in her palm. His rotational speed matched that of the one which had almost cremated him. Recremated. Whatever the column of fire began to burn out before Todoroki sent a glacier forward, smothering the last flames in an explosion of steam that was quickly engulfed with more ice. Pandemonica effortlessly blocked with 6 bursts of flames tearing through the iceberg. A shock wave of ice shards flew back, forcing the group to shield their eyes. Izuku's line of sight was barely broken for a fraction of a second, yet when he looked again there were 2 Saberi fighting Pandemonica, using the scattered remnants of the glacier as launch points to try and reach her in the air. Each of Cerberus's punches and kicks seemed to warp the very air around them, but with the advantage of aerial maneuverability, Pandemonica was dodging as if it were not but a game. She twisted and turned in the air with incredible flexibility and poised to answer Cerberus's brutal barrage in their dance of death. Dance. Right. Demon combat. Shaking off the confusion, Izuku tried to listen to the melody of souls or whatever the hell he was supposed to do to not shatter himself. What do we do? Those things are getting closer. Do we run? I'm not sure we can. Fight. How do you fight that? I was distracted by his companions, living and dead, completely at a loss for what to do. Risking looking away from the main fight, he found a plethora of reactions. Tokoyami had readied Dark Shadow, ready to jump in. Iida was holding him back and looking around frantically for an escape route. To take stock of the enemy forces. Who knew, well, other than Iida. The 1B classmates were standing back to back, Shiizaki's hair growing further into the soil, while Monoma's hair turned greener with a hand on her arm. Uraraka was looking almost shell-shocked between Izuku and where he'd almost been incinerated. Todoroki was in a battle stance, eyes cutting between Pandemonica, the oncoming horde, and occasionally back to Izuku. Helltaker was unsure, focus darting between the main fight, Todoroki, and Izuku. Cerberus was standing between Izuku and Pandemonica, clearly intent to defend him yet glancing back as if seeking something. Marius was just staring at him curiously. It was his gaze catching on Marius, his thoughts momentarily wondering what she was waiting for, that made him finally realize why everyone was hesitant to make a move. Him. Their living friends had no idea what was going on. Todoroki and Helltaker had no clue how to fight demons, not that he knew much better. Cerberus was focused on defending him, and it sounded like Marius was mainly focused on support. Justice had been their de facto leader and organizer. With her out of the picture. Okay, what do we do? The sight of his companions, confused, scared, and uncertain, combined with the oncoming threat, made him put all other questions to the side. What was the main threat? Pandemonica. Currently being handled by 2 Saberi. Can you keep Pandemonica distracted with those 2? Maybe. Cerberus answered uncertainly. I'm stronger, but she's slippery. I wouldn't lose, but can't keep her from chasing you without 3 bodies. Right. If Pandemonica wanted to leave, they couldn't necessarily contain her. Why was she here? Izuku. Would he be able to keep her distracted? Apparently, if he didn't die. Other threats. The demon horde, obviously. Would one of you be enough to protect the others from the skeletons? Too open here. Not a question of combat ability, but positioning. Okay, everyone needs to run to the UA campus now. Wow. The building has doors, corridors, choke points. As much as he felt bad about it, none of them had time for them to be confused. These 2. He gestured to Cerberus and Marius. And Todoroki should be able to buy time. Marius, talk everyone through demon combat basics once you're there. But you. Have 2 of you. He reassured Cerberus with a smile. That means we can stay in touch, but those things. He gestured towards the oncoming skeletal horde. Won't stay back while we hash out the details. Go. He grabbed Cerberus by the arm. Keep them safe. Please. She met his gaze and held it, searching beyond his eyes and boring into his soul, to decide whether she would comply. Fine. She flooded Izuku with relief through a single word and a brief nod. Don't do anything stupid. She immediately began shepherding the group. Todoroki gave him another nod of confirmation, making a nice path before taking off along it. Wait. But. You can't. Todoroki. The living had complaints, but they couldn't exactly go against demons. While they'd sorted that out, the horde of skeletons was maybe 10 seconds from Izuku's position. It should take them longer to reach the others. They were heading further into the sphere, meaning they'd be further from where the skeletons were pouring in at the edge. Thankfully Todoroki had made an ice wall between their group the rest. Hopefully that would keep the skeletons off their currently living friends for another handful of seconds. The fight against Pandemonium didn't seem to have changed, beyond Cerberus's clothes, looking a tiny bit frayed from wind. Good choice. His demonic opponent gave him a smirk between dodges. They would have just slowed us down, after all. From Cerberus's acceptance, he could only hope the skeletons wouldn't make the fight against this Inferno Mage impossible. He recalled Pandemonium's words. If they could keep going long enough, hopefully justice would return and prove the weight to tip the scales in their favor. Pushing down his fear, Izuku stepped forward. He focused on Cerberus' movements, Pandemonium's responses, listened to the rhythm behind the attacks. A renewed sense of hope surging through him, he successfully attuned to the melody of the fight. After finding himself able to hear it remarkably quickly, he couldn't help but smile, enthused that he'd independently attuned to the situation's song for their struggle against Pandemonium. You've got to be kidding me. A hope that quickly melted to a nervous dread with every beat of the piano's strings. Strata leapt across the deck in an instant, bringing a cutlass down in a heavy overhead strike. Justice blocked the strike with scarcely a movement wasted, sidestepping the thrust Strata launched with her offhand sword. Justice twisted her block into a parry. Her rapier slithered around the still overhead cutlass, forcing Strata to step forward or give up the weapon. Being the overly aggressive masochist she stepped forward. Justice took the opportunity to quickly jab at her face with an elbow, throwing Strata off balance long enough to withdraw her rapier with a backstep, quickly avoiding the frustrated swipe Strata made with her offhand blade. The miss gave Justice another opening. She assaulted Strata with a flurry of thrusts which forced the demon onto the back foot. Dual wielding was cool and all, but they weren't that useful when you were ducking and weaving with all your might just to try and avoid getting stabbed by a better swordswoman. Not that she didn't try and return the favor. A retreating upper slice, a horizontal swipe to try and regain control, a quick jab to try and catch Justice while she was recovering. A sidestep, a quick duck, a slight lean and counterattack, all answered her efforts easily. It quickly became obvious her skills of basic swordplay were lacking. She'd give an amateur a run for their money, but even a decently trained mortal would probably be able to best her in a formal duel. No, she hadn't been studying the blade for these past 2 centuries, she'd been playing pirate. Try this. And any decent pirate would easily beat even a trained swordmaster in a duel for one very simple reason. Bang, they cheat. Of course, despite Strata keeping her offhand sword hidden behind her back as she morphed it into a flintlock, Justice had seen the shot coming a mile away. Apparently in the heat of battle Strata kind of forgot Justice's sight wasn't simple vision like most demons. If a gun suddenly appearing in her hand had been an actual surprise, it might have been useful for all of 3 seconds in such close quarters. Ard. But seeing as Justice saw through the gambit in every sense of the word, and used that brief moment of non-surprise to stab her rapier into Strata's shoulder, a shield probably would have been a better option. As Justice recovered for another jab, tracking the gun's orientation all the while, because while flintlocks might need reloading after a single shot, the same may not be true of a demonic smoke-made fake flintlock. Strata instead used the opportunity to dive through the floor. Smoky, dissolving planks flew back from the impact. Justice made to follow, but found the floor quickly regenerating to block her pursuit. Another thing about pirates. They're sore losers. Damn it. She could fall through, break through the wood and dive through before it could close. But thanks to her inferior control over the environment compared to its creators, it would still take a second or two to achieve the same effect Strata could do instantly. If this became a game of cat and mouse, the smoking demon would have an inevitable advantage. Justice was confident in her abilities to come out on top in the end, of course. She may be out of practice, but she wasn't going to lose to some upstart neo-archdemon, who hadn't seen a day of proper training in her life. But she was painfully aware that every second she spent trapped in this smokescreen was one that Pandemonium was enacting whatever plan she'd come up with. If it were most other demons, Justice wouldn't care. But sadly, Pandemonium wasn't an idiot. The compliment she couldn't extend to many among their ranks. She wouldn't have seriously come after their group without some way to deal with Cerberus, or at least snatch Izuku out from under them. She could try and just force her way out of the smoke. But that would leave her guard down. Strata would take advantage of that. She parried and tried to press her own advantage. Strata would slip away, rinse and repeat. No, she needed to put Strata down. She needed to do it without getting into a goose chase. If she could just force her out. But no, the whole problem was she couldn't force her out. Can't. Justice had a thought, force her. You know, if you were gonna run away the second you had to deal with something tougher than a violent looter with a big boat, you could have just gone up to Greed. Plenty of extra tough office workers for you to struggle against. She couldn't force Strata to come out. I mean, I get why you're afraid of me. I am better than you in, more or less every way, after all. But seriously. That's all you've got. Didn't mean she couldn't make her want to. Heck, if you pestered Judgment enough, she'd have probably thrown some idiots at you who were halfway decent at combat. That Judgment would never waste her time personally with Strata went unsaid. Would have taken a while, but you're annoying as hell. I'm sure you could have worn her down. I believe in you. No obvious reaction, but she could see that Strata wasn't trying to retreat, patch up her wounds, or prepare. Plus, focusing on her form through the floor, it became apparent that the negativity coming off her was slightly more intense than usual. So she had to believe it was having some effect. But I get why you wouldn't want to risk talking to Judgment. She is pretty intimidating, after all. It's okay to admit you're scared of an angel, really. She could feel a wave of irritation coming off her. Right, this is the path to go down. There's Lucy, she could probably. Nah, she's pretty on edge nowadays. I can see why you'd be nervous about the idea of interrupting her. Obviously we couldn't ask Loremaster. No way the ultimate nerd wouldn't terrify you. She could feel the get a reaction. Even if she didn't have her soul sight, the sudden rippling of the boat's frame couldn't be missed. So I guess it's down to me to find you an opponent. Let's see. Clearly you can't take Cerberus, no shame in admitting that. Pandemonica is way too versatile for you to even think about. Melina. Nah, you love your little sister way too much to consider fighting her, and with all the strategy games she plays, she's probably figured out more than 100 ways to take you down anyway. She could feel Strata's anger bubbling over at that last one, just one last push. Let's see. Justice brought a hand to her chin in mock thought. I'm running out of ideas. Who can you fight? Who could it be? Oh, I've got it. Someone that you have a decent chance of beating, but isn't a total pushover. She had to try to keep too much smug energy from seeping into her tone. Marius. Finally, I thought of a demon on your level. The floor exploded with rage. Justice merely smiled. Gotcha. Okay. Izuku began hopping side to side, psyching up to leap into the frenzy before him. He could see how Cerberus was attacking a flying Pandemonica despite not possessing flight herself. She leapt between leftover frozen wreckage with inhuman bounds, skidding and skating across the ice. She found the best paths to conserve momentum and turn it around to lunge back at Pandemonica, all the while waving through glyph-formed flaming pillars which materialized in moments. If he could use those tactics, one for all should mean he could help. He just needed to mimic the combat skill of an incredibly powerful demon, despite only possessing 10 months of strength training, half a hero combat lesson, and an emergency verbal primer on demon combat. He could do that. Definitely. Okay. He swayed from side to side, slipping further into the rhythm that made his nerves stand on end. Dragon typing was ridiculous. Don't think about it. Just. One for all coursed through his veins, the familiar yet alien sensation of energy swirling round in a rhythmic chaos that he could direct by timing his movements. Ag in the microwave. He breathed out, ag in the microwave. He tried to envisage his bones not shattering for once. From the effect it had on Judgment, Izuku imagined something similar to the Gehenna Smash could take Pandemonica out of the fight, or at least put her down long enough for Cerberus to get at her. But as Marius was with the others, Izuku would then be dead weight. Worse, dead weight the enemy wanted to capture. Plus, he'd be able to put Pandemonica down, but not necessarily out. Would Cerberus be able to deal with her and protect him from the encroaching skeletal horde and finish off Pandemonica? The risk was too great. He couldn't let himself be put out of commission. But how would you stop a microwave from blowing an egg to charge smithereens? Lower the cooking time. But even a second is too much, maybe decrease the power. Come up with a better metaphor, kid. Wow. Izuku's eyes blinked open, and it was only by dumb luck and building adrenaline that he kept his focus and rhythm going. The only thing he found was the battle before him still ongoing, with a horde of demons now closer. Move. He leapt forwards on beat just in time to feel a pillar of flame shoot up his back. He hated to think how much that would have hurt if his suit didn't have demonic fire protection. Okay, move and think, Mavine, think. Trying to get to grips with the situation, Izuku focused on evasion. He jumped from point to point with the beat of the music, trying to improve the distance covered by each with some measure of success. Okay, so live now think about ghost voice later microwave metaphor bad. Could he trust the disembodied woman's voice that had come out of absolutely nowhere? Yes. The disembodied man's voice intruding on his muddled thoughts really wasn't helping. But I've not had success with the microwave yet when it comes to continued limb functionality, so maybe they've got a point. His thoughts took longer than he'd like to complete, dashing and weaving across the battlefield of shattered ice and flaming jets, which was thankfully not overwhelmed by the horde of demons. Instead, they poured around the circle of their battlefield, as if there were some kind of invisible wall. Hopefully the others could handle it. But okay, microwave bad. He tried to scrape together every brain cell that wasn't occupied with avoiding a toasty ticket back to hell. Microwave bad. Microwave's good. He tried to picture it. His body. Or soul, whatever. An egg in the microwave, one for all the main box, and the demon dual dance thing was the microwaves themselves. Or maybe a transistor. Something which affected the main microwave's power, but, more importantly, something which affected how the box's energy was transmitted to the egg, as well as lowering the main box's power. Try 1% for now. He imagined the egg bobbing up and down inside. It rode the microwaves in time with the rhythm of the music, using them to make itself faster, instead of taking the waves head-on and shattering before their might, or flinging itself off course, by heading in at the wrong moment. He quickly realized this picture was completely ridiculous. Scientifically laughable. But seeing as that described his post-death experience quite accurately, he decided to go with it anyway. The effect was immediate. Snapping his eyes open, his jumps of a mere few meters soon became bounds across the battlefield, almost comparable to Cerberus. Flickers of green lightning danced around his landing spots, and his legs weren't even mashed into a pulp. He continued dashing back and forth, quickly noticing Pandemonica struggle to keep up with his movements, while dodging the two Cerberus. Cerberus said she could beat her, so hopefully two Cerberus and his strong soul would suffice. We can do this. Izuku quickly adopted Cerberus's strategy, leaping between shattered spires of ice, and trying to skid across them without tripping, as he set up a good angle on Pandemonica. One bound. A second. Damn it. He slipped, quickly recovering and jerking to the side to avoid a burst of flames. He stumbled back into the rhythm, succeeding in leaping to another patch. There. With Pandemonica distracted dodging a kick from Cerberus, Izuku flew in to try a punch. She blocked it by summoning a red circle. The momentum of Izuku's punch dampened and diverted downwards as he fell back to the ground. She summoned another Inferno Spear from her position, but the moment Izuku's feet touched the ground he rushed forwards, out of harm's way as the flames scorched the no longer frosted earth. She was far from defeated, but that punch had done something. He vaguely remembered Matius's instructions that the duel increased the participants' power as it went on. He and Cerberus were barely able to get a good hit in, but so far they'd scarcely been touched. If he could increase his strength relative to hers, they could win by attrition. Gritting his teeth as he increased the power to 2%, he continued the loop. Dart across the battlefield, wait for an opening, strike. Pandemonica was launched back that bit further, took that bit more effort to block Izuku's attack. He noticed Cerberus wasn't able to connect at all, despite being demonstrably faster. He was still the weak link. Beyond her occasional attacks, Pandemonica was clearly more focused on completely avoiding Cerberus's blows than she was Izuku's. Even her counterattacks were clearly more focused on interrupting Cerberus's rhythm than seriously trying to hit him. But even so, they were still winning. They just needed to keep up the attack. Oh, look at that. Pandemonica's voice took a casual tone, but didn't let her guard down, continuing to dodge most attacks with the same effortless grace as always. Looks like they got one of your little friends. What? Yes, make sure their death is excruciating. What? He glanced over at the horde of demons, now surrounding the front of UA's entrance. Duck. Izuku did as instructed, a wave of fire singing the tips of his hair, before a wall of flames made him spin to the side. She's just... But the effort took a toll on Pandemonica. Izuku cranked one for all up to 5%. He could feel his soul ready to burst, an impossible pressure from his very core, but he didn't have to last long. If he could finish this quickly then he'd be free to help the others. No. Cerberus' cry came too late, his body already launched upward towards Pandemonica in blinding speed. She pivoted in a backflip, clearly expecting the attack, and already positioned to avoid it. Izuku grazed past at rocket speed and unable to adjust his course. Idiot. The smug demoness silently whispered. Missing his target, Izuku went flying upwards. Oh. His 5% rocket punch collided with the perimeter of the world sphere above the UA entrance hill. The force made a crack in the darkness, the sound of ice cracking and flesh tearing wailing with the red pulse surging outwards. But within a second, as if someone was slowing time itself, the wave paused. The wail stopped, slowly replaced with a sudden twang of static that turned into an unnerving hum. The crack began receding, Izuku somehow stuck in place as the red pulse folding inwards to its origin. To the crack Izuku's fist was still stuck in. It would only occur to Izuku after the pulse collapsed, the crack healed, and he was sent flying back with twice the velocity he'd hit it with. That part of a demon's combat repertoire could involve a professional technique called lying. As Midoriya stepped aside to fend off the demons, Toru was caught in a mixture of emotions. Relief that someone who wasn't a demon seemed to have a vague clue as to what was happening, but that was overwhelmed by the shock of everything going so wrong so quickly. Wait. Manama stuttered, probably wanting more information on what was happening. But Iida failed to elaborate, his attention quickly drawn to the fact the skeletons were rushing at them from all sides. You can't. Uraraka made to go after Midoriya. Todoroki. Toru yelled at him by instinct. He stopped his ice tracks and instead made a wall between them, and Midoriya before Toru could even process that she pointed at the ground, clearly urging him to do so. Why? She took Uraraka by the shoulders before she could begin to form a counter-argument. Toru's train of thought finally managed to get back on track long enough to actually plan her actions. But even subconsciously, she quickly done everything she could think of to ensure one simple thing. She didn't want any more of her friends to die. If Uraraka tried to get involved in a fight to the death without any plans training, she was almost certainly going to die. If she tried to get involved in a duel between demons with no idea of how demons worked, she was going to die. Under ordinary circumstances, she tried to make Uraraka realize this with a calm and level head. She'd answer her complicated mixture of guilt, fear, regret, and more with sympathy and compassion, doing her best to keep her away from certain doom, while ensuring she was content with the decision. Are you trying to get yourself killed? But right now, they were in a rush. Yelling to make her back down until they were safe would have to do. Because if you over there that's going to happen. Midoriya's already been taught how to fight demons, so he doesn't bite it instantly. What will you do against the literal forces of hell? Think, Uraraka. B. But I. No buts. She glanced over to the school, rapidly being descended upon by spooky, scary skeletons. We get over there, hold off the skeletons, Cerberus tells us how Midoriya is doing, and if we get that far without getting ourselves killed, we come up with a better plan. And if you have a problem with that problem. Todoroki lightly raised a hand. We took too long. We'll now be surrounded by skeletons before we can get to the front doors. Damn it. Toru held her head in her hands as she took in the scene. Todoroki was right, they had maybe 20 seconds before the stumbling army of skeletons were there. Looked like they'd need a crash course in demon combat real quick. Not. Iida coughed, eyes still darting around the battlefield before landing on Monoma. Not necessarily. I haven't copied a mutant type in a while. Doubt is a luxury those beset by fell forces cannot afford. Dark Shadow nodded in agreement. Toru could hear a cacophony of clattering bones. They had maybe 10 seconds. Right. Monoma shook off his hesitation. Then everyone group up. Can anyone open the gates? Iida was interrupted by Cerberus jumping over and kicking the gates clean off the hinges. Toru led Uraraka by the hand to group up with the rest as requested, and Dark Shadow emerged to form a sort of protective shell around them from the back. Keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all times, I guess. Toru chuckled at her own stupid joke. They had a few seconds left at most before they were swarmed by skeletons. We're so boned. The revving of engines behind her still gave a flicker of hope. Is everyone secure? Iida started. Yes. Get on with it. Cerberus rejoined their group from the gates. Right. The tumbling mountain of ancient bodies was on top of them. Close enough that Toru could practically see the deep frowns on their skulls. But even the cacophony of bones was drowned out by the engines behind her. Duel. Monoma yelled. Recipro. Iida screamed. Burst. Boom in a flash, the view in front of Toru changed. One moment, they were just in front of UAs. At gates, moments from being overcome by a deluge of calcium and despair. The next, they were right in front of the entrance doors, close enough to see the cracking, half-overgrown interior through the glass. A wave of wind came past them, throwing the doors open, but thankfully not off their hinges. Okay, move. Cerberus quickly yelled, practically throwing Toru and Uraraka through, before literally throwing Iida and Momomo through. Damn. You weren't kidding. Monoma groaned from the floor, massaging the back of his calf in pain, as a set of engine exhausts flaked away. I wouldn't dare to joke about such a thing. Iida was far quicker to more or less recover, closing one door despite a light stumble, as his legs emitted black smoke, while Cerberus took the other. I fear these glass doors will do not against. He backed away from the doors, and the oncoming storm of death just beyond them. That. On it. Todoroki put his right foot forward. Whoosh, the front door, wall, and surrounding walls were all coated in a layer of ice, thickening moment by moment. Okay. Toru sighed deeply. Okay. Her gaze turned to Uraraka. Sorry about it. She shook her head. No, apologize later. We need to help Midoriya, right? Alright. Uraraka's face of uncertainty and fear quickly shifted to an enthusiastic nod. Right. She turned to Cerberus. So how does demon combat work, exactly? Thankfully, the demon didn't try to play any games or irritate Todoroki, who was busy reinforcing the ice he'd laid over the front doors and grand glass surrounding it, using ice upon ice. The ever-growing wall of skeletons sending the occasional crack through it while their mass slowly blotted out the small amount of ominous red light from the dome, showed such a task was necessary. Instead, Cerberus gave them a SparkNotes version of how demon duels were supposed to work. So, Iida readjusted his glasses and stretched his leg one last time. To make sure I understood you correctly. You're saying these skeletal foes are, in fact, of a demonic nature, and, as such, must have a specific technique utilized against them, else any attacks we can mount will be of limited utility. A technique which involves dance battling. Monoma finished incredulously. That's basically the recap, yeah. Marius said, still on Midoriya's phone. Glancing back to the skeletons, Toru tried to pay more attention to their movements. Apparently they could attune to the song by trying to copy their rhythm. Well, she wasn't exactly an expert in dancing. Why can't Ashido be here? It only took a few seconds before a rhythmic sort of pulsing became apparent within the horde. Unsure what else to do, she started trying to begin swinging her hips to the beat of the pulse. Is this what Midoriya was doing? Back when she'd been stuck in the brimstone block puzzle guarding the gates to hell and wasn't that a sentence, Toru had been able to see Midoriya off in the distance, talking with the demons for a while. He was too distant to make out specifics, but she recalled seeing something akin to light swing before he zoomed off. How long did that take again? There. She heard a few notes of a song, a handful of beats and some instruments which involved maybe a bony xylophone. The realization made her flinch, and it was gone again. I heard it. Wow. Really? Uraraka exclaimed, redoubling her dancing efforts to try and attune to the song as Toru had. I can't hear anything. Nor can I'm afraid. Shiozaki was trying to copy them, but with a level of grace that left Toru envious of her competence. Perhaps we require more instruction. Iida's was also trying to copy them, but with an amount of robotic flailing that left Toru grateful for her own level of competence. Perhaps dwellers of darkness remain mute to those basking in light. Tokoyami was doing a lot better than Iida, though gave a response beyond incomprehensible. That's pretty much it. Cerberus nodded. Wait, she understood that. Wait, that was right. Obviously living mortals can't naturally attune to a Song of Souls. Of course. Todoroki deadpanned, with some difficulty thanks to the chill of his ice getting to him. How foolish of us. Toru wondered if they had anything able to heat him up. Hey, wait. She remembered when he cauterized his wounds back in the tailor shop. I thought you could get hot too. Ooh. Shut up, Marius. Cerberus sighed. I see can't. Todoroki replied with a grimace. Healing wounds and them melting others out of my ice is one thing, but otherwise. He bit down on his lip. I can't use my left side. I won't. Toru wanted to protest, to point out that if he couldn't keep up the ice barrier they were all screwed, and any hang-ups should really take a back seat to that, but it was obvious from Todoroki's tone that it wasn't that simple. That this was important to him in a way Toru could scarcely envisage. That it was something she wanted to try and help him through, to help him move past, but that doing so would require a level of understanding unachievable in the got-over-things-going-gringo situation they were currently stuck in. As it was, there was nothing she could think to do. Can I use it? Manama suggested an alternative. No. I can see this is really important to you. Cerberus walked up behind him, putting a hand lightly on his shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Thanks. Todoroki's body was suddenly engulfed by flames, erupting from Cerberus's hand. Holy shit. Manama and Uraraka exclaimed with a step back. Just as the group regained their senses and went to help, the flames disappeared as quickly as they'd appeared. A lightly singed and still steaming Todoroki flatly glared at Cerberus. Ow. I didn't know you could do that. Toru whispered loudly. What the hell was her power set? You okay, Todoroki? He nodded in response, redoubling his efforts to keep the ice glass secure. But Iida started. If we are unable to hear this song, if we are unable to fight these monsters, then how are we supposed to help? Uraraka finished quietly. For a moment, no one was able to answer. But soon a voice came from quite possibly the most unexpected person. Working on it. Marius continued typing on Midoriya's phone, a flicker of red energy occasionally visible. Wait, she's actually helping. How many moons must we wait to delve into the darkness? Tokoyami asked. Every time you ask that, it'll go up by one. Marius replied. But Uraraka turned to Cerberus. How's Midoriya doing? He's actually. Her eyes widened, head snapping in the direction of the Pandemonica fight. She cringed as the red light of the outer dome flickered for a moment. Not. Then crash a shockwave rocked Todoroki's ice wall in the ground beneath them. A moment after a much larger projectile flew through one of the windows above them, at speeds too fast to make out what it even was. Great. Cerberus finished. Wait, was that Midoriya? Uraraka was somewhere between disbelieving and frantic. Yeah. Cerberus sighed before getting into a fighting stance. Now I've gotta keep Pandemonica distracted. She glanced back. Marius, take the mortals and check on Zuzu. Okay. Marius began walking back through the halls, attention not shifting from the phone. And you intend to get out how? Manama's question was interrupted as Cerberus leapt up to the ice wall and broke clean through with a single flaming kick. She darted through the hole, charging through and above skeletons, as she shifted into her hound form to return to the battle. Did she just? Yes. Todoroki interrupted Shiozaki as he quickly resealed the hole with new ice, before any skeletons could crawl in. She did. Oh, right, they haven't seen her transform yet. But Midoriya. Uraraka took off down the hall and, if Toru's memory served, towards the stairs. The main and the entrance stairways had collapsed from decay, so she was assumedly heading towards one of the other sets. Marius kept pace with her the moment she passed. We should go. Todoroki interrupted Iida. I'll keep this secure, you all find Midoriya. The group froze in place at the idea. No doubt they were hesitant to leave their former classmates, but You heard him. Tor repeated the order. Uraraka, Marius and an injured Midoriya were unable to deal well with an army of skeletons by themselves. After a brief glance between each other, Ida nodded and the still living mortals took off. You too. Todoroki glanced at Tor. If I go. She looked at the wall of skeletons that was now almost completely blocking the light outside. He'll pull you out of this mess when you're a Tadasical. I'll be fine. He insisted, though the flecks of ice on his skin that Tor could see forming made her doubt his sincerity. Once it's thick enough, I'll leave. Should hold them while I get to the stairs. But still. Tor paused as a horrible thought crossed her mind. Todoroki. She looked back towards the skeletal horde that were completely blocking the glass. This glass goes up to the floor of the next story, right? Yeah, it. His eyes widened as he made the connection Tor had. She'd really been hoping she'd missed something. That she was thinking about it too hard or that it was impossible. But no. They were fighting legions of skeletons who could stumble over each other and therefore probably climb over each other. QED. If I keep the ice wall up, they can cut to the second story, giving them a straight shot to Midoriya. Tor finished the thought. Which means the only thing we can do to stop that from happening is let them in. Todoroki confirmed her fears. She was really hoping she'd missed something. You said you can use your left side to melt ice if it's for your friends, right? Yeah. He sighed. I will. He stepped forward, placing his left hand on the ice wall which soon started to steam. We're about to be flooded with skeletons. Yep. Tor began shifting side to side, trying to get into their rhythm. You should go after the others. Cracks began to form as the ice thinned, the skeleton's weight breaking through the ice and glass both. Haha. Tor handlessly cracked her neck in time with the beat. Nope. The gaps in the ice began to widen, the cracking noise a clear tell they were moments from a wave of undead. Should we run to the stairs? The cracks began centering around a handful of points. We should. Tor watched as the wall began to cave in. Now. Tor grabbed onto Todoroki with one beat, kicked against the ground for as much speed down the hall as she could with the next, and heard the glass ice wall collapse behind her on the third. Amazingly, tuning into the skeleton's song increased her capabilities tremendously, and suddenly she was bounding down the hall with Todoroki in hand, his weight feeling scarcely a fraction of what it should be. She slung him forward into both arms so he was easier to carry safely, turned a corner, and checked over her shoulder to confirm that, yes, the rattling jaws of death were right behind them. Wow. This was faster. Todoroki, to his credit, simply nodded, before flinging ice back at their pursuers more or less in time to the music, apparently content for Tori to carry him through the halls. But not without adding a thought that came to mind. We don't tell Marius. Tori quickly nodded to the suggestion, not even bothering to try and suppress any blood from going to her cheeks. The mortal peril was already accomplishing that in spades. Agreed. The classroom felt smaller than it had done 2 years ago. The window was shattered, the door threatening to fall off the hinges. The ceiling half caved in. And most of the desks were rotting, or collapsed altogether. Where once there had been the scent of fresh paper and ink mixed with 20 teenagers' worth of perfume, deodorant and insufferable hormones, there was now naught but wet concrete and a tinge of mold. In place of the inane chatter of young students or lectures from faculty was a deserted silence, a light wind humming through the cracks. But most of all, where there was once a warm sense of camaraderie and hope, was a plain emptiness. Logically, of course, a room shouldn't have any kind of feelings attached to it. It was just a room. It was the people in it those emotions should attach to. Yet despite that, the emptiness pushed against a man's heart. Probably because 16 of those seats would be empty, even if this place were still open. The man sighed, walking behind the desk as he'd done so many times before. Yet despite the familiar motion, the room's dismal state made the sensation feel alien. Wrong. What's this? Behind the desk, something was on the floor. A faded, stained yellow visible through a layer of mold, mushrooms and weeds, that were slowly but surely working their way into the abandoned building. Wondered where you'd gone. Shouta Aizawa picked up the mullered sleeping bag, brushing off what he could before almost dropping it, after a particularly pungent odor came out. Despite the thing's disgusting state, he still pulled it up to rest on the teacher's desk. Or, rather, former teacher's desk. Similar to the room, logically, it was just a sleeping bag. But it was still so much more than that. A reliable partner in getting rest wherever and whenever he was able, invaluable to ensure he was rested enough to go patrolling through the night. A source of warmth and comfort, even in freezing gales of back alleys on stakeouts. Hacked to some students, that sleeping bag was probably more recognizable than he was. But at the same time, it was a grim reminder of how different things were now. Where once there had been comfortable cushioning was disgusting and squishy floor. In place of easily disinfected nylon was a small colony of woodlice. Where did it all go so wrong? He knew the answer, of course. It was why he was here today, and not 3 days from now. But it didn't make it any easier. Please don't tell me you're keeping that. A familiar, friendly voice sounded from behind him. Some of the materials are hard to get a hold of now. Shouta kept his eyes focused on the disintegrating bag. It's logical to reuse what we can. Recycling for the win. Izashi slid into view, revealing himself to be wearing his barely still functioning present mic-directional voice amplifier. But otherwise, he was wearing simple civilian clothes like Shouta. But before you ask, no, I'm not helping you carry it. I'll deal with the detritus before taking it back. I doubt they'd let it on the subway. They let you take pretty much anything nowadays. Need the fares and all. Izashi looked around, possibly trying to find somewhere to sit or a wall not coated in God knows what to lean against. Before long, he realized the endeavor was futile and gave up. So, he looked to Shouta, who simply returned his gaze with a flat stare. Do you want to talk about it? No. He replied simply. Cool. Izashi nodded. Do you think you should talk about it? Probably. He didn't continue. Izashi heaved a sigh in response, clearly struggling to find the right phrasing. You do realize it wasn't your fault, right? Define fault. Shouta's response came out more bitter than he'd intended. Well, it's if is. He trailed off. If mid. He bit his tongue. If he'd been rejected on the basis of failing to score a single villain point and ruining 3 limbs in the process, he'd still be alive. If Bakugo had been rejected on the basis of failing to score a single rescue point, he'd still be alive. If All Might had been a halfway competent teacher in the slightest fucking degree, he'd still be alive. If I'd expelled him on the first day. It was the first day, and it's not like the kid wasn't taking things seriously. He had no control over his quirk. Because he was a really late bloomer. I didn't know that. But you admit expelling him would have been the wrong decision. I would have expelled him, temporarily, incorrectly due to ignorance of his circumstances, yes. He admitted easily. Expelling a student for circumstances beyond their control would have been far from logical. But I would have expelled him. Which would have been a poor teaching decision. But he'd be alive. Shouta sighed deeply, gaze dipping to the floor. The ends may not always justify the means, but in this case. His voice was unknowingly reduced to a whisper. I'd give anything to have made the right decision for the wrong reasons. I know. Izashi replied quietly, lightly putting a hand on Shouta's shoulder. But hindsight always has perfect vision. At the time you couldn't have known. And if he'd still been alive, I would have been at the USJ instead of Snipe. He continued on. I probably would have dealt with the group villains better as I'm more experienced at that range. I definitely would have been able to cope with Naomu better. The kids wouldn't have been as scared and prone to freeze up and accidents. He probably would have been able to coordinate with his classmates, and maybe save them. You can't know that. Hisashi insisted. For all we know, the only difference would have been Midoriya dying at the USJ instead, and you dying in place of Snipe. Still. And don't you dare say that would have been better. Shouta bit his tongue at the idea. Would it have been better if he died in place of Snipe? Maybe. Maybe not. If that were the only change, there were too many considerations to know what would have happened. What course would his old colleague have charted if the world had still gone to hell in a handbasket? Would you have done better than Shouta? I didn't mean it like that. He eventually grumbled out. Good. Hisashi nodded sternly. Because I can tell you what would have happened if you died. I would have quit the A. We did quit. Shouta reminded him. I don't mean teaching you A, I mean heroing in general. Hisashi shook his head. Abora was bad enough to make me reconsider the whole thing. If you checked out too. I didn't mean it like that. Shouta repeated, more softly this time. Right. Hisashi sighed. Right, sorry. Back on track. You can't. Shouldn't blame yourself. He had a small smile. I may not have known the little listener personally that long. But I know he'd say the same. Please. Shouta huffed. From what Inko said about him, he'd probably apologize for dying and blame himself. He shook his head. I still can't believe we let someone with Bakugo's history slip through the net. We should have done more background checks. I should have insisted on visits to potential invitee schools. Shouta. Hisashi rocked him lightly. Right. He shook his head again. Logically, he knew such extensive checks would be difficult to carry out. It would take a lot of time and effort from people whose judgment would have to be beyond trustworthy. It would have taken a not insubstantial amount of UA's resources. But it would have been possible. Shouta. Hisashi rocked him again. I know, you don't have to badger me about it. Shouta. He rocked him far from lightly, pointing a finger through the broken window. Look. What are you? He followed the finger outside, where it was getting remarkably dark. And read. What? He asked lamely, before shaking his head to get it in the game. Some kind of atmospheric alteration quirk. Could be light refraction. Hisashi added uncertainly. But, is it just me, or is it? It's curving. Shouta nodded. Forming some sort of dome. Why would someone do that? Depends if it's just light, or matter too. Shouta was starting to pull his brain into deduction mode. If the former, likely to keep outsiders from seeing what's going on inside. If the latter, could be to keep others out. He frowned. That, or a sin. He pulled out his phone. No reception. Whatever's happening, I don't think anyone on the outside has a chance of seeing what it is. But he'd want. Wait, what was that? Hisashi stepped over to the window, looking towards the front gates. Some kind of smoke. Think so. It was too far away to make out details, but there are people there too. Around a dozen. Shouta ducked and pulled Hisashi lower. Not so low that they couldn't see, but low enough to try and avoid being seen as much as possible. Hisashi swallowed. Think it's a few more than a dozen now. He looked to the outskirts of what was definitely a dome, where some kind of white substance was rapidly. What? Please tell me I'm not the only one seeing an army rise up out of the ground. Hisashi rubbed his eyes. If there's so many people, maybe a series of quirks. Maybe they're like Pixie Bob's earth beasts. But they don't look all too friendly with. Suddenly, a bluish swirl formed out of nothing. It almost looked like ice. The group argued, and seconds later the lion's share of them were forming up. The army encroached on them before. Okay, they just jetted towards the entrance faster than I could follow, and there's a horde of white puppet humanoid things flooding the school grounds. We need to get down there. Hisashi decided. Figure out who they are, what's going on. If they are here for us, we'll be walking straight into a trap. Shouta pointed out. It'd be better to stay hidden, see if we can eavesdrop. Not so great at stealth. Hisashi never was one for subtlety. Then we should split. Shouta remembered that without their phones, they'd have no way to communicate. But then, he shook his head. He'd come here to try and get something resembling closure, not stumble into a shit show. Stick together, stay alert, retreat back if we hit anything dangerous. Sounds like a plan. Hisashi nodded, and the two began heading towards the exit. I mean, staying here doesn't really accomplish much. It's not like all of our answers are gonna come bursting through that door. Crash suddenly, the wall directly next to that door imploded. An unknown projectile flew into the classroom and made a massive cloud of dust. Hisashi readied his microphone, while Shouta whipped out the ream of capture tape he kept on him. As the dust soon began to settle, the projectile's shape soon came into focus. It looked like a person. Well, now most likely a corpse. The supposed corpse let out something between a groan, a wheeze, and a whimper. Shouta quickly approached them while Hisashi remained on alert, watching their backs. To survive something like that, this person must have. As the body's form came into focus, Shouta's thoughts stopped. So did his breathing. So did his heart. Despite the light coating of dust and somehow near pristine suit, there was no way he could mistake that face. A head of messy green hair, green eyes, freckles. Midoriya. The word came out somewhere between a shocked exclamation and a hiss. No, it can't be him. What am I thinking? It must be some disguise. Sensei. Midoriya asked in a daze, head tilting to and fro as he was clearly out of it. No, don't you see? I'm still standing. Shouta sucked in a breath. There were only 4 people alive who could possibly know he'd said that 2 years ago. Uraraka, Iida and Tokoyami were still safe. He was confident in that. He wasn't going to let anything happen to his last students. And they wouldn't share that with anyone without a good reason. Maybe they told the therapist and they'd abuse patient confidentiality. He hadn't been checking on Bakugo as much as he probably should have. It was hard. But he was still fairly sure he hadn't been kidnapped. And he was very sure he wouldn't have just told anyone that line. So how did this person possibly know what he'd said on that day? Shouta wishes he'd followed through with his expulsion threat. Midoriya. Another familiar voice yelled from down the hall, the sound of rushing footsteps clear. Uraraka. Hisashi asked from behind him, Shouta too focused on the boy before him to tear his gaze away. Present Mick. As always, Sensei. Uraraka exclaimed. Shouta managed to turn his head long enough to ask her a question. Explain. Now. Oh, well, She was interrupted by more people following. Iida, Tokoyami, and the 1B kids. Shiozaki and Monoma, if he recalled. Along with. I take it she's involved. He nodded towards the last of their group. Some white-haired girl wearing a suit remarkably similar to the Izuku impersonator. You have no idea. The girl drawled without taking her eyes off of a phone she was remarkably occupied with. It's... Uraraka tried to explain. Is he okay? Shouta glanced back to the impersonator. Dazed, but alive. Well, Monoma sighed. Not exactly. Step aside. The white-haired girl stepped towards the impersonator. I'll fix him. What's that supposed to? Wait. Iida unexpectedly cut in. Where are Todoroki and Hagakure? What? Tori's newfound ability to run real fast thanks to Demon Duel nonsense, combined with Todoroki's efforts of sending ice hurtling back, were keeping them ahead of the skeletons. But they were still unnervingly close. A single stumble and the two could be buried under a mountain of clattering bones. Don't think about it. Tori shook off the negative thoughts, just keep going. There? Another set of stairs was just around the corner. So long as they hadn't collapsed, that was their route up. Tori leapt around the corner. We're almost. Whoosh, the sight of a white fist in her face made Tori turn invisible by instinct. She flung her head to the side, cheek painfully scraped by a forceful set of arm bones launched towards her. Looking past the new attacker, there was another small army of skeletons flooding the new hallway. Clearly they'd managed to get in through more than the front doors. Whoosh! Todoroki grabbed the offending skeleton's arm and tried to freeze them. Instead, the effort coated half of the scarred boy in a layer of ice, while the skeleton itself was practically unaffected. What? He hit him off beat. Clearly their demon companions weren't kidding when they meant timing was key. Crash, but the skeletons weren't waiting for Toru to comprehend what was even happening. A second skeleton from behind them lunged forward to bring a fist crashing past Toru's invisible arm and into Todoroki's frozen form, sending the boy forward with such force Toru almost lost her grip. Shit. They were surrounded by skeletons that were more experienced in this weird brand of fighting than Toru and Todoroki both. The stairs were scarcely 10 meters away, but the path was already blocked by more of the undead. If they tried to fight through them, more would descend. Retreat wasn't an option, they were coming from all sides. If they were outside, maybe Todoroki could make an ice platform up, but as it was, nothing for it then. Toru didn't try to pull back against the velocity the second skeleton's punch had given Todoroki. Instead, she slackened her grip, put her own strength into speeding him up, momentarily bringing him into a spin around her. Sorry Todoroki. Beat. She threw him over to the stairs as fast as she could. Her invisibility would give her some leeway to get through the bony boys, but Todoroki would be crushed by sheer volume of fighters within seconds. Todoroki seemed to take being flung by his comrade about as well as he took everything else. With a remarkably uncaring face as he grasped the situation quickly. He pivoted in mid-air and jumped off the skeleton's head, before it could grab him to leap through to the stairway. He ran up the first few steps before pausing, turning around and cracking his neck. Alright. He managed to bob up and down for a handful of seconds, struggling through the cold long enough to tune in with the duel's melody. My turn. Right on beat, he stomped his right foot down and set off a landmine of ice, an avalanche quickly rolling through the holes. Toru managed to barely avoid the onslaught by jumping and pulling herself up onto an unaware skeleton. Next time. She jumped off as the skeleton made to grab her, using the heads as a walkway, while the undead began punching at the ice to free themselves. A little warning would be nice. She slid up the icy slope towards Todoroki and dropped her invisibility. Ditto. The boy replied apathetically sans the obvious show. His eye widened minutely. Toru looked behind her to find the skeletons beginning to break out of their icy shackles. Run. Toru nodded and began dragging him up the stairs. Run. A rush of warm relief brought Izuku out of a murky haze. His vision was soon filled by a familiar white-haired demon. We really need to stop meeting like this. Izuku barely had the energy to be flustered by Marius's joke. He shook his head and made to stand up, only for someone else to take his arm. Easy. Uraraka's voice was soft. She stepped forward as Marius stood aside and returned to his phone. How do you feel? Like I just got punted over 100 meters before crashing through glass and concrete. Izuku groaned, slowly getting up. What's happening? Well, let's see. Manama huffed. We've been trapped by an evil witch, the legions of the damned are pouring in with no signs of stopping, our best combatants seem otherwise engaged, and we're all going to die. He glanced around the others. Did I miss anything? Surely this must be some horrible nightmare. Shiozaki said nervously. Or perhaps he is testing us. But one is usually given study time for tests. Ida pointed out. Maybe we were supposed to cover demonic invasion in second year. Manama laughed nervously. I can confirm that was not part of the curriculum. Another familiar voice added and... Oh. Izuku swallowed nervously at the sight of his old teacher. Yeah. Aizawa leveled a glare at him. Oh. What was Izuku even supposed to say in this situation? I'm glad you're still alive. The way Aizawa grit his teeth suggested that may not have been the best thing to say. He heard the sound of footsteps pounding down the hallway. Everyone froze in fear of what it could be. It's Helltaker. The tenseness ebbed out of everyone's shoulders at Iida's statement, save for Aizawa and present Mick. Helltaker arrived in the doorway, panting lightly and carrying a frozen over Todoroki. He needs defrosting. She yelled the moment she arrived. He sealed up the stairway, but it did. This? Alright. Izuku nodded, looking around their ranks. As far as he could tell, the only one who had anything which could warm up Todoroki, other than the boy himself, was... Could you heal him, Marius? Marius didn't look away from Izuku's phone. I could. And you will, to make sure we're all safe, and Midoriya doesn't get hurt, right? Helltaker presented a reasonable argument. Maybe. Marius sighed dramatically. But honestly, I'm pretty sure we could keep Zuzu safe more easily without you idiots getting in the way. I'm sorry, who are you? Present Mick asked. Long story. Helltaker sighed. Zuzu. Aizawa asked. Dumb story. Helltaker groaned. Marius. Izuku repeated. She gave him a modicum of attention. I would sincerely appreciate it if you could heal my friend. If there's anything I could do in return. I want a kiss. Izuku wasn't even sure how to react anymore. His initial response was to flush red, but most of it quickly drained away with a tired sigh. Should he even be surprised at this point? Haven't you already? Done that. Despite dealing with Marius for what felt like weeks, he still couldn't get the words out without blushing. Twice now. She nodded to where he'd been lying injured. Oh, right. He was probably even redder now. But those were for healing. They basically didn't count. Izuku glanced to the frozen and badly shivering Todoroki. He honestly thought they probably did count to some extent, but alright, fine, once we're out of this nightmare. He barely gotten the words out before Marius sipped over to Todoroki, defrosted his body with what seemed to be intense heat coming from her free hand, and gave him a kiss on the cheek which quickly brought him to. Okay, so it can be on the cheek. Those two definitely did count. What did I miss? A thought-out boy looked around the room, before his eyes eventually found Izawa and present Mick. Oh. He blinked several times, before turning to Izuku and getting out of Hageker's arms. What have we told them? Not a damn thing. Izawa somehow managed to glare at all three of them. Now would one of you explain? What the hell is going on? The school is surrounded by legions of apparent undead. Ida started with the important information. They've been summoned by vile demons who wish ill upon us all. Shiozaki continued. But some of those demons aren't actually bad. Izuku was quick to defend his new sort of friends. Justice tried to stop Pandemonica, but got sucked into the smoke cloud, so now Cerberus is fending her off while we try and deal with the... He glanced outside to see the ground completely covered with a rising blanket of skeletons. Well, them. They most likely have their own agenda. Shiozaki muttered. I hope you realize we cannot trust them. Izuku found his fist clenching unconsciously. These people were the only reason he wasn't suffering for all of eternity, the only reason they had any hope of setting anything in any way right, and she was. I'm standing right here. Marius side-eyed the girl. Trust me. Shiozaki glared at her. I'm well aware. But the important thing. Hageker intervened, probably for the best. Is that some of those demons? Pandemonica and Sadara or something. Are actively trying to kill us all. The others. She gestured to Marius. Aren't, or are currently helping us. I like the sound of those demons. President Mick gave a thumbs up to Marius. But when you say demons, literal demons. Todoroki interrupted Izawa, pointing to the sea of undead. From literal hell. And those are literal skeletons, also from literal hell. They're literally breaking through the literal ice wall I literally created literally as we speak. And you're... He glanced back at Izuku, a visible hint of nervousness on his face. Literally dead. They already told them this much. Like Hageker said, it's a long story. But right now they're chasing me, and if they catch me, well... He fiddled with his hair nervously. It'd be bad. Bad as in. Zuzu's soul destroyed. I.e. deader than dead, hell conquered with an iron fist, religious upheaval reflecting on earth. I don't get my kiss, lots of people die, blah blah blah. Okay. Izawa nodded with a restrained sigh. I have a number of questions, but they can wait until we're safe. He looked out over the sea of skeletons, up to the world sphere. Can we get out? No. Marius answered for Izuku. I can slip through with maybe 1 or 2 people if we're lucky, but that would be it. We need Cerberus or Justice to break through. Which means we need to defeat Pandemonica or wait and hope Justice can win inside the smoke. Uraraka summarized. Right. Izuku nodded. He was pretty sure that was what was going on. So we just need to stay alive. Izawa nodded. Where would the safest location be? I imagine that would be the school. Ida suggested. For the reasons you outlined previously, Midoriya. He paused, but quickly shook his head to stay focused. As well as the fact the entirety of the campus outside the school now appears flooded with those creatures. Izawa walked over to the side of the classroom closest to the broken glass wall, giving a view to the front gates of UA. What about over there? He nodded towards a small gap in the sea of skeletons. Perhaps Izawa didn't notice or, more likely, considered it a lesser threat, but he was gesturing towards the battleground of Pandemonica and all 3 of Cerberus. Izuku didn't really have time to explain all the details of why that was a terrible idea. I don't think that'll work. Because, Izawa-sensei, that is a pit of darkness from which no meaningful life can return. An arena of demonic champions reveling in the depths of bloodshed. Tokoyami tried to explain. In Japanese. Izawa deadpanned. Chiakaji. Not what I meant. Should I stick to hiragana? What he means, Izawa-sensei. Manama took over from Tokoyami. That is the death circle. Anything that goes in the death circle, dies. Something we would prefer to avoid. Izawa glared at the boy, unamused by his sarcasm. Manama simply stared back. But most of us still can't fight them. Uraraka got the conversation back on track. Izawa went to ask her to clarify the point, but she answered preemptively. Supernatural fighting shenanigans. Almost there. Marius was hammering away at the phone's keyboard. It was a fairly cheap model. Hopefully it would survive the effort. I guess. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and thought. Todoroki, Hageker and I should keep them occupied. He glanced to the 2 in question. The 3 of us fight off any coming down the hallway. You 2 switch to the other side if they start coming from behind. Hopefully we can fend them off long enough for Justice or Marius to finish. He focused on Todoroki. How long do you think your ice barrier will last? Crash. The shattering of ice rung through the floor. 0 seconds. Thanks Todoroki. Izuku ran through the half-destroyed door and down the hallway, giving them plenty of space between them and the classroom. You can't. Wait a second. Uraraka, as always sensei. He paused. He wanted to explain the situation more clearly, wanted to include them more and fight this together. But what could they do? If any of us are injured, pull us back to be healed by Marius. It wasn't much, but it could help. Uraraka's face went from nervous to determined almost instantly, while Izawa gave a tight nod. Midoriya. Hagakure pulled him back to the present. He darted out, finding a wave of skeletons surging down the hall towards them, the clacking of 1,000 bones on concrete, echoing in a somehow organized dissonance. He timed his steps in time to their charge, getting into the habit of attuning to the melody of combat. The narrower hallway would make it easier to deal with their numbers. Perhaps Todoroki could freeze them, fall back to be healed, while Izuku and Hagakure put them out of commission, rinse and repeat. It'll have to do for now. He relayed his thoughts to his companions. A pair of nods was his reply as the skeletons descended, looking to crush their group, before the ice began rushing up their feet. I really hope Justice is doing better. Zdrada exploding out of the floor in rage was not unexpected. In fact, it was exactly what Justice had planned. What she hadn't planned. The exploding floor continuing to rise upwards as Zdrada rode a wall of smoke from the deck floor. Only for the entire wall to transform into an array of cannons. Cannons which, if the demonic energy concentrating in them was anything to go by, were fully operational. The wall of cannons unloaded column by column in a new melody, and Justice quickly slipped into the new rhythm. Twirling through 2 neighboring columns of cannonballs, she started to close the distance, before the wall started unloading in more and more convoluted patterns. Justice ducked under Rose shots, jumped angularly over a diagonal's barrage, darted into the tiny gaps the increasingly complex shot orders demanded. She leapt over the last few shots before reaching the wall. Thumped before being hit point blank by a cannon shot to the stomach, hurled backwards even further than she had been when she started. Had she been a mortal or even less powerful demon, that probably would have been game over. Alright. As it was, she was merely injured and, far more importantly, one of her sunglasses lenses had been shattered. Now I'm pissed. Not even taking a moment to savor the hit, Zdrada's bombardment carried on. At least the pattern had reverted to a simpler form. Justice ran back at the wall full tilt, ducking under a higher row of cannonballs before jumping for the next set. As the cannonballs shot underneath her, she flexed her leg downwards, jumping higher up off the projectile. Straining her soul sense to the extreme, she began to see the pattern of future cannonballs in all their needlessly complex pattern glory. She kicked off of one flying to her left, swung upwards from one shooting over her head, slashed another clean in half that would have otherwise struck her down. 2 jumps from the top, she could see Zdrada panic. In a last-ditch effort, she forced the entire wall of cannons to fire. Justice leapt off the last cannonball from the last wave in a dive, shooting a lance of concentrated fire up her sword. Enough to destroy a single cannonball and reach the wall once again. Still recovering from the full-on volley, Zdrada was powerless to stop Justice grabbing onto one cannon near the top of the wall and hoisting herself upwards. Zdrada stomped down with the cutlass in hand. Justice quickly rolled to the side, curving the momentum into an upward slash with her sword, one Zdrada was powerless to defend against. Whoosh only for the sword to swing easily through air. Zdrada's form disappeared as a cloud of smoke when the blades swung through. Someone's whistling drew Justice's attention to the deck floor on the other side of the cannon wall. So close. Zdrada grinned as she smacked the cannon wall from the floor. A ripple was sent up, and quickly turned where Justice was standing into a long line of upwards-facing cannons. Goddamn smoke clone bull. Justice leapt off the wall, grabbing onto the nearby rigging and hastily swinging into a position to hold it. She couldn't just drop to the ground or else, best case, she'd meet a wooden floor as Zdrada sung through it. Worst case, Swiss Justice Chizo cannonball. Quickly coming up with an idea, she spun a holster to hold the rapier from the rigging smoke and put it on her back. She took off up the rigging, heading for the top of the main mast. Weaving from side to side to avoid Zdrada's cannon fire, the task became more difficult after the demon began forming more cannons from the sails Justice was climbing up through. Nevertheless she made it, swinging and weaving through cannonballs before hopping into the barrel-like crow's nest that sat comfortably atop the mast. Reinforcing the nest with her own demonic energy, she was able to hold back the cacophony of cannonballs. They tried to breach through the wood, but failed as Justice's infusions meant it was now stronger than concrete over 4 times as thick. Without anything succeeding, the noise died down as the cannons stopped shooting. What was that about being too scared? Zdrada tried to taunt her, as if Justice was some juvenile demon that would lose it with some light jeers. Yeah, whatever you say. Justice used the time to change her weapon's form and create a small secondary. But why would I bother? Zdrada slurred in a mocking tone. Because you're trapped. Justice put her hand to the floor in front of her, slowly but surely drawing the smoke in the air into solid form. You sure about that? Within a few seconds, the latter Justice was forming slowly extended above the tip of the crow's nest. How far up does your influence extend? Another 10 meters. 20. 100. The cannonball shot at the ladder, but the structure was only dented and quickly mended. Knock yourself out. You can form shit faster, but you can't break my constructs from so far away. Why don't you just sit down there like a good girl, and think about what you've done, while I get on with things more important than you? As expected, the jabs did wonders. After a few seconds of childish fuming and some very colorful curse words, Zdrada grabbed onto the rigging and began steaming up it. Justice used her sight to watch her progress, taking off her broken sunglasses to pay careful attention, and ensure it wasn't another smoke decoy. The demon slowed down after reaching the base of the crow's nest, morphing her cutlasses into flintlocks and creeping up the side of the barrel. Did she not realize Justice could see her through the objects? Zdrada never was the hottest flame in Inferno. Alvas. The idiot's eyes had scarcely a moment to widen in surprise. Bang. You're not the only one with a gun, bitch. Justice's sword, reformed into a short-barreled 19th century blunderbuss, threw Zdrada flying back. She honestly would have preferred something a bit more modern, but if Zdrada was so keen to live in the past, Justice was happy to kill her in it. Leaping upwards from the crow's nest, Justice aimed her secondary flintlock. Not giving the demon a chance to recover, she shot her square in the head from above, sending Zdrada crashing back down to the ground. Justice grabbed onto one of the sails, safely sliding down back to the main deck. Ugh. Justice approached Zdrada's defeated form. Lying groggily on the ground, their face still steaming from recent demonically generated lead to the face. Reshaping her blunderbuss and flintlock to rapier and cutlass forms, Justice held the main sword to their throat, the cutlass hanging by her side. Any last words? Seriously. They coughed. You have any idea how long it'll take for me to reform? Well, let's see. Justice thought about it. Usually I'd wager a good decade or two, but as you told me you're working with Lucy. She'll probably have you back up and running in a few days. 2 weeks, tops. I never said I was. I suggested you were working for Lucy, you never contradicted me. She rolled her eyes. Maybe I was playing my cards close to my chest. They sat up slightly. Justice kept the blade at her neck. You pass up the chance to point out someone was wrong. Justice scoffed. Sure, and Cerberus passed up a raw soul. She remembered a recent even without prompting. Get real. I'm insulted you think so little of me. There wore a grin that displayed malice. Confidence. Victory. Oh, Zdrada. Justice slashed backwards and upwards with her cutlass, following up with a quick piercing jab, as she brought her rapier around, directly through the real Zdrada's black hull of a heart. What else would I think of someone so predictable? D-damn. Zdrada's true form hacked out a cough of blood, and lowered the counterfeit blunderbuss they'd hastily fashioned. The duplicate on the floor faded into smoke. With her energy draining from the rapier's wound, it was child's play to knock the blunderbuss out of her hand with Justice's cutlass. Thought I had you there. Please. Justice pushed the rapier in deeper. The only reason I willingly lost sight of you coming down the sails was because I knew you'd pull something like this. She barely even had to confirm the fact with her soul sight, which Zdrada still seemed to forget Justice had. But you're right. An utterly defeated demon tried to wipe some of the blood from her mouth. A few days and I'll be back. She grinned maliciously. Only have to beat you once. I only need a few hours. Justice twirled the cutlass in hand, before swinging it towards Zdrada's neck. Slash, I've already beaten you. As Zdrada's head fell to the floor, Justice pulled the sword out of her chest. The body quickly began to break down into demonic essence, a dripping red energy which sank downwards like tar. A moment later, the smoke slowly began to lose its form. Shouldn't take longer than half a minute to break down. She nodded in satisfaction, heading towards one of the sides to make her escape. Although, she paused, a small grin forming on her face. It'd be quite a waste to just abandon all this. Izuku could wait another minute or two. Izuku wasn't sure he'd last more than another second or two. Their initial attempts to repel the horde had gone more or less okay. His initial plan of freeze, beat up, heal, repeat, had proven remarkably effective. The skeletons couldn't make more than a few steps of progress before they were stopped and chipped away to push them back. Combine that with his newfound ability to sustain one for all at 1%, and they were barely even breaking a sweat. But within a couple of minutes another wave started scrambling down the hallway from the opposite direction. Someone smarter than he may have called it the inevitable result of blocking one route while the other was relatively unobstructed. A novel example of an amalgamation of barely sentient individual actors operating on rules that resulted in group behavior, crossing over fluid dynamics and bird flock organization. Izuku called it a disaster. HM. Two skeletons grunted as they brought arms crashing down where Izuku had stood. He zipped to the side with the beat. He used a pair of semiquavers in the song to dodge and leap back towards them before Crotchet to send a kick to one of their ribsages, hurtling them into the other would-be attacker, and further into the wall, before another 3 made to follow up. The first threw another fist downwards. He dodged left. The next threw a punch straight forwards. He ducked. The third threw a kick at him. He crouched to the floor and rolled right, throwing himself up with his arms to launch a 2-legged kick at the original skeleton. It was sent flying out the window while he leapt off of its form back towards the skeleton that had thrown the kick, where it was still recovering and off balance. A hard punch threw it to the floor, but the last skeleton had recovered and threw a right swipe his way. He made to jump to the side, but flinched. Dodging to one side would mean jumping into the rest of the horde. Dodging to the other would give the men ground to try edging into the classroom. His hesitation cost him a hit. The skeleton's punch connected and threw him back. The wind was knocked out of him as he skidded backwards on his feet. Ah! Flailing his arms out, Izuku barely avoided falling backwards out the window. The smallest of glances backwards showed that the ocean of skeletons had only continued to rise. They'd reached halfway up the 2nd floor. If they reached the bottom of the 4th they were on. Whoa. He threw himself left to avoid a skeleton ramming him, almost going off beat as he scrambled back to his feet, while the skeleton charged out the window and into the sea of his brothers. The rest of the hallway's wall kept encroaching, sending more and more out to fight him. At least they're not just dogpiling on me. Maybe it was some rule of demon combat that you couldn't literally flood the opponent with your numbers. Maybe doing so gave most supernaturals a chance to deal with a lot of low-level fighters at once. Because, let's be honest, if skeletons weren't low-level then Izuku would be dead by now. Maybe Izuku was more agile than he thought, and they weren't able to surround him to quite that extent. Maybe they were just stupid. Bushi bent his neck to avoid another punch, grabbing onto the skeleton's arm and hurling it out the window, before following it with a roll to avoid another one's kick. Before another could stomp him into the floor he jumped back and up, ducking under another's sideways smash. Whatever the answer to his questions, the one thing he could say for sure was that these creatures were persistent. Come on, Justice. He ducked and struck upwards, Marius. Dodge back with a follow-up kick, Cerberus. Forced a cartwheel to the side in the position he was stuck in, surely someone has to be doing well. Pandemonica was doing wonderfully. Cerberus was proving a difficult opponent as expected, but even all of her strength was useless, as she couldn't reach the airborne demon. Ah, the wonder of kinesis glyphs. Usually it would be tricky to control her movement to this extent, and have enough power left over for anything resembling a decent attack, but clearly Lucy wasn't all talk when she bragged about her world sphere. The attacks needed to be fire-based for the sphere to properly empower them, which wasn't perfect, given she was fighting a fire-resistant demon. But since when had she ever worked with anything perfect? Hell, when was the last time she'd worked with something halfway functional? And the restriction to fire wasn't all bad. It seemed the attack type had forced all of Cerberus to fight Pandemonica, in place of the empowered mortal, meaning those skeletons should be finishing their task any minute now. Plus, the flames had ensured that other sinful souls' ice remnants were melted quickly and efficiently. Without a precious purchase, Cerberus was forced to spend more energy running around to dodge, and, more importantly, it was far harder for her to reach Pandemonica. Any leaps had to be measured so she wouldn't jump into the sphere or end up leagues away, meaning her attacks were even easier to dodge than normal. Pandemonica was confident she could keep going for hours, let alone the minutes needed for the skeletons to finish her task. And if they weren't able to, well, she still had a trick or two up her sleeve. Still, she sighed, would have been better if I'd been the one to finish him. Not Lucy's lapdogs. Having the mortal in hand would have given her more bargaining power. More demands the fallen angel would have no choice but to accept. Still, the sigh soon gave way to a satisfied grin. Never-ending high-quality coffee will make for a more than acceptable reward. Yes. The skeletons would finish off the mortals, and Marius if she got in the way, while Pandemonica kept one of Hell's most powerful combatants distracted. Victory was only a matter of time, so long as Strata could fight. Not even fight, just survive. For a handful of minutes. A deep harsh groaning sound coming from Strata's fog cloud soon put that optimism to rest. Pandemonica would have rolled her eyes were they not busy tracking Cerberus, and trying to see what it emerged from. This is going to be one of those jobs, isn't it? Shadow was on the verge of snapping. There was an army of skeletons, they apparently weren't even the biggest threat, his dead students were seemingly here, and fighting for their lives, his Ashi was keeping somewhat quiet, the world had gone mad. Okay. Shadow pulled out his capture scarf as Izuku was almost blown clean out a window. I'm going in. But sir, you can't. Are you deaf? No buts, I can, my hearing is fine. He replied to Ida, Tokoyami and Manama. You can't though. Marius cut off his further points. If you could, I wouldn't have to be working on this. Look, I still don't really get what you mean by. He glanced at Uraraka. Supernatural shenanigans. Clearly. This well-dressed phone addict was really getting on his nerves. But I can't just leave my students out there too. So you'll distract them and get everyone killed instead. She still didn't look away from her phone, only raising a questioning eyebrow. Whatever these shenanigans are, I can still fight. Prove it. She turned slightly to face him head-on. Land a decent hit on me and I'll take it back. You can go. Shada blinked at the statement. If that was all it took to prove he could fight. But, Iida started nervously. I was under the impression you specialized in support over. That's true. Marius cut him off. Against any other archdemon, I'd be screwed. A what? Against decently strong demons, I'd be lucky to win. Against a mortal who can't even hear the melody. She scoffed and decided to start swinging her hips for some reason. He wouldn't last 10 seconds. Shada shot his capture scarf forward. If he needed to get through this cocky idiot to help his students, it was only logical to do it as fast as possible. The element of surprise would ensure. Well, as he tightened the scarf around her, the entire thing just bounced back. At the same time, his body was suddenly constricted by invisible pressure, forcing the weapon from his grip. What was? Marius sipped towards him, steps timed in a clear pattern. The pressure had disappeared just as quickly as it came on, so he threw a punch in an opening between the motions. Crack, and not only did Marius not feel a thing, not only did the skin on her cheek remain perfectly unmarked, but his fist was thrown back as the bones in his knuckles let out a sickening crunch. The unexpected pain made him flinch, but his training kicked in as he tried to jump back. Whip only for him to trip on his very own weapon. Looking again, it was clear Marius had used her foot to send a ripple up the scarf, catching Shada's foot. Manipulating the tape like that should have taken months, if not years of training, yet she did it in a fluid motion without effort. He tried to regain his balance, only for Marius to bloody somersault towards him at point-blank range. The most he could do was grab for her, but his hands practically melted down her form, unable to get a grip. Her legs wrapped around his neck while she was still upside down. The force behind them seemed impossible for someone her size, but Shada was forced to fall backwards with her or see his neck snap for the resistance. Oh look, you're dead. Moments later, Shada was laying face up on the floor. One shoulder was pinned by her legs, his chest felt heavy with her form, and he was being strangled by her thighs. She never even stopped typing on the phone. Anyone else want to try? Hi. Evidently his ass she did. Ah. And the complete non-effect it had on Marius, combined with the sound of crashing desks coming from his direction, suggested it had been even less effective than Shada's. Anyone else want to go? Clang. Shada could see Shiozaki standing over their form, though his vision was starting to grow hazy. She seemed to be holding a metal pipe with a new indentation in it the shape of Marius's head. Even the hair had been imprinted into the metal's form. What's wrong with you? If I hadn't been nice there, you could have just brained yourself. Not even I'm into that kind of thing. Wait, you're not a nun, are you? Shada tried hitting at her with his free arm, but all he accomplished was hurting his fist further. Some of the blows seemed to get through whatever was reflecting the attacks, but she still barely seemed to feel a thing. Even activating his quirk didn't get a reaction. Ooh, I feel all tingly. At least, not a reaction he wanted. Can you just stop? Your raucous words sounded far away. Shiozaki, I know things are difficult, but I think she's trying to. Marius, stop it. Marius looked down at him. Oh, right, you guys need to breathe. Gasped Shada took in a great lungful of air the moment he was able, Marius twisting up and off of him. He deteriorated into a hacking cough, but still had the sense to take a look around. The kids were a mixture of shock, fear, and glancing nervously at the fight outside, while Hisashi was just getting to his feet the other side of the classroom, rubbing his head in pain. Sorry, kinda forgot. Izuku slid into view of the doorway, his bruised, battered and shaking form diving into the classroom, to avoid the wave of skeletons steadily gaining ground. I need some help here. Helltaker pulled Todoroki's frosted form into the other end's doorway, throwing him in as she was struck by a punch to the back, and sent flying into the classroom. Ditto. 1 minute. Marius's typing became more frantic. We don't have a minute. Iraka used her quirk on the classroom desks to make them weightless, before throwing them towards the doorways and gaps in the wall. It was foolish to entrust any manner of protection to such a creature. Shiozaki extended her vines to try and coat the doorway, interweaving with the desks to make a stronger barrier. But the skeletons were pounding away by the second. Maybe if I... Monoma put a hand to Todoroki, only for his eyes to go white in surprise. I can't copy his quirk. Wah. Try touching the skin. Izuku was throwing tired punches at skeletons that were crawling through gaps in the ad hoc barrier. The suits might be blocking it. I did. Monoma stood up. I can't. It's like... I got it. A flourish of red energy whirled around the phone Marius was working on. The typing finally stopped as the skeletons began breaking through the doors. Wait, these speakers aren't loud enough. An oak cord suddenly landed in her frustrated, outstretched hand. One guess as to who'd thrown it. Let's drop the beat. Hisashi turned the dials on his speaker equipment. Oh god, it's up to 11. As Marius jammed the wire into the phone and hit a final button, music started blasting from Hisashi's necklace speaker. This melody which the horn girl had been so insistent was why Shouta never stood a chance against her. This apparent song which was crucial to their victory, finally reached their ears. Shouta wasn't angry. He was just disappointed. No, actually, he was both. That's it. The fact Helltaker confirmed this apparently wasn't a poor joke only solidified his disappointment. Hit him in time with the beat. Izuku confirmed what Shouta had been beginning to suspect. Watching his blows, his dodges, his movements in general, it was obvious that he was following the rhythm of the song. The Shouta was going to protect his living students and get to the bottom of the apparent resurrection of some former ones. He'd have to fight an army of skeletons, using what little capoeira training he had in a dance battle. When did my life stop making sense? And lastly, here. Shouta signed the contract as requested. Perfect. Henceforth, you are officially a teacher at UA. I look forward to working with you, Eraserhead. Never should have trusted that rat. Okay, so Izuku's Mortal X classmates and teachers could hear the song now, which was good. Crash. Unfortunately, the skeletons had fully broken through the desk/vine barriers and the doors, which was bad. As the skeletons poured in, Izuku slid over to the entrance. He kicked a skeleton with enough power to send them crashing into the wall, but two more took his place in a moment. They pulled back to return Izuku's blow in kind. Whip. Only for Izawa Sensei's capture tape to hover over both their forms. It appeared in one beat, wrapped around their raised fists in the next, and tightened to crash the two into each other in the third. Can't believe that worked. Not wasting a moment, he was soon by Izuku's side, covering for any lapses in Izuku's guard, and harassing their movements all the while. With some of the pressure taken off, Izuku ramped one for all up to 2% and went more on the offensive, smashing skeletons back and kicking them into the ground. Before long, Uraraka had joined them, wielding a desk leg in one hand, and making liberal use of her quirk with the other. Any skeleton left vulnerable by Izawa's capture tape or Uraraka's zero gravity, was punted from the classroom in moments. His mortal companions, meanwhile, had formed into a second group. Monoma was working in tandem with Shiozaki to create a circle of vines which marked doom for any skeleton that dared to cross. Moving to the beat seemed a lot easier when you were using whips in time with the music, rather than having to bend and twist yourself. Tokoyami was fighting back with Dark Shadow, while Helltaker made quick jabs to cover his assault. The Ida was guarding a still frosted Todoroki, and Present Mick was mainly just trying to cover anyone who slipped up at all, keeping a careful hand around the magical phone connected to his speaker. It seemed the use of his support gear to make sure everyone could hear the music was hampering his quirk usage. He probably didn't want to risk losing the one tool keeping them in the fight. Marius, meanwhile, was just sort of whizzing around, swirling through the mess of skeletons, not doing much fighting, but equally not being so much as grazed. Just keeping a group of the fiends distracted. With their efforts, the skeletons were being forced to a standstill, Izuku starting to gradually push them back and hold the classroom. Two entrances were far easier to hold then. Crash. The wall behind them came crashing down, a new flood of skeletons coming through the new entrance. Damn it. Izuku pivoted to the rear guard of his group. Izawa and Uraraka fended off the smaller number pouring in from their front entrance, while Izuku had the task of dealing with those coming through the new opening. Fortunately, they seemed largely focused on Izuku, meaning his other friends were able to withstand the new onslaught. Unfortunately, they seemed largely focused on Izuku, meaning he was gradually being overwhelmed by the new onslaught. Don't suppose your friend over there can help? Izawa baited a triplet of skeletons in for a blow, only to wrap their fists together, so Uraraka could send them all out the window with a few taps and swings. Still, she was starting to look a little worse for wear from the fight. She's mainly focused on support. Izuku punched to throw a skeleton back, jumped up and forwards with the skeleton to avoid a return blow, then kicked one of the attackers mid-jump. Unable to recover, another skeleton's punch hit him back into Izawa. That's true. Marius glided between the skeletons with ease before throwing a sly grin Izuku's way, though I could be of more help. Of course you could. Why, you do realize that if I... He ducked under a skeleton's charge and sent it flying upwards into the roof. Well, if we lose, I can't. He kicked the skeleton as it fell back to the ground, knocking over a group of its allies in the process. And make G good on our arrangement. Don't worry, Zuzu. She slid in to trip a skeleton he'd missed that was about to punish a gap in his movements. I won't let them get you. But you let them take down my friends. He kicked the tripped skeleton in the face before jerking to avoid another hit and returning with a punch, right? Any chance I can convince you to do a duet with me? Marius stepped right next to him, so close within his personal space he couldn't even defend. Oh wow, she just smashed that one to pieces with a light backhand. Clearly she wasn't only good for support. Izuku roundhoused a skeleton tied up by Izawa. Did you just kill that one? Marius gave him an uncharacteristically flat look. They're already dead, Zuzu. Why yeah, but Lucy will just reform them. Skeletons like this'll only take a day or two. Oh, wait. Izawa interrupted them with a grunt, smashing a group of skeletons against the ground with a well-placed application of capture tape. We don't have to hold back. Duh. Marius rolled her eyes. Suddenly, the tone of combat behind Izuku shifted. No longer was the goal to throw skeletons back out the door or window. Now, it was to quickly and efficiently break them apart bone by bone. Izawa and Uraraka's situation went from difficult to manageable. Izawa called over to the other group to convey the message, but as they were already managing on their own, it seemed the knowledge they could essentially kill their opponents didn't have such a drastic impact. Meaning the only one struggling right now was Izuku. Or at least, Izuku without Marius' support. What's it do it? He barely dodged to the side before another set of knuckles were sent square into his hip. I mean, I know what a normal one is, but... Marius cut across the oncoming horde with a slash of her hand, a burst of flame buying them a moment's respite. She offered the same hand to Izuku with something resembling a slight bow. Want to find out? Not really. He held back a sigh, but given the alternative, he gingerly took Marius' hand with his own. The moment he did, time slowed to a crawl. The landscape around him became distant and muted. The clattering of bones reduced to a low rumble, the crashing of vines made into naught but a whisper. But most noticeably, the Song of Souls quickly faded, reduced from a constant pressuring force into mere background music. Everything around him. No, reality itself, threatened to become but an afterthought, compared to the smiling demon before him. For a moment. For one brief inescapable moment. Marius became his whole world. Her eyes a stunning, heart-filled night sky. Her hair a wonderful, snow-covered mountain range. Her lips, well... Izuku was supremely confident he was failing to keep his face anything other than a bright red. And then Marius twirled him around into a dip. A rose appeared in her mouth from absolutely nowhere. Izuku felt an incredible new surge of energy flowing through him. Not a controlled chaos like One for All, not the adrenaline high from the near-constant life-or-death situations he found himself in, but a gentle warmth. One that filled him with a sense of calm, that washed away the fatigue and wounds from his fight thus far. Yet it was one fueled with enough power to turn into a raging inferno, should he so much as ask. And then the Song of Souls returned in a completely new form, one that he knew was outside the skeleton's control. Or Pandemonica's. Or their masters. Marius raised him from the dip in time to avoid a skeleton, bring both his fists down in a mighty crash. She released him with a twirl into a new group which he charged into, an indescribable sense of confidence as a punch exploded outwards. Over a dozen of them were sent flying back in a broken heap of bones. As so. He accepted Marius' hand as she stepped towards him. I'll do it. The two spun around each other with joined hands raised above their head. The two finished the move with an outwards kick that sent skeletons from both directions flying. It's been... Actually, I don't think anyone's ever agreed to do one with me. She leaned back into Izuku, hands flying outwards with blistering flames in time to char any skeletons that tried to approach. Swiveling around, she suddenly pulled Izuku closer. So I intend to savor every moment. Wait, what on earth is? Crash Uraraka was interrupted as the front end of the classroom was torn away. The entire building started shaking and threatening to collapse as something smashed clean through. Glancing towards the still-moving destructive force, Izuku found wooden panels. And wait, are those cannons? Ahoy, mateys. Just as his familiar voice called out through the still collapsing concrete. Unless you want to be buried under a fleet of skeletal buccaneers, I suggest you climb aboard. From everyone present, somehow including the still yet silent skeletons around them, a single word came forth. What? It means get on the damned ship. But we just got started. Marius pouted angrily as the roof of the school collapsed sideways. They caught a clear view of Justice manning the wheel of this old sailing ship, which was just here, somehow, and had just crashed through the school, somehow. Also she'd lost her glasses somehow. Izuku swallowed. I know we're outnumbered badly, Justice, but with you here I honestly think we have a good chance against. Look out the bloody window. Looking outside, Izuku found the sea of skeletons outside had risen to the point of almost flooding their floor. Within moments they wouldn't be fighting an army of skeletons they could manage with controlled zones and choke points. They would simply be drowning in them. Flooded with a legion of undead fighters. He couldn't think of any way to deal with that. A boat floating on them seemed like the only survivable option. He glanced back at the others. Time to go. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.